The Blast Premier 2024 schedule is split into spring and fall seasons and culminates with the World Final. Here's how it works. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that fail to qualify from the gauntlet will be cast into the showdown. There, they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. They will compete against 3 invited teams and 7 teams from global qualifiers. This year, each showdown is no longer split into regions, but is a single tournament played in Europe. 2 teams from the showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the groups. At each season final, the 8 teams will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by teams who qualify based on their performance in tournaments throughout the year, including the winners of the Copenhagen Major, winners of IEM Katowice and Cologne, and top-ranking teams on the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million.
The pinnacle of the Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 events of the year. We return to Abu Dhabi, this time to crown a king in CS2 as we welcome you to the Blast Premier World Finals. My name is Ferris Spears. Joining me in the early hours of the morning, I've got Maui Snake down here in the booths. Man, you've been enjoying the Abu Dhabi lifestyle. The first time we're in the Middle East, right?
Oh yeah, it's been amazing. This country, this city, it feels like it's something out of a dream. And I'm so glad that we're going to be able to celebrate the climax of 2023 CSP here because it has been a wild ride, switching games, seeing so many different champions, and we've got one more to crown.
Yeah, there's been so much going down this year, so I think it's time to reflect on exactly how we ended up here in Abu Dhabi for the World Finals. Of course, we had the spring season, moving into the fall season. That's where a couple of teams earned their spot here. And Maui, we ain't lying when we're saying, we've got the cream of the crop here because $1 million prize pool, that's nothing to shy away from. Teams want to be ending their year out with that, right?
Oh, that would be a nice little bonus to end the year. I mean, so many of these teams here have a real shot to actually find the lion's share of that prize purse. We've got teams like FaZe, teams like Vitality, who are probably some of the favorites here. Yeah. But I think there's a puncher's chance for a few of these other lineups too.
Yeah, because we're coming into an end of a season, which, normally we're looking at more stable rosters at this period of time, right? We're looking at people ending out the Christmas period, saying like, hey, we're going to be lifting a trophy. It's kind of crazy, the situation that we find ourselves ourselves in right now, because we don't know what's going to be going on next year exactly with some of these team rosters.
It feels like a lot of these teams are still in a period where they're just trying to figure out what is the lineup we're going to be going into the RMR with.
Yes.
What lineup are they going to be approaching the first major with? But that means there's a lot of money on the table here at the World Final for the teams that do know what they're doing, the ones that have the set lineups, to try to actually get that little end of the year bonus.
Turns out that FaZe have a bit of a vision, because they've picked up Frozen. And I want to get your thoughts on this, because obviously we see Twist departing. So Frozen coming in, is this an upgrade in your eyes?
Yes, I love Frozen as a player. I don't know about the parasocial side of things, but in terms of Frozen and his capabilities, he has been a monster for MOUZ. He has worked with Kerrigan before. He has worked with Robs before. We have seen them lift trophies back in 2019, and now that he is getting this chance to play with a roster that is going to be contending for titles consistently, we're going to see how Frozen can slot in for Twist and show that, in my eyes, he was a top 3 rifler this year, top 5 at the bare minimum, and for FaZe, that's just going to bolster their stock tremendously.
Isn't it crazy when we look at FaZe as well, because coming, into the early stages of CS2, they were lifting basically every single trophy that they could, other than, Vitality a couple of weeks ago, obviously in Copenhagen managing to lift one for themselves. But the start for FaZe in CS2 was really, really promising. So I love that they're still looking and going, hey, how can we continue to bolster this roster?
Right, and there has actually been a decent amount of, I would say, confusion regarding the future of FaZe. I think that we all are aware that there's a GameSquare acquisition.
Yes.
And yet they're still actually making tournament-winning moves in terms of roster changes. That's where it's really surprising to me. And now we look at this lineup, and it is so, so formidable. And for FaZe to still seem like they have legs even after losing Twist, there's not many people in the world who would have seemed a worthy replacement, and they might have found one of the few that's actually more than worthy. He might just be better.
So we're looking at FaZe, obviously, as right now winning this roster shuffle, which leaves MOUZ, I would say, as big losers coming out of it, because that's such a massive hole that you have to be filling. We're talking about the young veteran on a lineup with so many inexperienced players, and he was always the reliable force. Obviously, they're coming in with Brolin at this particular tournament, but I don't know how you approach that, particularly if you're Shuey, right? Because their relationship was so important. How on earth are you going to fill that frozen hole?
It's tragic for MOUZ. They were finally putting it all together. They finally seemed like they assembled the band, and all of a sudden, their star player is ripped away from them. We see that they're going to be using Brolin as a stand-in here, but this is off the back of them really picking up some form. Yimpat seemed like he's a player that's going to be destined to the top 20 of the HLTV rankings in the upcoming year. Frozen was a player that's already going to be on that top 20. Torzy's had some incredible moments in the last 3-5 months, and Exertion on top of that, an incredibly explosive player, and then you're suddenly just gutted. And now for MOUZ, they have to try to use that core, which has been very strong on its own merit, but you're going to be missing such a massive piece in terms of consistent firepower in Frozen. Yeah,
so many questions for me going forward for MOUZ. Also extending out to G2 as well, because obviously we've seen this roster that they're going to be attending here at Abu Dhabi with play few online games. People weren't very happy about the results there, to say the least. How are you looking at G2? Do you feel like this is a finished project for them, or do you think there's more moves to be made in the future?
This G2 move has the entire community scratching their heads. I have been really trying to wrap my head around what it is that they're trying to accomplish by bringing in NEXA for JKS. As it stands right now, I have to simply cite some form of nepotism. I don't see how NEXA is as good as JKS in the roles. I understand that they might like his communicative abilities a little bit more than JKS. The interpersonal relationships that he has with some of the people on the team, say Nico and Hunter, because he has played with them in the past and he's from the same region, that's going to definitely help them out in terms of chemistry. But at times, JKS was the best player in a whole tournament, and arguably he should have been the Katowice MVP instead of Hunter, but Hunter just had one incredible grand final series, and now you're missing that. Now you have NEXA, who is much more of a known quantity in terms of map to map. You kind of expect him to just be hovering around the 1.00 rating, where JKS could have these incredible pop-off moments with no support whatsoever, just locking down a bomb site, and I'm just not expecting that from NEXA.
Yeah, how are you then framing G2 kind of overall? Obviously, we've still got Nico, we've still got m0NESY. Obviously, m0NESY has been lights out coming into CS2. Where does that then kind of leave them, I guess, coming into this tournament?
It leaves you with a lot of questions, because what we have seen from them thus far has been pretty pretty poor online play. They lost to Aurora. They lost to Guild News Eagles. Those aren't really the teams of the caliber you would expect to be beating G2 unless it's in a major when anything could happen and G2 can seemingly lose to Bad News Eagles on a whim. But really, this is right now, I don't think that what we've seen from them online is what we should expect from them in this tournament. I think that they're going to focus up now that it's on LAN, and I think they were testing a couple things in their play style.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. Obviously, 8 teams here in Abu Dhabi split over into 2 different groups, 4 teams in each. Looking at Group A and Group B, obviously this is a Group A overview. Do you feel like there is a group, Maui, that is tougher than the other one, or do you feel like it's pretty fairly distributed in terms of teams?
I would say that Group A is slightly tougher in that the bottom is a little bit harder to read. Whereas when it comes to Group B, I feel like I know who the last place team is pretty obviously, and that for me would be Heroic.
Yeah, there's so many question marks with Heroic, right?
Yeah.
I don't expect them really to be doing anything here. But of course, we will be seeing them gracing the screen today, as with all of our teams, obviously. It's day number 1 here in Abu Dhabi. We've got 4 best of 3s for you. Obviously, we're going to be ending out the day with those Group B matches, G2 versus MOUZ, FaZe versus Heroic. Second game of the day, recent victors Vitality versus NAVI. But first, we're kicking things off with Cloud9 versus ENCE.
ENCE emerges as a roster with a lot to prove. They made waves by claiming the title at IEM Dallas 2023 and second place finishes at IEM Cologne 2023 and Gamers 8. Having recently bid farewell to Snappy and Saw, the pillars of their core identity have dramatically changed. With the entrance of a strategic mastermind at the helm, the IGL maestro, Glaive. Can he measure up to the standard set by his predecessor? The stage is set for a team that's not just aiming to compete, but to dominate. Storms wage strong from within Cloud9, who despite their best efforts could not show up on the server when it mattered most at the start of the 2023 season. Now, after shaking up the roster from the ground up and calling upon 3 of the most renowned players of recent years, exchanging their black and yellow allegiances to fight side by side under the blue and white banner they have created, what could just be an unstoppable force. Having yet to showcase their full potential, Boomich and the team will be looking to decimate their competition, here to show the world that the sky truly is the limit for Cloud9.
Cloud9 versus ENCE, 2 teams kicking off the proceedings here in Abu Dhabi, and 2 teams with some questions about their identity. The story of Cloud9 so far, of course, is the core of that old NAVI squad reuniting. Boomich now at the helm once again as in-game leader, but more than a few questions about the AWPing situation. For ENCE, it's a whole new identity shift with Snappy out and one of the most acclaimed in-game leaders in CSGO, Glaive, joining the fray. Obviously, he's going to be trying to prove himself coming into Counter-Strike 2 because Maui, he ain't done yet, but the question is, how on earth is he going to be working with ENCE? We got a taste in Finland, but how satisfied with what you saw there?
I will have to say that at Elisa, there was something left to be desired from ENCE. When Glaive joined this roster, I had this romantic ideal of what could have happened, where we saw the transformation that Astralis went through when they swapped from Kerrigan as the in-game leader to Glaive, how Glaive was that final missing piece to get them over the hump so they could start winning trophies off the back of the skilled individuals on the team. And I wanted a similar story to emerge here for Glaive on ENCE, but there is so much confusion regarding the future of this roster, the fact that they have lost their coach in Saw, who seemed responsible for so much of the structure that helped them out, and then we see them at Elisa where it wasn't really the kind of calling that I would have loved to see from Glaive. It seemed a little bit more disconnected than I'm used to, and I think it has to also be addressed that this is the first time that Glaive is playing in English, and that's going to obviously hinder his abilities to communicate effectively.
Yeah, for certain. Of course, we've got a hell of a lot of questions for this ENCE camp, so I think it's time to get some answers, courtesy of Glaive and Banks.
Now, for you right now, I want to see how much of a difference we can expect from ENCE, though, coming into this event. Is there more of your way being implemented, or is it still kind of playing off what you were saying before and learning from the guys as well?
I mean, we kind of wanted to implement some stuff, but we didn't really have a lot of practice days. We only had like 2 days between Elisa and this event. So we didn't really have a lot of time to implement the stuff that we wanted. And I mean, I think it will probably be for next year.
Now, for you personally, we saw your start at Elisa was not certainly what you would want, but you warmed up and we saw the improvements from it. So how are you feeling about your individual level?
I mean, I think my individual level is pretty good. Of course, it's tough when you haven't played official for so long and then suddenly you have to perform. So I had to get into kind of that mood again. And it took some time, but when we got there, it was good, I think.
And in terms of Cloud9, they still don't have a dedicated AWPer in this. Is this where you as the leader say to some players, okay, let loose, go a little bit harder?
Yeah, of course, and also just to the rifles in general, because it's about taking a bit of more risk maybe and taking some more duels because they don't have like a dedicated AWPer. I know they are playing AVP quite a bit still, but I mean, it's not like they have one of the best AWPers in the world right now. And
you guys definitely do?
Yes, 100%. We have a lot of.
I like it. Thank you very much, Glaive.
Thank you.
A little bit of info on the AWPing side of things. Some payers only arrived a couple of hours ago here in Abu Dhabi. So, yeah, hopefully he's had plenty of coffee, plenty of energy drinks. He's feeling in form. But, yeah, obviously for Glaive, the nostalgic element in me is like, I'm so glad that he's not done yet. But look at this tenure for Astralis. Like, holy hell, the amount he achieved in that org was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years roughly with the same organization, winning 4 majors. It's difficult right now if you're someone like Glaive. I think a lot of people can maybe relate to this, that if you have in your rearview mirror so many achievements, so many accolades, that getting up the next morning and saying to yourself, none of that matters. I still need to be the best version of myself I can be today. That's where finding that extra motivation is so difficult. And so for somebody like Glaive to try to reinvent himself, we heard in the interview he thinks his individual level's pretty good. Well, it actually needs to be better if you actually want to start winning trophies and start putting your name into the history books of CS2.
I think another interesting point that you touched upon, Glaive obviously mentioned in the interview, no more Saw, and you really rated him as a coach, right? The relationship him and Snappy had was one of the strongest, I would say, between coach and in-game leader. So I think it's a case of feeling too two holes at once? Because those are two big people to lose from your squad.
Without a doubt, Snappy has been, at times this year, credited as the best in-game leader. I would have had him easily in my top 5 very comfortably. And Saul was also frequently in interviews credited by the team to be a person that put so much of the structure together. And now that we have Cuban coming in for Saul, he obviously had some nice results when it came to what he did with Apex, especially at the Blast Paris Major. But they also said to Cuban, we don't really want your services anymore. They're starting to play with Myther now. And so there's a lot of question marks right now with this ENCE team, and it's hard to really get a strong read for where they're supposed to end up in this tournament.
My biggest curiosity when it comes to Cloud9, what's happening with the AWPing situation at the moment, Maui? Because I've got questions about that.
Well, I think we can just focus on the first map here, which is Ancient. ENCE went for that pick right there, and I think they like that AWPing situation being so questionable for Cloud9. On this map, I've seen Hobbit mostly pick up the AWP. I've seen Boomich opt down the ramp sometimes, but generally speaking, it has been Hobbit on Ancient, and so I think that's where it's going to go. But that being said, Hobbit he's a good player. He's not a world-class opper, and I think ENCE sense that there's blood in the water here and that they can pick up this first map if they're able to disrupt the, I would say, almost stand-in opper in Hobbit.
Yeah, speaking about Boomage and his, in-game leadership style, obviously we saw them make it to the semis in Copenhagen. Obviously, Dubai didn't manage to make it that deep. So how are you rating him in terms of how he's been forming the team together and leading the charge so far?
The calling from Cloud9 is everything I wanted a year ago, but the team around Boomich is not exactly what I wanted because obviously, like we said, they don't have an op. But I will say this, I really do rate some of the performances of individuals and how they've been resurging on this Cloud9 roster. One guy to obviously look out for has been Electronic. He has been fantastic for this team. He has been a catalyst for so many of their strong T sides. At the BetBoom, the recent event, he was actually one of the strongest players, and the T side for this Cloud9 team was the strongest at that event. And so I'm not really worried about the calling. I think the only real sore spot for Cloud9 and what's going to come back to bite them is the fact that putting up a strong defense is just hard.
Very quickly, Mary, Cloud9 ENCE. Who's going to be taking the W here?
I will say on the first map, I'm going to go ENCE, but for the series, I will take Cloud9.
Okay, it turns out we're not doing a prediction game because I guess we just dominated too hard.
We just owned too hard, Freya. We just owned everybody way too hard.
Anders, Henry, I know the predictions don't matter, but who are you siding with?
ENCE every time, Freya. Every damn time. Glaive is back, baby, and he's looking to cause some damage here. The Fallen Viking, damn it. You've got to be happy to see him back on the server.
I'm skeptical, Henry. I feel like this is going to be a really, really tough game. Like, what is even happening with this version of ENCE?
I love it. I love the drama. Roster mania is literally never going to end. I think this is just our lives now. Every day, there'll be a new roster change that'll just gut the entire team, move them on, and just start a new one. That just seems to be CS2 in a nutshell right now. Like, Cloud9 don't even have an AWPer. And ENCE just apparently are going to lose 3 of their core as well, so it'll just be Glaive left over. Like, it's a bit of a mess over there for both of these teams right now, but it does mean it should be a chaotic, high-octane affair, Anders. It should be a great game regardless.
We're not going to be bored. I mean, there's so much to figure out. Like we said, we only just saw them in Finland a tiny bit.
Yeah.
And it's not enough data to work with. We need to see more out of ENCE. We need to see what they can really bring here.
I mean, their first tournament, right? They got to the semi-final, but kind of got whooped by Apex there, 2-0. It wasn't the best showing. Glaive didn't have the best tournament, but like, bear in mind, he's just joined the squad. He's trying to use Snappy system and the first time calling in English as well, like ever. So that's a whole thing for him.
Yeah, crazy to imagine that he's had such a long career in it. I mean, it's sort of a thing of the past now with the whole country teams now. It's all about the international.
They've all gone now, isn't it? It's just like you've just got Astralis really just left over, the remnants. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening game here at Blast Premier World Finals, live from Abu Dhabi. A banger to kick things off. Cloud9 taking on ENCE. I'm going to start on Andy's favorite map. It is, of course, Ancient.
It's a pretty good map. I like it. I feel like everyone got on board with this map early on, so no one's really complaining about it. Maybe Boomich complaining a little bit.
Boomich, I just set that up with the hype, and you do this to me?
Yeah.
I set the tone.
you.
I have to do it again now.
We've been fanboying him from the start.
He's got so much riz. It's unbelievable. This team were, I'm not going to say underwhelming at the BetBoom Championships. They had an okay run. It was disappointing towards the end. They did lose to BetBoom team, and of course losing to NAVI. That was just kind of a full circle situation, of course. But yeah, bear in mind that this probably won't be the same roster going into 2024. I would say more than likely going to be losing Hobbit. They do need an AWP available to them at one point.
Yeah.
Like, Boomich can get the job done. He's good for like one frag around, maybe in holding angles, but for top level CS and to win championships, you do need that star sniper still, I would say at least.
Yeah, and I did appreciate in that pre-game interview that we just had with Glaive, you know, he's saying it's not necessarily even about the AWP versus AWP battle, it's about the fact that every other rifler on ENCE is going to have more space to run around the map. You're not going to have the same fear.
I guess the leash is going to be off in general. If the rumors are to be believed and everyone's going to be leaving after this tournament and the roster's being gutted, like, why not just go full send? Why not have a bit more fun and showcase yourself as an individual right now, especially for Glaive as well. Just enjoy it out there. Like, see what's possible, find some of that old form. He used to be one of the best fragging game leaders we had in the game, Anders. So I don't think we'll be seeing that level of performance here. His numbers weren't amazing over the Listen Masters, but you know what? I'm a big fan still. I want to see him do well. I want to see him cause some damage here. Boomich, the in-game leader, of course, for Cloud9, and he's a bit of a... He's an agent of chaos himself. He loves the MP9, loves the AWP, loves getting aggressive every single round. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do it one more time. The opening map of Blast Premier World Finals 2023, live and direct from Abu Dhabi. Here we go, Cloud9 taking on ENCE, and it's Anders' favorite map. It's, of course, Ancient. Let's get it.
Yeah, it'll be ENCE starting on the T side, Cloud9 on the CT side as we get into the map, and we'll see how this one plays out. We've got Hobbit sneaking around with the dualies at the front of the Jaguar Cave. He's not found anyone yet, but they're really stretched out, and that stretching has caused them to have really no mid-presence at all for Cloud9, so they are just defending the extremities. What a flashbang to set it up. He should be dead. A little bit of backup there, and he actually somehow gets a kill. I can't believe it.
Really
That's
nice
too much.
Really enjoyed that, but the fact he gets a kill is surprising. Well done to Hobbit for getting something out of that situation. It's going to be a 4-4 for now, and they'll continue their pushing towards the cave.
Close Perfecto is. They know that he's there. He's shooting them in the shins at the moment. Nuts down to 61.
He needs some backup.
They do need something here, but Electronic gets knocked through the middle, and he's now finding them. They're actually getting pushed around here, and this is going to be so confusing for them.
So what's the next play? It's the man advantage of Cloud9, but Boomich is tantalizingly low. They're still in this round, 45 seconds still available. We've got Madden, who's in towards middle, but his teammates are dropping like flies. A key scalp as Electronics on high alert towards middle as well. Detects a player towards elbow, and indeed the ledge. Can he find the next kill? He's doing significant damage. He is great with these dualies, as it looks to be confirming the round. Axel to close things out there. Pretty convincing in the end as well. Very impressed by Hobbit. The fact he even gets one kill. Yeah, you can see the smile on his face. He was done for. He couldn't have been more blind if he tried there. Got a face full of it, and still managed to dish out some decent damage. Got an opening frag, and Electronic doing great work there with the dual elites. And Perfecto, I'm surprised he had so much tenacity in towards that cave room. It looked like he was overwhelmed, but he held his ground.
Yeah, he did, and at the end of it, it almost looks like, at least if you do a little bit of analysis in reverse, it looks like there was just some indecision on ENCE there. They got locked in, they weren't really sure where to go. At some point, you just have to commit to something. They were waiting around and getting shot in the back eventually. Like, just follow through at that point, you know?
Bear in mind as well, like, if you don't get a plant in CS2, it's a really rough second round. You've got just Glocks, no armor. It's going to be full sending it up to that B ramp and seeing if Hobbit can farm some cash here. Money in the bag, baby. It's Boomich, his favorite weapon in hand, the MP9, and looks to be getting himself a couple of frags here. Nuts, oh, it was cheeky. It was a nice idea, but Perfecto's one step ahead of it. If he somehow gets this kill, maybe there's a chance of the plant, but it doesn't come through. A nice idea, an old school tactic, Anders. I'm sure you've called that a few times in your life. You guys rush B, I'll go plant the bomb at A.
Yeah, I do. If ever I try not to be in charge of calling. People don't tend to trust me when I'm playing. But sure, I'll sacrifice the troops and, you know, try and keep the glory to myself.
It was for the greater good. If they got that bomb planted and everyone went down a B, it would have been amazing. It would have been astonishing. But still, they can still buy going into round number 3. Bear in mind, that was a full eco, as we will see AKs pretty much across the board. And now, a bit of a bonus situation. Bear in mind, Cloud9 with a lot of success there. Going to have Axel jumping himself up towards the A bomb side ledge. And this is all about B-lane control. That very meta smoke we always talk about towards the cave. You'll see that thrown every single round on the T side. First frag almost certainly coming through. It's Hobbit absolutely besting Madden in the opening duel.
Yeah, that was a great jiggle, although
he's
in danger. That could have been a really good lineup for a bit of a wall bang there, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out on either side. Glaive at least giving it a college try here. 4-on-5 to begin with. And dipping down towards that minute mark at the moment. Looks like they are going to get some mid-control, but again, now Cloud9, they can afford to give them mid-control. They got the man advantage.
So what's the next call here, Anders? You've got one smoke remaining, a couple of flashes. That is literally it. You have no mid-control. B lanes, you haven't even got towards Cheetah yet. And you can see this adjustment coming to the CTs as well. Disclaiming middle, assuring it's theirs. And oh my god, what a monster grenade on towards Glaive. He's down to 20 points of health. 45 seconds remaining now. So even if they go towards B, they can smoke either short or long. They can't do both at this point. So there's going to be a lot of defense ready and waiting. As you can see, Cloud9 had 3 players. A grenade over towards the long area. Did his miss throw that?
It looked like it. Yeah, I don't think it was me. I think it meant up in the middle of everything there.
What just happened?
They only had the one. Oh,
they were trying to throw it towards long, and it landed at the B ramp. If anything, it smoked them out for the CTs. Oh, God. Wow. Now they just have to go in towards A and hope for the best. Thankfully, there's no real weapons here. It's the FAMAS to strike first. Axel with the MP9 up and above. He probably goes down, and some Pies is making this round work.
They actually get the bomb plant. That's almost a little bit more than I was expecting. DH's going to be next up, and they will be able to clean it up. It's a really, really quick retake coming in there from the CT side, and I don't know. If that MP9 on Axel got even the 1 kill, there probably is never going to be a bomb plant in that round, so they got away with a lot, ENCE. I've got to say, I mean, 3 kills, and they get the bomb plant for what that round started out like. They probably should be feeling okay about it. I feel like that's it's not too bad. But again,
that was a bit of a nightmare round, Anders. Like, the fact that they had no map control, no utility, no frags in their favor, that missed smoke as well. It really kind of leaves a bitter taste in your mouth if you're on the T side. Yeah, you know this is going to be an uphill battle to say the very least. But still, a nice round there from Cloud9. Bear in mind, that's their bonus round they just won as well. They just won with a FAMAS and an MP9 there pretty convincingly. But the bomb was planted, as you mentioned. The lost bonus is racking up, so not all is lost here. As we will be jostling for mid-control once again. A lot of B presence. Perfecto, he's having none of it. He'll go for that first kill and take down a key scalp in the form of Sun Pius. Incendiary being deployed by Hobbit for the retreat. They've got another opening frag here with no response whatsoever from ENCE.
So frustrating for ENCE because they're just trying to set up outside of the bomb sites. They're not even really committed to anything yet, but even just trying to get that real estate outside of B, it's backfired on them last time. They lost the player and they got the grenade on the Glaive that put him down very low. This time it's on Pies to go down. And now again, Cloud9, they're the ones advancing, taking the map into their own hands here. Boom, with a good spray. This is working out so well on the other side. Hobbit lining up for a double, and he's going to take it as well. Glaive and Nerds both going down. It's just DH left.
You say just, but he's a hell of a player. He's managed to pull off greater things than this. Not going to happen this time as Boomich is looking sharp today. You'll see him be very aggressive towards that B lane position. I have to say, Hobbit's turning his game around. He is looking unstoppable towards that B ramp. They can't break through. They are yet to really show me they can actually get some decent map control so far, Anders, because now their economy's in a really interesting spot. They keep force firing with no utility, and they just can't break through. They're being smoked off and then just taken down one by one by this aggression of Cloud9, which can be very annoying to play against. Bear in mind, they don't have a sniper within their ranks, so they usually do get aggressive in your face and shut down your defaults before you can even execute on them. Looks to be a B rush, Anders. Let's get him.
It's a classic, but the Molotov's already down. They're around the corner, and it's going to work out. They get the opening. Hobbit goes down, and they're looking for more. It could have been a great kill there on Boomich. That would have really opened it up, but at least they're going to get a bomb plant behind this one. We'll see if they can defend it. And there is an AWP on Perfecto, so potentially an awkward weapon to try and retake with.
Absolutely true. This partial investment at least gets the bomb planted by Axel. He ain't letting them have the round. He'll get himself a double kill with the AK-47. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in favor of Cloud9. The bomb ticking at some pace, so little double smoke, just for good measure here towards the B ramp. And both the teams behind it, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. Nerds will find one, looking for the kill through the smoke. They need a miracle at this point, but the full defuse is coming through, and it doesn't look like the round will be going in their favor. The closest they've come so far, I would say, and it took a B rush with the Tech-9s, and that's the sort of leadership Glaive is bringing to the table here.
Yeah, you're calling that.
It's the first game of the day. We're having some fun.
I like the sales pitch. I think you're doing a great job, Henry. They need it right now.
They do. And that was a round they really... Maybe they could have got the wallbang there through the wooden board. I think that was the end idea once they were smoked off. But that's such a gamble.
But the bomb was planted.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think it was ever going to happen. But it was a partial buy. The B rush doesn't work out for them. Still struggling financially. Got a Galil for Glaive here. Some Pius does have the AWP, though. One of my favorite snipers in the entirety of the Counter-Strike realm right now, so we'll see whether he can step up. And now changing the stance, Axel getting aggressive in towards the elbow position of middle. Glaive, he's on high alert right now. He knows Boomich loves to swing out. They call him Twinkle Toes for a reason. Always on his feet, always in your face. And Glaive, for now, smoked off. It's gone a little bit docile and quiet. See, Axel's actually behind the smoke. NAVI is having none of it.
Okay, yeah, he got absolutely called out in that position. I was going to say, it's been some great calculated aggression coming out from Cloud9. I've really been enjoying it. It's put ENCE in a weird position round after round. But this time, finally a sign of life coming out from the ENCE camp as NAVI will take down that opening kill. It's Perfecto being wheeled into the middle. They're not really done trying to hold on to this. We'll see if they can level this out. The bomb is way outside of B, so in spite of having the man advantage here, ENCE, they're still in this weird position where they're stretched out a little bit too far to be able to really execute anything with. Electronic, oh, the timing is amazing! He's going to get the first one, and if he'd committed to it, it's possible he would have had the double spray down to begin with, but either way, it's right back into a 4 versus 4. I say that, but Hobbit, timing wasn't necessarily that bad.
Yeah.
But still, only 25 seconds.
Surely this has got to be an ENCE round now. It's a 4 versus 1. Poor old Perfecto. AWP at the wrong bomb site. ENCE have done it. They've broken through. 15 seconds to go. The bomb will be planted. No problem here. And they found their first on Anders, unfortunately. It's one considered to be like a T-sided affair. Not the most T-sided. That would be Anubis, but Ancient maybe in that conversation, maybe. But
it's up there.
We've got 4 players surviving, and it's going to be ENCE posting their first round. But bear in mind, it was off the back of a smoke kill from NAVI. Sure, he gets a couple there and manages to have some serious impact, but it was through the smoke, preemptively shooting towards Exile, who was behind it. That's not sustainable. You're not going to be able to find those picks time and time again. But it's great to see them post their first round in a convincing manner. 4 players survive, and Perfecto presumably going down here as NAVI will seal the deal. 3 kills for him. The hat-trick is complete, and it will be the first on the board. A sigh of relief from Glaive and co. as they need to start posting a few more in the rounds. And this is the kill I'm talking about here. Like, sure, that's great. Good awareness and good educated guess as to where he could be, but that pick is not going to be consistent.
It's a lot to put on one player right there for NAVI to do that
bear
much.
in mind, maybe he can keep it up. Like, NAVI, throughout his career, on Ancient especially, is known as one of the best mid players, right? In terms of the T side or middle, that's where he does his most damage each and every time. He's such a master of that position. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe he can keep that up, to be honest with you. And we'll see the first tactical timeout deployed by ENCE here, as Glaive just trying to work out how they can post those aforementioned consecutive rounds as we get into it. Timeout over. 1 round on the board.
I'm not going to lie, though, that last round was on a nice edge for them. Even if it ended in a 4 versus 1, there were moments there where Cloud9 could have done a lot to try and get away with it. So I still say, probably hard to get out of that round if you're thinking, yeah, that was sick. Like, that's what we want to build on. It feels like, yeah, that was fortunate that we got them before they really escaped the middle. Otherwise, it would have just been a 4-on-4, and we would have been running out of time. Because they had like 17 seconds left at the end. So if Cloud9 would have made it back from that mid-skirmish, I think ENCE would have lost that round to time alone. But they're back to the same kind of play here. A little bit slower on the T side.
This is kind of just CS2 in a nutshell right now. You're up 5-0. You lose 1 round, Anders, and then you're down to pistols and MP9s.
Yeah,
like,
true.
It's what everyone's talking about with the kind of economic landscape, I suppose, of Counter-Strike right now. With MR12, there was no financial adjustments in terms of kill rewards or loss bonus, and you're seeing that reflected. Like, you can be a 5-0, lose 1 round, you go down to $1,400, and then you're just down to it looks like a force buy. It's kind of nuts, really. But they still have 3 rifles. Maybe I'm being a little harsh, but it's a CZ for Boomich, Electronic on the MP9, the star player. And we'll see whether they can fight back here.
Not just the weaponry, right? It's the grenades to go with it.
Yeah, they've got no grenades now. I think you've got like 1 flash and that is it. Oh, there he is, though.
The agent of chaos. You said it, Henry. That's what he is. Running into the C-set 75. What a disgusting kill to begin with. And he keeps pushing. Takes down Sunpius. It's falling apart. Boomich, he won't let them have any safety at all.
I'm loving it, Anders. I'm absolutely loving it. So is Boomich as well. The clothesline with the CZ. Picks up the AK-47. Dominates the B lane. And just keeps on going. Yeah, it looks ice cold while doing it as well. This is the move. So as soon as it gets Molotov'd out, they're checking that position. It's so unfortunate for Matt, and they don't expect the push. Boomich will always push. Nice! Yeah, nice indeed. As they do bounce back. That was a huge round. That was a swing round. If ENCE picked that up, They probably recover this half admirably.
Yeah.
They'll be absolutely fine. There'll be a full eco coming up next and a weak buy after that. No, it's going to be now money back online for Cloud9. Fast pace. Bear in mind, like I said, Nerd's one of the best mid players on Ancient in the game right now. Looking to open things up. And that's why he gets that reputation. Now, first frag is his, no problem. Electronic fighting back here. He's incredibly low, but Boomich, he'll always push.
He's always ready for more. And Hobbit somehow getting Madden through the smoke. That's all the way on the other side. So Boomich to the rescue. He showed up just when he's 8-3 right now. It's fabulous.
Got to be one of the most aggressive players in Ancient and Inferno in the game. It's wild. And a great response as well, because you know they're focusing most of their resources and manpower in towards middle. It's probably not going to be that much towards B lane. If you can smoke it off, get a good flashbang off, a nice swing from Boomich once again completely shuts them down. And we got a 4 versus 2. Cloud9 on for an absolutely fantastic CT performance here.
Yeah, like you said, Hobbit as well, leading from the front of the moment. He's got 9 and 5, so he's doing it's a very good job.
Yeah, and bear in mind, Andy, this is the pick of ENCE as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we've got Overpass next, the most kind of tactical map we probably have in the pool as well. Glaive's going to have to call on that one. It's going to be a rough one if they can't get much more done here. 3 versus 2, though. Sunpire's yet to really wow us so far in Ancient. Hasn't had many opportunities, but does find that opening incision. 30 seconds remaining, however. Perfecto. Patrolling. Making sure CT spawn can't be accessed. And D has got to get his skates on. As I mentioned, time is of the essence here. They have a smoke for CT spawn. That's the only place they can really deploy her. And for now, they're just going to have to hope that Electronic's nowhere to be seen, but he is, and he has denied the plant. That might be the round in itself. The AWP will do very well now to do anything with this. A no-scope through the smoke. Can he close things out? A great effort from Sunpire, but it had to be a heroic effort to even get close to it. He was the man for the job, but still, it was too tall of an order.
How sick is that? He definitely made it around. That could have worked. He was maybe a tenth of a second off landing that shot on the third player.
Yeah, you bleed for a second there, right?
Yeah,
Or he's got
100%.
just enough time. When he hits this sort of shot, you think, all right, Sunpires, I'm believing. Not quite to be, though, and it will be Electronic denying that plant and taking down the final kill as well. Has to be the partial by ENCE. They went for the rush B last time, got the bomb planted. Nerds, like we said, always does well in towards middle. Flashbang going in, that's his cue to go, but he's being flashed in return as well. Perfecto with the AWP, and Boomich! Headshot after headshot, takes 2 of them down. Absolute domination in the cave.
They can't stop the Rizzler, Henry. They
can't stop him.
Oh my God. They're getting beat up by him. It's not the first time that we've seen this, but it just always brings a smile on my face. Remember how long he's been out of Tier 1 competitive Counter-Strike. It's really been a long hiatus.
I spoke to him in Dubai, and he said, I was waiting for a Tier 1 offer, something that really made sense. I wanted a world-class team. He said, I had plenty of big names ask me, but not the team I wanted. So it wasn't like no one wanted him, Anders. He was just waiting for the opportunity he thought was acceptable for his standards.
He's making a really great case for himself. You've got to say, like, his return to this level of play it's pretty cool right now.
Pretty good.
And they're in deep trouble here.
Yeah, especially in this round. 7-1 down, 5-on-3. Like, Boomich is like, he's not even moved an inch. He's like, I've already got a double kill here. I'm not falling back. I'm not holding the crossfires. I'm just going to lock you out. Whittle down the time. They've got 40 seconds in. They, again, have 0 map control. They haven't got anything towards middle. They're smoked out of the cave. A boost up here, but I think Boomich might be ready for this one. Yes, he is. There's the hat trick, and he's got more utility for you, boys. He knows there's a boost out there. He can feel you coming. Electronic, taken down by Sunpire. He does keep the dream alive. He's the only one who's consistently fragging right now. But unfortunately, he's dropped by Perfecto as well. 8-1, written all over the walls here, and in blood, unfortunately.
I think you brought up the key metric so far. It's map control, and it's something that's been eluding ENCE completely, and partly because Hobbit on the one side over in that B ramp, and then Boomich on the cave on the other side. They've been playing aggressively, and it's just made it very, very hard for Glaive to try and execute whatever plan he's had coming into this, because they're not in position to ever throw all the nades that they want into the bomb sites. They're getting shut down way before they get to that stage. What a shocking start this has been. Cloud9 absolutely running away with it, and ENCE looking slightly confused at the moment, and maybe a little bit frustrated even.
I mean,
not the timeout being used.
Let's be real, right? Like, they said they had 2 days of practice in between the Alyssa Masters.
Yeah.
And Glaive is trying to operate in a system he didn't create. He's calling in English for the first time. He's not been an active pro for, over a year. There's a lot of different variables working against them here. And like Cloud9, sure, they've lost Shiro, but Boomer's coming back in. They seem to be in a slight honeymoon period. It wasn't the best tournament for them at BetBoom, but they've got a lot more reps under their belt than ENCE do right now.
Yeah,
and right now, you can see they're getting absolutely dominated. ENCE will have another bye here, but we're running out of space and indeed time. Round number 10, couple more to go, and we'll see if this A attack is going to do anything for them, but Axel on the front foot, waiting for Sampayas and co. D-House spots one. I think Sampayas will get this first frag. He should be absolutely fine to do so. Gets the leg shot and unfortunately doesn't quite find the frag.
Well, Perfecto's back
Everything's
there.
just like that could go wrong is happening. Like,
I know.
He hits the shot and it's of course in the leg. Like,
Had to be the leg shot. You're going to feel that way too if you're Sampayas.
Yeah.
Why? Like, why did he get away? But could be interesting here. I think Madden is maybe a couple of seconds of smoke away from being able to take the fight against Hobbit. If he wins that fight, it actually opens up the entirety of the B side of the map. So there is a way to get back into this round, even if it's a little bit unfortunate the way that it's played out right now. Heavy mid control for Cloud9 here. They are really locking down the mid portion of the map, but Hobbit is far away, so he's not easy to pick off at the moment. There's Nerds going down in the middle. We've been highlighting how effective he could be, but this time he's out-dueled.
Yeah.
Again, it's that heavy mid-control for Cloud9. It's too much.
He's had some picks, but it's always a little bit too late. They've already got the 5-on-4 deficit when he's starting his maneuvers, but now, Anders, this one is possible.
A wall bang.
He gets the bomb down just about, but now a 5 versus 2. Sampayas, what have you got for us? We need a miracle. We need something to work with here. Madden needs a couple of frags as well. He's good for one, and Sampayas will have to find absolutely everyone. Another leg shot hits, and unfortunately the bomb will be defused. I'm trying to find any sort of silver linings, some underlying narratives here as to how they can bring this game back to life. But they need to start posting rounds as their map pick, and they're on the T side of Ancient as well, you know. So it's not looking good, boys. Not looking good at all. It's the first game of the tournament, you know. It's early here. What time is it in Abu Dhabi? 10 in the morning. Gamers aren't really operating at that time. The caffeine hasn't set in yet.
Yeah.
So, and to be fair, Cloud9 have been here for an extra week. Jet lag, I think, is the problem, man. I think that's what's going on.
Blaming jet lag.
I think so. That's all I've got for you right now.
You don't even have American players on the server, and we're still sorting through
I think I'm bringing back jet lag. It's a 3-hour time difference, and to be fair, with the early games, maybe you couldn't sleep well last night, you know?
Okay.
Maybe. I'm trying to find something.
Bringing out all the copium that we possibly can, Henry. It's not
Inhaling
even,
it.
We're not even through the first half yet, and we're already there. I appreciate it. Oh, look at this. Nerds. He realizes it has to be him to open it up. Glaive there with a good headshot, but Electronic, no! Even better, a third kill! And it's Sampayas left to try and battle his way through. Another 1 versus 3 on his shoulders.
What a sequence that was. Bloody Nora. Excellent work there from Electronic. A high voltage play, and for now, it is a 2 versus 1. Sampayas in the clutch once again. He's got no nades, 68 HP, and in terms of the bomb, it's not recoverable. As I'd say, maybe go scoop it up. It's literally in the worst position imaginable. So, like, he's hoping to find a flanking CT, but they can just enable a pretty strong crossfire here. Watch that bomb. Maybe if he gets a nice backstab in, he's got a chance. So we've got Hobbit patrolling towards A main. And here comes Sampayas. Does it go CT spawn or donut? Time will tell. And we'll see if they can fend him off. The fact they've both gone in towards A main is actually
so rough.
Yeah, it's really difficult for him to do anything with this now. It'll take him so much. He's got like so how many angles he's going to have to clear before he even gets close to the bomb in 30 seconds. You can see he's having to check every single position. He can't even afford to check them all. He can't even check that close corner on the right. You just have to assume no one's there. You just got to have to hope for the best.
Yeah, very soon. He's going to have to run up there, and then he gives away the one advantage that he has, which is that element of surprise. It's not going to be much longer here. You still need about 5 seconds, 4 seconds to put the bomb down. Yeah, so you might as well just run for it here. Oh, it's the last.
Yeah, no one's home.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's like that's the problem. Like it's not like he played it wrong. There's nothing you can do with that scenario. It's a very good call from Cloud9. Deny him anything at all. He gets nothing to work with. He had no time to even pick up the bomb. Like Sampayas could do nothing with that one, unfortunately. And their woes continue here. ENCE can't really get off the line as they got those first opening couple of picks. And Electronic with this beautiful play. That third shot, God. Oh, that one hurts. It stings. Yeah, ENCE, Madden's not happy about it. And just when it felt like they'd broken through, a nice A split, they get absolutely dominated once again. So smoke towards the red room, an old classic. And we've got Sampayas trying to just make it work here. They've got a Round number 12, and there's blinking, you miss it. And Axel's got another opening pick for the smoke. Like,
Why not?
What can I do? Like, at this point, like, I don't know what to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. It's all gone wrong. The wheels have come off. And the flashbangs are very, very effective. Not another kill, surely. Yes. Wait, come on, let's go. Get us another round.
So close, but the Galil of these did something on the other side. Electronic still able to snipe away a kill before Nerds comes on to play. He's very low on health, but in the meantime, it's caused a bit of a distraction. Madden's made his way deep into the back line here. Surely... Oh, hold on. Boomich actually saw that. He should have been dead, but he comes back for the headshot anyway. My God.
You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch Boomich out. And unfortunately, not going to be the case here. Diha, last round of the half. 3-on-1 with the Galil. Is the bomb... Oh, it's a 3-on-2, sorry. No, it's still alive.
Well,
First mistake of the day, Anders.
It
got
is
out of the way early.
It is practically a 3-on-1, though.
Yeah,
that's the
right.
problem here, right?
That's why I didn't even notice him. He's just like
They're so far away from each other.
He might actually have something here.
Time is running down low, though.
It's always been about the time here, hasn't it? And the thing is, Nerds with the bomb, to even plant it, like if anyone sneezes on him when he comes in towards the side, they're in a lot of trouble. A kill from Diha, though. Boomich. Oh, yes. Hope for the best, I suppose. And now, with the flashbang being deployed, it just looks like this one is done. Diha has no health himself. It's 10-1. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the pick of ENCE. They turned up today, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but for now, it's 11-1. Cloud9 absolutely dominate the first half.
This message is brought to you by Blast.
London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights, the sounds,
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
and the pageantry.
Nah.
Just don't fucking stop believing. Do our best and play our game.
Exactly.
It was a rough start. Usually we have rough start. I mean, at least in Elisa we had the first map. Let's just fucking continue. The game is not over yet, and let's just have some fun, enjoy this map, and we are jumping to another map later.
There's Cuban.
Yeah.
Wise words, I suppose. It doesn't matter. It's the first game. Doesn't matter if it's a close score or a blowout. Like, you lose a map, you move on. That's about it. It's an early game. The caffeine's still setting in, Anders. They're still waking up. And just enjoy yourselves now to see if you can actually hold on and find a few rounds as we get in towards this B bomb site. Some Pius with the P2000 doing some serious work. Headshots found, and Madden will join the fragging brigade as well. It looks like it might be enough here. They've got a 3 versus 1 as Perfecto is left with nothing to do. Can he find another headshot here? They need to isolate him and lock him out of the round.
Yeah, they've done a good job. Don't fight him. It's not really worth it. A lot of damage onto him, and they've got the bomb up there. They don't have any strong incentive to really sort of go hunt him down here. Just let him slowly walk into the crossfire, and should be unwinnable at this point. I'd really love to see the replay of Sunpius getting that first kill, because I think he was shooting at somebody else, and he just happened to get a headshot on the guy in the background. It looked ridiculous, but either way, it is exactly what ENCE needed. Even if you probably lose this map anyway, it's just nice to start to get on your feet a little bit. Like you said, give some time for the caffeine to kick in and just start to wake up a bit more. Look at this.
Oh, he even thought he'd killed him. And he's like, oh, wait, no, still one more to go. And yeah, there we go. That's what they needed. Like, they're not going to win this map, Anders. I'll tell you that right now. But if they can make the scoreline competitive, if they can at least get to like 6, 7 rounds, and it's like, right, there we go. We've shown we can play Counter-Strike today. We actually had some decent rounds there. We got the job done. They can move on, and it will be Overpass next. That's where I'm a little bit worried, though, because things get very problematic against a technical team like Cloud9, but we'll see what can be done here. No force buy, of course. There was no bomb planted. It's been more of the same. Just a Deagle, some PT-50s. That's about it. And we'll see if Glaive can take over the role of, remember Snappy? I used to call him the caveman.
Yes.
Glaive is going to have to take that role now. Whether he's got the same size club is yet to be seen.
We're going to find out sooner rather than later, because he's in position for it. Nice nade.
Take that.
That's a start. Taking out Axel. You want to see that. 3 versus 5 now. And Madden's on the other side, so they managed to pull off that pincer maneuver pretty well.
Yeah. So I want to keep these ones clean. Of course, you'll be against the AKs into the next round. Maybe you get a little... considering they bought a Deagle or 2, but Diha should have no problem dealing with electronic and absolutely converts it. No problem whatsoever. As 2-0 in the second half here for ENCE. Consolation prize available at this point. Just getting some decent rounds under your belt. They can win this first gun round and deny map point as long as possible. That's the objective. Like I said, I'm almost certain they won't be pulling this back to overtime. Stranger things have happened. I'm not going to say it's impossible. We don't like that word around Anders.
No, we try not to. Try and avoid it.
We're learning, you and I. We always kind of put our foot in it sometimes with that sort of verbiage.
We're living in fear of the potential HLTV or Reddit thread where someone says,
I know. Imagine that. Oh, someone ever talks about it on the internet. How could I ever live with myself? Yeah. How could I go forward? We are going to see a technical pause. So no chatting, I'm afraid. Just keep him rolling his eyes. Like, come on, let's just get on with it, shall we? It's Boom Edge. He kind of slowed down, but seems to kick things off. Something not quite right for him. Probably an audio issue, I would imagine. First game of the tournament, of course. Boomich just getting himself comfortable. He's had a great showing so far. If you are just joining us, it was an 11-1 first half. This is the opening game of Blast Premier World Finals 2023, live and direct from Abu Dhabi. It's a nice place to be this time of year, Anders, compared to Denmark, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's a world of difference.
Yeah, I can imagine you've actually come from like
it's cold and wet,
the Arctic tundra to some beautiful. I went jet skiing yesterday, and a little tidbit for you: crashed a jet ski, cost me €1,000. Imagine that. That's my life. That's how I got here. That's how I arrived in style. Yeah, like it was supposed to be like a fun experience, an hour jet skiing with Maui, and I ended up smashing into a tree, like completely like rupturing the hull. And I had to go back sheepishly, like, "Hey guys, do you know the kind of good vibe we had before we left? And you thought I was really fun and like kind of energetic guy. I know you're gonna hate me now," and they did. They absolutely hated me. They thought I'd ruined their business, and they charged me €1,000 for a scratch jet ski.
Okay, well,
so that's my life.
But nobody got seriously
Nobody got hurt.
injured.
Like, they did. The funny thing was, once I'd paid all the money and everything, they go, "Oh, you're okay though, right?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, now you want to know? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm fine." Like, it could have been either my kidneys or the jet ski. Thankfully, it was the jet ski. It was like a massive branch, like sticking out of the water.
Did you have no supervision? They just send you out like a random person, just send you on a jet ski.
I was literally going 100 kilometers an hour. I was like max speed, trying to go for this tiny little entrance into the forest, and it wasn't my best work. Anyway, we'll see if ENCE can put their best work forward as we get into this first gun round. As they're trying to deny map points. AKs are out for Cloud9, making their way. They do a lot of A executions here. Madden at least gets some good information on the B side of the map. Locks out the double doors.
Did you say earlier in the day, I thought I was Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
That's I do my own stunts.
Well, here we go. Nertz gets the first kill, doing his own stunts as well, taking an Axal, and he's done so much damage on the other side, but somehow he can't really seem to get away. Diha's going to get traded out, so technically still a 4-on-4, but my god, that is a lot of damage onto especially Hobbit. Down low, Electronic trying to sneak in. He has to get this kill for this to even be close to a round, and somehow he fails it. Actually had Madden trapped in the corner there, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it looked like he had all the advantages, but it doesn't quite work out for him. ENCE are holding their ground here on the CT side. MP7 for Glaive, an old-school weapon for an old-school player. And Madden 4 HP, he's got the MP9. He'll be using the Desert Eagle. Look for those one-taps right now, just showing his head, so the HP is not a factor, I suppose. And yeah, I don't think Cloud9 can do much with this. Hobbit's very low indeed himself. And in terms of utility, I don't think there's anything available on the T side here. So everything in the bomb plan is yet to be seen, but Glaive is starting to tighten the noose. He's locking them in on the B side of the map as he pinces in from T-spawn.
Throwing away a Deagle bullet there. More backup is going to be showing up. Sunpire's just working it nicely. Buying a lot of time for Glaive. Eventually, he's going to get a kill with that infamous MP7. Perfecto, he should be pretty much out of this round. No matter where he turns, someone's going to be shooting him in the back, and you can tell he gets a good headshot. Somehow he's going to be close. He fakes it one more time. He's actually almost out of time. Yeah, he can't do it. My God. I wish he would have committed to it the first time, but I mean, it's a hard round to play no matter what.
Oh, what a cheeky boy, though. He went for 3 fake plants and actually made it possible there. If he gets the bomb down, I dare say he wins there. He was hitting some bangers there. He makes it very costly for the likes of ENCE, but they keep the dream alive. Like, they have not conceded map point yet. That's another decent round from them. And with the little guns as well as MP9s, MP7s, they farm some cash. Their buy should be absolutely fine going forward. Some Pius has a little wallbang kill to deny the initial plan. Like I said, this didn't have quite enough time. 1 second shy of a chance of the 1v1 clutch. They did incredibly well to bring it in close. You can see some fist bumps starting to come through now. They're not necessarily believing, but they're keeping their head above water.
I mean, yeah, that's got to be the play, right? Even if you end up losing this 12-7 or 8 or something like that, you know the excuse is going to be, well, it was a slow start, but if we had started like this, it would have been fine. So just make sure that's still a possibility. Nertz in the corner, but he is traded. What a spin around. Boomich able to pick up that kill. 4 versus 4 here. Diha happy to take the fight at range against the Tech9. I can't really blame him. Got to be careful that nobody picks up anything else down there, but yeah, Boomich. There's the AK. Still a 4-on-4.
A dangerous one.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with how deep Electronic is towards the donut here. It's a little bit intimidating. If somebody wants to get close here, they could get run down by the Tech9.
Could do. 50 seconds. Again, no grenades. They've got themselves an AK-47 in the hands of the in-game leader, Boomich. He's got himself 15 frags right now. Playing very well indeed. Going to be flashing in towards A main, trying to get some information. Get a lot more than they bargained for, though, Anders, as Boomich is ready in the anti-flash position. Here comes the utility. Sunpius is getting flashed off. Oh, he misses the first shot. It gives up his positioning as well, but Madden is picking up the pieces.
Gonna smoke him off, though. They could focus on Sunpius instead. I can't believe he's moving out. This is so dangerous, but it might also be genius at the same time. He nearly had the chance there. Madden in front of the smoke, and they are getting picked apart here. Cloud9, nice headshot again. They turned it into a 2 versus 2. I can't believe that they're still in this round, Cloud9. 5 seconds left. The bomb is getting planted. Glaive is going down. Sunpius with the pistol comes charging out, looking for the kill, but Axal will take them both down, and somehow Cloud9 end up winning the round.
Oh, wow. It was a Boomich AK-47 saved by Perfecto in the previous round that leads them to victory, as you might expect. he was just ready for that play in towards A main. They flashed through for information, but somehow he's in the anti-flash position. This is the moment. So here's the flash, and this maybe just fortunate timings. I don't think he was actually preparing for the play. It has worked in his favor, and some pass, he actually was firing off a few shots from the temple position. They knew exactly where he was. He had to bring out the P2000. Wasn't quite enough there, and it will be map point for Cloud9. 12-4.
Oh, here we go. A little bit of a rush. Cloud9 trying to end this one before ENCE even get a chance to do anything. A lot of spray through from Glaive, but the bomb is being planted on the other side. They are ready to cut the head off of ENCE. Exile is going to be taking down Glaive, and it's a 5 versus 3 before we can even introduce the round.
It's a good point, Anders. This is GG, I would say. It looks like we're all done. There's a 5-7 and a P250 on the retake, and a 5 versus 3. The P90's out and about. The bomb's planted. There's no kits available. Say your prayers, ENCE. You're going to need a miracle at this stage as Hobbit, Axel will be finding the final few kills here. Ladies and gentlemen, they have done it. The first map is completed this best of 3, and it's Cloud9 absolutely dominating the Swamps of Ancient. A 13-4 scoreline. They kicked things off at 11-1, and there was just no chance for ENCE to recover. They said at halftime, they said to take it round by round. It's the first game in the day, but they didn't really turn up, and Cloud9 absolutely dominated them.
Yeah, 11 rounds on that CT side for Cloud9. Just too much for ENCE to be flipping this one on its head. And talk about a way to be closing this out. You had some questions, about the T side of Cloud9. They hadn't shown you too much. But yeah, they had so much room to work with. Pure domination from them on map number 1.
Well, it was actually the CT side that I was concerned with. And they really found the fix. Cloud9 actually, they changed up their setup. They changed up the positions between Hobbit and Perfecto. I mean, this kind of op roulette that we're getting from the side of Cloud9 actually now falls into the hand of Perfecto. It's not that he really did anything, but Hobbit looked just way more comfortable in this position. They were so active on their defenses. They were constantly making things so uncomfortable for the ENCE side when they were on the offense.
Yeah, we've got Hobbit showing up, Electronic in the later stages of the game, but Boomage, man, he was on a tear today. I think we should begin with round number 7 because he gets an opener with a CZ. Nobody was expecting him to get this because the money in this situation for Cloud9 wasn't in the best of shapes, even though they, had that 5-round streak to start off.
Right. Henry was touching upon the fact that CS2's economy can be so brittle for the CT side, and yet Boomage was able to get that opener. They were able to just clamp down on the opposing ENCE players as they're trying to get onto that bomb site, because Boomage just took away all that space from them. He takes away Cave, pushes them down lane, ENCE, they're forced up. When you're on the offense, when you're ENCE, you feel like you're supposed to be one that's dictating the pace, but Boomage was a master of control in this game. He was throwing so many wrenches in the way of ENCE, constantly being active, proactive. Him and Hobbit both on this B defense were constantly just making ENCE so uncomfortable. This is the kind of defense you wanted to see from a team like Cloud9, where they have these players that can be so active like this, and finally, they're doing it. It's because they switched the positions.
And I love how active, exactly how you're saying, he's being on this particular position. All those highlights were coming from, so many aggressive angles on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that he knows that when Hobbit's also pushing down the lane, pushing down the ramp, that he's actually pinching. It did look like a series of individual kills there for Boomage, but that is actually supported by the fact that his team is also getting active in other positions as well. They're also covering mid very well. We saw that Electronic was able to hold that off with Perfecto very well. And so when you're a Cave player and you know that elbow position is taken care of, that nobody's going to actually just shoot you in the back of the head, that's when you feel so free to just swing down that lane and take some easy one-on-one duels.
So do you like the switch in CT setup that we saw from Cloud9? Is this what you'd kind of hope them to be doing from the offset?
I don't want to get ahead of myself because I don't want to just be results oriented because of one single half here. But if they're going to continue playing this actively and trying to fight for this much map control consistently, I think that's the way that Counter-Strike needs to play in general. And so, yeah, it's a good thing in theory as well.
Hobbit was also really showing up on the CT side, obviously affected by some of the position switch ups as well. And it's great to see him being able to have some impact because, as we were kind of stating, it's a bit of a complicated position with the AWPing side of the equation, but he was just making so much impact with the rifles in this game.
One of the things that Hobbit has been so strong at, even when he had a little bit of a downtrend in individual performance, is that he's very good at playing safely for information while actually testing opponents to just make sure, are you guys covering this spot? No? Okay, I'm going to actually push a little bit more. It's like Boomage, but a little bit lighter on the aggression. He's not always just putting pedal to the metal, running into their faces, but he's always testing opponents, and that's why he's actually a very strong B anchor. He's not just going to play back in the corner all the time unless the utility just completely forces him back. And so when he's just kind of dancing around the top of ramp and Boomich is dancing on the edge of cave right there, it's just so annoying if you're ENCE to try to take anything back from them.
Is this the site with the most Riz in Counter-Strike?
There's a lot of Riz for you going all around these parts, and Boomich might be one of the most charismatic players. I like that Electronic actually characterized him as that in the fall finals. The fact that Boomich's charisma or Riz is the reason that they're actually having this upswing in performance, and I think we're seeing it on display.
You've made me such a zoomer, Matt. It's actually insane. From charisma to chaos, though, in that second half. Round 16, do you want to explain what's going on here? Because
let's try.
Let's put some method to this madness, because this was just crazy for Cloud9 to be closing this one.
Right, 4v4 situation. We saw that D-Hall was flashed in by Sun Pius, and Cloud9 just do a great job of breaking this one down. I feel like in some ways the communication from ENCE was probably a little bit desperate in some of these moments. You see individuals almost going for these plays. Like if Sun Pius just peeks right now, they're dead, but he doesn't want to go too early, then he doesn't really commit to the fight. And I feel like the indecision here from Sun Pius, unfortunately, we talked about it in the pregame, probably has to do with the fact that he just got off a plane.
Yeah.
He just landed 2 hours or an hour and a half before this match even started. And I think that the indecision there maybe cost him some opportunities to find some kills to get his team back into that one. And that's all it took. Cloud9 were having a really tough time on that T side. ENCE were putting up a stalwart defense in general, but that's how they were broken.
Yeah, it was the hesitation really coming out of ENCE in that round that just, they paid the ultimate price for that. Small sample size that we're looking at for Cloud9 here, but how has this kind of fulfilled you, considering that this was ENCE's pick, right? We were looking at this as potentially, from Glaive's angle, punished with the AWPing situation going on in Cloud9.
I said before the map started, I thought that ENCE was going to win this one, but the CT changes, the fact that they're being pragmatic and saying, we don't need to rely on Boomich or Hobbit being the AWPer. In fact, Perfecto was the AWPer this game. It shows that there's still more levels and layers that Cloud9 have yet to unlock for themselves. And that to me actually says that this team is looking at themselves critically every single day because they just played Bet Boom. They just played that tournament and they made a roll for roll, position for position swap, and it paid off with dividends.
And that's something that Banks was actually telling us in the green room, right? He caught up with Boomich ahead of this series and he was saying that the practice here hasn't been great because so many teams have departed. So like the confidence for them to do that, which I guess would be, I presume is untested, right?
I would imagine that they have probably never even scrimmed with that setup.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they got one in, but I don't imagine that the conditions are that great based off of the information that James Banks has fed us in terms of that, they were traveling between Dubai and Abu Dhabi. I don't know what, maybe they had one day. Maybe. I
mean, already taking ENCE's pick, that's a great result in itself, and things only looking greater for Cloud9 on the other side of this break because their pick of Overpass does await. We'll see you in 3 minutes. 13-4 domination from Cloud9 on map number 1. And now we move on to their choice, which falls down to Overpass. And I want to begin off the story for this map by continuing our narrative of the AWPing questions, right? So what have we seen from Cloud9 thus far, and how are you maybe hoping this to be changing for Cloud9?
Well, on the CT side, it has been a little sprinkle of Perfecto, but I've been seeing Boomich pick up the op on this map as well. That being said, because they're going to be starting on the T side, they don't always run an op on their T side, and so that's a bit concerning if you're playing a formidable and dominant CT side team on Overpass. ENCE is not one of those, thankfully, for the side of Cloud9. So there's not going to be that sort of punish in terms of options for if someone like ENCE, someone on ENCE re-aggresses. Usually there would be an op holding a multitude of angles, but because Cloud9 aren't going to probably run an op, those options are actually very available for ENCE, but I don't think ENCE actually are going to take advantage of that. That's the whole thing. Interesting,
because we've seen ENCE play Overpass 5 times in CS2, losing 4 of those. It's not exactly a map where they feel comfortable, but bringing Glaive into the mix, do you feel like he's somebody that, you know, might be able to pick up on these kind of finer details? How would you expect Glaive to be particularly game planning coming into this?
I would expect that Glaive is well aware of what I just said, that you should be looking for re-aggresses when you're not against a formidable opper, but I don't think that this team has really found their legs in terms of putting together good CT sides. Once they have actually started including Glaive, they've only won 45% of their rounds on the defense of what is the most CT-sided map in CS2, which is Overpass. So that's a dire sign for ENCE. And I mean, I said before the series even started, I thought that map 1 would go the way of ENCE, and that would have given them maybe a chance in this series. But I see Cloud9 really looking like the stronger team on this one.
And I think when we are, questioning the AWPing side of things, it wasn't like Sunpaeus was starting lights out on that first map of Ancient, right? Obviously, we have the caveat that he's just come in. Obviously, he's just come off a long flight. He's not going to be in, the usual Sunpaeus perky form that you would be expecting. But this is going to be really important for him to be showing up on Overpass.
This is where a bit of the mental battle really takes place. And when you are just getting off of a plane, when there's a lot of tumultuous rumors regarding the future of your roster, it's easy to just slink away from these kinds of moments if you're someone like Sunpaeus or anybody on ENCE for that matter. So this is a chance for them to show a lot of resilience, and I do think that it's going to be very tough for them to bring it together, just because also, like, on top of the fact that mentally they're not probably in the best place right now, they're just simply not that great at this map.
Yeah, where are we standing on Cloud9, other than the AWPing side of the equation then? What have you seen from how they've performed, maybe with, Boomich at the helm of this Cloud9 squad on this particular map? Where are their strengths lying?
Well, I think that one thing that Boomich has taken with him from the good old NAVI days is that they are effective at taking space in multiple positions at once. Sometimes there will be connector aggression on T side while they're taking space towards Fountain. Their B lurks can be effective as well. It's just that it's almost hard to spectate a good Boomich called T side on this map, because there will be the kill feed will rattle off and you'll be like, why was there another kill? And it's just like, because there's action on multiple sides of the map. So it's going to throw ENCE into a position where if they're not up to snuff, and I'll just say they haven't been on their defense of this map, well, things are going to get really hectic for them and very confusing very fast.
Final thoughts, Maui. Are Cloud9 going to be taking this one in 2? I'm
going to say 13-9 Cloud9 win, yes.
13-9. I love how specific you are with that.
That's what I'm here for. I throw it out. I throw out the bold preds. Just make it a little bit more interesting.
In terms of what we saw from Ancient as well, obviously, we were praising Hobbit quite a lot in terms of those mix-ups. Where do you think he's going to be landing on this particular map? What kind of, impact is he going to be having? Are you expecting the same as what we saw on Ancient?
I don't think that I doubt they're going to change anything, so I think it's going to be more of the same. So I think a lot of this is going to be off the back of some good Boomich rounds, some good electronic rounds, and I feel like they're going to be the 2 top fraggers for C9.
Well, yeah, we heard Henry G earlier. He was feeling the love for Glaive, but I don't know, man. Do you think they have it in them to turn this series around?
Look, we all know who the real of that first map was. It was Jetlag. That was the winner of the first map, and that's not going to be a factor moving on now. Everyone's had a couple of coffees, they've woken up, and I feel like we can bring things back to life here for ENCE. So move on to Overpass, as Boomich, his woes continue, his technical issues are going to slow us down a little bit, Anders, but not all is lost. There's still going to be an exciting second map here. At least ENCE managed to get a couple of rounds there in the second half. It wasn't a complete blowout, I suppose. They didn't get 13-0'd, but pretty close to it after that first half, 11-1. Cuban, though, trying to keep things together. We heard that TeamSpeak clip. Just saying, boys, it doesn't really matter. It's the first map. It doesn't matter what the scoreline is. We can move on. We can wake up and just enjoy ourselves, although little to enjoy in that sort of outing.
It's not a lot, Henry. I agree. I do like PR spin, Henry. I think that's great. Like, I appreciate that. You know, you gotta try and find the best possible stories of blaming it all on jet lag.
That's what I'm going with. That's the only thing that makes sense to me right now.
It's been done before, to varying levels of success. You know, not a lot of sympathy whenever the Americans do it, but...
No, we haven't heard it being thrown around for a while, but I'm just going to use it here, just for the context of that 13-4. It was their map pick, however. It doesn't bode well for Glaive & Co., as Overpass, as I mentioned before, one of the most technical maps, especially on the CT side, controlling those rotations and fending off the B executions so it could come in time and time again. And you'd have to imagine it will be ENCE at least starting on the CT side. They've got that going in their favor, but they could be pulled around the map and absolutely bullied here.
We talked about it as well. The Desk brought it up. You know, Sunpire's just almost, barely touching down in Abu Dhabi before he is going to be thrown into plane. That's a rough turn of events. I don't know about you, but when I get off a plane, like, you want to get to the hotel room, you want to like take a shower or something. Like, you want to feel like a human being again. So just being thrown right into it, and he's ready to play. Maybe not the most ideal circumstances, but
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I will definitely give them that. As looks like Boom with the headset's on. He's been the one slowing us down today with a few audio issues, but hopefully he is good to go and we can get Overpass underway momentarily. If you're just joining us, this is the first best of 3 of the day. We've got 3 more to come after this one. This one could be quick. Cloud9 versus ENCE continues here. Take over Cloud9, Overpass, and they'll be starting that T side almost certainly here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. We'll have a look at the buys as they come through, see if we can work out where they're heading. They've got themselves an array of utility here. We've got Smoke, Molotov, and double flashbangs for Boomich. Could mean the P250 is in the hands of Perfecto as well as they make their way towards that playground. All 5 players, and there's execution from long potentially.
It could be pretty sick if they keep going, honestly, because... in a pretty standard way, there's 4 people.
No one's in the bathrooms to hear this. They have no idea. So it's down to some pies. He's been good with that P2000, to be fair. Spots 1. We'll call for the cavalry now.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of info just taking that peek at the corner, but good job not going down. He's ready, trying to get that headshot. A little bit of a wide swing, but he's good for 1. Still dueling for more, and it's probably time to pull the plug, but before he can, Axel will take him down. Nert's just showing up at the spot. Glaive is here as well. They are winning the battles at the moment. This is a good start so far for ENCE. Perfecto getting very close with the P250, and he'll take down Nert's. Axel to follow it up on Glaive, and this is starting to get a little bit out of control now. Madden and Diha left.
I think it should be recoverable, though. The smoke down makes things a little bit more interesting. Allows the CTs to get out of the initial CT spawn spot. And it's going to be Madden. Initial kill, 2 versus 2 now. Oh my goodness, and he gets another. Boomich left in the 2 versus 1. Diha won't be able to close things out there. A much needed pistol for ENCE going in their favor. Decent retake there after what seemed like a very a very difficult task to recover, considering they lost so much map control. Their T's were so close toward the bomb site, but they slowed them right down. There's some Pius playing on the front foot, making sure he could cause as much damage as possible before he went down, and delayed them for that plan. And Madden, great retake here. The second kill, absolutely stunning, as Diha with those dualies closing things out there. But the bomb got planted, Anders, as I always say, it's a victory in its own right, because it means you get these Galils in the second round. A bit more firepower. We're going to see Mac 10s. There's a Galil for Axel. So difficult round to fend off here. This means they focused more on the execution potential more than they have the firepower. It suggests it was going to go towards B and just completely flood the bomb site with grenades, Molotovs, flashes, as Perfecto just shows his hand towards middle just to make sure that they can't just push and get in towards T-spawn behind them before they execute.
We do normally see more rifles in this kind of a round for a T-side that's part of the bomb, but we'll see. Maybe it's going to make a lot of sense. I mean, there are a lot of great positions to throw grenades in. Double nade here towards the ramp, and look at that. They blow up Diha. It couldn't have worked better on Axel with the opening. Oh my god. Before anyone's even touched foot on the B-bomb side, they've almost wiped out the defense. They have, in fact, wiped out the entire defense. What a ridiculous execute.
We are going to see Sun Pius left with the scout. Flash, incendiary, 4 versus 1. He's been good with this P2000. It's made a bit of a return in CS2, but it will be Axel that's going to be closing things out. Anders, they don't really do anything. There's no defense whatsoever in towards B. And like I said, it's all about that kind of initial presence towards middle, because sure, you can go for the B execution out of spawn, but you have no idea they're going to be controlling towards that connector / T-spawn position. They give the double nades towards the wooden boards here. A lot of damage done. Kills found, and Axel pushing forward in towards Graffiti, and they just can't hold them back. And now this outcome is actually worse than losing the pistol on the CT side. Because now, instead of the $1,900 you'd get in the second round, you get $1,400, and you're on the CT side as well, so you're down to 0. Meaning you have to force buy, because if you can take the full eco, 1,900 on top means you still won't be able to buy in the next round, so you might as well fully invest here, and it's going to be like 5.7s. 5.7 P250 smokes, and I hope in the dream, but they're not fully investing. They've gone for this maybe $500 investment, which a lot of teams towards the end of CSGO are saying this is the way to do it. Keep some money in the tank so you don't get completely wrecked going into that first gun round.
Sure. Either way, it's not a great look, is it?
No, it doesn't look promising, I'll say that much. Glaive with no Kevlar. Got himself a smoke and a flash, and it's the first grenade. D had no Kevlar either. He gets a nade to the face and pretty much takes max damage there. So Hobbit, MP7. Second outing for that particular weapon we've seen. And they're getting a lot of control of the map. Everyone overlooks this position. I'll never know why. No one ever checks it. This time they do. Good job.
One time. You are right. It has to be one of the most overlooked positions. I guess just mentally you're looking at the bomb side. You're thinking about something else, but it is disgusting how often it just gets...
I'd say the cubby at top of Mid Inferno as well. That's number 2 for sure.
Yeah.
Yo, have we got different text on the bomb? Like, it looked like we had a different font there. And it looked like it was a little bit more bold. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. That has been known to happen.
Could be jet lag.
Yeah, it could be my jet lag setting in at Electronic. He's got himself, looks to be an easy couple of frags here. Great mechanics on dodging the flash and just mowing them down. Very enjoyable sequence from him. And bear in mind, that was pretty much not the force buy. Like I said, they kept themselves with $400 or so, and they are going to have to be full eco regardless going forward here. So 2-1 down. It all started here. Hobbit did check, and he will be setting Electronic up as they were trying to make their way towards T-Spawn. Maybe find some exits, but great stuff there. Spray control, the M4A4 completely handled, and then woes continue here in the best of 3. So yeah, like I said, it has to be the full eco. No two ways about it. USPs, PD1000, and a bit of a B stack, all 5 players on this side of the map. Remember back in the day, Astralis used to do that kind of stack in the pit of this bomb site with 5 players?
Yeah.
Maybe Glaive can bring that back. But he hasn't, and as you can see, it hasn't really worked out for him.
Like you've been highlighting a couple of times, right? He's sort of playing in the leftover of whatever snap he had managed to build, and it's just got to be such a confusing position to be in here. So I guess, it's probably just to try and couch this whole ENCE adventure so far, just in the light of what it is, right? Like they're just getting together, and then half of them are leaving, at least possibly. I don't know how much it's been confirmed yet.
Well,
but,
HLTV usually don't miss. If they're posting a news report on it, it probably got some pretty decent grounds to it, I would say.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see as the first gun round will come through. M4s across the board. M4A1S, and that's not great news for some players. Like the CT side of Overpass, you do need his presence, to be honest with you. This is where he can really carry the team through this sort of map. It's an AWP's paradise, to use another cliche Counter-Strike term. I think one I probably started saying. But we'll see if there's anything that can be done here. They've got no kits, bare bones utility, and in terms of the initial map control, not much for Cloud9. They've played quite a passive setup here, just waiting for any sort of aggression presented by the CTs. There hasn't been much, and they're setting themselves up for a 5-man A play. To be fair, the CTs might be ready for this one. They've got 3 players on this side of the map, looking combative, ready to fight.
I like the fact that they not only have 3 people here, but they're actually moving forward. I love this play from ENCE
run boost and CS2 suck. I don't know what it is. Like, they seem super inconsistent. Even boosting on players' head, it feels like 1 out of 10 times you'll be sliding around. It's super odd, but I think they pulled it off.
Ooh, well, they're going to find Hobbit at the start of it. That's everything they could have wanted. All they need to do is get back around the corner. They're going to stick around for kill on Electronic as well, but this has worked out so well. I do like the proactive play coming out from ENCE in this particular round. If you're going to have 3 people stacked at the A-bomb side, which is quite a lot for a map like Overpass, normally you could get away with even playing just the 1 and having 4 people at the B-bomb side. That happens more often than maybe you would expect. So having 3 people on A, but having them move forward, definitely the right choice here. And this round is going to expire. So ENCE, this is huge for them, right? They not only get the round, but they actually get to keep everyone alive.
That's significant, to say the very least. Said some Pius would maybe not have as much impact without the AWP, but he gets that opening frag and starts doing a lot of damage in towards middle. They seem to be focusing most of their manpower on that side of the map. It was a 5-man adjustment from Cloud9 trying to get that execution potential online, but couldn't even get close towards the bomb site. 3-2, and the money's still okay for Cloud9. They've actually got quite a lot of cash, to be honest with you. How's Axel got like $9,000? How's he pulled that one off?
I don't know.
He's still got the M4. I guess they're saving a couple of weapons, but just a crazy amount of cash. And we'll see Perfecto opening frag, not going in his favor, but the trade certainly will. Madden goes down. 4-4 certainly favors the T side here on Overpass. Hobbit will find the second kill of the round. The player that's really been the most promising for ENCE so far in the series, Sun Pius, he goes down early as well. So we need a reaction. We need it quick. Nerds taking matters into his own hands as he pushes in towards T-Spawn, trying to get some information. That surprise attack in the back. Axel, though, on high alert, Anders, and ready for that sort of maneuver.
Yeah, they are keenly aware that something could be up. I do like this position for Nerds. Very hard for them to fight anything with them. Axel trying to see if he can get them down, but Nerds might actually swing this back in their favor. This is huge. He's brought it back into a 2 versus 2, and with a health advantage in favor of the rest of ENCE here. So Nerds absolutely pulling out a couple of massive kills.
Yeah, that was huge. It's probably enough to win the round unless Glaive misses that shot. He is dead accurate, though. Finds the head of Hobbit, and Boomich with 14 points of health almost has no chance here. Maybe he can get the bomb planted. Throws some Molotov down. He's up to something here. He's cooking. He's suggesting he's running in toward Day with that Molotov, but he knows the CTs might take the bait. But he doesn't. And it will be another success run there for ENCE. You can see quite a dejected-looking Madden after that first map. I suppose it's not surprising after losing 13-4 on their pick. But starting to look better now. Starting to look active.
He's always been a bit of an emotional player, hasn't he? I actually think that's one of the reasons why it's been kind of fun to follow his career. Like, he definitely, you can tell when he's excited, and you can also tell when he's frustrated. I kind of like watching players like that. It does make it a bit more fun.
He wears his heart on his sleeve.
That's exactly right. Well, 3-3. It does get all tied up.
Oh, it's a nice Molotov for you. Straight towards that party position. No fun for Nerds. He wasn't invited. They have to fall back here. This is more traditional default now. Cloud9 is going back to the basics. Those set pieces off the get-go haven't worked out for a couple of rounds here. It's going to establish some basic control of the connector. Normally, the first port of call on Overpass is over towards the bathrooms. Push the CTs back, deny vision, and try and take material en route.
Listen, Pius has finally got the AWP up and running, so that's kind of something to think about too.
Absolutely. This is where the AWPers can absolutely dominate. If you've got a strong AWPer that can act like the turret on the A bomb site, you can really actually have a strong B defense, sometimes even having 4 players over there. And a player like Sunpies, he's got such a kind of scary presence there. You might just want to avoid him in general, but time will tell. He hasn't given up his first shot just yet. He's holding a smoke in hand. 50 seconds. As things start to get a little bit more complicated for Cloud9. Taking significant damage as Hobbit's down to 37 points of health. It's 3-3. It's very early days here. CT's now deploying their final stages of utility, holding them off as long as possible, whittle down the clock. You can see Glaive with the incendiary, ready to throw towards shore. He wants to hold on to the last possible moment, though. That first entry kill doesn't work out. Electronic is low HP, but still gets a double kill, Anders.
I have no idea how he got away with that second one. Glaive is going to be kicking himself when he watches the demo because that was close to being a functional round for them. Hobbit with a good headshot. They took their time, even though it was running the clock down low. 14 seconds on the bomb there when it goes down, but some highs and nuts, especially with the weight, or the cost, I should say, of that AWP. It's risky to try and retake this one. And they might have already made the call and said that's not going to be worth it.
They obviously don't have the direct information, the 2 players that are around 10 points of health. But Electronic, I agree with you. I have no idea how he gets that second kill as well. Looks like there was almost certainly going to be some trade potential there. Glaive did significant damage. Nerds continues to do so as at least tries to keep them modest here. But the money, like we said, is actually already an impressive spot. They're going to get an extra $3,500 on top of the quite substantial amounts of cash they already have already. So racks on racks coming through here as Hobbit. He does go down. 10 points of health. The blast radius in CS2 can be a bit ridiculous. And this was Electronic. So down to like 10 points of health here. How Glaive doesn't kill him there, I don't know, Andy. That is rough. That is a bit rough.
Yeah, he
had to trade that.
He definitely needed to, and it would have made a huge difference, right, for Glaive.
It was the round, honestly.
Yeah, you've got to say. A little bit of a shaken head there for Madden. He's not happy about the fight that he had against Hobbit, but what can you do? A 4-3 lead, but remember this is Cloud9 on the T side of Overpass, so they're going to be quite happy with this in an MR12 format. This is pretty good already. They're probably enough for them to feel safe.
He's had enough. He's so good, like in terms of like reading the game and understanding where his enemies potentially are positioned. Like he's one of those players that just seems to have that sixth sense as he opens things up, taking matters into his own hands, finding the opening kill. Nerds chomping at the bit to get stuck in and start the backstab as well. Needs to be careful though. Hobbit's coming in from that connector position, trying to sniff him out. Can sense that they've actually got decent control here towards the T steps, and he'd be right in thinking so. Nerds does initiate the flank.
Yeah, but Nerds is this is a weird position to be in for everyone at the moment. Sunpire's going to get another kill on to Perfecto, but Axal is all the way deep in here. It looks like Sunpire's is aware that they could have made their way in, so this is just really, really great game sense. If you would have kept falling back into the A bomb site, there was a chance that he was just going to get shut down, but look at this. The bomb is planted, in spite of the fact that all of the controllers on the end side, 5 versus 3. This is a bit of a funky round. There's another Molotov still on electronic. I won't rule out that this could still be a round that could work for the T side. Axal with a headshot. He sees more. Going to be Sunpire's to get the third kill of the round for himself, and that also loses that Molotov. So the potential after plant here should be ENCE's, but it's not done yet.
Hang on. Hobbit is still alive and kicking Anders. If that second kill comes through, he knew it as well. There was a real chance he could win that. There's a distinct lack of defuse kits there. So that one kill is the difference making. See, it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
One more kill would have done it there. It's still quite close, to be fair. But they do get the job done and tie things up at 4-4. ENCE, a much-needed round going in their favor. As it's all down to Sunpire, to be honest with you. These are the sort of plays we need to see him make in the CT side of Overpass. He needs to be unpredictable, get under their skin, and hopefully continue to find shots like that, because he's going to have to be the force that slows down Cloud9 here. A close round still. Hobbit knows if he gets that next kill, he probably wins the round, even though it was like a 4 versus 1. The first two would have been absolutely everything. There was 1 second left on that defuse. A timeout called by Cuban, the new coach, of course, replacing Saw, and hopefully will have something up his sleeve here to continue this winning train.
Yeah, by the sounds of it, a very difficult coach to replace. What Sword managed to build with Snappy.
With Snappy, right? That was like that. They were the duo, the partnership, right? So he's obviously got his work cut out for him here. Not much practice after the Alyssa Masters. They got to the semi-finals there, lost 0-2 to Apex. And now had a couple of days prac in between, like no chance to Glaive to really build a system. And let's just check in, see what's going on.
Let's play fucking Anubis after this shit.
Yeah, we should.
Let's win this, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on.
Yeah, Anubis would be the third map if they get this one over the line. They seem fired up this time. There's some signs of life there, Anders.
I like it. I like that energy. Keep it going. See if they can win this one. They're a step in the right direction. Glaive going to be taking down Hobbit to begin with. So 4 versus 5 here at the start of this one. ENCE needed badly. Boomich, though. Glaive caught looking the wrong way with his back turned. It's going to be a trade fest going on the B bomb side. Axal to participate, taking down Diha. And just like that, it's a 2 versus 2. Smoke up on the high ground, Sunpires. You wouldn't. It's a little bit wild if you try and come through the smoke.
Important swing round here, Anders, for both teams. They're both fully invested. We have a 2 versus 2. Axal couldn't find the bomb. Dropped by Nerds. Both players up and towards heaven, and Perfecto is saying his prayers here. He's got a very difficult clutch ahead of him. Sunpires with the AWP, trying to get that first bit of information, and he gets a lot more than that. A face full of lead. And they know that Nerds was up there as well. Perfecto hoping to outmaneuver him here. He's got 35 seconds to work with. Nerds has left the heaven position there. A sound cue has been given up. He didn't spot anyone towards heaven. Oh my goodness, Nerds might have absolutely owned him in this reposition. He has no idea that he's actually moved his way through, but the timing eludes him.
It's so ridiculous. There we go, Perfecto. He goes down. Nerds managed to follow through on that one, but my God, they were both dancing with each other there. Obviously, eventually, Perfecto, he had the clock running against him, so he had to try and go back and get the bomb planted, but that got really, really close.
Tantalizingly close, and no bomb planted. As I mentioned, it's a swing round. The fact it comes down to a 1 versus 1, I'm not sure the AWP was recovered there. It was up towards heaven, right? So
Yeah,
maybe
I don't
he had
think
just
so.
enough time. I'm not sure. It didn't look like he actually ran towards it. Some frustration now for Cloud9. It's their map pick, and not really running away with it the same manner as they once were. There is the AWP for Sunpire, so we'll get into round number 10 here. It's a bit of an eco for Cloud9 as we rush in B, boys. Let's get into it.
With almost nothing at all in the back pockets here, just the pistols. I don't think, yeah, maybe a Tech 9, but that was about it. The rest of them on Glocks, and they are getting absolutely wrecked. A quick round, and, you know, maybe build a little bit of momentum for ENCE here. They are starting to rack up some rounds. It's a lot better than it ever was on Ancient, to be fair. So, you know, maybe they can keep it up.
Maybe. It's a simple procedure for Madden and Co. here. Even while flashed, so much damage output here from these rifles against the unarmored opponents. Nothing really done there. Let's get the round over with, I suppose. 6-4, though. They've won 50% of the rounds. Can they keep it up? Can actually win the halfway on the CT side? It'd be a great return to form after getting walloped on the first map, 13-4. Couple more rounds to go, and the opening frag this time found by Hobbit. First advantage they've had in some time, and are they able to maintain it? That is the question.
Well, look at the money for Cloud9. So if they were to lose this round, there's actually a chance for ENCE to get close to something like an 8-4 finish in the first half. It'd be really sick for them, but
it'd be amazing.
Cloud9 win this one.
First map.
Yeah, I mean, that would be one hell of a recovery. But it could go the other way instead.
Sunpius was the one leading by example in the early stages, but it's the B bomb site defense that has looked rock solid ever since, and that's where Cloud9 are deciding to go. 3 players towards Monster, trying to beat the smoke, but they can't beat Diha. He'll get that first kill. Boomage goes down, but so much damage from Electronic here. It's up to Glaive. He needs more than one. He can't find it. Might not be worth going for this one after all. One more round to be played after it. Their money is okay. They can justify a retake here. They can actually give the 3 versus 2 a go.
Especially because I think there was this failed smoke at the high ground. I think they had the smoke. I think that's what you see down there. So
it makes
a lot more space.
Right?
Yeah, you can really put that sniper to use all of a sudden. And there's no bomb plant yet. A lot of damage on the Hobbit. My God.
He's so scary to play against. Sunpius always seems to get the timing right. We've got Madden tucked in towards the sandbag short as well. They are going to go behind him, but he'll be aware of it. Like I said, he does have some uncanny ability to read the round. Yeah, look at him. He's just ready to go. He knows you're coming. Every time he gets it right.
They're running straight past him. This is pretty sick, and he's ready. Taking down Hobbit. You're actually on point, Henry. This is uncanny for Sunpius. I can't believe that he's got away with it.
So, 2-on-2. Sunpius keeps the round competitive here. Bomb planted, advantage Cloud9. The AI is at the top trying to work out who will be taking this one. You can see they've got a slight edge, but the round is still on. The bomb is ticking at some pace now. They need to initiate this retake. Both players hidden behind the bank.
It's Madden with the fuse kit, and oh my God, he just looks away the wrong time. That's so unfortunate.
Defuse that.
Yeah, this could work out. Molotov on the one side, HE on the other, but he's going to fake it the one time. He had to do it, but Axile's going to be ready on the other side. It's a huge return into the round here for Cloud9, and they are going to be up to 5 going into the last round of the half.
Money won't be amazing, though. Sure, they win it, but as mentioned before, winning by virtue of explosions, $3,500. Everyone was fully invested there. There's going to be a few concessions to be made going forward. It was another scrappy round. They're not dominating Overpass like you might expect. It's Electronic doing the majority of the heavy lifting there to close out the round. There it is, 6-5, looking to find this final round if possible. So, as mentioned, you can see Galil's Deagles, after winning the previous round, he looks like a force buy almost.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. A little bit disappointing, perhaps. We'll see if it's going to be quite enough. Sunpius up to his old tricks again, pushing forward.
So good. He is ready.
Boomage, who's 2-10 at the end of the half.
Yeah, I think he's been picked up by Sunpius pretty much every single round, and he is holding his ground here as well. He hasn't missed a shot yet. Looking for that hat trick. Finally, one whistle by Perfecta. They know where he is. Can he get one more for good measure? Apparently not, but the damage has already been done. Great shot from Nerds. He's been very active here on the CT side of Overpass. 1 minute 15, 4 versus 2. It looks like ENCE are going to win this half, as it's Diha applying the pressure with the MP9. Backstabbing, of course, and now just Perfecto. Throws away the AWP, and it's at the final round. Doesn't really matter, but good discipline anyway. Good to keep that kind of philosophy going. Should just be a matter of time. And ladies and gentlemen, they've done it. After getting absolutely dominated on Ancient 13-4, they've won the first half of Overpass. ENCE are back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The Counter-Strike year is coming to a close. It all culminates here at the Blast Premier World Finals 2023, live and direct from Abu Dhabi. You join us for the first series of the day. It's Group A, upper bracket semi-final between Cloud9 and ENCE. First map 13-4 in favor of Cloud9, and here, it's up for debate. ENCE with a decent showing, a return to form. They find 7 rounds on their defense here, and a pistol might actually give them a fighting chance of taking us to Anubis. Still a lot of work to do, but it's looking much better than the first Anders.
Yes, it is. We did get to listen in. They did sound like they still kept the energy. They were looking for Anubis. They never really gave up hope. Even on the first map when they were getting beat up, they still retained that energy. So we want to see them continue on this one. Electronic, though, shooting Glaive in the back of the head before they even really get to the bomb site. That's a bit of a disaster. The bomb plant, it's been delayed, and now the rest of Cloud9 are really showing up. This has fallen apart for ENCE. They were not expecting that backstab.
There's a chance still. Sampayas is fighting back. He's looking dangerous out there. I think he's done enough as Perfect has been painted into a corner, and it's the round victory for ENCE. It wasn't looking good at all. The backstab at the start of the round from Electronic, he thought they would be done, but Sampayas, he is fighting valiantly every single round as they manage to take them all down by virtue of kills. No bomb plant required here. Sampayas patrolling the perimeters here, finding the Julies, and then doing absolute work in this pistol round. Another hat-trick for himself here, continuing to carry ENCE through this second map. He's not going down by the fight, that's for sure. Glaive's loving it. Madden's back. And there's Sampayas on your screen right now as well. Stoic.
I
victory.
reckon some of those kills, they probably didn't need to fight him. I feel like they were getting a little bit too aggressive, perhaps Cloud9.
I feel like they maybe overstepped the mark a little bit there. They could have stayed defensive. They both swing out, didn't expect that second Bathrooms player, and there was no bomb planted. No bomb required. They just win with kills after losing the first couple of frags. So the CT swinging out from short, applying some pressure here. Nuts needs to be careful, and he's not. Gives it the first rifle here. So the B stack actually doing quite significant damage. Glaive's got 1 point of health, and they've lost Nerds en route as well. The A-bomb site's wide open, and Dihaz trying to find that space.
They find Glaive right then and there. Like you said, he was already down low. Dihaz almost getting out-battled there.
It's a powerful
that in itself was scary. Yeah, it is. You're right. Hard to get through here for the CT side. Even if they have the men advantage, how do you actually make it through with nothing to flash your way in or anything else?
Bombs being planted truck side. They should still win this round. Massive advantage still for ENCE, even though it's going to be a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, as soon as the bomb is planted, that really makes the difference. What? That's a USP! How did he get that shot through? I can't believe it. But Dihaz, he's down and out. Madden and Sampayas, they're getting dinked again. The USPs.
Like this.
And now the Galil follow-up. I don't like it either, Henry, but it's what we have to deal with. Madden in a 1 versus 4 now. The bomb's being defused. 10 seconds, but we're all the way down to 3. They're right on top, and they're going to get the round. I can't believe it.
I can't either. It was looking so good. Everything was going so well for them. And that's the round they lose to the full eco, the USPs. To be fair, there were some shenanigans in there. We had that smoke kill coming through towards the bank side. But the initial frags, I feel like they didn't display enough discipline here. Like, let them have short at this stage. And to be fair, Glaive, he was trying to smoke off the connector. He had 1 point of health, and it just goes from bad to worse. Cloud9 played that to perfection. They couldn't have done much more. And yeah, Sampayas knows that's significant. And that's a big round to give up. And at least they got the bomb planted. But they're going to take the full eco, take this one on the chin. As Cloud9 get a direct injection of cash here. Their full eco leads them to having multiple rifles now on the CT side. Galil's AK-47, the first kill for Axiles, no problem whatsoever. And we've got Madden also down to 16 points of health. I think he got caught in the crossfire there. Takes a dink. Nice nade. Doesn't quite get him.
Yeah, but it is close. I think Axiles kind of realized he's not really worth sticking around, and I agree. There's nothing to be accomplished by doing it, so just maybe leave it alone for the minute. 4 versus 5. But a lot of the wins out of the ENCE sails, you've got to say here. Some spray coming through and connecting with Sampayas on the other side. All the momentum that they had built out seems like it's been washed away by just one unfortunate round, but some great shots with the USPs. They just, I can't even believe it. The shot through the smoke up by the bank side in that previous round was absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it broke my heart to see that. And we thought even with that man disadvantage, they could pull that round back, but things going bad to worse here. No real damage inflicted. as Cloud9 pull another round back. Just a one-round game now, as there will be AK-47s available, but this is now where Cloud9 can start to stretch their legs on the CT side. They've got so much money to work with here. No players going down, so there won't be an AWP straight away at least. Well, we'll see. They've got rifles across the board, lots of utility. Money in reserve as well. Perfecto with $6,000, 8-7, and you can see that the buy, friends, still after the full eco isn't amazing. 3 Galils, focusing more on the utility. Suggests we'll see a default into an execution, but time will tell. We get into another important round here. Missed incendiary. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's designed to be like that to just completely lock them out. The way it's spilling down, I think it does deny the access still.
It looked like it. They weren't moving forward, but it is one of those grenades that does get missed an enormous amount. So,
yeah, that's why more teams are like opting to just smoke the steps now instead, because it seems a lot more consistent than the incendiary.
Or people Molotov towards the playground.
The playground, instead, right? And then you smoke off towards the top of the steps, and then you can actually deny access towards the playground. That seems to be the main approach these days, and trying to make their way through the smoke. It's going to be Nerds here. Great entry frags, and Glaive, he's actually chiming in as well here. There might be a fighting chance of doing considerable damage. It's up to Axel, though. Electronic on the flank. He'll probably push this smoke and get stuck in nice and early. Bomb planted. Oh, it now will be, but this kill is everything. Nerds gets it.
And to get the trade as well on Sunpires, it's just Nerds. And they know exactly where he is.
The smoke is giving him a nice veil, though. He can actually work with this one. He's got a smoke available to himself. Going to sit in that second one. Try and run the clock down.
It's awkward. They do have kits on the other side, so they have time. They can allow this to play itself out. And now they're going to be doubling up. They don't exactly know where he is. He's played it really well so far. He tries, but the headshot comes through. Axel able to find him on the other side. I've got to say, that's a lot of patience shown from Nerds. It's a great way to play that round.
I really like that. I thought he actually was going to win that round with that particular idea. Sitting in the smoke, using the bomb site as cover. And they've got to check the key choke points, right? Monster towards shore, maybe even heaven. But no, he was sat there in the smoke. Nice reaction from Axel to close things out. It's fortunate he gets the kill. He had no vision with that smoke being dropped as well, but they get the job done. As you mentioned, they did have those kits as well, so we're going to tie things up. The bomb was planted. Nice indeed, Hobbit. As we will see, presumably, a partial buy here. Sunpie saving his pennies for the AWP going forward. Sacrifices his Kevlar and firepower. And Stiha to make his way through the connector here. So you'd assume just a B play here of some variety. Try and get the bomb planted. Maybe get a bit more out of it if you get these initial frags. 4 players, make it 5 on their way towards the B bomb site. It's Electronic to smoke them out for now and get himself in a nice strong position.
And they've got known sniper Boomich on the AWP as well. They managed to pick up that weapon. Some grenades being exchanged back and forth here in that monster tunnel, but a lot more grenades on the CT side that they can throw at that. Even they are starting to fall low, so I'm going to be careful about that one. Nobody's flanking this time, so I don't know for ENCE. One good entry and that might be enough, and they're going to get it with the grenades, but Electronic and Hobbit answer back in a massive way for the smoke. It's another USP headshot, and Cloud9 are looking so hot to win this map right now. You can feel it. They have the economy on their side, and they have that little roll now going their way too.
Yeah, they're looking strong now. Money starting to swell. Having some very clean rounds in the last few. Electronic, Hobbit working in tandem here. Pedaling their way to victory. As Hobbit through the smoke once again with that USP. And it will be Cloud9 to take the lead at this stage. Hopes and dreams for ENCE now diminishing. That was the partial buy. You can even call it an eco of players about Kevlar, but AWP is what Sunpius wanted. He's looked fantastic in that opening half. 12 kills to his name. Hobbit with decent short control, though. Tucks himself in, looks towards the connector for now. And it's Nerds waiting for this sort of play. He's anticipating a push through the short pipe, but we'll see if he gets it. Very early on to round, Sunpius holding towards connector right now, and is Madden trying to find space along. Axel to defend. Oh, he's got an inkling.
Yeah, I wonder if you heard him. Madden did step really, really close to that tree. You're going to be careful about that. I don't know if that was the case, but either way, good awareness for Axel. Hobbit just waiting here, making sure that no one's coming through. Glaive, he's got the right idea, and he actually does get to see, I think, just a leg of Hobbit before, so...
Yeah, he's aware of those Hobbit tendencies. Tucking himself in. No escape. If he's checked, he is removed from the equation. Glaive pulls it back to a 4-on-4. Speaking of which, 45 seconds remaining. And it's Axel. Still controlling long, but he can sense that actually making their way in towards the A bomb side. Now, this is where Boomich will be tested. Not known to be an AWP over the years. Normally good for one kill in these defensive angles. That's what he's already known for. That's unfortunate. It's 99 damage to Diha. Clips him. It's enough to nullify his round, but doesn't get the frag, unfortunately.
Axel just with his back turned to the smoke, but Nert's going to be able to take him down. 17 seconds on the clock here, and no one's really feeling safe to plant the bomb. Glaive, he loses the bomb, in fact. 10 seconds now. 2 versus 2. Another peek is coming in. They're running forward. It's a great move for Electronic. Even if he wouldn't have got it. Oh, they're solo on time. But the bomb, it is going to get planted. Nert's ice cold. Didn't fake it out or anything else like that. A little bit of a peek there, and he's going to get the headshot against Boomich. It's such a close round. But ENCE, they win it, and they absolutely needed to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It felt like that round was going to fall apart there. Axel with the opening frag in towards that bathroom position. Slowly but surely, though, they made their way up towards the bomb site, applying a ton of pressure. It was unfortunate for Boomich there, and he gets that opening frag. Like I said, 99 damage. That's so unfortunate for him. It did just make things a little bit more problematic, and Nerds delivering the goods just when they needed it most there. Of course, Boomich aggressive in the 1 versus 1. Didn't want to allow him to reposition, missed his shot, and we'll see if they can bounce back. As mentioned, they had a ton of money from the previous success, but the scoreline is all tied up, 9-9. ENCE will have a disparity, though. You can see they've got Galils and Mac-10s even after winning the previous round. The fact it came down to a 1 versus 1, they only get 3250 by winning by virtue of kills. So, yeah, the money is low. They need this round. If they don't win this round, Anders, it's 10-9, and they're like full eco territory again. So this is like must win, and unfortunately, you don't have everything you need. You've got a distinct lack of utility and firepower, to be fair. Some Pius just has AWP, but elsewhere, this could be rough. The good news is a couple of players have got helmets on the CT side, so those Galils, they can still have a nasty bite to them, along with that Mac-10. And it's going to be a B play, 4 players on this side of the map.
Ooh, let's see where they want to go.
Some Pius is alone with the AWP. He's looking towards A. He's got players around him.
That's so risky if he tries to reconnect down for the connector, but on the other hand, we'll see if they even need him at this point. They're so close to the bomb site.
They got a plan out of this, for sure.
Yeah, and nobody from Cloud9 was anywhere near the monster tunnel, and Perfecto goes down. They might almost just save.
I think you're right.
This is crazy.
Like, unless Axel does something wild and finds a couple, it's probably not worth going for it. They got the bomb down way too easily. There wasn't much defense, but Axel, there's the kill. That might be the cue to go for this retake now. Electronic, he certainly seems to think so. Applying that pressure. They have got kits available. Those Galils, it's going to be very difficult to hold them off. Both players residing in towards a short position. Oh, a terrifying smoke here. Need a bit of luck with the spray. Can they deny the plant? Oh, it's close, but no, Glaive can't do it. And some Pius with no choice but to save. If he gets that kill, you never know. There might have been a chance there. Some Pius will hold on to the AWP, but the round falls apart. It was looking good for a second. We were speculating the fact that the CTs would even save. If Axel found some damage, they would go for it. He finds the kill, and that was the chance for Electronic to pounce on the bomb side. He just didn't have the firepower to hold them off at that stage. Nerds did absolutely everything he could. The opening frag was there. It was a 5-on-4 advantage. That was the moment I think the round fell apart. D-Hub couldn't hold them off coming in from CT, and so much damage from Glaive, tantalizingly close, and it will be a frustrating finish. Fortunately, the bomb gets planted, Anders. We said their money would be wrecked going forward, so you can see with the bomb planted, the lost bonus there, they can still bring out the Galils, the Mac-10. They saved the AWP from the previous round, so not all is lost.
No, they're still fighting for it. They haven't given up the dream of playing on Anubis yet. That's what they said they wanted to. And they've made a pretty good case for themselves here. Oh, what an unfortunate timing there for Boomich. Somehow not ready. That was unfortunate. Also reckless, I suppose. Just hoping that no one was going to be at the bottom of long, but Sunpius absolutely was ready for it. So, 4 versus 5 to begin with on this one. And he's hoping for a jump back here. We know that he's going to be quick enough if somebody does jump, so don't give it away. Oh, it's close. He's nearly lost his head then. And looks like they're going to go and B, and there's nobody here. So, a calculated risk, as we want to say, Henry.
We love to say that. It's our favorite catchphrase.
They're just going to save. I think they made the call as soon as it was a 4-on-5. Like, they either come in, we win, or we just save.
Well, we said that before, and they somehow still won the round, but you might be onto something here. They're so far removed. They have to let this one slip by the wayside, as AI predictors saying 20% still. What do the robots know anyway, Anders? He can't tell that they're saving. It should be 0% AI prediction.
We're not out of a job yet.
Yourself.
We're getting there, like slowly but surely. You know, we're just going to be robot.
Our jobs are safe for now until the AI casters arrive. At least the AI prediction's not quite there yet.
I think that's definitely coming in the future.
I hope so. Maybe I could license my voice, my likeness, and I wouldn't even have to work. Like, if I just kind of sell the rights to it.
That's a good idea.
I don't even have to turn up.
You could ride jet skis all day.
I could ride jet skis all the time. That would be great. But there it is. It will be ENCE in an opening frag. Sampaius, who else? To lead the charge. And Boomer, not like we said, not known to be an AWP. Like, he's going to get schooled by somebody. If he keeps trying to challenge Sampaius, he's going to get absolutely wrecked. On this sort of map, he's got no chance against him.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, just give up just get the MP9 and run him
Just get
down.
the MP9, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I just don't think this is a good idea. Like, Sampaius is one of the best snipers in the game right now, especially CS2. He's been fantastic. But Boomich forcing the issue there. They will get an AWP eventually. I don't know why we're kind of speculating like the idea of, oh, this may be the future. This is what we'll be doing. No, they're going to kick someone and get an AWP eventually. Like that's happening. Who it'll be, I don't know, but
that's the
you can't continue like this. Boomage can't be your sniper. Like as you can see, you need an AWP on some maps, and that level is just not going to cut it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, like you said, Rostamania never ends in CS2. Like
Absolutely, it's just getting started, if anything.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe on the other side of the first major, things can sort of start to calm down a little bit. But for now, yeah, the madness continues. And it does in the server as well. We're tied up. It's 10-10, leading into the 21st round.
There's that smoke we talked about at the top of T steps. Axel trying to take advantage of it and investigate the playground. Ideally, like to be flashed in here. There's the flash. Just a little P. Doesn't have to overcommit here. They could be hiding behind various apparatus in the playground. The seesaw, the slide, the swings.
There's a lot of popular choices back there. Oh, but Axel, he wants none of it. He just wants to escape. He's not going to be allowed to. It's Dia with the Mac 10 instead to bring him down. You could tell that he felt his time was up. He's like, I've overstayed my welcome. I just want to leave. And they're not letting him.
Certainly not.
Bomb is quite far back. It's not a big deal right now, but every once in a while on this map, somebody forgets the bomb back in T-spawn, and it just becomes really awkward. So, not saying it's this round. Looks like they've got it under control, but...
I mean, it's sub 1 minute. We'll have a look. It would have to be Sampaius to scoop it up, maybe Nuts. But here we go then. Boomich, again on this AWP, yet to really have any impact whatsoever with the weapon on overpass. And again, he'll go down, out of position. Like, had no long control. It was a huge gamble to be that exposed.
No impact with the AWP, but a lot of cultural impact.
A lot of cultural impact, yeah, no denying that. So that's
Don't take that away from him, you know?
5 on 3. No choice but to save. ENCE are making this. They've spotted a weakness on this A side of the map, and they are really driving it home. Like, I think this. Yes, stop buying that AWP. I would say it's really not working out. Like, the solo A hold is viable, but you need to be holding dice boxes or APC, getting information, picking them off one by one, taking that sort of gamble. You're standing in the open, exposed to 5 different positions. I'm not sure what he's hoping to happen, but Dihab, he was on the hunt, trying to just keep the money modest here on the CT side. He's doing a good job. Glaive, he'll be going down in the end. Might not be worth pushing much further than this one. Allow them to save the little they have here. 3 rifles as ENCE take the lead, 11-10. Looking much better than Ancient, it has to be said. If you are just joining us, it's the first series of the day. Group A, upper bracket semi-final here in Abu Dhabi. It was Ancient, the pick of ENCE. We kicked things off, and Cloud9 absolutely walloped them, 13-4. But here they go. They're bouncing back. Yo, don't leave him hanging, brother. But Anubis, could be up at the bay here. It's going to be a Cloud9 timeout, their first used here in the second map. They can feel this one slipping away. It's I'll say it's because of the AWP. They keep losing the AWP duel every single round when they have advantages. So I would say maybe just kind of let that idea slip away. But for now, a tactical timeout to discuss their options and see how they can bounce back. They did save 3 weapons at least, so they will have something to work with going forward.
Yeah, it is the silver lining right now. It's what's going to keep their moods maybe still a little bit high, but it does feel like Anubis could be a real thing here. How exciting. That is everyone's favorite map nowadays.
Yeah, almost everyone. I love playing and commentating. It's a lot of fun. But here we go. Could be the knockout blow here. Cloud9 trying to avoid map points if possible. Axel dissuaded from mid control. One grenade for good measure. What a nade it is as well. Significant damage towards Madden.
Yeah, but he's fearless. He's saying, you know what, I don't care. I feel like I've got an opening. I can sense that you guys may be falling back from this position. I'm going to keep pushing it. This is pretty sick. I mean, he's got a lot for, without throwing any grenades or anything else. He's just taking up this forward position. See how much further he can push his luck here before he encounters somebody from that Cloud9 side. Look at how deep he is. Finally going to take a step forward there. They might have heard the footsteps. They seem to be aware that someone is up there, but my god, he's put a lot of pressure on them.
Here's Nuts, ready to strike. Can he find that timing? He'll be backstabbing when his teammates initiate the attack on the A bomb site here. They have no idea that Madden was that close. Thankfully, Boomich with the rifle starting to make a bit of a dent here. His first kill in the second half, I believe. As we'll see him bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Old school position here. Didn't see this one too often. Off angle. Perfecto. Hoping to take down Nerds if possible, but that's going to be a guaranteed frag for Nerds. Always timed it so well. He's going to keep that B presence on that side of the map. I think that's the A side completely open.
It is.
Taking the bait. Oh, no. Could be another save here.
It might have to be. They might not even have much of a choice here because they are really locked out of this one. And if they lose the rifles, then ENCE might just book a ticket onto that third map right away. They put up a boost, and I mean, I guess that's cool if they find somebody right away they could do something with. I doubt if this is going to be worth it. I feel like playing for overtime is probably the better choice here. They might have a bit of a loss bonus, but still, Hobbit with about 2,300. I don't think it's going to be a good idea, and I think they've realized the same thing. Started the back on out of the bomb site. It was a really, really cool round here for ENCE. You could tell that Cloud9 were not aware what was happening. It was Madden applying the pressure, getting the kill. Even if he got traded, it's fine. It really made Cloud9 nervous. And then as soon as Nerds gets the kill down on the other side of the bomb side there, they rotate. They feel like that's it. We were tricked at the A bomb side. It's all B, and they just instantly rotate. And ENCE were ready. So great tactical call coming out here for ENCE at the end of the round.
One more default on A. One more D. Let's go B.
Well, Anders, they've done it. They've actually done it. Just when it looked like you thought ENCE, they weren't going to do anything this tournament after that first map. Like, okay, this team has got its problems. They're
jet lag.
The jet lag, yeah. But this is what a return to form this has been. They've got 2 opportunities now to sweep Cloud9 under the rug. There is going to be at least some weaponry. Boomich back to the AWP. Holding towards middle right now. Can they keep the dream alive? Can they get it to overtime? Madden's taking so much, though. Oh, they have no idea. He's done it again. This is rough to the defense, but Boomich finally, he's aware, but still, he doesn't think a player's made it past. Yeah, Axel had no idea.
Yeah, the power of information right there. Madden just taking up so much map control. But because he lost Sunpies in the meantime, he's sort of forced to go back. Boomich inside of the smoke with an AWP. It's not the MP9, bro. He's so crazy. He's walked right through. It is a 4 versus 4 now, and they're going to pick up the bomb out there on long.
See Cloud9, though. They just don't know what's happening at this stage. They've been pulled apart. Perfecto's been dropped. He was hunting for information, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe I'm saying this, ENCE have bounced back on their opponent's pick of overpass. Boomich and co will have to do something magnificent at this stage to save the round. It's a 4-on-3, 35 seconds. I suppose that's working in their favor. Jihad is trying to provide some self-preservation here. Denied the vision with the CTs as they rotate back. Boomich, it's another shot. That's the second in the round here. Has he got anything left? They're going to go back and towards the B bomb site.
Could be doable. Electronics played really well. That's 23 kills on him getting that one. Only 18 seconds left in the round, so ENCE under a lot of pressure all of a sudden. Maybe they found a way out.
No, Electronic!
I don't know how he failed that one. Where did the bullets go? The bomb is being planted now. And up at the high ground, Hobbit with a good shot through. Madden's very low on health. But he gets one, and he was ready to fight Hobbit as well. But luckily, he was wearing a mithril, Henry. He survives.
That was a throw from Electronic. That's a complete whiff. Damn. Yeah, that's a sigh of relief that they actually win that round. He had everything going in his favor. He positioned perfectly. We've got a kit, right? Yeah, okay, it's under control. But that should be much cleaner, and that's kind of significant because the money's not great. Like, sure, Hobbit brings out the orb, but you can see 3,800, 3,700. They're still going to have a compromise buy. Having one more player alive would be really a welcome gift here. So it's the final round. Number 24 coming up next. Big old miss there, but who didn't miss, it was Boomich.
He's going to be so happy, Electronic, that Hobbit wins that round.
Yeah, right.
Because he did great. I mean, it's a good defense for Electronic to begin with, but that last kill, he could have absolutely had that one.
Ooh, scary moment there, but Boomich and his bloody headset.
He's at it again.
He's had enough of that.
You've never watched Lord of the Rings, I believe.
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen the first one in the cinema. Didn't think much of it, moved on.
The first one.
Yeah, didn't think much of it.
Do you know how much of a crime that is, Henry?
Bro, it's a film about magical jewelry. Like, why is everyone so obsessed with it? Like, who cares?
Let me give you some advice, and let's just for the future, when people ask, you just say you haven't watched it at all. I feel like
that tilts them more.
The idea that you watched the first one is so much more offensive to people who love it, you know?
I mean, it was just long, wasn't it? I remember seeing it, I was like 12 when I saw it in the cinema. I was like, this is a long... I feel like they'd be on this whole journey. I feel like, all right, finally, so it's been 2 hours. They've made it to wherever the hell they're going. Right, we can get rid of this ring now. And it's like, no, that's the start of like
only the
chapter.
first movie.
It's like 2.5 more hours, guys. And I was just out. I'm out. So yeah, not for me. Why does Lord of the Rings always get brought up every tournament I go to? It's always just the go-to.
Because we have a player named Hobbit, you know.
Okay, that's fine. I'll give you that one. Fair enough.
I'll make some more references that are going to fly right over your heads.
That's totally fine. I appreciate it's a popular kind of book and film. And I know I'm the minority here.
You were, while we've got the timeout anyway, you were recommending to me at some point Better Call Saul. And I actually got through all of that.
You got through it?
I recommend
the last season, right?
It's a
it's
really sick show.
Absolute banger.
Yeah, I was really entertained. So
Lau Lau is the best character, I think, in TV history. What a show.
So yeah, if anyone's out there who hasn't watched it a little bit late to the party like I was, then highly recommend.
Yeah, if you like Breaking Bad, check out Better Call Saul. It's somehow even better if that's even possible. So.
Yeah, I actually agree. Like I had the same experience, so it's pretty good. Hopefully the tech issues are sorted out. They've been pretty quick to fix in the past. I don't know what it is with the Boomich headset.
I don't know what's going on with his headset today. I'll be honest with you. We've had to pause the game about 5 times just for him, but hopefully that's it now. No more shenanigans, please, Boomich. And they need one more round.
He likes the spotlight too much.
Yeah, apparently so. Let's be the center of attention. But Cubans believe in. He said they can bring this one back. Even though they were 13-4 down in that first map, he was always believing. We heard the little TeamSpeak clip that they believed they could get to Anubis. They felt like they did enough in that first half. They got 7-5 on their CT half. And now they have map points. Trying desperately to avoid overtime here.
To me, that felt like sort of one of those like hollow, speeches you give every once in a while. You're like, "Come on, guys,
you've got to say something."
Yeah, exactly, right. But
we all know what he's going to say. I would have said the same thing. It's the sort of thing I would say. It's like I have to say while commentating as well. You're just like, well, I've got to take it round by round and just try and close the gap and make sure that they kind of raise their confidence for the second one. They're not going to win this map, of course. That's the same old spiel I'm always going. It's fine. Good opening opportunity there for some Pyres. Narrowly misses out on the headshot. That's a shot he's capable of hitting. Axel, though, surrounded D-Hop. Normally very efficient with his clears. He'll be pretty fine in his spot, but it's a lazy clear. And it will be Axel to come out on top. This is for overtime. They've got the man advantage. Axel, he's trying to get out of there if possible, and it will be Perfecto to maybe guarantee the round. If they can just smoke off these choke points and get out of danger, it might be enough.
Overtime on overpass. We should have known. 3 versus 5 on this one.
So Nerds knows he hasn't left yet. This is kind of huge, actually. And does Electronic have the presence of mind to check the cubby here?
There's 2 people coming at him, and yeah, he absolutely does. What a map it's been for Electronic. 24 kills, and it's been a little bit quiet. He's just snuck up there, but he's played a really great game. Madden's going to be going down at Sun Pyres left. They know exactly where he is. The bomb not on his back either, so I don't think this is winnable. They would have to lose their minds on the Cloud9 side and run at him.
I've said that so many times with Sun Pyres in this sort of scenario, and he just does unthinkable things. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile every goddamn time. Now, it looks very unlikely, I'll be honest with you, with the bomb being down. 3 players to find, 30 seconds here. He'll smoke off towards Monster, realizing he probably needs a bit more than that. Unable to deliver the goods there, and it will be Cloud9 saving their own bacon. They were 12-10 down. They get a couple of rounds in a row. Some form from Boomich, to be fair to him. I called him out a couple of times. With the AWP, he actually had some impactful kills in the penultimate round. And Axel, like I said, a bit of a lazy clear from D-Hop gives him up. and this was a fantastic kill from Perfected. The money was pretty bad, actually, bear in mind, because sure, they won the previous round, but only one player survived after that kind of missed spray from Electronic. But a clean round to finish things up. He actually makes up for it in the end, and we're fully reset here. Now, first to 16, and then either 15-15, we can go into double overtime. As we do get another 30 seconds. You're gifted another timeout as well once you make it to overtime. Just to note that. It's nuts. He knows that was their chance. They had 2 opportunities to pick Cloud9 to bed. Couldn't do it.
Sinking feeling when you really had them in a good position there.
Bear in mind that now you've got to start on the T side. The least favored one on the overpass map. It's going to be Glaive. His headset now. He's had enough of it.
All right. I guess they all get a couple each to you know, get a bit of attention on their way. I was gonna say, trying to you know, spin this in my own way to say at least they, as a squad, they get, you know, a chance to experience overtime. It's always a good thing. Like, you're gonna have to, but they might not be a squad for. It's
the first series of the day, and is it? Where would we be without overtime? You and I built a career around casting overtime games, to be honest with you.
That's true. Yeah, it's one of the things that we promise tournament organizers. We say, you know, like, you're going to get a lot
the sponsor's going to get a lot of exposure.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of time.
Guaranteed to be very long games. No matter what. Like, to hell with MR12. Like, we're going to make it.
Yeah, we're going to ensure someone has to get 16 rounds, whatever happens. Long live MR15. Boomich looks like he's good to go, I think. He's at least got the headset on. Glaive, though, would you get yours on, please, sir? We can't continue with no sound.
Well, supposedly he's restarting his PC, so, you know.
That normally fixes everything, to be fair.
You remember the days when the SSD drives were just coming out and you were so excited about how quickly you could start a PC? Because kids nowadays...
Dude, it used to take like 2 minutes to boot a computer.
I know,
like,
they don't know
about this. Had to go through all the system checks and like sit there like booting Windows and just sit there on the Windows XP thing, like doing that kind of like loading bar.
Yeah.
For like 40 seconds at least. And I remember one time like someone came like Ventrilo one day and he's like, guys, I just got my PC to boot like in sub 1 minute. Like I've got this new 9,000 RPM hard drive that's allowed me to boot in under a minute. And everyone was like, whoa, no way. Like it was like a Raptor hard drive or something. And
you know, I actually have a terrible story. I actually know exactly the hard drive that you're thinking about. I bought one of those too, like the 10,000 IPM one.
Yeah.
But I was a moron, and I bought it. I think I bought like a 72 gigabyte one. And the problem is, if you have your system on a drive that's that small, if you're trying to move a file of any size that's like bigger than that, Windows can't even do it because it has to keep the file in a temp drive or on the system drive.
Right.
So,
oh god, yeah, that makes sense.
I just completely screwed myself. Like I had absolutely no use
just
for
completely like just nullified your computer. Can't even use it.
It's the dumbest thing ever. But
that's like tech. Though, the good thing is like tech is so like cheap. You can build a reasonable gaming PC now. Like as every year goes by, like SSDs are dirt cheap. They're like $20. Like
we're getting there.
We are getting there. Like.
It's pretty enjoyable.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I had to listen to that nonsense about hard drives. We've got another tech segment coming up after this, but the game is live as we get into overtime here. Bear in mind, first to 16.
Tweet us your favorite hard drive.
What's your favorite memory of your SSD/hard drive experience? $12,500. Does mean if you get double AWPs, can be a problem. If you lose both rounds. But Boomich back on the AWP. He did, like I said, he started to show some form towards the end, so we'll see if he can bounce back. It's against Sampires there. He's just looked like he's had the upper hand every single duel they've had a chance to go one-on-one. He's always aware, always one step ahead, always in the right position, the Spaniard. Looking for a long push. I like this max out, though. Not actively looking behind the tree, just going to be sitting there, lying in wait.
He feels pretty sure that no one's out there, so that's interesting. They're going to boost and then boost again. So they're just sort of erecting different boosts across the map to try and see if they can find the early kill here. It'll be so devastating for ENCE if the dream of Anubis gets snapped away right at the end. They look like they had a really good chance to make it there. I think he spotted the gun barrel. Yeah, he probably did. Axel preemptively putting down a smoke to prevent any Molotovs from getting through, but they're still going to burn him out there. Oh my god, he hit the headshot anyway. Taking down Madden. He's going to be furious. He saw the gun barrel, he called in all the grenades to get rid of Axel, and somehow he just gets the shot at him. That is too much.
It's way too much. His first round looking good for Cloud9. They're coming flashed in. What a flashbang it is. Perfection from Perfecto, as he will be chiming in for a frag of his own. 5 on 2. Sampias, of course, will be battling back to for Nail. D-Hap, Sampias remain in a real difficult uphill battle now, but that's a hell of a shot. Axel oversteps the mark. That was unnecessary. They can't go back towards the A side. That's one thing, I suppose, and all 3 players are here towards B. Still a fighting chance, but one that is diminishing. Sampias down to the AK-47. No chance. It didn't have enough time to work with there. Sure, it's a close round. Doesn't really matter too much in overtime, especially if you're not rocking the double AWP. Fist bumps all round as Cloud9 recover their 12-10 scoreline and now 13-12 in the lead.
Madden got so robbed on this early kill here. Oh, it's just...
Can we go B? Under is clear.
That's fair enough. That is what happened. That's unlucky. Like,
he's not wrong.
He outplayed him. He predicted his position, and he got him through the smoke. It was just unfortunate. Bit of frustration starting to come through now. I feel this one slipping away. Plenty of Counter-Strike left to be played here. They'll test the smoke, run through the flame. It's up to Sampias here once again, trying to find the pick. Electronic trying the same position Horwood did before. Didn't work out. Glaive took him down. It's Boomich finding D-Hard to open things up. These opening picks now starting to land in favor of Cloud9 time and time again. This is a key battle, though. Nerds versus Electronic, a tantalizing duel. Not sure who'll come out on top. It will be the Cloud9 player. A 5 versus 3. This overtime is starting to fall to pieces. Hence, 3 players remaining. But what a player on your screen right now. Has he got anything to be said about this and spotted? And Electronic saw him as well. You can see him coming. The fact he's seen the player towards connector. It's so difficult now. Like, what do you do with this one? The bomb's down in T-spawn. You got a 5 on 3. You would need the CTs to make a mistake right now and walk into your crosshairs.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that one.
This Madden's 45 HP. Like, normally he makes these kills work. It's a risky pick, but one he actually nails. Axel, though, unfortunately, same story on the other side of the map. 4 on 2. They have to go in towards B. There's no 2 ways about it. Sampias just full sends it through the monster tunnel. Molotov towards the bomb site. Madden watching the extremities here. And they can probably get a plan out of this. Nice nade, though. A lot of pressure being applied, and that should be the round here. Electronic looking super sharp after that kind of fumble earlier with the spray. Didn't cost him the round. It wasn't a big deal. But just by his standards, to see him miss that sort of shot was just a little bit worrying. That's all.
I don't know how he got both these kills here. That it looked like in both fights
been a bit
he was out of position.
Bullshit in overtime, to be honest.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, we'll take it. That's what we're here for.
Sick. 29 kills on Electronic. Look at that. That's why he's so confused. He's shooting through the smoke. In the second fight as well, he's got his crosshair out of position. That is wild. All right, then.
So, like I said, you get an extra timeout in overtime. 30 seconds to discuss how you're going to operate in this final round. 2-0 down. I think 3-0 would be a death sentence. I'm not sure they will recover, but we'll see what they can make of it. There's going to be concessions here, even with the $12,500. Actually, I tell a lie. It's absolutely fine, Anders.
All right, they've made it.
I just made it up. I made it up.
Listen, if you hadn't brought it up, no one would have known, Henry.
No. Why did I even say it?
There's nobody close to the kind of scoreline that Electronic and Axel are bringing on. On the ENCE side, they need somebody else to step it up and go above
Here we
and beyond.
go.
It's Boomich again.
Where was this in regulation?
I don't know. He's back. Slow played us. He is the primary AWPer, is what they said. Hobbit's going to go down, unfortunately, there. Found out by Glaive. So 4 versus 4. That's at least something, but what a prospect when you see...
Oh, Electronic, this is kind of nuts, actually.
Oh,
Who wants to control? With an AK in hand, like, you know they're going towards A. You can start rotating players over now. He can hold that short position and watch for anyone like this one. You can just hold here. The thing is, though, it's not actually clear. Nerds will be spotted. It's a bit of a fumbled spray, but one he converts. Good flashbang. Even better execution here. Electronic having an absolute blinder in the final round here, the first half of overtime. It looks like it's a done deal. Madden, T-spawn, pretty far removed. He's got the bomb, sure, but Electronics already slammed the door shut in their face.
I really can't believe it. It's another round where some of these kills for Electronic, you would have assumed he wouldn't get.
Exactly right. He looked like he was done for. But
the flashbang timing for Hobbit to be throwing in it is so sick. Just absolutely godlike.
The alley-oop.
Yeah, what a setup for it. 20 seconds here. Madden trying for a 1 versus 3. Now, does he get the bomb? And he actually should be able to get the bomb plant right away. Or another grenade down right on top. He does get it planted at the very least. It's a tiny step in the right direction. All his work still ahead of him here. See, the air prediction says 4%. That's probably about right. But a good headshot brings it a little bit closer. He's got a chance at it still. They know exactly where he is behind the pillar here. He's not quite sure what the other player is. One of them on the high ground. The second one there. Madden making it work. What a headshot. Looking for it, but he's going to get out-dueled by Axel. That was close. There was a chance. But it's more than 3 in a row for Cloud9.
He was looking sharp there. He knew what he had to do to win that round, but up against Axel, a tough one to take down. And it will be 3-0, unfortunately. And Boomich, it's getting that confidence now after losing pretty much every single duel against Unbiased. Damn, okay. Kind of fired up over there. Those are the kind of plays he was making in his CT campaign. He knows that's a possibility. Now this time bested by Big Boom. As Axel, it was a great effort from Adam, but if you don't win the round, it's all for naught really. 3-0, they'll have to replicate that sort of form to stand a chance themselves to take us a double overtime. 1 round from Cloud9 would do it. That's all they need, Anders. And that's the 2-0. It was an arduous process here, but I think both teams, even if they ENCE lose this one, the fact they had them on the ropes here, all the context, I think it's a pretty decent showing here. And an even better round from Nerds. He gets a double headshot to open things up. Dihao will chime in as well. 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
Okay. Making quick work of this round. Yeah, I kind of do agree in the context of it. I think a lot of people... I certainly was thinking it was going to be a 2-0 in favor of Cloud9 here, and maybe it was a little bit excessive on Ancient. Maybe it was a little bit too one-sided, but still, I wasn't too surprised necessarily. So I'm pretty impressed with ENCE for even getting us to this spot here. And maybe they can keep it going. Double overtime is
it's still possible. Yeah, they just need 2 rounds after this one. That's if they can find Axel first. We never say never, but you might have to this time as we've been taking down 37 points of health. We've got 4 players to find. Not a whole bunch to do it with. No grenades and the bomb's down. No, he's got 25 kills, Axel. Decent showing. But no way he can actually win this round now. Just having to check every crevice of the map. The CTs could be literally anywhere at this stage. And it's hoping they'll walk into his crosshair, but doesn't have the HP or resources to really make this one work. Will be mad to take him down. 15-13. They find the first. Beautiful work from Nerds there. Swinging out just when they needed him most. That double kill towards shore. And they were blind as well. You can see they got absolutely wrecked here. No, those are just straight up kills. One for the smoke as well. D-Hat towards long. Managed to get himself a double as well. So a solid B hold. They will be denied glory for now.
The smoke getting blown up there, it's so sick, isn't it? Like, that's such a great way to play that. On the T side, they're walking around the smoke, like they're thinking they're really sneaky with it, you know, and then suddenly, boom, they're just out in the middle of nowhere. Good setup for it. AWP on Sun Pius. He was really hitting some shots on the CT side in regulation, so they are going to need him to try and rediscover that form once again. Cloud9 just need 1 good opening. Looks like they're going to go straight for an execute here. They're not going to slow this down. Hobbit, though, sprayed down, forced to slow down. Dihar and Madden with a couple of kills each. Making his way to the back line is Boomich for a double kill. Oh, this is a little bit disastrous now.
Oh, it was looking so good. They got the opening couple of frags, but it's Boomich with the backstab. Molotov at least to deny the bomb for a second. Valuable time for the rotations to come through. It's Nerds in toward the connector. There were some Pius alive. They can definitely win this one. Trying to bait out any potential grenades on the other side here. Axel will commit the bomb plan now. Some Pius up and towards the heaven where he does his best work. Nerds coming in from short as well. They're low HP on the Cloud9 side. A couple more kills away from victory, but they'll be very hard kills to find.
Yes, they will be. Axel is looking for it. Some Pius up at the heavens. Again, retaking with the AWP could be really, really awkward. We'll see if Boomich can finish what he started here. He ended the first half with a 2-10 scoreline on this map, but he does go down here. Axel with a headshot to take down Nerds. And they are celebrating. It's Cloud9 to make it through and take down ENCE in a 2-0 fashion. It did get overtime, but What a performance from them.
What a performance indeed. They kicked things off in Ancient 13-4. It looked like ENCE had nothing to say here today. A bit of jet lag perhaps. They were just getting themselves woken up, but they've done it. It will be 2-0 in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, and attempting to flip the script, but it's Cloud9 to be sealing this series into a miles more competitive affair than we saw on that first map of Ancient. But fair play to Cloud9, because not only were some of the individuals really shining in those crucial moments, they were able to stop that ENCE momentum really when it mattered, Maui.
Some of the individuals for Cloud9 continued the trends that we've witnessed in some of the recent tournaments from them. Both Axile and Electronic had standout performances. ENCE themselves, though, made that much more competitive than I figured it was going to be. I really actually thought that that comeback was going to actually net them the victory on this map. But yeah, we saw that Cloud9 at the tail end of that second half were able to just muster up exactly what they needed.
And we get to see some of these star moments coming out of Electronic. And this is exactly what I was so excited for when we heard the rumors of this roster coming together. Obviously, Electronic relinquished of the shackles of being the in-game leader, able to be unlocked. And this is the exact impact that we need for Cloud9 to be making these big results.
Definitely. When Electronic is playing this well, he straight up is taking over the server. This was unplayable. The amount of times that he was able to lock down the B bomb site, and when he was the point of attack towards the B site, when he was on the offense too, I mean, he was doing so much damage, dropped a 30 bomb in this game, and really in CS2, I mean, with MR12, you just don't even see 30 bombs all that often anymore, and Electronic, man, the mechanics on display, at one point he realized he was the best player in the server, and that's what we got on this round right here, where he just bullied ENCE into submission.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy form coming out of Electronic and a well-deserved victory. So let's hear from the winners, as I believe James Banks has Hobbit on the mic.
Hobbit, I'm going to start with Overpass here, because it certainly wasn't the easiest map win for you guys. And I want to see, did you feel like you were being tricked a little bit by their play on the T side? Because we saw a couple of rounds where you guys were over-rotating, and usually this is a great map for you.
You mean city when we were city side, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know what happened exactly. But of course, it's a mistake. Yeah. Maybe bad call, maybe discommunication, and yeah, and of course, they did well. I mean, these lurkers, like, plays really well from them, and yeah, of course, it's a bit pressure. We just got 5 rounds as a T side, but still, it's fine. But you know, still, it's not a lot, and they did a lot of pressure, and the lurkers played very good, and yeah. Respect for them.
But you closed that on overtime, you got the job done. I want to touch on Ancient a bit as well, because we noticed that yourself and Perfecto changed some positions on this. So when did this change come in, and had you been able to practice it since you've been out here?
I mean, when just Boom joined us as a stand-in, we played like that, and our city was really well. And so we decided to change the positions sometimes, like, maybe during the game, maybe before the game. Yes, it's so from this side we have an advantage. Yeah, we have like the players who can do any role, and we are trying, because of it, we are trying to adapt and find best style for us and best style for enemy. Yes, so I think
Could it change like that on other maps as well, or is it just Ancient specific?
Right now, just Ancient specific. We'll see.
I look forward to seeing it as well. Some wildness going down with Cloud9 getting it done. Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you.
Wise words from Hobbit, keeping the cards, you know, close to his chest. Maybe we'll see a couple of adaptations coming out from Cloud9, but where does this leave, you know, your expectations for C9 now that they're in that winners matchup and just one more win away from potentially making it through to the arena?
Oh, they could actually pull off the upset over Vitality, actually. If Vitality make it, it could be NAVI as well. Obviously, we don't know yet. The result's going to be shown in just a bit. But I mean, no, if they're going to change up their spots like that and they're willing to just find what the answers are game to game, he not only just said that they want to find what's best for themselves, but also best against certain opponents. So if they're actually able to anti-strat and change positions like based off of the opponents, that's a dimension that not many teams have ever really invoked.
Well, you mentioned results. We have plenty more games on the cards today. 3 best of 3s to be exact, and we're going to be continuing on the Group A train just after this break. Vitality, fresh off a victory in Copenhagen, going up against NAVI after this.
kings of a once black and yellow dynasty of Counter-Strike, Natus Vincier returned to Abu Dhabi to prove that they have what it takes to claim the crown once more. But the tales of said dynasty have seemingly turned to myth. A team who was once feared in the server has had to battle their way through 2023 to show that they are still the heavyweights they once were. With Simple no longer there to fight alongside them, can the addition of a new star prove to the world that they still have what it takes to achieve greatness? Vitality secured their place at the World Final by clinching the Blast TV Paris Major, an achievement made even more remarkable on their home turf. While this year has already been marked as a triumph, Vitality's hunger for victory knows no bounds. Despite facing some turbulence and roster instability, they continue to bolster their trophy cabinet, most notably with their recent victory at the Blast Fall Final. Buoyed by newfound confidence and navigating what could be a new era, Vitality is poised for even greater heights. The potential is tangible, and they stand on the brink of being crowned Blast Premier World Champions, cementing their status as a force to be reckoned with in the world of competitive Counter-Strike.
The Group A wheels keep on turning as it's time for NAVI and Vitality to make their Abu Dhabi debuts. For NAVI, it's been a question of identity. Simple leaving, Wonderful joining for now, and just how Alexi B is going to be using the tools in his arsenal. For Vitality, Maui, they must be feeling pretty damn fresh right now because we're talking about them lifting a trophy just a few weeks ago with a newcomer to their lineup in the UK lad, Mezzi.
Yes, Vitality look to be the team to beat here at the Blast World Finals. I'd say that they're favorites coming into the event as a whole. And on the other hand, we have NAVI, who have been through not the best time lately. The fact that they've had to obviously look for an answer in Simple's stead as he has taken a leave at this point. And, you know, there's some promise with, I would say, with Wonderful, but it doesn't seem like the team has yet come up to that level as well.
I mean, if Simple's leaving, you're in for a rough time. It's not like you're going to easily be able to replace them. But keeping on the topic of Vitality, I want to give some praise to Apex, not just because he's sitting right behind us, but think about this year for this in-game leader. We're talking about 3 different rosters, 4 different trophies lifted. That is an incredible feat coming out of Apex.
Twist just said in an interview that, having played with Cadian for a bit, that he's a top 2 leader. I think the number 1 is safely Apex. I don't see how there's anybody else that actually could stand to what this man has accomplished in this year. The fact that the roster has been changing. He's played with a core 3 in Spinks, Zywoo, and himself, but we see that the 5-man lineup right there lifting the Blast Paris Major trophy is... It's got Dupree, it's got Magisk, they had Zonic behind him, and yet they're still able to lift another trophy at the Blast Fall Finals with Mezzi, with Flames, with Xtaz behind him. Things are changing, and yet Apex is standing tall, strong, and as a winner.
It's absolutely incredible to see, obviously, Gamers 8 sprinkled in there in the midst in between those 2 results as well, but just an incredible 2023, despite all the changes coming into a new title as well, and Zywoo not having the hottest start. I think, you know, he's reinstated our trust that he is going to be a force to be reckoned with going forward. But I want to question Mezzi for a minute, because obviously we saw them, you know, lifting the trophy in Copenhagen. Mezzi was saying like, hey, I see no reason why we couldn't do that at the 4 finals. How was he though, for your money?
Mezzi performed actually at the Fall Finals in some ways, I'd say, lower than expectations, because I thought he was going to come out of that event and probably have, say, like a 1.05, do something similar to what he did with Fnatic. But I think Mezzi himself knows that he has more to give, that he was the strongest player when he was on Fnatic. The roles that he got from Magisk weren't all one-to-one necessarily, and yeah, we could see the difference right there before us. That's a pretty significant slide in performance, and if you're putting up 58 ADR, I'm be surprised if you can consistently win tournaments if your lowest rated player is putting up those kinds of numbers. That being said, Mezzi has done a great job for himself to not become a losing condition, even if he is not putting up great numbers in terms of fragging output. It's rare that you're going to see Mezzi make some kind of mistake for Vitality and make them just lose around because he has a critical death in a position he shouldn't.
He's not a liability. I think that's fair to say, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and check on him with Apex to see how he's feeling coming into the final events of the year.
Apex, I want to start off something a bit more personal for you right now, because you're fresh with Mezzi, you make a player change, you win a tournament, and you've done this before. So I want to see, like, why do you think that is? Why do you have that ability?
I don't really. I mean, I kind of know, but it's just about putting your player in the great condition. And for us, it's been a big change to change Messi because we also changed the coach. So it was also to get the team into a new way of thinking, a new team, and a new environment. So I think we did that well with all the coaching staff, and I'm not the only one to make that happen.
And in terms of that, right, making that happen, this new environment, how does it feel now? You've had a bit more time.
Well, yeah, the first 2 weeks before Copenhagen were a bit, I would say, rough in terms of practice. It wasn't easy to integrate William into everything, and it was a lot of work for me. But the last 2 weeks after Copenhagen have been good. It's been good to practice, adding new stuff and that kind of stuff. So yeah, just having more time is always really good. It doesn't mean that we will get better than Copenhagen. It's all about like the moments, being good individually and showing up, having great mentality and everything. So, but just I'm really satisfied with the preparation we have coming to this event.
Yeah, because obviously it was a question of exactly how they were going to be integrating Messi back in Copenhagen. But flipping the scripts to look at the other in-game leader on the other side of the server, Alexi B. Obviously, he's had I don't know, when you just look back in his career, it's like he's been in those positions where, okay, cool, maybe this is a roster that he's going to have some success with. But there's always a crazy roster move, right? Like, I feel like Alexi B is kind of unlucky in that sense in terms of the stability around him. What do you think?
I feel like Alexi B has been consistently dealt some pretty tough hands, and he's done more or less what he can with it. You wouldn't really expect for him to be able to accomplish. I'd say you look at this lineup, you look at these 5 players, and you're not going to really say, minus Alexi B, you put any in-game leader there, and you're going to say this is a championship contending roster. And yet he's actually had some decent results. I mean, at the only event that they played so far, they came 5th to 6th place at the fall finals. But I mean, before that, when they actually were playing with Simple, coming 2nd place at ESL Pro League before, that's probably the biggest accomplishment that this team has made. And so for this team, I think they're still in some ways trying to find out their identity because Wonderful's just so different from Simple. He's more of a system operator. He's going to follow what the strategy is. He's going to try to play well within the bounds of it. Sometimes he'll get a little bit frisky with things, but I would say that if there's really a point that Alexi B has to focus on and unlock, it's not Wonderful for me. It's still EMA. EMA has been the worst rated player once they've started switching to CS2, and that's including Alexi B. Alexi B is outperforming, statistically speaking, EMA, and EMA was contending for being a major MVP back 6 months ago, 7 months ago. So that's unacceptable in terms of what they're getting out of EMA. And I think it's going to come down to Blade, Alexi B, and obviously EMA himself to rise up and lift his performance.
Well, let's get some thoughts from Alexi B, courtesy of James Banks.
Alexi, we're getting to the end of the year now, and you're almost at 6 months on NAVI. And I want to see when it comes to your way of leading, and what Blade wants from the team, and the style and the changes you've gone through. How do you feel right now in NAVI?
I feel good. I feel like I've understood the system way more than the day when I joined, and understand how Blade wants to approach and how the game plans usually work. And I think that's the biggest thing for a leader especially, and if you want to jump into a new system and you need to buy in it. I do have the experience now and I feel way more comfortable.
And confidence and being comfortable is going to be very key here, especially, which is an interesting fact. You guys are actually the team with the longest standing roster right now, even though you've added Wonderful coming in. It's just by a few days compared to Vitality, but does it give you some sort of an edge, or is it still just kind of the Wild West out here?
I think it's the Wild West, and yeah, I mean, our changes prior to Wonderful even, Navi went through a big overhaul and just jumping into international and all these things, but yeah, I mean, every team to its own. I think everybody is facing some challenges and we have our own, but we just gotta make it work.
Anubis, Overpass, Nuke. Who came out on top of this veto, Maui?
Yeah, this is Vitality all day. I thought that Vitality could have actually gone for either a pick of Overpass or Nuke, and the fact that they get both in the veto is just so fruitful for them. On top of that, the fact that it's Anubis first off, I feel like Vitality are totally comfortable with his lineup on that map too.
Where do you feel like the biggest strengths, maybe for both sides of the equation then, lie for Anubis, as it's going to be the first map pick of Navi?
So the game that Vitality played earlier at the fall finals was against Complexity. They dusted them 13-2. Complexity came into that game with a very specific game plan where they wanted to try to limit the canal control, the water space for Vitality. They tried contesting it in a couple different fashions. options, and Vitality were able to counter all of them. So I feel like Vitality's versatility in terms of just knowing what the CT aggression options are against them and being able to handle them and dispatch those is at such a high level that I have a really hard time imagining a world where Navi's going to be able to even punch back.
So why do you think they picked it then? Because I feel like I'm now sold on Vitality being able to take this map. Why do you think Navi have maybe seen a weakness, or are they just confident in their own gameplay?
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit of just going with your comfort pick on this one. I'm truly uncertain where, I mean, I don't know if there was really a strong position for Navi in this veto to go anywhere. I feel like they could have probably second vetoed a little bit better for themselves, but all in all, I feel like there's not really any person that to me stands out is going to be a hard carry for Navi in this one.
Well, you mentioned obviously on the AWPing side of things, Wonderful being quite the different player to Simple. Where do you see those main differences lying in terms of how he's approaching this game in the weapon?
Well, with Wonderful, it's a lot more of just kind of being a little bit more static. I feel like he's not always calling for his own number in terms of going for opening plays repeatedly, whereas Simple was a guy who controlled the entirety of the macro for his team. And so in some ways, if you're Vitality, you can prod, you can find out where Wonderful is, and you can kind of guess what he's going to do next a little bit more in the round. So even though Wonderful hits a very high percentage of his shots, like he is seriously mechanically talented, it's that the extra layer of decision-making beyond that isn't at the level where Simple could just hit his first shot and take over the rest of the round on top of that, whereas Wonderful for me, he's going to hit that first one, but it's about what's he going to do next.
Well, it sounds like Maui is siding with Vitality, and Henry, as a fellow Brit, surely you've got to be going with Mezzi in this one.
Hey, it's not just the British blood that binds me to Mezzi. Him and I go way back, as you know, Anders.
Yeah.
So we got some history there. Of course, I'm supporting Vitality.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it. I think that's good. I'm going to be on the Navi side for this one. Like Banks was saying, the longest standing roster.
Of all time.
It's so silly.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Group A continues here. Get your black and yellow jerseys on, depending on which side of the server you lie, though. It is going to be kicking off on Anubis. It's a pick of Nardis Vincere, but yeah, Vitality no strangers to this one either. It's going to be an uphill battle. Vitality certainly the heavy favorites going into this one. As we'll kick things off, I would say, are we live? We good? Yeah, we are. And 5 players going towards the B bomb side, Anders. 1 smoke, 1 flash, I guess smoking temple and flashing in, and off we go.
Yeah, this is going to be super explosive once it gets going. Already Imma with a strong headshot. That's what you want to see. They can call in the backup. You can see the rotations already happening. Wonderful with a headshot as well, taking down Flames. And Vitality slowed down way more than they want it to be. But Spinks trying to fight his way back. It's actually a significant kill there. Might be able to get them the bomb plant, but they wanted to clear out the dark position at the same time, and that's cost them too much. Imma with a really strong start here.
Yeah. Not the approach I expected there from Vitality, to be honest with you. There was no set piece to speak of. It was a 5-man contact play in towards B main. No set smoke. They just dropped it upon arrival on the left-hand side of the bomb site. And then Imma, as Maui mentioned, rightly so, his form in CS2 has not been good. And he actually hits an absolute banger to kick things off there. No bomb planted, most notably, meaning it has to be the full eco now. Or does it, Anders? What do I know? Okay. This is not usual. Not many teams will bring this out. Normally going for the AKs on the third. So this is against the grain of meta, I suppose. Not to say it's incorrect in any sense, but definitely unorthodox. We'll see whether they can pull it off. Deadly with the Deagles. Our Vitality looking to open things up here. Imma, bit of extra cash. He goes for the M4A1S. And he'll have first contact here. And that first kill, no problem.
Yeah, he's going to feel the pain, though, and probably will be able to call it in on the other side and just say, those aren't Glocks down there, you know, just got to be careful. They definitely know that somebody's up here.
He'd be able to feel the armor as well. Like, it was a big time to kill on that first play of Zywoo. Yeah. Nades deployed in towards Dark. But now be off to a good start. Got the pistol under their remit. First kill, 5-4 in their favor. It's going to be the beat split once again. Him up with 2 comrades around him. Should be fine to defend this one. It all comes down to this first interaction. Lexi B in front of the pillar. First kill will be going in his favor. Wonderful chiming in with that Famous. Messi good for 1, but I think that's maybe all they get in this round. Apex has been pinned. 40 HP, 40 seconds, and no hope 2-0. The force buy does nothing. No plan once again. Has to be the eco going forward now as NAVI. This is the most T-sided map in the pool. And
yes,
they've actually done a great job there, fending off the force buy, winning the pistol, and that should be a 3-0 start. There's not much you can invest here without the bomb plan.
It's going to be a bit of a frustrating round, I think, looking back on it here if you're on the Vitality side, because both these players at the bomb side were really low on health. So there was a way that they could have equalized and got the bomb plant down. Even if they don't win the round, it's just going to get them into a better position and it cost NAVI a lot more. So yeah, perhaps a bit unfortunate for Vitality that they weren't able to just to get a little bit more over the line on this one. Might have been a chance at it at the B bomb side, but Imma back with the M4, and they have a couple of deagles in play here. Nothing else really to write home about. Yeah, we're taking a bit of damage. Henry lands on the funny number.
That's true. We haven't seen that yet, but what's in store? If they can find a couple of kills and at least keep NAVI modest, that would be most welcome. As we all know, the economy in CS2, you can go 5-0, but as long as the rounds are competitive, your money won't be out of control. Lose one round, it can all come crumbling down. So you need to be conservative here. There's no real reason to overstep the mark as JL, he will be detecting Vitality presence towards middle. And Zywoo patrolling the A push, a very common maneuver here. CT's using the incandescence to just get some vision down towards that canal position. Might as well burn out the utility on the CT side. And it looks to be all they really can do, Anders, is an A contact play. A lot of defense here, though. Catching it with his grenades out, his pants down. But it looks like it's absolutely fine. Clean sweep. That's more like it. Money's going to be very strong now. NAVI, the best possible start they could ever ask for.
Yeah.
Here on Anubis, 3-0 on the CT side. JL.
And again, I've got to say, you know, 2 NAVI members there that were really low on health, but they lived through the round anyway. So getting away with just a huge economy to start this game with, it's not really bad at all. Vitality, first real rifle round. And we'll see what they could show us. Nothing to talk about on their side yet. They haven't had much to really work with, so this is going to be the real test for them. They got Simon with the AK ready. Wow. He just threw the grenade. The timing could not have been better. Messi wanted to get the double trade back in there, but Wonderful is going to be allowed to escape.
That's a really nice little call here. Applying that pressure. Don't allow Vitality to get comfortable. Sabotage their default. Rupture the offense, and now they've actually got a 4-on-3 advantage here. Looking for 4-0 to kick off their CT campaign. Wonderful has looked great. He hasn't even got the AWP out yet. His rifle work has been fantastic, as we've got about 1 minute left on the clock here. Good incendiary. Again, another good maneuver here by Wonderful. Gets himself out.
Yeah, he probably should have been dead there, but the timing of the flashbang was pretty damn good on top of everything else. 50 seconds on the clock now. A 4 versus 3. It's pretty telegraphed what's coming here. They kind of know that they're hanging out outside of the A-bomb site, so don't think it's going to be too much of a surprise. Another Molotov to slow them down. Finally, the HE will find Wonderful. So 3-on-3 and 35 seconds. This can be done.
Yeah, if JL can't get more than one, this round is back on. Flames with the trade. Oh, that Molotov has not hit the mark. Won't be a huge deal. They've got the plant down regardless, and a good smoke, powerful smoke here. Locks both players out. They might just have to push this on the flashbang. Here we go. Actually gonna nade each other a little bit there. 14 damage taken. First kill gonna be very important, and Flames, uncharacteristic miss from him. Leaves Spinks in the 2 versus 1 now.
I wasn't expecting it either. Oh, the Molotov down. He has to move out. He does get Alexi. And he was up there. Straight headshot from Spinks to bring him down. And Vitality are on the board. 3-1. They needed that so bad. It comes down to the clutch.
Wow. Okay. I thought they were done for when that first miss came through for Flame's sake. He was out of position. The Molotov at his feet. It all started with his nice grenade. Wonderful had already done so much in the round. They got themselves a couple of picks. Spinks fighting tooth and nail here. Yeah, it felt like a must-win round. Things starting to spiral.
Let's go, boys!
Yeah, gotta love that fire from Apex.
After all these years, he still just is one of the most entertaining players to watch.
Absolutely.
Puts you in a good mood, doesn't it? Well, Navi, because of the good start that they had, they're able to buy regardless.
They barely dropped a player en route to this 3-0. So yeah, money's actually not bad. And wonderful with the AWP. I think Maui summarized it well. Like, he does have similar mechanical skill to Simple.
Yeah.
Maybe not the same killer instinct, though. He'll play a more calculated game. He'll play the more passive angles, but hit the shots that really need to be delivered. Really good at these sort of positions, anchoring bomb sites, staying alive and not doing anything too aggressive, I suppose.
Yeah, he usually has a really, really big impact on the game, which is part of the reason he's made a bit of a name for himself. Big shoes to fill, obviously. You're talking about Simple, but, you know, early days for his career, you have to assume. 50 seconds on the clock, and they are getting really close. So the bomb is really far back. So nothing has been decided yet for Vitality. They're keeping the options open at the moment. Flames looking towards the middle. Alexi just jiggle peeking this one with the smoke in his hand. Let's see if anyone is going to give up the information. 30 seconds now, and they have decided this is definitely going to be B-hit.
Yeah, absolutely is. No real damage as of yet. Execution coming through. Nothing too technical here, but Spinks, he'll open things up, but Im is shutting it down. Double kill. Make it a triple from the platform here. That's surely enough. It's down to ZywOo, joined by Mezzi, but they are being surrounded here, swarmed by the CTs. And it's down to Mezzi. He has got high clutch potential, does significant damage towards Alexi B, but can't close out the round. It's Imma showing some rare form here. Triple kill from the platform position, shuts down that execution in towards B, and there will not be consecutive rounds here for Vitality. That's going to be 4-1 now in favor of Na'Vi. And all from this position as well, you can see not too much pressure applied. That's why I said I wouldn't even call that really an execution, more of a contact play. There's no smoke, there's no Molotov. He's just got some open runway to mow them down. No one looking in that position.
Yeah, and a good flashbang being thrown by Alexi B to set up the initial double kill there for Imma. So a couple of things really working out for them. No bomb plant either. Na'Vi with, again, a good survival rate in the last round. So they are... Yeah, there's not much to really criticize at the moment for Na'Vi. They're having a great start. Again, being on the CT side on this map, it makes a massive difference here. Ooh, Apex, though. That's a bit of a wrinkle here for Wonderful. He wasn't ready for it. Eagle shot to bring him down. ZywOo's up close. He might just get this one for free, and he will. Imma not aware.
If they can slow this down now and recover those rifles, that would be fantastic. That's even better, Anders, but JL here to pick up the pieces. Gets himself a double kill. Damage was inflicted by Alexi B, but ZywOo's on a rampage right now. Gets himself his third, and it will be Apex to close things out with a deadly Deagle shot. And there we have it. Second round on the board. Bouncing back with a partial buy there. One hero AK, and what a hero he was. ZywOo managing to find all the kills required and dominate that dark position.
Out of all the rounds, it's this one that they pick up. That's so ridiculous. Simon with a great instinct. Realized Jail was fighting towards the main entrance. So he steps into the flames and makes sure he can trade him right away.
4-2. The Max 7's out. First appearance in this tournament. MP9 there as well. 5-7. Desert Eagle otherwise. And this is pretty much a force buy. We talked about this before. A lot of teams now, when they force buy, they'll at least save at least $500 to make sure they don't completely sabotage their finances when the next gun round rolls by.
You have a strong distaste for the shotgun tender.
Like this scenario, it's fine. It's whatever.
All right.
It's when the gun rounds, when they're using them gun rounds and there's rifles available and there's money there. Like that's why I don't get it. Like there was a weird 2-week period in CS we were doing that. I just don't want to go back to those days. That's all.
All right. Fair enough.
This round, yeah, like you can get a cheeky kill. Like with the kill reward of $900, like, you get one, you can make it work. Fair play.
Oh, he steps into the flames, though. Giving up a chance a little bit here, but Apex not just good with the Deagle. Able to get a couple of kills in there with the AK in this one. Alexi gonna get out-dueled in spite of the fact that he did see the shadow on the ground, but nice quick peek there for Mezzi. And this round is obviously gonna be done with, so Vitality bouncing back pretty quickly here.
Yeah, things are getting a bit scarier 4-1, but this is a convincing one and should tie things up, to be honest, Anders. It's Eco up next, certainly, for the CTs. Hoping to maybe steal a rifle if they could get one of these AKs that you don't really have to hunt these guys down, but as long as you've got a buddy with you, it should be fine. There'll be a frag available, surely. There's one. Him up maybe with a double. to be a difficult challenge. Apex to make sure it doesn't come through. So they find absolutely everyone. It costs them a rifle, but that's fine. It means there'll be no Deagles or Kevlar to worry about in the follow-up round. Should be the full eco here, as we see. There was the shotgun leap of faith from JL. Ended up in an Apex double kill. He's had a good start now since they started finding some rounds. As mentioned, should be the eco with the CTs here, so I imagine Vitality will tie things up. I don't think they can really justify anything. So a flash, maybe they just push the B entrance and hopefully get a couple of kills. But the Molotov's down. I think that nullifies that idea. They've got the weight and respect for the Molotov. It's a 5-man stack.
Why not?
Yeah. What else can you do, really?
You might as well give it a shot. Vitality probably going to be quite hard to trick in this particular sense. I think Apex is going to be well aware that this is a possibility, at least. You can tell by the fact that the bomb has dropped really far back on the minimap that they're going to spend a little while at the beginning of this round just gathering some information. 5-man squad has moved from the B-bomb side back into the middle. I don't think there really are any wrong solutions here for NAVI. Just got to try something. Nice swing. They do some damage to flames through the door even. Oh, and they're actually going to find them. This is really interesting all of a sudden. They got a couple of AKs.
How have we got here? There's USPs making things very problematic, and they're en route as well. The Stampede is coming through towards B. Spinks needs to be careful here. They're rotating. They're holding towards that K position. They've got to cross towards the bomb site. They've got a smoke, which they'll use effectively. No one behind the temple position, but the bomb will be going down. Nice Molotov. Make things very complicated. They can't just swing and pound to this stage. A bomb will be planted comfortably, and it'll be back to a 3 versus 3. Bear in mind, these players have no Kevlar, no kits, but they have got aim in buckets and spades. JL finds the man advantage once again.
Still very hard to win this round. Like you said, without the defuse kit, it's going to be a real long time, but they are going to try and throw something at it here. Wonderful goes down. Cyber, oh, he's going to get dropped as well. It's Mezzi out at main. Does get the spray down, and JL was very low on health, but what an expensive round.
I think you'd just be happy to win it at that point. Like when he gets to that sort of stage, Mezzi 30 HP, 1v1. Thankfully, that final player didn't have the rifle, USP and low HP himself. Mezzi, known to win a clutch or two, will be closing things out there. But they got a lot out of a little there, Anders, to be fair. Bit with a couple of kills. And it comes down to this moment, 2 versus 1. Mezzi, 30 points of health. A couple more bullets and that USP would do it. See, Apex, yeah, he's on tenterhooks. You know, we can't lose this one, boys. This is the one that was guaranteed. But yeah, expensive nonetheless. They'll use a timeout. It's going to be Na'Vi. Blade will chime in after a great start. Things starting to slip away from them. Don't have the same amount of control, but still a pretty decent half thus far, Anders. The fact they've even got that 3-0, quite impressive. 10 seconds of freeze time remaining. We'll have a look at the buys as they come through. I guess there were some compromises to be made. AWP for Wonderful, though. He had a really strong start with the rifle. He's yet to really sink his teeth in with the sniper rifle so far. An important round coming up next. Both teams stretched relatively thin, financially speaking. And you can vote on Blast TV who you think will take Anubis. It's almost right down the middle. A slight edge for Na'Vi right now, surprisingly.
That is interesting. But I mean, they have impressed at the start, so maybe that's sort of what's persuading people. But again, Vitality, I mean, they are a powerful team on this particular map, so don't want to underestimate them either. Cyber with the opening, but Imma, again, good for the double spray down. That's kind of been his calling card on this particular bomb site.
Yeah.
He's still going to lose the site, though, and the bomb part should be following through.
Rough one now with the CTs. Big kill. And it had to be going in favor of Bit for them to stand a chance of winning this round. Yeah, I don't think he'd fancy it now.
No.
Might as well hold the wonderful AWP. JL, M4, he's got the incendiary and the cheeky HE as well. So that's like $900 worth of utility right there. Might as well hold on to it. Smoke for Wonderful as well, but yeah, the round is over, and it will be Vitality snatching that lead away after being 3-1 down. They'll be taking the lead 5-4. Is their map pick? Oh, I should say of Na'Vi's.
Yeah, and I mean that's the Desk touched on it briefly that the map video probably overall just working out really well for Vitality, which is not too surprising, but still could be a hard day in the office for Na'Vi.
Good work
that
from Zywoo.
playing out.
Really like that. It was an Ima, like you said, got another nice double kill there, but ZywOo delivering the shots required once again. Alexi B, a shake of the head there. Felt like they had the advantages required. Doesn't really land in their favor, though. Might be the tactical timeout once again. New coach Xqtaz behind Vitality, of course, replacing Zonic.
Yeah, we'll see. They've kind of taken over the game a little bit here, Vitality. It's not too late at all for Navi to have an interesting first half. I mean, there's still a lot to be played for here, but it's just that it feels like now that Vitality have started to wake up a bit, they are getting a lot of good entries. Eagle on Emma up close.
Yeah, they don't force around the orb. They do a partial buy, which is fine. They could definitely still win this round. And Wonderful seems to think they can. Finds Apex. Good positioning there towards Dark. He's normally the anchoring towards A, bear in mind. So staying dynamic, staying nimble as he opens things up here. A lot of work to be done in this round, though. Emma with the AK-47. Certainly boosts their chances of winning the round now. Flames. Haven't seen much from him so far, Anders. 1 in 7. One of the most skilled players on the server right now.
Yeah, you're right. He's been absent in 7. That is what we're used to seeing.
ZywOo. He feels comfortable in the middle. They've got some decent control. The confidence shining through. He'll find bits as he makes the first incision, brings it back to a 4-on-4. Flashbang delivered here. JL catches it right in the face. Needs to be very careful, hoping the Molotov will hold them at bay for now. That's an important frag, though. And ZywOo continues to find kill after kill here. Another high-paced scenario. Hits the flick shot, and it will be 4 versus 2. Immer and Wonderful again. No choice to say, but bear in mind, this wasn't a force buy. They saved the AWP and the rifle. They invested lightly around it with the MP9 and a couple of pistols. Sure, they don't win the round, but as long as they can save these same weapons, all is well. But Vitality will be securing at least 50% of the rounds here as they take their total up to 6. A couple more rounds to be played after this one. Have to save these 2 weapons. The HUD might be on. It certainly is. Immer will take down ZywOo eventually. Silences the beast. And Immer actually looking pretty sharp in terms of mechanical skill today.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't missed many shots, to be honest with you. He must be top fragging, yeah. 14 and 7. Well at the top of the scoreboard on the server right now. Flames, though, waking up. He gets 2 kills that round, Anders, after going 1 in 7. He is up to 3 at this stage. So there we go. Vitality continue to look sharp even after losing Apex to kick things off.
It's such a good look for a team like Vitality to be able to go down at the start of a game like this and then just slowly crawl it back and sort of recover any confidence that might have been lost in the first 4 rounds. They just say, you know what, we don't care. We have the experience and the quality of players to bring this through. It's really nice to see. Like, I don't really expect anything else out of a team or an organization like Vitality, but on the mental side, it's just it's kind of cool to see. Because they were under some pressure at the beginning. Navi really had, like we said, about the best start you could have hoped for on the CT side here. And it still has not been enough to slow down Vitality to the extent that Navi were probably hoping for. 6-4 the scoreline going into the last couple of rounds here, the first half. And this is, once again, looking a bit grim, perhaps.
Perhaps. A couple more rounds left to play, and they're running with conviction towards the B bomb side. They get something aggressive set up here. Time will tell. This will be a pretty standard setup so far. Bits just playing with the utility, trying to spot a shadow and fending them off. Smoke down in middle. Greeted by a grenade, one that doesn't connect. And ZywOo, who's looked so good for these picks time and time again. So it's wonderful, to be fair. He'll hold back in his more traditional position. Rotating back and towards that A site.
Yeah, they really are running the same default over and over. You can tell the bomb is kind of dropped in the same position. I think the only really big variable here is whether or not they go towards that dark through middle or if they just stay away from it. At the time, they're not really getting close to it. Under a minute now. It looks like they might try to fake the... Oh, maybe not. I was going to say fake the A-bomb so I can run back through middle, but Spink's going to find a kill on Immer over on that side.
Freebie.
Yeah.
Immer exposed. Wasn't aware of it.
Look at the rotation it's caused.
Hey, right. As they get ready to walk in towards the A side, there's almost no one there. Just bits, I say just. Hell of a player. Holds towards the bricks. It's a position that's commonly Molotoved, as you can see. He'll have to sit back and wait here. Smoke down towards heaven. Bomb to be planted almost certainly. And what a plant it is, Anders. Right in the open at the back of the fishtail. 5 on 4, one more round to go. Do you fancy this one? Do you want to go for it? They're hoping the T's maybe leap into the crosshair, but yeah, I think you need to call this one off.
That's so sick. All of it set up by that one kill by Spinks over on the other side. A little bit of a panic on Navi as they thought, that's it, they're going to come for us when they rotated, because they did have, I believe, 3 people towards the A-bomb side, so they actually were in the right position, but they got sold on that kill, and that was enough. Hoping to keep the rifles alive here at the end of it on Navi. They do need them going into the last round of the half, which is coming right up, so... Hunters on, Flames.
It's looking so good, Anders. They're 3-0 up.
Yeah.
It's all come tumbling down. Blink and you miss it. But it's all down to that man on your screen right there. ZywOo's had a hell of a performance in this recovery. And like I said, just slightly overexposed. It's a bit of a fumble, really. Like, should not be dying with your back turned. But it will be Spinks scooping that kill up and causing rotations. It made for a very fragile, vulnerable A-bomb side. They helped themselves to it. Nice execution as well. You can see that open plan. There was almost no way you're going to win that one. And so it is going to be that final round of the first half, ladies and gents. Money's pretty decent after saving some weapons for Navi at least. 3-0 start, and you only get one follow-up round. I don't know. They were 4-1 up at one stage, I believe, as well. So, yeah, it's going to be like what went from that the idyllic, like, perfect situation to a bit of a collapse here.
And you have to assume mentally that's how it's going to feel too.
Yeah, you've gone from those dizzying heights of like the elation of winning. It's like, wow, we might actually pull this one off. We're doing well on the CT side.
Ordering the champagne.
The champagne was already opened. They popped the cork. But for now, it's the final round, and they're looking down the barrel of an 8-4 scoreline against them. Like we said, it's a T-sided map, sure, but Vitality have looked dominant in the last few. Apex has had his struggles towards Dark. Spinks wait for the aggression. Him up. He's been strong in towards B. 14 kills, but he's been stuck there for the last few rounds. Molotov deployed, and this is the first interaction coming through. Will be Emma coming out on top. Takes down Spinks this time.
The timing there is so ridiculous on both sides, really. 1 second later, and I think Spinks just wipes them out on that peak, but they did get the good timing against him. Emma to pick up the first kill of the round here. Wonderful will take down Flames on top, so 5 versus 3. The bomb making its way towards the A-bomb side. They're just pushing it all in on this one, and they have any other choice. Oh, no! They stack up on top of each other. That could have been a real nightmare. Bit is going to take down Mezzi, but there was a chance that they both get wiped out on that one.
Final round of the half, and it all ends here. A 4 versus 2. ZywOo and Apex with their backs to the wall. JL applying that pressure. The king of Counter-Strike, ZywOo. I don't think he can hold on, and after a very, very strong start, it's Navi that showed signs of weakness there in the mid stages, but they do close things out, leaving us with a 7-5 scoreline.
Hi, I'm Mezzi, and I'm doing a tier list. Okay, so we got maps up first. Nuke is S tier. So many different variations, so many different ideas on the maps, and it's pretty balanced. And I'll go the opposite side, Vertigo, D tier. I think it's so bad. Quite like Ancient, I think it's got a lot of creativity, so I think A tier for Ancient. Overpass as well. Always liked Overpass and think it's a strong map for me, so I'd have to put it up there. Anubis, I'm gonna have to put in C. Pretty like one-sided with the T side. For me, I would put Inferno and Mirage in B tier. Nothing too exciting in both the maps. I think they're kind of the middle of the pack, and yeah, I would keep those there. Okay, so now we're moving on to the CS games. Source, I'm gonna put it S tier. So my dad used to play CS Source, so that's when I was a kid watching him play, kind of got into it as well, and it was so fun. I think even in like previous teams, I tried to play it in CSGO, like the zombie mode. I think just in Source, just the memories and having fun like on the community server was just like a whole nother level to what we have in CS like now. CSGO, I'm going to put A tier as well. If I put it any lower, then I'd have to question why I've been playing it for so long. I guess that's 1.6. I really didn't like 1.6, to be honest. I guess when you're trying it years after, it doesn't have the same feeling. But I'll put 1.6 in the C tier. I can't put it too low, otherwise I'll probably get a bit of hate from everyone, so I'll keep it there. Condition 0, D tier. There's no words for Condition 0, but then CS2, I'm going to put it in A tier for now. Got a lot of stuff to fix, but I think the potential on CS2 is like a lot bigger than what CSGO was in terms of like the mechanics and how the game's updated, and yeah, I think it's going to be by far the best game they've brought out.
B main.
I'm gonna break B main.
I'm molly.
Yes. Breaking B main, let's fight.
I flashing.
2 B main.
2 dead.
Nice, one more.
Connector.
I can flash.
Going out.
Wait. I need
Connector.
Breaking.
Pushing me.
I'm going through.
Stage, you're gone. Gone out.
Go check.
Side. He's out. Side.
Get back here.
Stay away.
Nice! Nice, boys!
Good job.
Things were looking great at that stage. Imma was fragging, the flashbangs were on point, the comms were sharp. 3-0 start though, leading them to a 7-5 deficit. Vitality back online. As we switch things over here, it'll be Na'Vi on their T-side campaign, and I would say they probably need this pistol in the context of this particular matchup.
Yeah, that was like a walk down memory lane where everything was great for Na'Vi and they were really on top of the world, and it's ended a bit differently, but I've got to say, I mean, it's still pretty respectable, right? It's not too bad getting 5 rounds on your CT campaign here, and they start off well in the second half. It's wonderful. I say that, but he did get executed right away. Mezzi cuts him down across the almost full length of the map there with a USP. So it's still a 4 versus 4.
For now.
And yeah, for now. They're pretty close to the center. Look at that little kill squad coming out there from the Vitality side. 3 of them walking around. Now we're going to be checking out the A-bomb side, but yeah, they're staying grouped up.
4-on-4, 1 minute remaining. Still with a lot of utility here. They can smoke Kevin, Molotov towards bricks, and the cake position as well, but there's going to be a bit of a problem here. They might not get a chance to execute as the CTs are aggressing towards A main. They exchange blows. Still plenty of time here. Decent flashbang, and the fights continue here. The execution potential dropping, though, as they have to re-evaluate the situation. 40 seconds remain. Huge frag coming in next. Nice shot from him up. Gives Mezzi a chance here, and yeah, he'll go down. Big frag to find, but still, 2 versus 2. A chance now to plant the bomb.
Flash around the corner there. Mezzi, he knows how important this next kill is going to be. Bomb not planted yet, and they might have a really hard time doing it. Apex is up on top. It's an execution again. Okay. It could have been any better there. He does get the bomb planted at the very least, but
they'll buy the next round. Like, all things considered, not the end of the world. If they'd got no plan there, it would have been a bit of a disaster. But
yeah.
The fact they get the plan, Khalils can come out in the follow-up round. They'll be force buying for sure. There's no doubt in my mind. So you're still fist bumping. You're still believing at this point. Lovely opening kill here from Wonderful. Mezzi, though, gave him a taste of his own medicine. At this stage,
this
one is trading out kills, and there was no chance to execute. They wanted to deploy everything they had in towards the A side, but Apex closing things down with the P2000. But bomb planted. So not all is lost. If anything, you might even give them a slight edge with the Galils, and they're not buying. So that is a strain. You don't see that every day, Anders.
Well,
almost
we've had
every team would normally force buy in the second round. So
well, we had Vitality
approach.
We had Vitality force up in the second round, I believe.
Yeah, with no plan.
With no plan.
Yeah, so both teams going against the meta right now, and ZywOo's got an AWP. to open things up, and he's shown presence towards Dark. He might just run back in towards A now.
That's also unusual, right?
Yeah.
AWP second round.
We'll take it. He's got himself a helmet as well.
I don't know what to say. I can't remember the last time I've seen this, especially in CS2. I feel like it's just been the default
course, right?
Yeah, every single town. I guess we'll see if it's gonna play off or not. They have enough rounds, I suppose, Navi, that they're not immediately gonna get wiped out.
The problem is now they've got 5 rifles. They have an AWP. And lots of utility going forward as well now. So in my opinion, that was a chance to strike and like sink your teeth in. This eco won't really be going anywhere. They'll smoke off in towards that temple position. Doesn't quite extinguish the flames. They're trying to find ZywOo if possible, but he's got some backup. Bear in mind, no Kevlar. These players are incredibly squishy. ZywOo in position, but taken down. Okay, this gets a little bit more complicated now. They've got the AWP in the hands of JL.
Throw it away, surely.
That's actually a good point. If you could, get it out of the map.
Yeah,
they still have a fighting chance, right? Like, even though they're low HP, the AWP, it's one of those weapons, you never know. If he holds a tight angle like this one, there's a chance, and unfortunately doesn't happen. So the AWP will be back in play. Wonderful, has almost 0% chance of winning this one. We'll see. Yeah, you can see the AI predictions giving him 0. All right, I agree with you. This time, I said almost. I would say like maybe 2%. I'd say 2, but...
AI just dunking on him, saying that's it.
0, straight up. He can't win this. AI has spoken.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. Like, it's tempting to go for it when you got that AWP, but it would have been fun to see them throw it away too, I guess. Either way, I think a slightly scary moment there, but something could have backfired.
Well, it does set them up nicely here. Like, the fact they got a couple of kills on the plant down, they're going to have a really strong buy if they can win this follow-up round against ZywOo's AWP. They should have the wonderful AWP as well, so maybe they'll be building around that. So yeah, that's where they feel like they can do the most damage in the gun rounds, and they have everything they need. They can run their actual game plan here instead of like constantly force buying, like having to make concessions across the board. So definitely some logic to it. Just with the scoreline, you'd think almost every team would force buy in that second, but here we go. First real gun round now. Pressure being applied towards this B bomb site. Smokes deployed early.
More smoke being thrown in from the CT side to try and slow them down. Bomb making its way back through T-spawn to try and reach the A side of the map. No mid control at all for the T's, which... I don't know, I feel like a lot more teams started to utilize that recently, so... Actually a bit surprised that it wasn't something that we saw too much out of from Vitality. We'll see if Navi are... I'm going to try and see if they can attempt a little bit more of that in the second half here. They are getting towards Dark. They really want to at least Molotov out that position just to make sure that no one's holding it. Spinks is feeling pressure for it there, and he's going to catch him. And that is such a close beat.
He is looking sharp here, boys.
God damn.
Spinks just absolutely destroys them on the B bomb site. 5 on 2, just as they pull their nades out as well. So much conviction behind his play as well. The pre-fire, like literally first bullet on the head.
He's in his element. Literally, he's got the obelisk around him, Henry. He's at home on this map.
Yeah, the Pharaoh of Anubis, they call him.
Alexi, a wonderful 15 seconds left. The bomb is so far away from them. There's nothing they can do except the save.
10 seconds, you're right. At least they held on to the AWP. I wouldn't say it's a must-win round, but it's certainly in that sort of conversation. The fact they saved 2 weapons is good. But we'll have a look at the replay. Look at this. First bullet on the head to the skull of Emma. Triple kill delivered by Spinks here. Willing to take every single duel. Dominates them throughout. Feeling the pressure right now. Yeah.
Did he just call him out for having 6?
I don't know. I thought he was doing an Anders quote.
I think he was screaming nice, wonderful, but all right, he's got 12. I don't know. I think he was dunking on him. I want to believe that. I think it'd be sick to hear Apex do some more trash talking, you know?
Oh, there'll be plenty of that to come. Don't worry. First game of the tournament. This is still Group A, bear in mind. Second series of the day. 4 in total to bring you. accelerated scheduling as well. So keep your eyes on HLTV.
Yeah, don't miss out.
Oh, that's a hell of a nade. God. So much damage inflicted, like just as you get towards that A main control.
Isn't it just the worst feeling you're summoning a little bit of courage to sort of like, you know, start something and you're like, oh, I'm on half health. All right.
Yeah. And they've got almost no grenades. A single smoke and an HE now. So this is going to be a rough one with Galil's, AK, and the Orb. What's the next move? Map control almost 0. They have got the first stage of middle. XCB will push the smoke. Apex holding a passive position. This is fine if you just look towards camera and just give the comms over that. When they can cross over towards Temple, that's all you really have to do. Mezzi will be relying on the information of his teammate. As soon as he gives him the cue, he'll swing out.
It's a great setup right now for the CT side. Spray is pretty good for Flames. Maybe could have been a double there. JL going to go down on the other side. We're down to 25 seconds and Wonderful is alone. And they don't have any reason to fight him here. They know that he's out there.
Yep.
Smoke him off, leave him alone.
Really powerful smoke. That just wins the round there and then. Nothing he can do with save once more. He's had to do that, what, 3 rounds in a row now?
Yeah.
Save the AWP.
Think of what a powerful lean that was, the A bomb site. It's 3 people inside the bomb site. It's a 4th player in the middle holding the cam position. And then it's, you know, 1 player over at B who's just on his own by the obelisk. So they were so sure Vitality of what was coming. And, you know, even if they traded somewhat fairly there at the start of it, Navi, they would have kept running into players over and over again. So Vitality, good read all across the board here.
Yeah, I really like that synergy between Mezzi and Apex in middle as well. Just ducking and weaving around each other, taking the aggro, finding frags.
Wonderful! Ah!
Don't know what that means.
I love Apex.
Love it.
What a great human being.
Yeah, a true gem of Counter-Strike.
It's so sick. We have Taz now back coaching, which I think is
not
really
this event, I think, but
not yet.
Following things up.
He was an infamous trash talker on LAN, and I think it's a legitimate strategy. Like, if you have a young player who's, you know, maybe going to be mentally affected if you're yelling a little bit, you come up with something, you know, why not do it? Like, I think it's a legit way to try and put someone off their game.
Especially some of these younger, maybe rookie players like Wonderful, for example. Yeah. Definitely part of the game, an important one. Holding your nerve when players are trying to get under your skin.
Yeah.
And he's going full set. He saved this AWP 3 times now, Anders. He hasn't had a frag of it for a while. At least one that really mattered. Good smoke. He's trying to find a gap. Is there anything to work with? Nothing. Smoke will be blown open. He's going to have to go for the swing here. What a swing it is. That's more like it from Wonderful. Great coordination. CTs will hold them at bay, though, with the incendiary. Zywa looking to return the favor. And here we go. The full commitment towards the B side. It's JL with a double kill.
That's huge. 2 versus 4. Apex might have riled up Wonderful a little bit too much. He certainly got the opening on this one. He's going to go down to Flames, though. Grenade bouncing right in there. Not enough to kill JL, but could have been interesting. He spots it out. He gets a leg shot onto Apex. That's ridiculous. Somehow we're back into a 2 versus 2. Setting up the Molotov, but nobody's in that corner. I think they're going to be fine on this one, Navi. That bomb is so far ticked already, and it's going to be very, very hard to get this defuse in the way that this is going. But they're going straight for it. Some shots through. Still being defused. No one's checking it. Oh, my God. He just held it ice cold the whole way through.
That's so sad. They're considering, like, the context that's for map points, and they had a 2 versus 1. Surely sacrifice one, but push through the smoke. Like, the bomb's so close anyway, and they just let him deep. I guess they didn't hear it. They just assumed it wasn't happening.
I wish the audience could see the pain in your eyes, Henry.
Yeah, that's like, it's just sad, isn't it? It feels like they're getting close to winning these rounds now, but they really are running out of time. And just as Zimmer realizes he could be defusing, it's just the Apex show, isn't it?
Yeah, just imagine, Henry, you're at the battlefield, and that's the sound you hear in the horizon.
It's intimidating. Like, hear that coming over the hill?
You're going to want to pack up your stuff. Like, you know, like,
oh, yeah.
I don't want to die
Look
today.
how close these rounds have been, though, Anders. The money's so low on the CT side. If they could have just put one of these to bed, it would have been a very different story here. But Bits fighting for their lives here. They've got the opening frag, it's Flames to go down. Isn't that one of his best showings thus far? 6 and 14. Might not matter though if they can close things out right here, right now. Their opponent's picked 12-5. One more would do it.
That was a 2-on-4 in the last round.
Yeah, that kind of signals the end for me. They can't close that round out. Yeah, you might be done for here.
You know, I was feeling a little bit jet lagged myself, but I must say, Apex really saved my day. Like, this is
woke you up.
Yeah, this is everything that I really wanted. You know.
Oh, thankfully, I've been here for like 2 weeks. I've got no excuse.
That's true. That's true. Well, it's early still. Cyber's getting a good shot in there. Mezzi as well. In spite of a good opening for Navi, they can't close out the rounds here in the second half.
Maybe Alexi can, though. Hold on. No one has any idea that he's in the backlines. Not the cleanest shot, but this is going to be a very important kill. Back to a 2-on-2. 25 seconds remaining, though. Apex rotating through. Wonderful with the dark control. Needs to plant the bomb, though, if possible. 2 players. They know exactly where both players are now. Huge frag from Alexi B. It's down to Apex. Can the in-game leader find glory right here? As he enters the clutch, but Wonderful will shut him down. It's going to be a conversion there from Navi, keeping the dream alive for now. A lot of work to be done here on Anubis, but still, that's a pretty decent finish for themselves. And bear in mind, like I said, the money is low. It might even be like force buy territory just to try and close things out now, or a full eco. Both options are viable, I suppose. But good trading potential. Alexi B, as I mentioned, good backstab here. They had no idea it was coming through, and he was the most impactful player of the round, to be honest with you. Wonderful to find that final kill. JL's still believing. They know the money's wrecked. And as you can see, it is the force buy. So pistols, a couple of rifles, and a novel play here. Bit of a gimmick. It's exactly what they need to overcome this sort of round.
Yeah, you're right. You know, you're so close to victory. All you need is one little trick, and maybe that'll do it. Although, like I said, both teams have been really absent from the middle. I feel like not that long ago, that was where the meta was shifting in on this particular map on the T side, where people would try and take the middle with 3 or 4 players, even if they just left one player there. Ultimately, it felt like that was a big emphasis, but haven't seen it too much here today.
Flames with a nice flashbang to get himself the hell out of dodge. He's only got the 5-7. There's no way he's finding a frag here, surely. Good flash, good damage. Not the finish he was looking for, though. Bit will take him down. The firepower of the AK-47. They might just have to hold on to their rifles here. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, Apex, I think he's made the call. Lock them in, contain them in the bomb side, try and find some exits. 12-7.
Yeah, take a break, hang out in CT spawn, you know, enjoy the water, or as they call it south of the water, aqua. Obscure
Always,
memes, Henry, don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is another round. So Navi, I think, kind of in a similar position as we saw in the first match. You know, you might end up losing the map, but at least, all right, they're hunting for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, they know where Immer is. So if they can find another rifle here, yep, they can. They might be onto something. So that's going to be... Oh, did they check? I don't think they checked this. Oh, they do. Bit will be on high alert. An AK and M4 is taken to the next round. The force buy doesn't work out for them, but that's okay. Still plenty of buffer room to go here, as Navi start to wake up in the second half now. It all started with the bit frag towards the Phantom position, taking out Flames. We had that 5-7 there, and that was the open bomb site. The round was pretty much over there because he was the only player residing with the bomb site. Could be the tactical timeout. And this is a weird spot now. You've got 2 rifles. You know you can win the round if you invested a bit more, but you should just be taking the eco around here and let the finances build. But still a chance with Zywo and Apex with those rifles in hand. They're going to be a formidable duo to try and topple. Wonderful. He plays with confidence. You can see he's got a lot of conviction behind his play.
Yeah, that's what he should. I mean, he's been pretty good in spite of running into some resistance here. He's not been doing nothing. Cyber going to get a little bit of a boost on top of the obelisk. That would have been a great way to open the round, but Bit forcing his way through, going to be taking down Spinks. It's the right idea. And the bomb is going to get planted right here. Flames looking to have an impact with the USP, but he's not hitting the shots, and Navi are going to be able to claim this round. Apex just far away from the action, so they're getting something. It was a very slow first half for them, but they're starting to claw their way back a little bit.
Absolutely. 4 more rounds to go after this one. Take us to overtime. Overpass next. That's a pick of vitality as well, and that's when Navi really will be tested. First map After a great start, they've won both pistols as well, Anders. You would think they might be able to put this one away, but still a lot of work to do. That's just to get us to overtime and then have to close out there as well. A lot of variables working against them, but 8 on the board. Here's the replay bit. Once he realizes there's just pistols on the other side, helps himself to the B bomb site here. Starts mowing them down. And yeah, you can see they are believing. Good shit indeed. And a timeout.
Yeah, a lot more relaxed, Alexei, you know.
Yeah, sure.
But he's finished, so it comes with the...
Yeah, sure. They don't... Kind of the opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of in-game leaders.
Yeah.
Their personalities, right?
Yeah, it is. You know, I still can't wait to see Katie and NAF on the same team. I just want to see that.
I'm super excited for that roster.
Yeah, it's gonna be
the most hype since that Cloud9 team with Shiro, etc. Or maybe even my one. Had a lot of hype too. But hype that wasn't realized.
I don't know. I still think it was, you know, fond memories. Probably more than you, but...
yeah, exactly. I think, I'm sure you found the whole
From
thing.
the outside looking in, it was great.
Yeah.
Real spectacle, you know.
The circus. All right, then. Is this where it all comes crashing down for NAVI? They're up against the full buy now. No AWP, I'll say that much for ZywOo, but he's not one of those players that needs the AWP. Like, he's a world-class rifler as well. You might even have him in the top 10 in that discipline at the same time.
Yeah, we used to have AWP players that were really designed just to AWP, and they couldn't really do anything else. I think
They still exist.
It's more rare now, I feel like. More reliability, but yeah, ZywOo definitely not one of them. He could do everything. Deep grenade onto JL. That's a good amount of damage to equalize the damage of the M4A1s there. The bomb's being brought back. They really didn't like what they saw over at the A-bomb site, so they're going to be regrouping towards the middle. See if they can find an entrance or a pathway towards B instead. Still a lot of grenades on Vitality here. We're under a minute. They have a significant amount of nades left. What's the position like for the speed defense? They're playing both of them towards dark, more or less. Or is it just Spinks? All right, just Spinks. Don't know if I love this position. He's got his back turned to main. He's trusting all of it on Messi. Now they're falling back from it. I much prefer this one. ZywOo's going to be going down to the start of it, so maybe there's something there. Smoke is blown up, but Messi can't find the follow-up shot. It's Alexei B instead with the double kill. 2 versus 3. The bomb's going to be planted here. And things are looking really good. I don't know if they even realize Alexei's this deep in.
Yes, they find Alexei, though. The round's back on. And Apex, great awareness. Follow-up is beautiful as well. Finds the AWP. Is this where it comes crashing down for NAVI? It's up to Ima to save the day. 53 points of health. They have got the Molotov. That's a full defuse there, Anders. If they can get on top of it now, it should be job done. Ima isolated. This has to want this one slip by, and that's going to be it. Vitality get it over the line here. It was a great start for NAVI. It was their map pick. They started off with a 3-0 performance. Ima was going huge, 20 frags to his name, but once Vitality got on their feet, there was no coming back. A great performance there for the international squad. Now they have heavy favorites, and they pick up their opponent's pick of Anubis.
Yeah, Maui, your suspicions were correct. Vitality do prevail on Anubis and unfortunately leave NAVI high and dry. Despite trying to bolster a comeback in those final stages, it's kind of poetic that Apex closes it out in that fashion for Vitality.
Yeah, and he had full nades on that last one. That whole retake, even with 30 so seconds left, Apex just had his full belt right there. This is actually just, when we were watching actually the last series before this one, I noticed that Apex was sometimes actually frustrated to see Cloud9 trying retakes without having a full belt of utility. Well, he showed that it really does help because there was no chance for Ima in that last round.
Yeah, and it's a shame, as Henry aptly said, Ime was showing up on this particular map, and that's something that you requested as a win condition for NAVI, and even when he was, still didn't come through for NAVI.
A bit of a wasted effort, unfortunately, for EMA. He had some incredible rounds. In fact, I would say that most of the first half rounds for Navi were off of the back of EMA either putting down a multi-frag on his bomb site, sometimes even on round 12 itself getting pretty aggressive with his position. And yeah, 140 AR, this is kind of what I was calling for. I was kind of waiting for some kind of EMA performance for him to show up, but really just the rest of Navi couldn't actually contribute in a meaningful fashion beyond that.
And I think that was an issue, we were discussing in the green room, because you were saying, hey, EMA has stepped up, but when you just don't have that, I guess, reliable supporting cast around you, of course this is going to be a result of that, right? It can't be put on his shoulders to single-handedly be pushing Navi over the line, particularly when we look at the mid portion of that map as well, because Navi basically fell silent, right? It was Vitality all over.
Yeah, totally. The map control, we saw a lot of those multi-frags from EMA. He's back in the bomb side in B. That's not really a winning condition for, or how you really want to play a CT side of Anubis, because if you're back in the bomb site, you're letting them throw the full exec on you. They're letting you, you're giving them all the space that they want, and usually that's why Anubis is just so tenuous as a CT player. So that was kind of EMA going above and beyond in some pretty bad situations, if you ask me. Like, he was being exec'd on, he was being crunched, he just came up with really cool kills. So that's actually, to me, in some ways, a more fundamental issue with how Navi's playing this map. They're not fighting back for space well enough, and you could see a personnel difference, too, when it comes to just micro-engagements between the players.
Let's contextualize this as well, because for Navi, it was a 4-1 start to this map, and then what happened in round 6, Maui?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is the personnel difference right here. You see the firepower on display. Apex with the instant headshot onto Wonderful, trying to hold the line. And then we see that Vitality, they just slowly encroaching. EMA, he's trying to hold on to the space, but he turns away. ZywOo was able to pick up the kill because of that, recognizes the moment of weakness, but the firepower for Vitality was just way too much to handle. And Navi just didn't have those contingency plans in terms of counter utility or how they needed to set up to play off of each other to mitigate their losses. And some great shots from the side of Vitality, but that also felt very disjointed on the defense too.
I love how you bring up the firepower aspect as well. And just, I mean, just look how many rounds that Vitality win after this, right? 6 in a row. But yeah, going back to the firepower element, obviously we were, focusing on the Navi side of the scoreboard, talking about EMA, but for Vitality, basically everybody other than Flames was stepping up on this map. And that's a real dangerous mix when you've got so many people spread over the map that can be bolstering those numbers.
Yeah, you could be nitpicky and say, yeah, sure, Flames should have gotten a couple more kills or whatever, but when everybody's playing that well, that was a team win from Vitality. It wasn't the old win condition of, say, a year ago where it's just the ZywOo hyper carry or everything like that. It was, I would say, actually, Apex, Mezzi, ZywOo, Spinks, I think all 4 of them were very similar in kill count, probably very similar in damage, and I saw kind of moments from all of them, if you really want to consider. Like, we saw that Apex round right there. We saw actually Mezzi winning a 1v2 at one point, so all of the win conditions are coming into play right here. Actually, yeah, look at that. They're all within
2 kills difference between.
Right.
That's crazy.
15 plus minus 1. Yeah, okay. Great stuff from Vitality. This is the kind of form you want to see them in.
Yes.
Just, to me, even though this was 13-8, it really kind of felt like a 13-5 to me.
I feel like it was a cosmetic comeback right at the end from Navi, like them getting, those 3 or 4 rounds back to back. And I want to go back to the point where Vitality put themselves on map point. We got round number 17. So what were they able to do here that kind of, netted them closer to that win?
Again, this is the Navi disconnect. This is a 2v4 post plant. Their advantage. They have 4 people right now, and then there's this weird push from Wonderful right there through the smoke. JL's got an op on the bomb site. He's trying to defend, and he doesn't know where he can go. He knows there's one player there, but Apex just shoots him right in the dome. And again, the utility. Look at how much utility Apex has for this retake. There's so many nades he has at his disposal. They knew at one point that there was a player actually towards B main, and they're just able to isolate all of these positions. Molly towards that temple position, and look at this, Flames is just like, all right, job's done, you gotta push, and they didn't push in time.
Yeah, that's so heartbreaking, man. But it goes to the disjointed nature. I think it kind of epitomizes exactly what you're saying is asymptomatic of Navi at the moment.
The communication in that moment must have felt really bad for Navi. There's got to be some underlying issue here, because it's not even just, people might try to blame this on like Alexi B's calling. That's up to everybody. That is a macro issue in terms of everybody needs to get on the same page much quicker for that team. And I feel like the blend of these players from different teams, it's just still hitting so many speed bumps.
Mari, I know you're a bit of a culinary master. What kind of dish is Navi right now? If you were eating this, like, What are they saying in terms of the taste test?
I feel like it's a really average deli sandwich.
Oh.
I feel like it's a really average deli sandwich, and they probably added a vegetable that I didn't really want on it. Just like, why'd you put tomatoes? I didn't want those. And I feel like it's just, because what I mean by that is just, it feels like there's kind of these little details that are missing, and you get this team that's like, the baseline level isn't terrible. Like, it's okay. Like, I'm gonna still eat that sandwich and still enjoy my lunch, but it's never gonna go above and beyond for me, because it just doesn't feel as cohesive as you'd want it to be.
Yeah, we know that they could deliver flavors previously, but yeah, not happening with this squad. And interestingly, we're going to be moving on to a map where we're going to be seeing MeZ making his debut. We didn't see Overpass back at the fall finals, so I'm curious to see exactly how Vitality have switched up their game plan, if they have at all. We're going to find out after this break. Overpass, the pick of Vitality up next. Now, we had a little bit of a break, and we're obviously standing in front of Vitality. We were trying to pick their brains to see exactly where MeZ's going to be playing. You have suspicions. They've thrown us off. I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
There's been some one-for-one role swaps or just MeZ taking the spot that Magisk played before. I assumed that he was going to be playing Monster, and Apex half confirmed it. I think he is going to be playing it, but it was kind of an unofficial interview off the record. So I think MeZ's going to be playing Monster, though. I don't think they're going to switch too much up beyond that.
I think that would make sense just looking at Vitality as a unit. Obviously, we've only seen them play it, I think, once in the past 3 months versus FaZe back at Sydney. But before then, this was, a staple map in their map where they were trying to make it work. So I think it would make sense to not change the system too much on this map when you already have, quite a good strategic system in place for them, right?
Right, and I have to highlight one duo in particular. I would say that the Spinx-ZywOo combo towards that A defense, assuming they didn't switch, which I don't think they would. That was too powerful.
They joked about it. I think it was a joke when we asked them.
They joked and said Flames was going to start off it, okay? So I'm not taking anything that they said at face value, but before, of course, Spinx-ZywOo, dynamic duo towards that A site, both of the players incredibly independent, could do anything on their own, but also on top of that, even if they paired up, it was just, you're not getting into that A bomb site. You're not going to get past them. And so I'm terrified for Navi. I'm terrified if they can even scrap. If they're on the offense at any point in this and they scrap together 50% of the rounds, I'd be shocked. I would be so shocked.
Okay, prefacing this, we kind of painted Navi, or you painted Navi as a bad deli sandwich. If you're going to add one key ingredient so that maybe we could see the third and final map coming out in this series, what do they need to do on Overpass, or do you think it's over?
So I actually will say that based off of the macro movements of how Navi were positioning themselves last game, I think they did a good job. It's just that sometimes the individuals and the way they played off of each other wasn't quite there. And so if we want to continue the sandwich metaphor, sometimes that's just adding a good sauce. You know, just put one good sauce on it.
What kind of sauce we talking?
I like, personally, deli mustard. It just kind of like puts a nice...
I've ever had deli mustard.
Okay, just think like Hellman's, like mustard.
Oh, like a mayo.
Like a seedy mustard. That is
seedy
a little
mustard.
spicier.
Okay.
Something that just gives it an overall feeling, some cohesion, and brings the flavors together, and gives it a little bit of bite. And that's what I'm not getting all the time out of Navi. But I will say that if anybody's going to come up to play, I want to see if Ema can repeat that performance he had on Anubis, because he plays such a vital role towards that A side of the map. It is frequently the most impactful position, and if he's going to put up numbers like that, they have a shot.
How do you think Wonderful is going to be faring when we're coming into this ground? Where's he going to be having the most impact?
Well, I've stated before in the pregame the fact that Wonderful, he's incredibly skilled mechanically. He's going to hit most of his shots when presented them. It's just about finding enough opportunities for himself, and that's where I really feel like Navi are going to be lacking. The fact that that Wonderful is just a little bit more static than Simple, a little bit more static than the top operators in the world, so he needs to be on his feet all the time. I needed to make sure that this guy never even plants his heels and just moves from place to place constantly to try to find what the next point of attack is going to be from Vitality to stop it.
Flipping back to the UK side of things, because I have to. It's been a while since we've had a top UK player. Mezzi on that first map kind of echoed exactly your sentiments coming into this matchup. He isn't a liability, and he was actually posting some pretty decent numbers alongside, 3 other members of Vitality. But it's great to see him not costing Vitality those rounds, right?
Of course. I really think that's a big reason that Vitality went with someone like Mezzi, even though he couldn't be the one-to-one perfect replacement for Majewski. It's just that you knew that even if he comes into a system with such a strong core as Vitality has, that he wasn't going to get in the way. He's a player that takes very few resources, and he doesn't really need to be set up in too many different ways in order to find his own and to be a contributing member.
So if we do see him slotting in kind of position for position for Majewski on this particular map, what did Majewski do on Overpass that you think kind of, worked really well? Are you hoping Mezzi to replicate that, or maybe kind of bring some of his own flavor and flair?
I'll actually bring out a word of caution here, because with what Majewski did for Vitality on this map before, where he was just able to lock down monsters so consistently, I have actually, at the fall finals, we've seen Mezzi have some difficulties in these really hard anchor positions, because Mezzi was a little bit more of a rotator on some of his past teams. He would play some anchor spots, but it's that when he tried taking over Pit from Majewski, for example, we saw some of the weaknesses there where it's just very difficult in these highly mechanically challenging spots where Mezzi is very good if he's presented an opportunity to peak with timing, but if he has to just flat out hold an angle, which is what the monster player has to do, I've noticed that Mezzi isn't quite up to snuff to what you would always want for that position in that player.
Well, Vitality looking strong so far in this series, and their pick of Overboom. So Henry, Anders, let's get into it.
Oh, we shall. I'm ready to get into this one. Another Overpass, Anders, and it is the pick of Vitality, unfortunately. Looking for another 2-0 here. Scheduling fans are going to be on their feet for this one. The accelerated schedule, the prospect of another 2-0, this is looking good.
It's unbelievable, Henry. We only had one overtime.
I know, that's it. Good point. Only one overtime so far. I'm sure we got a few more in the tank. Plenty of action to come at you today, ladies and gentlemen, as the tournament continues. We've got FaZe versus Heroic after this one, and of course, MOUZ versus G2. G2. Nothing but top teams here today. It's the World Finals, of course, live and direct from Abu Dhabi. As we get to the second map, it's Overpass. This one picked by Vitality. You assume they're on the T side. Let's have a look. And indeed, they've gone for 5 sets of Kevlar, Anders. So nothing in terms of execution. This will be an all-out fragging affair.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get the Glocks close enough, it makes sense. But, you know, obviously at the distance, they're going to be a little bit of a disadvantage. Wonderful has found himself in a interesting position. Kind of flanking around, but this could be also a problem. They might be really far away from the action. The dualies, they have to stay alive. They have to get a couple of kills here. There's not going to be any backup for a while. And actually, Bit goes aggressive. It's Cyber with a double headshot in return here. And a good start so far for Vitality. See if they get the bomb planted before the rest of the cavalry shows up here to the B-bomb side.
Well, they will arrive, but it's Imed shut down by Mezzi. Wonderful. Bear in mind, he had that really interesting flank coming through, and he could find the timing here. Mezzi needs to be on high alert. Oh, wonderful. No. Oh, that was the round. If he gets it clean, you never know. It can be difficult. The USP is a cruel mistress sometimes. Shots in the backfield. So impossible at times, but it's going to be Alexi B. Speaking of impossible, this one doesn't look like he'll be getting close as Apex will backstab and find the final frag there. No utility. Don't see that too often on a T-side pistol, especially on a technical map like Overpass, but they make it work at the connect control. Starts pulling in towards B, and it's Zywoo who gets the double kill here. Bit actually opened up the frags. That's ridiculous from Zywoo. God. Oh, JL. So a couple of opportunities in the back that weren't converted. This one especially. Wonderful. Oh, yeah. He hates himself for that one.
It's so relatable, isn't it? Like, we've all been there, but obviously, high-stakes game like this one, you want to be able to hit that shot.
So, the full eco. Not the start they were looking for. USPs. CS2, for some reason, these full ecos always seem to be a little bit more interesting than they were in CSGO. I couldn't tell you exactly why, but we'll see where they can actually find anything here at all. Bit of a B stack, but not for long. Everyone rotating back in towards A. Bits feeling confident they could be coming towards this side of the map, but here they come towards the bank area. Looking to make a deposit of kills if possible.
We had this weird era in CSGO, you're right, where a lot of teams, you know, lost the follow-up round here. And then towards, I think, you know, for the last long stretch of CSGO, most teams had figured out how to properly use the grenades and sort of really make sure they weren't given too many. And you're right, in CS2, it's like a lot of people forgot about that. And maybe it's just because people are so busy sort of learning the rest of the game that some of that stuff slips away. But I agree, there have been a lot more rounds like that have been given up for no real reason.
Everyone's here for the party, and it looks like Navi's not invited. They do actually get a couple of frags, to be honest with you. So the trend continues. Certainly was slightly more problematic than they expected. A couple of kills, they'll take that. They're going to be buying into the next round. It'll be difficult to imagine they can justify the AWP. Unless they want to go glass cannon. To be honest, with a player like Wonderful, you might go for it. You might just go glass cannon and say, let's just see what he can do with it. It's a long-range map. He's anchoring the A-bomb side. Might be worth it. And yeah, he's gone for it. So glass cannon, AWP. Okay. Don't mind that. Let's see what he can do. It's what he's brought in the team to do. It is Overpass. And we are going to kick things off here with a difficult round for the CT. Sure, they've got the rifles, the firepower, but without Kevlar, a Wonderful, a lack of utility, could be a challenging one for them. See, Wonderful can't go for the aggressive opening play. It's holding lots of bathrooms for now.
I'm supposed to throw a Molotov over, but it just kind of bounced off the hedges there, so a little bit unfortunate. Spinks in a good position, but JL gonna beat him to the punch somehow. I don't even know how. That was the whole reason why he was looking there, Spinks, but caught sleeping or maybe caught looking at the radar. You never really know. It will be a 4-on-5 though. Navi, they would love a strong start right here. Wonderful, gonna get picked off though. Flames
the lack
able
of
to
Kevlar.
catch him.
You see how squishy he was. A few body shots, it just goes down. Your aim punch comes through as well. So if you're not aware, if you don't have Kevlar, you get shot with the AK, like, or any gun in the game, really. Crosser goes up, and that's why Kevlar is so imperative to snipers usually. That's why we call it the glass cannon. It's a high-risk maneuver, but still, the round is not over. Man advantage here for Navi as Ime does pull one back, but it's Flames with emphatic pace. Goes in alone, trying to isolate the rifle on the bomb side there, but two players ready and waiting. 40 seconds. It's up to Mezzi and Zywoo.
He looked so confident, Flames, that no one was going to be to his right, but obviously we can tell that wasn't going to be the case. He walked straight into the crossfire here. A little bit of a jump. Could have been dangerous. Side was going to clear out that with no real retaliation. Oh, this is awkward, though. Ima trying to do the best they can. Could have nearly been the double for him. See if they can get the bomb plant here. Mezzi. He's going to fake it out once, hoping to win the round. Oh, he goes for it! Wow. And JL will just barely be allowed to duel him. That was so close.
Sort of round Mezzi wins, to be honest with you. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Brings it down to the 1 versus 1. Tantalizingly close, but unable to convert the round into a victory. Good stuff, though. Should be able to find the AWP. It's where it all started, though. A nice little JL push. Like we said, they have a lack of utility, so you want to be making those sort of maneuvers. Find the early advantage. Spinks caught napping a little bit as Flames really tried to go full send. Didn't really work out for him. Mezzi doesn't find the double kill towards the end there. And maybe we've got a tactical timeout. Time will tell, but a force buy at the very least. Tech 9s, AKs, some sort of B execution available. This is brave from JL. He does considerable damage towards Flames. Takes him down to 5 points of health, but takes a lot himself. He'll adjust accordingly. Give Flames the pistol and a flashbang.
They're all on this side. I feel like when you stack up this heavy on the T side, you might as well go for it, because if you hesitate now, you have to go back and clear out the A side of the map, and it's just going to take all day. So that's what they're going to do. Flash is rolling over, trying to catch JL. They're going to get Alexi, and look at how effective this is. JL was low from earlier. They've been landing a grenade on him, so this is just wiped down the defense. Flames with the triple, in spite of the fact that he was low from the start.
Yeah, right. He's got 5 HP, and he somehow slips the net. And he's an absolute thorn in their side. 3 kills, their perfect flashbang deployed by Apex. I'd give him the MVP of the round just for that flash alone. They had no chance. They were absolutely buggered, Anders. Let's have a look at this one. Boom. Look how blind everyone is. They've got no idea. Flames just snuck through, and he's got himself 3 kills on 5 points of health. That is a rough round. Yeah, Alexi's like, if we can't win that round, like, what chance do we have now? Like, that was it. That was the one.
That was the one. Oh, no.
At least they keep the AWP up, at the very least.
Plus, if you're Flames running into the side, all you're thinking is, you know, every second I stay alive, I'm creating a path behind my team. Like, I'm not even trying to get the kills. I mean, it'd be great if I can get 1, but he ends up with 3 for just because of the flashbangs. So efficient.
That's the force buy, landing in favor of Vitality, their map pick.
That's actually so devastating.
Going swimmingly. But the AWP is saved, and the M4's there. This is tactical timeout territory now, but let's have a look exactly how he got through. How did he take no damage? There were...
I don't know.
Flames, flashes, bullets flying everywhere, but... yeah, you got 3, my friend.
Not 1, not 2, but 3.
Easy. And, it's a rough one now. The money is shattered. They're not going to force buy around the AWP. Wonderful is going to have to do his best some pious impression and go for that long pick. Aggressive, of course, but they're going to be rushing B. They're boosted. I like the boost, though. You can see it's more defensive than usual.
Oh, no.
They're going to have to dismount here. Spotted towards short. Spinks with the double kill. That should be enough to win the round. There's only a USP on this side, and bear in mind, Wonderful so far removed. He rushed towards long. We'll just be saving the AWP in towards T-spawn now. Bomb to be planted any second. And a straight up B rush. Nice call from Apex. Like, that was the perfect call considering what they were presenting. The AWP down towards long and a boost watching short.
Yeah.
Like, it's the only counter that would completely destroy them.
Yeah, look at how awkward it is when they realize what's coming and they have to sort of dismantle the boost and try and sort of run away. It's just, there's no way to set up like a secondary defense at that point in time, so they're just wiped out. Wonderful to try and save the AWP once again, although Saiwu is 1 step away. He's going the other way, unfortunately, so his instinct's betraying him a little bit here, but he could have almost just spun around to get the kill on him. Either way, it is a 4-1 lead for Vitality. This is on the less favored side of Overpass, but on their own map pick. So right now, they're probably feeling pretty great about this. See Spinks just letting out a couple of bullets. Such a great entry.
Fantastic work. Save the AWP at least, but this one's starting to get out of hand once again. A couple of 2 zeros on the cards right now. Wonderful. Throughout Anubis, he was saving the AWP a lot. To be fair to him, self-preservation's no problem. He's done it again 3 rounds in a row. That's still the original glass cannon AWP, I believe.
Yes.
But, we'll see whether he can hold on to it. First shot, doesn't quite connect.
Definitely had the right idea, had the timing for it, but off by a pixel, I think. Ima, this is scary. Mezzi crouching around the corner, going to be able to shut him down. Some shots ringing through the smoke.
Yeah, just letting him know, if you are there, we're going to take you down. Better reposition, JL, which you will accordingly. That is enough. This is quite simple Counter-Strike right now. I like it. Got that opening frag, group up, contact playing towards A. Grenades being deployed. Smokes down on the bomb site here. Wonderful. Playing on the front lines.
So awkward to be playing around this with AWP. It's good for the flick, but still. Mezzi again there on the spot. Right position, right time.
Come on, Alexi. What have you got for us? Sitting in the smoke. Mezzi vacates the area. It gets the hell out of the danger zone. So this is looking good. 4 versus 3. Alexi knows he has to react. We're behind the divider right now, but...
They're
40 seconds.
They're well aware that he could have been in the smoke, so Mezzi just seeing if he's going to take the bait, but you've got to give some credit to Alexi as well. He's ice cold. He was for a while. He finally takes a look and gets shot down by Cyber. Now it's a 2 versus 3, but the bomb side is wide open here. They can get the bomb plant.
Problem with that kill is, sure JL gets it, but now they know there's a player deep in towards connector. They can assume the A side's open, which it is. Got to go through everything here, making sure that every choke point is covered. The Molotov down towards bank. Smoke on dumpster. Oh, God, devastating grenade for Bit. Might dissuade him from going to this one. I don't think he fancies it anymore. 5-1 looking incredibly likely here. It's a 3 versus 2. And again, they have to save. Maximum loss bonus for sure. But it's all come crashing down.
Look at the kills here. JL and Imma have 4 and 5 kills, but then the rest of them really aren't doing anything much on that Navi side. That's going to be hard to stop. I mean, Mezzi's up at 7 kills. Flames and Cyber are playing pretty well. They've just got way more of an output on Vitality right now.
Yeah, they managed to win just a single round. It was round number 3 after going down 2-0. They took the eco and managed to bring out a decent buy, but overall it's been nothing but Vitality. And you can see Navi starting to fall flat here. The addition of Wonderful hasn't set the server on fire thus far on Overpass. Currently, Imma at the top with 5 kills. Alexi B down at 0 and 6. Wonderful 2 and 4. And it's Mezzi who's leading the charge for Vitality. New boy doing great work towards that connector. So good at that AK-47. Pixel perfect precision every single time. 7 and 3. Everyone contributing on the Vitality side. And against a team like Vitality, who are gunning for like Team of the Year, one of the favorites for the tournament, and you're on their map pick, you've already given up yours of Anubis, and the way this is going, I think they probably know like they've got little chance of recovering. There's like very little. Like considering they're on the CT side right now, Alexi B, you have to find a kill. It's in my pickers as well. Damn. Needed this. Needed something from Alexi B. Needed anything.
Not the pick'ems, Henry.
Yeah, my precious pick'ems.
It always sucks because when you fall behind on day one, you know, you have to make increasingly more and more desperate choices to try and get back.
Being desperate is not a strange scenario to me, Anders, don't worry. We are going to see another partial investment. AK, M4, P9 for the in-game lead-up. A couple of pistols in the mix, and Bit. I think I've mentioned him so far on Overpass. Is this where he strikes? It's Mezzi continuing to be a beast. Here on Overpass, they'll trade out. He finds Spinks. He's tagged. But they still have a huge advantage here. Alexi B, you can see they're kind of overworked in some of these positions.
Yeah, but get JL activated with the AK. That'd be a way to get back into the round. There we go. Taking out Apex as well. Unfortunately, the rifles, they can't really pick them up at the moment on the CT side, but I think they did. Yeah, Alexi did get one of them. So there is something to work with here. 50 seconds on the clock, and with a 1-man advantage. Let's see if Navi can finally announce their entry back into the opening half here, because they really need it at the moment. Alexi taking down Cyber. This has worked out way better than I was expecting.
There we go. His first kill. A magnificent one at that. Round's not necessarily over. Flames, one of those players that can do unbelievable things with the AK-47, given a bit of time and space. Problem is, he hasn't got much of the form up. 20 seconds remaining as they make their way towards the A side. Scrambling, I should say, towards the site. And there's only one player there to defend, but Can Mr. Wonderful deliver the goods? Seal the deal? 10 seconds remaining. He doesn't have to find his kill handers. Doesn't need to put his life on the line. Just stay alive at this stage. That's fine. Bomb goes down. It's up to Flames to do the heavy lifting here. Mezzi to patrol the extremities.
Yeah, good awareness. I agree. Just don't give it up. It's not worth it to die, and then suddenly it's a 2-on-2. You don't have any defuse kits. You're going to need the players here to find out where the rest of Vitality are. Oh, God. This is getting
the bomb, the fact it's
really
ticking
scary.
so much already, like, this could be very difficult. So one player has to be sacrificed for the defuse. Good flash. This needs Flames to step up here. Tap of the bomb. It's not a commitment, though. Oh, might have done enough here. I'm not sure. It's going to be close, but I think they've got the defuse in the bag. They're not celebrating. I don't think they know how close it's going to be. Oh, God! Comes down to the milliseconds at that point. You can see they weren't really smiling after they killed everyone. It wasn't clear. That was on a knife's edge, but they do get the round over the line. It was just a saved AK. JL, you had to step up. Certainly did. Wonderful. Presenting some good discipline on that A site. Make sure he stayed alive for this 2 versus 1. If they could just hold on for a second longer, it would have been enough. And Alexi B's gone from 0 to hero.
Nice, boys. Nice.
There we go. Yeah, needed that. That is nice.
That is such a hard round. Even all the way towards the end there. You saw it. I mean, if anyone gets a kill there at the end of the T side, it's done.
Frag. Would have done it.
Well, here we go. 2-5. A lifeline being thrown the way of Navi. One that they absolutely desperately need. And they're not out of the woods yet at all. They need to continue to build on this a lot at the moment here. Falling back from the connector is Navi. They did not want to hang around any longer. Flame's actually going to go check it out right away, but Wonderful's on the other side with the AWP, and that's a free kill for him, although somehow Mezzi gets the return on Imma. He wasn't even really there to fight. He was just playing bodyguard for Wonderful. Can't believe that Mezzi's able to land that shot. 4 versus 4 now, and they think this is clear. They think the Molotov would have burned it out, but it's a free kill for Spinks. He's looking to make it a double. All right, that's too much. Oh my God. He's found both of them, Henry.
Brutal. He wanted to get the absolute maximum out of that scenario, and he delivers on all fronts. Love that. Great stuff from Spinks. And that might be it. Lexi being Wonderful. Don't have much in the look into this one, so saving the AWP. Mentioned it plenty of times. They'll have to do the same once again after bouncing back with a bit of a partial victory. Ez is now on the hunt. They've let him off the leash. The British Bulldog is trying to sniff them out here. Does he check this close to that position? Apparently not. There was a chance for a flick though. As he dropped, and now they know they're going to be tucked in towards that playground position. Apex wants a slice of the action.
I mean, why not? You know, Navi are going to be struggling quite a bit. Sure, it could cost you your rifle, but it's so much more expensive for them if they end up losing one of them. Alexi, going to be good for another headshot, so at least keeping it a little bit more reasonable. But it's still going to be 6-2. It's still not a good position to be in right now if you're a Navi. They are struggling, and especially individually. Where's Spit? Why has he got 2 kills? Where's Wonderful? Why has he only got 3 kills? They have had the AWP, but they keep having to save it over and over again without him having any real impact. This time he got the opening, but Mezzi, there's such a sick shot for him to bring it back, and obviously Spinks here. Luring them in. Beautiful double. Yeah.
Wow!
Called him Save Meister.
We've mentioned that a few times as well. He might be onto something there. Like, he is consistently saving that AWP, so not inaccurate.
I can watch Apex just yell at people all day.
It'd be a long day.
Yeah, I'd never get bored.
Yeah, I think you would get.
Do you think so?
How much could he possibly have in the tank?
Does somebody make a compilation, make a 10-hour compilation? There must be enough video out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's going to get a couple of 100,000 views, I guarantee it.
Apex over the years.
10 hours of, like, one of those YouTube videos, 10 hours of Apex yelling at opponents.
Right then. At least the money's fine. Navi will be saving that AWP over and over. They've still got the AK-47 for Alexi B as well. He was 0-6, turned his game around, now 5-7. The flash on the CT's out of position. Spinks looking for another double kill here. Wonderful pulls the trigger. Can't get the hell out of there just yet. They're looking to try and trade him out, but Spinks is looking deadly right now.
He only had 3 bullets for that fight. He didn't reload.
Damn.
That is so disgusting. He knew. He was so zoned in. That's the kind of confidence that'll bring in the match.
Well, Alexi has looked pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Last few rounds, he might still be able to save the day. Reposition towards the truck. It's Flames and Immer. They'll be trying to fend them off on this A bomb side, but now the hopes and dreams of Navi on overpass starting to diminish. Really powerful smoke at this point, and Bit burning in the flames somewhat. They're both isolated behind the dumpster. It's another save, this time not for Wonderful, but Bit and Alexi B to save the rifles here. At least Alexi B has been saving so much, he's got $6,000. He can still drop the AWP. 7-2. This T-half has been tremendous. Another 2-0 looking very likely here, boys.
Yeah, it feels that way. I guess we were warned again to Dest bring it up that it was probably a pretty good veto coming out here for Vitality on the whole. He goes down. Looks like Bit could be following. He's going to get a couple of parting kills. I guess that's something to work with.
Zywoo still actually wants to take him. So he gives up the AWP at the very least. Apparently he doesn't. Nice work from Flames there. It's worth in the end. Like, he just completely disrupted the finances. Apex about to take his headset off. Throw it over to the other side.
He's so fired up. He's just so happy.
This is the culmination of 2023, Anders. This is the last tournament of the year. It's a big one. And with the new coach, Mezzi coming in as well, question marks around Vitality. Do they still have it? You know, like, can they still find these trophies? They managed to win the last Blast event, of course, but they want back-to-back trophies.
Yeah, losing Sonic and then losing Magus as well it has to be just so devastating, but the fact that they're sort of just powering on here is pretty admirable. Inspiring even. 7-2 the scoreline. We're moving into the 10th round, and Navi not the same level of inspiration.
Oh my
here.
god, you just know you're done for.
Straight up into the sky, just shuts him down.
When that nade comes through, he's like, okay, they seem to have an inkling I might be in this position, to be honest with you. But there we have it. It's going to be Alexi B. And a great
good nade
to follow things up.
Navi really having a hard time with it. Just as I say that, Emma will take down Zywoo, so that is something. 4 versus 4. And actually, a lot of the map control over on that A side suddenly goes to Navi. The question is, will Vitality want to spend the time that it takes to clear this out, or are they just going to go for the B-bomb side? Looks like they do. Spinks doesn't seem like he's able to miss many shots, and he's so confident no one's holding restrooms. He just runs up there with the knife out. Wonderful is there to pick him off, and that's going to get confirmation, so they should know what the setup is like here. And actually, Wonderful's just rotating pretty quickly. He feels like this is going to be it. 3 versus 3. An MP9 there for JL to take down Flames in the Molotov as well. This should be enough to win the round, but Apex still wants to say he's going to get the double somehow. Navi just needed to hold back. They didn't have to fight there.
Oh, brutal smoke as well. Wonderful. Oh, he does blow it open, but isolated, and it's the most likely position for the AWP to rotate into as well. So they know. And smoke down has allowed them to set up the crossfire, but Apex offers himself up. That is wild! Speaking of which, it's Wonderful delivering the goods there. That is a great little sequence, a desperately needed round as he closes things out in the 2 versus 1 clutch. Oh, a hollow victory, I suppose. They need a lot more where that came from. They're still only at 3 on the CT side of Overpass. It all started here. Great pre-fire from Flames, but beautiful clutch. I don't know why they gave him so much there. Like, at least force him onto the bomb, Anders. Like, he didn't even have to work for them to swing out on him.
Yep, that definitely felt like a bit of a mistake for Vitality, but to be fair, it was also a bit of a mistake for Navi too.
I think Apex knows he probably overstepped the mark there.
And it's the guy that he's been mocking, some sweet revenge for Wonderful.
I think he was just feeling himself. He got that nice double kill. He wanted to get the hat trick and stop hollering again.
Yeah, that's how you end up screwing up, isn't it? Every time. 7-3. We're getting close to the end of the half right now. Bit of a boost going on over on that side. Spinks, his first bullet accuracy so far with the AK has been ridiculous, and he is looking for it, but he wasn't there when he was looking. JL instead going to be getting the kill on him. Sneaky stuff coming out, but Boost not going to get any kills.
go then. Na'Vi finding some form toward the tail end of this first half. Already a map down. Vitality have played a brutal T half. Looking to execute in towards B. Maybe just the contact play right now. Going for the monster. What a shot that is. Flames continues to be a nuisance here. JL being decent, and I don't know how he survives that interaction. Apex can't quite hit the shot. They know exactly what's going on here. The rotations in towards B are coming through. ZywOo, though, looking absolutely deadly with the AK-47. 2-on-2. Bomb to be planted, and the retake has to come through once again. Wonderful. Gives up his position in towards heaven. Oh, he's got to get this kill. There it is, Imma, as we throw ZywOo into the clutch for the first time here.
He's only got 6 kills, but you know the caliber of play that we're talking about here. Swings out, takes down Imma, and all of the pressure on Wonderful. Imagine 1 versus 1 against ZywOo.
I want to see a full defuse, Wonderful.
Yeah, go for it. Don't even fight him. That actually might be one of the best choices right here. He's looking for him with the AWP, but you realize that bomb is ticking at his back. He's got no more chances left, and he's going to get hunted down.
Good lord. What a way to play it. You see he takes his hand off the mouse there? Just to kind of wipe his brow, and it's like, right, another clutch is up. What have I got to do this time? 2-on-1. No worries. I got you. As JL, to be fair, he is fighting tooth and nail, like, trying to keep the dream alive here. Another double kill for him. They hit the man advantage throughout the round, and then the 2 versus 1 for ZywOo. He just couldn't play it any better. Like, there wasn't any time. Wonderful was trying to get the information as to where he was, but no mistakes this time. It will be Vitality converting and setting themselves up for the final round here. They're going to use their timeout just to kind of maybe calm everything down after a big clutch like that. There's been a couple of high adrenaline situations, so just want to make sure they're nice and calm, understand the economy they're up against as we get prepared for the final round. MP9s is across. Oh my god, you don't see this over. MP9s out in quads, and we've got Wonderful Deagle. The MP9 seems to be just as good as the rifle sometimes. Maybe they can actually.
Yeah, it's like a Boomich fever dream.
Exactly. This is how he'd like to play CS everywhere.
He probably would. Why even buy anything else? Well, I'm not going to count it out yet. Makes sense to go towards the connector. JL not going to get the same level of successes in the previous round. And look at the Molotovs raining in. Imma just getting bombarded out of that connector position. 4 versus 5. And they have a lot of control once again, but unlike some of the previous rounds, they actually do have a little bit more control towards the playground and the birthday party as well. So Vitality, whenever they've been leaning B, they've kind of given up on the A side of the map a lot, but at least they're kind of checking it out here. So we're making a bit of extra noise. Always dangerous, but so far so good. Say that. Wonderful. Absolutely take him down. 4 versus 4 now.
Wrecked. Nice shot. Final round. Need one more where that came from. Sub 1 minute. See if he's active. Rightly so.
Ooh, it's close.
Close as you like, yeah.
But there's only one player defending inside of the bomb site. And it's Bit, who's not really had a great match so far.
Not really equipped for the situation either. Wonderful be found by low HP Spinks. And ladies and gentlemen, looks like we might be done here. Fighting for the life of this series. Anubis didn't really go in their favor. It was 13-8 for Vitality. And on their T-side campaign, they continue to apply this pressure. It was looking like a competitive game at the start, but slowly but surely, Vitality sink their teeth into Na'Vi. And we finish this first half a 9-3. They set themselves up for 2-0 scoreline. Who in your eyes was the CSGO greatest of all time?
I mean, I always have one.
What did you say?
Device.
Device? I like that. Who are we going with?
Simple.
God, I like this. This is actually some considered answers here.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a little bit longer in CSGO, I'll go for ZywOo, of course.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. I like that. It's some good, honest answers there. You considered them.
For me, I would say ZywOo.
Okay, fair enough.
I just think he's great at everything.
Yeah, best all-rounder.
Yeah.
Of all time?
Oh, here we go.
Of all time, the last 3 years?
Like peak. Like peak. Like if you go back and all of throughout CS, you have him in every single team.
Why is he wrong?
But if you say
except that he didn't play the first 10 years of the game.
But if you say like CS at overall is
I think I know who he's going to say.
He's number 2 for me.
Oh, really?
Simmer's number 3 for you?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, for me, Device, the GOAT.
That's my number 1 too.
Because I think
that
I'd also agree that Cyber was insane though.
Yeah,
but I would
of
say
course.
that the way that Device plays is like he's not trying to be the best player in the world. I think that's it for me. Like I think that if he wanted to prove himself more individually, he could have done that. From what I've played with him, I think he could easily play more selfish if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to do that.
He's a humble GOAT.
I would probably say Symbol.
Yeah?
I think he's both great individually, also, I mean, he won a major as well, so...
It's fair enough. You don't have to justify
he
too
fought
much.
hard for that one.
I think it's a totally fair, fair name to throw into the ring.
GOAT.
But what about you?
Yeah, I would say the same. Simple for me as well. I think the other one is obviously Saivu, I would say, but Simple I think takes the cake because he started quite early as well in CS:GO.
Sure.
He was there from the beginning.
Well, it's Navi feeling the sweltering heat here in Abu Dhabi. The first half of Overpass is not too forgiving. 9-3 in Vitality's favor as they look to close this one out 2-0. Oh, Anders, you know what I'm about to say next.
Go on, say it anyway, Henry.
They've got to win this pistol. There's no two ways about it. They've got to pick it up.
Well, I'm glad you were here to remind us anyway, Henry, in case,
They've done it again, interesting enough. Vitality 5 set to Kevlar on both sides, T-Pistol and CT. Not that exciting, but worth noting, perhaps.
New meta being developed.
Yeah, no grenades.
Listen, you can't get shot with a grenade in hand if you don't have one. I appreciate that.
Here we go.
Okay, this could be an interestingly fast bomb plant coming through. A lot of the T side is still holding far back. You can see Bit is catching Spinks, trying to rotate there, but he's going to get out-dueled by Cyber. So now the retake is on. Wonderful. You got to stay alive here. This is about the time, and he gets the shot on the Apex. Some good revenge, a little bit of a personal beef going on between those two. Imma taking down Cyber, and it's a 2 versus 3. Navi, they're on the right track.
Nice shot from Mezzi. 2 versus 2, but bear in mind those Kevlar purchases have meant there's no defuse kit. They've just got to stick this one now. Mezzi has got to be the bodyguard. It's not going to happen, and Imma will pick up the double kill here. The must-win pistol is converted. Well done. Nice quick bomb plan there, and managing to pick up the round in the 2 versus 1. No defuse kit, man. They just had to jump on the C4 itself. Thumbs up from Blade, and we'll see if there's any force buy coming up in the second. I've been pretty off the mark today. Normally you wouldn't force buy in the second round on CT side, but that suggests that they probably will.
Yeah, we haven't really been following the regular script.
Yep, there it is. Most teams will just take the eco on the chin here, but Vitality have been converting this round, so fair enough.
And with the scouts. Oh,
acting as well.
Nice.
Well, that gives up the fact they have force sport.
A couple of more tags with a scout like that, even if it's on different players. That's where it gets real interesting. Grenade lands behind. Good trade. You'll accept it here if you're on the CT side.
Yeah, you're maintaining control. Imma's still low. Connector is under the remit of Flames. Looking towards short. Apex really pushing that position. Mezzi to protect him as well. Brilliant shot. MP9 prevails. Now, that's probably enough. They don't need to force the issue here. They've got the man advantage. We know Zywoo's already found a tag as well, so no real reason to give this one up.
And they steal a Galil right away.
Yeah,
Apex playing around with that. Pretty good weapon to have in a round like this.
Oh, absolutely. It's a very meta rifle right now. A lot more popular in CS2 than it was Go. Oh, hello.
Just paranoia.
A shot across the bow.
They're pushing into the B-bomb side, but they haven't cleared out connector, so they could get shot in the back a lot quicker than they would like here on the Navi side, but maybe they don't feel like they have a lot of a choice. Mezzi letting go of at least one bullet there, but Alexi, he heard and he knew where he was. 3 versus 3 now, and at least they get the bomb planted here. Navi, this could still be a very winnable round. We'll see if Vitality can do anything to retake it.
Him up with the flank. Flames is in trouble here. He'll be taken down momentarily. Immer connects the shot. 2 versus 2. Bomb ticking at some pace. Bear in mind, no kits once again. Has to be this Mac 10. It's not clean from Alexi B at all. Immer with the advantage here, but now, once again, have to set themselves up. It's going to have to be Apex defending with that Galil. They can defuse this one, but oh, it's the Glock. And he's done it. Well played. Immer, as soon as he ran out of bullets, I thought he was in trouble there, but manages to convert it. They might force buy again, considering it comes down to the 1 versus 1. Maybe all 5 went down there as well. With the...
I think so.
I think you're right. So
that's very
maybe
tempting.
A force buy on the cards once more.
That is such a close round. Not a lot would have had to have gone wrong there, but good stuff. Maybe a little bit frustrated. And they actually mostly fight against the temptation. Going to be picking up a tiny bit in this round, but mostly they're going to keep it cool. A boost going on. The jumping MP9, it is one of the most absurd strategies on this particular map, but it actually does work. They probably pulled the jump a little bit too early, but if you wait until the T's are closer, we've seen it work a couple of times, Henry. We jump over that wall with the MP9.
Oh, yeah. It seems to work more often than not, honestly. But here we go. Lots of damage inflicted. CT's in a lot of trouble. Oh, there it is. Converted. Brilliant grenade from Alexi B. That should be enough. No
the touchdown?
Yeah, absolutely. Good comms.
This is finally, it looks like, I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like finally around where Navi actually just have everything going their way. They can sort of take a little bit of a deep breath.
Yeah, they got like full control, right? And it's a clean
feels
sweep.
great.
Yeah, they needed that desperately. So good job. Good round. Solid stuff.
What was Alexi at one point? Was he 0 and 6 or something like that?
0-6, yep.
That's really changed. Obviously, double kill like this helps out, but just in general, he's really stepped it up. So that's encouraging. If they were going to try and build a comeback and get us onto a third map, this is how you want to do it. He's 11 and 12 now. So, yeah, big turnaround.
No AWP, but no problem for Zywoo. Certainly a serviceable rifler. It's that utility we mentioned before in the previous series. Pretty much every team running that set. We're holding the tree along. Nothing too fast-paced here as Navi set up the default. Going to be jumping, see if there's any presence towards that bathroom position. It's Vitality. Very comfy first half, but now giving up that 0-3 in the second. The conversation starts again. Maybe Navi can do something with this. Take us all the way to nuke, perhaps.
They've opened up a door to that being possible, it feels like. There is a way that this can happen. Spinks has cooled off just a tiny bit here at the start of the second half. He was red hot in the opening half. Hitting great entry shots. Mezzi on the same scoreline, that 13-11. And Vitality yet to make the defense work properly. Looks like they want to set up a bit of an interesting trick. Not going to be a boost, but just both of them playing right on the railing down to the B-bomb side, which it looks like that's where the action is going to be happening anyway. Immer could nearly get a free kill here, but they have to punch through down on the other side. Zywoo and Mezzi both getting a couple of shots here. Immer goes down and running the clock very low. It's great defense from Mezzi being put up right now. Lexi B in jail, 2 versus 4, and they're just completely zoned out here. Shot at the back. Spinks finishing off that round.
Mezzi's looking solid.
Yes.
Like, Maui touched on it. Like, he's replacing, like, Magus, like, in that B bomb site, you know. Like, that's an incredibly difficult position to fulfill. Magus, one of the absolute masters of the B bomb side and overpass, but he's delivering on all fronts. Zywo just always seems to find his kill around. Finds that lurking play up. Couple of nice frags here. Spinks to close things out. Yeah. That is a big round. Money under scrutiny here. We'll have one more buy left. Give this one up. It's 11-6, and you're on eco. Extinguishing the flames in the playground. He's have control of short. Spinks looking to rectify that as he enters the connector position.
It would be a bit heartbreaking for Navi if the party came to a close because they just simply ran out of money here, but that is kind of what could happen. I guess the same is true for Vitality, but obviously they have a lot more rope, so they're going to be a little bit happy with that. Good return. Apex boosted up on the other side to catch Bit, though.
Yeah, they didn't see that coming whatsoever. 4 versus 3. And as mentioned, an incredibly important round here. Loss bonus is not established. They'll get $1,900 per player if they give this one up with no plant, and they are fully invested. And right now, they still have 2 smokes and a couple of flashes, so utility not terrible, I suppose. A split looking likely. We have Immer towards long. Wonderful Alexi B otherwise working towards the bar from Zyro. Oh my god, he's just going to find them. And he's going to find them all day long. That's the bomb. That will be the rotations coming through. Oh, wonderful. But no clue. There's 2 players there. Up to Immer. And if he had more HP, maybe you'd give him a fighting chance here. But now here comes the grenade, and it's 11-6. And as mentioned, $1,900 per player into the next round. It's sink or swim time. Because into the next round, you get $2,400. That's enough for AKs, smokes, flash. Or you full invest here and risk giving it all up. It's a really disheartening situation now. Like, you're looking down the barrel of the 2-0. The money's just been wrecked. You lost 2 rounds in a row.
Woo! Perfect. Perfect. Actually, I thought...
No, actually, we'll never know. We'll never know. So it is going to be the full eco. And looking like series point all day long.
Oh, that's a grenade to start with. That actually did so much damage, and the spray to follow it up. Spinks with a double. Ready for more is Samu. Yeah, he knows where they're coming from. Nearly could have ended the round there and then, but...
Okay, they're maybe throwing this one a bit.
Yeah, you don't need to, right? The round is probably going to be won anyway, but you are talking about a really well-seasoned player in Bit, so...
Yeah.
Maybe don't.
This was the guaranteed round. Like, once you had all those advantages, did everyone have to throw themselves in? Time will tell. Like you said, it should be fine. Should being the operative word there.
There's always an opportunity to lose. Absolutely. Try really hard, you know?
Like, he hasn't got Kevlar, bear in mind. He's now picked up an incendiary from one of the fallen corpses of Vitality. Plenty of time to work with here, and the CTs are not playing together. They are segregated. Mezzi deep in towards that monster side of the B bomb site. Here comes Bit. What's his play? What's the move?
Actually, could be a really sick position for Bit. He might just get the free kill almost on Mezzi. He's going to be walking in, looking the wrong way, unfortunately. If he would have been looking straight down there, he would have had a pretty big advantage against Mezzi, you have to assume. So there was a 1 versus 4, and Bit did his best to try to win it. But unfortunately for Navi, it doesn't work out that way. It's now instead 12-6 in favor of Vitality. They are 1 round away from winning this whole match.
What does that word mean? Do you know? He always says it. I assume it's not safe for broadcast, whatever it is. But
where's Maniac when you need him?
Probably in the upper room by now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, we can
find out after.
We'll get him on it. Or he'll tweet at us. Did have a couple of people tweeting about hard disks earlier, so, you know, there is that. I don't know if there's a way back for Navi on this one. I'm starting to lose hope a little bit.
I mean, that's fair, Anders. It's 12-6.
12-6, yeah.
Yeah.
You can all do the math. It's not looking good. I guess individually they're stepping it up. Immer is playing well. Alexi had a bit of a personal resurgence, jailed it. So that's, I guess, going forward from this match, a slightly positive sign. But Spinks and Mezzi on the other team, it's too much to handle. Sure, you put out the Molotov, but then there's an HE in your face, and Emma's down to 60. And all of this damage really does make a difference. NAVI nowhere safe on this map for them at the moment. Three people on the Vitality side that were there holding the front of the A side of the map. Apex just taking a bit of a peek. Yeah, but again, it's costing a lot of time here for the T side. Now you're sort of Molotoving connector just to keep them at bay.
Oh, Messi, if he's considering a flank here, it would be the idyllic time to do so. I think he might be assessing his options at the very least. Smoke's still down. No one on the other side. They're actually making their way up towards shores. Flashbang's coming through. Claims to defend. Oh, they're going to line up for him. Doesn't quite find the triple kill, but a ton of damage here. Will they even consider Messi to be in position? Might be GG, Anders. It's Emma thrusted into a 2 versus 1. Once again, 30 seconds. Needs to find that plant. A couple of kills. He's got ZywOo and Messi to deal with. It's going to be too much of a tall order. And a very impressive performance here from Vitality, converting both maps in compelling manner as NAVI. They started to show some signs of life here, but it's not on the same level as Vitality right now.
Yeah, Vitality large and in charge, and 2-0 at the expense, unfortunately, of NAVI. Once again, Maui, it's a story of the individuals really stepping up. An incredibly even kill spread on this second map of Overpass as well. It's great to see the individuals for Vitality really shining bright.
Just a class difference here between two teams. We see that Vitality are playing up to the level that you would expect for a championship contender at this event, whereas NAVI, not really the same tale.
And Messi playing where we expected him to, right? On Overpass, we got to see not that many rounds, but where he was playing, it was where we expected.
Right. Position-wise, he is the monster anchor. We saw he actually did pretty well in that position.
Yeah.
Got a couple good multi-frags for him and Vitality. Overall, really, really solid performance today for Messi. Definitely improvements from what we even got in the fall finals, which makes Vitality even scarier.
I love that bait at the end from Messi as well. Like, oh, you think you can plant? Psych, actually, I'm going to headshot you. You're dead. Another highlight, I think we've got to revisit the Tech9 moment coming out in the first half. This was beautiful from Vitality.
No doubt, no doubt. You're going to see the flashes flying in for the side of Vitality, and Flames picking up a double entry on it. Actually, it's a triple entry. My bad. I'm mistaken right there. Because that is just so clean. There's nothing really even more to say about it. NAVI, they're just playing in a crossfire on the bomb side. Vitality just have the nades exactly where they need them to be. And I feel like with NAVI in this game, they just didn't necessarily take all the same risks as Vitality when they swap to the defense. You see a lot more poking and prodding from Vitality. They have a lot more trust in their individuals, as they should, because they're better. But for one, it just feels like with NAVI, I don't know if they've always outlined who's supposed to be the point man in positions, or who's going to be the next person that actually is going to accomplish something. And that needs to be ironed out, because people need to be a little bit more active for my money.
Well, we've been speaking a lot about Messi and his positioning, particularly coming against Overpass. So let's get some winning words from him, courtesy of James Banks.
Messi, a solid start here in the World Final for you guys. First thing I want to touch on, though, is you get to play your first Overpass with the guys, but you are just slotting in for Magis. So how do you feel about that?
I think it's been going fine. I think I've been looking forward to it. I think Overpass in practice has been one of the maps that felt pretty confident, even though it's a position. I think I said even in Fnatic, I'm never playing Monster, never, and then coming to and playing it. But it's been fun. I think the way we're playing CT side anyway, I'm getting a lot of action and been able to move around a lot. So I think it's been good.
And obviously, I would say your individual performance looked really great here, right? Is there something you feel just more confident with? You found more room to work with? What's the difference?
I think it's just overall confidence and time with like knowing how everyone wants to play individually, and also like putting my style as well, because I think at the start it was kind of like trying to do everything that they want me to do, and obviously sometimes it's like I kind of turn into a bit of a robot, like making sure I'm doing everything perfectly and stuff. But I think now it's kind of doing what I kind of want to do a bit more and mixed in with those, so it's feeling a lot more confident.
Well, a strong start. Hopefully it continues for you, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great first showing from Messi coming out in this new position on Overpass. And just as you predicted, Maui, we do get to see Cloud9 taking on Vitality for a spot in the semi-finals. I'm so excited for that one.
That one is going to be great. It's going to be a great litmus test for Vitality to make sure that they're in championship form. If they are to be in such form, I would expect that they're going to take that 2-0. But I mean, Cloud9, I really just can never count them out. There's just too much star power there that feels like it could be unleashed at a moment's notice.
Too much Riz coming out from the side of Cloud9. ENCE versus NAVI, that's going to be an elimination series, but plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards as we flip on over to Group B. G2 taking on MOUZ to close out the day. But first, we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Matthew and Jacob as we get to see a first test of Frozen on FaZe versus Heroic.
Despite crashing out in the semifinals of the Paris Major, the Danish Dynamos that are heroic let nothing stand in their way to secure their place here in Abu Dhabi, following sheer domination at the Blast Spring Final. Following their victory in Washington, however, strife and distress were all that followed. With so much uncertainty within the ranks and the mastermind behind their success now a fading memory, can Heroic stand strong and claim the Etihad Arena as their own? FaZe kicked off the year with an explosive victory at ESL Pro League 17, securing their qualification for the World Final. Despite a lackluster conclusion in CSGO, FaZe embraced a transformative journey determined to solidify their legacy. Enter CS2 and an impressive 18-win match streak showcasing their resurgence as they dominated the competitive scene with unparalleled skill and tactical brilliance. CS2 became a realm where FaZe emerged from the ashes, rewriting their narrative with an unwavering spirit and an insatiable hunger for victory. Their remarkable journey reached its pinnacle with a second-place finish at the Fall Final, leaving FaZe hungry to surpass their achievements and claim the ultimate victory in the upcoming battles ahead.
With Group A done and dusted here in Abu Dhabi, it is time for us to kick off the activities in Group B. We have the likes of Heroics and the likes of FaZe Clan coming up after each other. Salazar, of course, a new player being on stand-in in the Heroic jersey that we're going to have to follow up. Zyphon, Tezes, and also new shoes. We're going to dive in all of these topics, of course, in that segment. But they have first to find an opponent, and it is going to be FaZe that is going up against a Heroic. A pretty stiff matchup to kick things off, of course, as Heroic are pointing out to be the lower guy, the little guy here in Abu Dhabi, but we know upsets can definitely happen. The man on the camera right there, Frozen, is going to be a topic of conversation. It is a very big point of interest, him playing finally in that FaZe jersey alongside Robs, alongside Kerrigan, mates of Long Date, of course. If you are a fan of Counter-Strike, you might have seen them in the MOUZ jersey a few years back. I'm Maniac. I'll be accompanying you in that journey, and I am joined by Jacob, as always. How's it going, mate? You have a good time this morning?
I am enjoying myself a lot, out in the sun, went to the pool, relaxed a little bit, watched some Counter-Strike, and now I'm standing here with you, so it couldn't be any better, to be honest.
Well, I'll take the compliment when I can hear one. We talk about FaZe, we talk about a roster change and a new future ahead, and I think it's the best to probably kick things off with an interview and hear from Kerrigan straight up about this roster change.
No choice. I mean, I knew already we needed Frozen, and if you want to stay on top and maybe even do better results, we need Frozen. I think he has the whole package. I think he's very mature as a player. So for me, there was no other consideration. If it didn't work out, we had to figure a lot of stuff out. Here we have a player that I think is going to shake a little bit up in the team as well, in how we play and how we see the game and some roles. And obviously, I have been working with David. I told him already when I left one day, I'll try to get you to FaZe if the timing is right. And obviously, now is the time.
And you kept your word. I love that, Kerrigan, as well. Fantastic stuff. Now, I also want to look at what you just touched on, the roles and positions and how this will work. You said it will shake some things up. Obviously, him and Rops do share some of it with it. So what is this balancing act? How does it look like? Do you know yet?
I mean, the thing about having so many versatile players in our team, it makes things easier long term. I know if something doesn't work out, we can change. Obviously, we have some kind of set roles, set way we want to play. But long term, nothing is kind of 100% set. Maybe some roles are, but the way we play and the way we want to react as a group or having double lurks or whatever is very open. And that's what I love about this. There's a lot of opportunity down the line, and that's when you can become the best team, that you're not only set to play one way. And like I said, I think David brings a lot to the team already. I think he also brings that 5-10% hunger for winning as a team. Obviously we won a lot as a team and people have hunger individually, but you can feel David really wants those big trophies and he wants to make sure the team is doing really good. So I'm just happy for him to be here, and like I said, I think we have a bright future if we can make this work. And obviously I don't want to talk much about how we're going to play right here in our roles, but down the line I think you're going to see a very, very confident David and a confident FaZe.
A confident Frozen, ready to kick things off in the FaZe jersey. Now, I want to have your reaction off the bat. Of course, losing Twist, never a good omen for FaZe Clan. A whole lot of victories and trophies in CS2 already, but with Frozen now behind us in that team, how do you feel about that?
I feel good about it, to be completely honest. I even feel there's an argument that you can say that FaZe came out of that roster change looking like a stronger team. Take nothing away from Twist, he's a fantastic player, but I think the output that potentially could come out of Frozen can be even steeper and even better than what we saw from Twist the past year. So it's honestly potentially an upgrade, and saying that replacing a guy like Twist in itself a crazy statement. That is a pretty crazy statement. You're right. I think the quality of Counter-Strike that Frozen has shown in the last few months, even years in the MOUZ jersey, is an extremely good prospect for the future of that team. But I do have to beg the question. There seemed to be a very obvious overlap between what Robs is doing, was doing, and what Frozen was doing in MOUZ. So now the question that's on everybody's mind, and it feels like the FaZe players are also aware of it, is what are we going to see from FaZe? Are we going to see Frozen take some of these positions? Do you think if you're in the FaZe camp, do you leave Robs, who's a master of most of what he's doing? How do you think they're going to address it? I mean, I'm not neglecting to the fact that there will be overlaps and certain players will have to sacrifice or go into new positions or maybe change up the play style. However, they did play together in MOUZ 4 years ago and that worked out fine. And I'd also say that Frozen and Robs, for that matter, they're great enough, they're skilled enough in order to be able to change up the way they play a little bit. I would imagine, without knowing, that Robs is going to stay in most of his positions, but there could be certain maps or certain roles that's going to change back and forth. And as Kerrigan said as well, down the line, it'll be fine. So they have to test it out, they have to figure figure it out, and then for the major, that's when it all has to click.
Of course, we all want to draw immediate, huge conclusions after one map.
Exactly.
But we're going to have to wait a little bit. We had the images, of course. This MOUZ core of Frozen, Robs, and Kerrigan have history together. What is very interesting to me is the journey of Frozen as a player and as a human within that jersey now. Because in a MOUZ camp, when he was by the side of Kerrigan, he was still a young player. He was a rookie. He was learning the ropes. He had a couple of moments where things got a little bit complicated for him. But he's not the same player anymore. He's much more experienced. He was referred to as a veteran already in the MOUZ camp. But do you think there might be an element of additional pressure for him now coming in to FaZe Clan, coming into a team, just in terms of name value and prestige, that has so much behind it? Do you think it might get to him a little?
For sure, it's a possibility. You're no longer the lone star. You're no longer the guy everyone is looking towards, thinking you have to make the play. So it's about finding comfort. It's about finding your role within the team. But as said, given they have history, given he's played with Kerrigan before, given he's played with Robs before, and given he's been consistent as hell the past 4 years, I'm less worried for Frozen than I'd be for different other star players. Take Emma as an example in Navi. We knew that was going to be a shaky start. Frozen have shown it over many, many years, so I'm not too worried for him.
No, I feel you. I just think it might be complicated if you are Frozen and you are used to the not only star roles but the star performances that he was having in MOUZ. It's really just the last tip, the tip of the mountain that is just evading him as well. You can maybe tiptoe around elimination series where he struggled to put out superstar performances, but overall incredible numbers. You could make a case, you can probably make a solid case from top 5 to top 10 player this year. I think the numbers would probably support that sort of thesis. But now, not only is he going to get less space and probably less autonomy, how do you think he's going to react when he's not putting the same kind of output, the same kind of performance? This in itself, you can get into your own head a little bit, and you have to be able to deal with that.
As long as he's winning. As long as he's winning trophies. As long as he's going far into tournament. He's been used to playing in MOUZ, and sure, as you said, the lone star, the guy who would always show up, the guy who would put the numbers up. I bet you he would trade that, from exiting the group stage time after time, maybe going into the quarterfinals. If he's playing in FaZe and they're going to grand finals, if he's playing in FaZe and they're winning a major, he doesn't care whether he's putting up a 1.15 rating or 1.25. Who would care?
I know, and Twist has been known to have these impactful situations, these impactful moments, even if the rating at the end is not absolutely out of this universe. So we have to see if Frozen can do the same deed. They do need an opponent. We're talking about Heroic, and I mean no disrespect. I'm not about to diss Heroic, but it does feel like it might just be a freebie. Just by the circumstances, the lineup, the ins and outs, the changing of roles. Paint me a picture as if I was a 5-year-old child of what the hell is going on with the Heroic here in Abu Dhabi.
Allow me to be honest, right? If you want to be taken serious, you have to show up with a roster, show up with a potential, show up with a prospect that is serious. And I don't get that feeling right now from Heroic. We know the rumors. Apparently, they're targeting different players. They're trying to rebuild the roster.
Definitely.
Maybe even going international. So the whole Danish fan base and the whole Danish connection they've had for the past couple of years, that's going out the drain as well. So as you said, it does feel like they're just showing up to show up. And for me, that's not exciting. So the only thing that could change my mind in that regard, that would be Salazar obviously getting his debut, playing well. Or that would be Heroic, showing us that despite all this turbulence, despite all these different things that are not going their way, they can still remain competitive and play good Counter-Strike. I want to give them the credit if they can show me that on the server, but coming into this tournament, I have no expectations whatsoever.
The expectations are definitely lower. You mentioned it, there's a tumultuous circumstances. The IGL's duty, once in Dupree, now Shush apparently talked about TeSeS being the one in guard. I think we caught up with Dupree, and maybe he can shed a little bit of clarity on what's happening.
So first of all, we saw HRTV were saying that you were going to be IGL. Then Shush came on his interview and said TeSeS is going to be it. So how do we come to this decision? Why TeSeS? Why not you? What was going on?
In the beginning, I was asked if I wanted to do it, but I just don't really feel like doing it. I think there's a reason why I've never done it in my career. I just don't feel like doing it. I don't think it's my strength. I don't want to waste my own time. I don't want to waste anyone else's time. So if someone within the team, in this case TeSeS, felt like he was up for the task, I go for it, and we'll see how it goes. Of course, it's not like the optimal situation that we could have, but we work with what we have, and so far it's been working out pretty well.
Now, talk to me about it working out pretty well, because I look at this as, yes, TeSeS is coming in, but is he leading in the same way Cadian did? Does he have his own flair? Explain it to me.
I think it's a little bit different from what Cadian does. Obviously, Cadian has been an in-game leader for a long time, and TeSeS is really new, so I think we've been focusing a lot more on having a small handful of things that we like to do, and then we keep it simple and just do those things. Like, instead of having 20 different things, we maybe only have 5-6 different things that we just feel like we can do in a good way. And then we just focus on having fun. I think that's the main thing, that we are focusing on having fun and not like we're not trying to play perfect Counter-Strike because we're definitely not going to be able to do that because we only played together for like 6-7 days, and like the roster has been changed like 3 times for three different tournaments. So it's been weird going back and all the time have to go through the same tactics, but you got us new role and all that kind of stuff. But like, we have to do what we have to do.
Far from being ready, and they'll have to do with what they have at hand. That is the message that we're getting from dupreeh. And I saw I saw body reactions coming out of you with the fact that just dupreeh was asked to be an IGL at some point.
Massive respect to dupreeh for staying true to himself and staying true to the player he is, not wasting his own time, not wasting everyone else's time. But who on earth thought that was a great idea to ask him? I hate this whole notion that you can just ask any player on any team, hey, you want an in-game lead? And he says, yeah, I'll do it. And then that's it, We need dedicated players in dedicated roles that take the job seriously. You're going against Kerrigan. You're going against arguably the best in-game leader of all time. So, of course, dupreeh is not supposed to in-game lead. Stand up for dupreeh right here. I love that he said no, and honestly, come on, Heroic. You never should have asked.
Yeah, listen, they tried and he said no. Now, are we underselling the chances of Heroic? Are we not paying them the respect that they're due? I think we're just being realist. And I know another realist out there. It's Londers. Connor, you're a bit more of a romantic. I think Londers is the voice of reason, right?
I'm also French, okay?
Yeah.
But only when it's convenient.
Only when it works for you.
Yeah, I can't also be that optimistic about this lineup with Heroic because I don't think they are.
Yeah.
I don't think, there's rumors that they're even looking for a new team entirely. So
entire new core.
Pretty much.
Comes with a coach, though.
Comes with a coach. That's a nice package deal. But for now, I think Heroic have to take what they can get.
Yeah.
And for dupreeh, I guess it's just about buffing his resume and then seeing what he wants to do after because he's been doing a great job of that.
And I mean, Heroic have come out and said as well, we're not going to be afraid to take chances during this event, right? You got nothing to lose, so swing for the fences. I do appreciate a good, honest dupreeh interview, and I think that sometimes when he handles himself in those interviews and his perspective on Counter-Strike, it's just a reminder that this is the most winning major player of all time. And his individual level so far for this Heroic stand-in situation has been solid. But of course, we're talking about a FaZe that has found yet another star. And to me, it's all about the debut of Frozen. It's all about him tonight.
That's to watch, yeah. Well, it's nice for Frozen, eh? Like when Astralis played in Bet Boom last week, they got a debut against Jame.
Yeah.
That's not a fun way to debut.
Nope.
But against a Heroic with a bunch of stand-ins, like, yeah, let's see Frozen.
I'll take it. Surely he will too. Just gonna get a face full of Heroic as he goes for the long peek, but won't take his chances too much. I think there's a great conversation around the prospect of him or Rops being the more passive, because that's what we've come to know him for back on MOUZ. I would love to see a little more aggression from Frozen. And I think he's a player that's going to be able to afford that. But we'll find out. In the pistol, dupreeh just hit the nastiest flick as he turns back around into the half wall. Oh, we do get the clearing of the bomb site, though. Kerrigan looking for his as he's stuck between 3, and he doesn't finish that. Bro, it's such little health. Zyphin's going to peek down into bathrooms. He gets 3 headshots on the pistol, and Heroic, inspired by this dupreeh 180, just tore them to pieces.
They were supposed to die every single turn. Salazar smiling from ear to ear. He's happy to have that happen. Look at this. This is a Hiko moment. Wow. Brokey was lighting him up too, and then he got another kill. How's that?
Nice! Brokey had 2 guns. I don't speak Danish, but we got enough production. Somebody get on that one now.
He said plant the bomb.
Okay. Okay, well, we can't repeat what he said on broadcast. So, confirmed, he's bringing the attitude tonight. Frozen looking for a head with the Deeg. We go back to fall finals when Cadian did his last run with this Heroic camp. I think Zyphin's somebody who, on a mechanical level, had impressed me throughout that event. We're talking about a group of players looking to make the best of whatever this is, and between Zyphin and dupreeh, man, they hit hard. Harder than I expected. dupreeh trade frags into the site. We've got more CTs, however, behind these smokes. So don't let your guard down. Ooh, they will. Salazar presents himself for the trade. They still don't know about the barrels player. Frozen, what are you cooking? Bomb planted because they killed him. They're not looking at this. He misses his first chance. Too many bullets used. Ooh, what could have been?
It turned into ice soup. That's what Frozen was cooking, sadly. But there was a chance if he got the first kill. Yeah, I agree. Zyphin was actually fantastic. I mean, he did exactly what they needed him to do. and for himself and for his own career, because when they split off of Copenhagen Flames and then he went to Sprout, that was sort of the smallest contract that any of those players had gotten. They all went on to do, amazing things for other teams, G2, Heroic, etc.
Whiffed, bud.
That's funny.
Yo, whiffed and Zyphon knows it.
My goodness. This is too strong right now. Oh, come on. One burst?
What?
Yeah. One burst?
How'd you know that was going to happen?
Because Rob's been doing that over and over again. Robs has been doing that nonstop, and now everyone else is doing it too. They did it in the last match. But Rob showed how overpowered it is. And now he's got it down to one burst. It used to be two bursts. The guy would turn around and have no time to kill you, and you jump up again and kill you.
Yeah.
Now it's one burst.
Well, I, for one, am disgusted.
It's disgusting.
I'm writing a strongly worded email right now.
If you like jump and shoot a gun like that, MP9s exist in real life, right?
Yeah, surely.
So if you jump and shoot an MP9, would it do that? Not that this game is realistic.
I don't know. Never jumped and shot a gun, to be honest. No way this kicks off a Force Buy win. Zyphon is 7-1. Recovering versus the SMGs. Robs gets another. That's 3 kills. Don't let him Robs. Oh, Salazar just snaps back to heaven. That's a clean kill.
He doesn't know about both, and they're both coming in from the same place. Smoke to block off heaven. 30 seconds. He plants in a good spot, actually. A very good spot when he could have planted on site.
Ooh, that's kind of runs him down and dies. Oh my God, it's Frozen's Deagle that does get there this round. But Robs,
that was a well-played clutch, though.
Somebody called the police.
Smoked for a heaven, could have planted it in the smoke safely and jumped out into big pit, but then would have had no chance of winning. Instead, smoked for default plant, but used his heaven smoke to still plant open and gave himself a chance. That MP9 this round. Robs is looking for a little bit of revenge because you know what? At the fall final, like, first of all, Robs is, Twist called him best player in CS2, and he's just been owning for FaZe, and when FaZe were burgeoning on what people wanted to call an era at some point because it wouldn't be stopped, it was
yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. Back streets back. All right.
All right.
I can't make fun of anybody singing because I can't either.
Okay, that happened. That's a thing.
It's the new FaZe energy that we've got right now.
I was always a bigger fan of NSYNC.
Fair enough. What about B2K?
Don't even know what that is.
The Frosted Tips.
Ooh.
It was twins.
I'll pass. Hanson? Four-bullet jumping MP9 burst to kick off a 3K round when it's the only thing they bought. I mean, well implemented. Bit of an abuse, but hey, here's the pop out of Monster. That second flash stuns everybody.
Oh, if Kerrigan... Wow, okay.
And he'll hold on to the pillar. Salazar's the only one to get this going. 2 kills in response, and a dink on Brokey makes this a little sketchy. Nade with his name on it. That's a 3K back from Salazar.
Nice, man. He's been yo, shout out to Zippel.
Okay, he's from Zippel's camp.
I think he, I don't know if he was playing for Ecstatic, so I'm not sure if what the deal is with this heroic situation.
Right.
But
well, Zippel makes good
Zippel
deals.
said he woke up early this morning to watch this game.
All right.
Which, yeah, it is pretty early, I guess. Not that early, but...
Ooh, you're dead, Robs. Sorry, buddy. Dupree's got this one locked in. We're going Force Buys back and forth, huh? Heroic. Off of Salazar 3K. Now, we didn't get to see how he picked those ones up. I feel like he was second or third in on the pack, and those flashbangs just created carnage in the bomb site.
Is he literally just...
This is his 3rd clutch attempt in a row. He's on top of the bomb, but the short player should have this in the bag. He's going to hear the cross the barrels, goes for the monster kill.
Oh my God, he can get it!
He's on top of it, he's got the kit, and Dupree's going to have to run back, but Dupree is walking.
He's a fake, oh my God!
Welcome to FaZe! Just slips in with 2 clinical headshots, pieces together the clutch, and shuts down Heroic's hope of the Salazar 3K round win.
That's why they wanted Frozen.
Yeah, 3rd player in, just taking the shots that are presenting himself. Felt like the one player in the pack that wasn't blind, but wow. I mean, again, getting beyond the short player with that information.
Keep peeking, bro. Keep peeking.
Fucking insane, David, bro.
Yep.
They were playing to punish him in the save. He came in from the most regular place and just attempted a 1v3. Someone had walked away from that before even trying. But Frozen wanted to show what he could do here in his debut.
Clinical headshots. And Frozen's been walking around with a certain swagger. Okay, he's on FaZe. It's a big jersey. It's a big responsibility. And having spoken to Kerrigan yesterday, he's saying that already just being with Frozen for this one event, he said he could barely believe like the amount of growth that Frozen has brought to his game in terms of being a secondary caller even. He said, we feel like we've got an even stronger voice in a system that already had many players contributing. He said Frozen is taking up some of more space than the guys that have been around with FaZe for some time. So very quickly getting into the system, but Rops very quickly getting caught on the jump up. Enough of that. We're going to get the burst beyond it. Rain, ooh, beautiful little 2K.
Nice one.
Keeps it clean versus the short push. And while the monster pressure through the smoke is something, it's looking like a comfortable FaZe 3-2.
Yes, it is. Rain has also been really, really good. CS2 transition for the old dog. And Frozen he's 21 years old. We were seeing Reddit posts about him when he was 13 years old. He's been, his 2017 LAN stats even were amazing. That was, so he's actually just the most under talked about prodigy of CS in the last 5 years. You know, Frozen just never had infamy because in ROPS, he was accused of cheating by other pros in FPL, or it's like Donk, you know, having this tournament victory where he was the best player on the team, where Frozen played alongside ROPS, for example. That's 79. Tears up a couple.
Connector kill, all for naught.
Yeah.
Last player will put up something. Siphon, again, he's got the aim, baby, but he doesn't have the weapons for anything else.
But Frozen was like barely the best player on the team before this year. Just good. He was, but you know, this year he really made a name for himself with MOUZ because they were winning while he was the best.
Right.
And stats wise, the first half of the year was the only one to compete with Jabby as a rifler in terms of statistics. But when he played with ROPS, it was ROPS who took the spotlight from him when he was that, you know, super young age. But at that same time, that ROPS was at his best. So was Frozen. He was amazing.
ROPS and Frozen both finishing their tenure with MOUZ Sports with the exact same rating.
Same amount of days played.
It's actually 5 days off, according to ROPS. And I believe him.
Oh, okay.
He crunched the numbers.
Oh, okay. Bull ring.
But the rating's the same, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah. Fake news media.
At least the whole thing is believable now. That was a little bit too easy.
That was too much.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. You're not going to get away with that twice. We've already seen the monster spam coming out. Shush thinking that he had a little room to play with, but with such short control of FaZe, they're going to send ROPS fighting.
Definitely liking the activity out of ROPS. Being very aggressive this game.
Yeah, which, again, kind of taps back into the conversation of who's going to get active. I mean, I think it happens particularly on T side that question still exists, but
yeah. I'm going to probably keep repeating this as the tournament goes on for FaZe, but at the fall final, I think Spinks is the better lurker than ROPS, and those are the two best in their role right now.
Okay.
And I think ROPS, that was just one event where he had serviceable stats, but not compared to his #1 CS2 Player of the Year stats that were taking place for like 3 months straight.
They're going to try to get through that long smoke, but we got bodies stacked up inside sight. It's the Bathrooms player in Frozen that gets a little sloppy with the spray, so leaves a little wiggle room for Heroic. Just enough to think they had a chance to follow through, but with 3 standing, FaZe, it's A-okay.
It's A-okay. And, yep. Shush is not in the game yet. For FaZe, it's like, I mean, Kerrigan has an amazing track record of playing with a brand new player every single time. Plus, he's literally played with him for so long. It should be one of the easiest, most natural transitions. That also doesn't even honeymoon and then drop off. Like, I don't expect that to happen.
It should just work.
It should just work. I think the only thing is that Frozen took ROPS' T-rolls when he left the team on MOUZ. Okay? So that's where things did change since the last time he played with Kerrigan and ROPS. And And now with Twist, he has most of this, or he has some of the same positions. Some things have changed, and I think with that in mind, we'll see. I think things will still develop over time. But he is playing some new spots. He said he didn't want to spoil it, but he is playing new spots.
Okay, dude, Siphon's Deagle's got something behind it. That's his 10th of the map. It's actually the two actual heroic players that are struggling the most here. One frag between at.CEST and Sjuush combined. So they are on a very suffocating map. This T side picked by heroic, but that back and forth kind of sets the economy back, and we just see pistol after pistol. Although Sjuush at 0 and 7 does have the solo AK. This round's all about him. But Robs hears all this.
Gotta help your weak.
Now there's nobody inside the site. It's actually a scramble up from Brokey. He'll be able to drop the first one with ease. No second, but down goes the AK off of that one. Frozen. Gonna make sure they don't approach his bomb sites any further than that.
Hey.
Late lurk into B. Should work out for the bomb plant. Assuming Kerrigan has to go for the reload while Salazar plants in the digits. USP's off the mark. That's money, baby. Just a little bit of cash. Any kill after this is icing on the cake. But sure enough, Kerrigan finds him.
What's your favorite kind of cake?
You know, I'm actually more into pies. But for the sake of answering your question, what's that Black Forest chocolate cake?
Oh wow, yeah, that's
like
what
with
actually
the cherries in it.
Buy me for birthday. My birthday every year.
Like chocolate cake with
it has
cherries.
Like a cherry in it. Yeah.
Black Forest cake.
Okay. I like the deep and delicious.
And just for the sake of for talking about myself, lemon meringue pie is my favorite dessert.
In case anyone was wondering, it's a lemon meringue.
Yeah, my birthday's coming up in June, and either lemon meringue or a key lime, please.
Okay. Those are like $1 million baby type picks. Have you seen it?
Nope. Thought you were talking about my socioeconomic standing.
1% pie.
Man, they're really approaching this outside monster. We've seen Rops go flying out while Sjuush is on the spam. This time, Brokey's looking for the angle. Feels like Heroic just can't get any B control despite how hard they work. So, pre-playing Siege here. Peek off top connector, sure, but they're just so stuck. And yeah, well, see, the thing with holes is that they go both ways.
It's like when ICP explained the internet.
Oh.
Oy.
It's just going to flush him up into Rops, who's not going to miss his chance at the headshot.
Okay.
Sjuush, his second of the map.
Tell him, Sjuush.
This is nice. Keeps it even 3v3, and the long push is going to catch Frozen off guard.
Oh, you say so.
But he wins the duel. Nice trade from Salazar on the op. Not half bad. And getting Frozen out of the site does keep FaZe at bay, but Brokey's not going to waste any time with the dumpster peek. A couple stray bullets come out from Bank, and Brokey with the wide swing puts Sjuush down for good. It's FaZe on fire.
They just want this game to be over quick. I mean, they're just showing up to play. Heroic are playing fast into their hand, hoping to get some kills. They don't really have the teamwork right now, for sure. Cool to see moments like Salazar in closing rounds, or trying to, where he's doing some cool stuff.
To me, it's FaZe who begun CS2 untouchable. And then Vitality got their hands on him back at Blast Fall Finals. And in response, Kerrigan said, okay. He brings Frozen to the rematch here in Abu Dhabi. You know, that to me, like you say, they showed up to play. I think they showed up for a rematch in the grand finals versus Vitality. Now, anything short of that, I don't think, you can only beat who's in front of you step by step. But that's what they want. That's what they want here to close the year.
Yeah. Especially because that series took like an hour and a half.
Very true.
They got destroyed.
Yeah.
Nice!
Oh.
Sick!
Okay.
Same.
True. I think the other thing about Frozen was like, there was an image of him that people had that he wasn't very social, or didn't want to do broadcast stuff, didn't want to do interviews or whatever. And then I remember at Pro League, I messaged Henry. I was like, dude, he wants to do casts.
He's very fun.
And he did, yeah. And then he did go on the cast, and because he told me in person, he's like, yeah, I want to do content all the time, and no one ever asked me. I'm like, well, yeah, I guess people just made a judgment call about you because he's actually a funny, like, chill, outgoing guy, and it's like, yeah,
he's got that.
Just gotta ask sometimes.
Hilarious amount of sarcasm.
Yeah,
you know, and great delivery, cold delivery.
Cold. Yeah.
Oh, Robs. You done did it to yourself. Starts running after he gets the kill on Shush. Didn't think there'd be not one, but two more players. Didn't realize he had just joined the pack. So it's a lot of info for the CTs, but still a lot of waiting to come in this 3v3.
It did make it feel like B for a second, but there was no heroic player right up front at A site to punish or capture a rotation. Now it's Kerrigan alone, and I say that, but he's got an AUG at Woodwall. This is a very good spot to play from with this gun. Oh, late smoke, too. They're going to come through it.
Nope. Oh. No entry allowed. I feel like Heroic have been kind of trying to press their luck through smokes lately, but...
Yes.
It's getting caught more often than not.
The call is, what would Cadian do?
Yeah, sure. Go! Dupree, that's information on both. Trajectory from short of the utility. He knows exactly where these players should be. And it's another missed shot at a Brokey. It's a fake plant once that Brokey bites on. And again, he knows where he was, but Rain plays the timing to a T, and it's not even a plant.
Not even a plant.
He denies it at the 8-2 FaZe CT lead.
It went to 4.5 seconds, but no plant. Frozen over here cracking jokes already. Stiff competition. We actually had Vitality have Mezzy go 1-for-1 on tournaments as a new player to come in to replace Magist, which is funny because the two most comparable players right now in Tier 1 are Magist and Twist. And they both got replaced on their rivals' teams.
Right. I didn't expect to have so many roster shufflings going on at the end of the year.
Yeah, same.
Kind of like the caught me sleeping roster mania moment.
Doing a news video every 3 days. It's fun though.
Oh yeah. Where are those news videos?
YouTube Launders.
Oh.
But never a dull moment in CS. It's always so much going on.
Another day, another plug. Pretty nice timing here. Yeah, keep going. Ah, but he didn't clear close rights. Timing was good in terms of avoiding the player in the water. But Rain, since he had the monster push out of Kerrigan, was full confidence he could just watch short creep. And then guess what? Kerrigan finds it. So dude, this B aggression, the amount of prodding and poking coming out of FaZe on that half of the map is just kept Heroic continuously throwing themselves into the A site, where again they emerge through the smoke, but Brokey gives them that little bit of space to work within. Nice shot, but traded immediately. There's a follow-up peek out from Rops, and maybe Zyphon's corner position will catch him off guard. Yes!
Jeez.
Nice one from Zyphon. Again, he is 13-9 on the map.
Oh, they don't plant, though.
They hold. They've got a little bit of extra time.
Well, TeSeS has to get back to the site now to plant. It's a little awkward.
A little bit, but... Oh, he hits the dink, and Kerrigan still finds the kill, putting him down and pushing Zyphon to the 1v2 clutch.
Make it happen.
Swing, brother. Hit him. That's Rain in the backdrop, and Rain doesn't let that happen. So, yeah, unfortunate for Zyphon. It felt like TeSeS gets stranded.
TeSeS strands himself, though. Like, he crossed the smoke after he was planning on truck.
Yeah.
And then he crossed the smoke, and then the smoke came up. And then, I guess, he was right that he could get an interesting fight to make it a 2-on-1 if he got it, but they didn't know, I guess, where the other CT was. When they found out they were both there, I'm sure he would have just put the bomb down, but... Didn't have full information. Great shots being hit from FaZe. That's the other thing. FaZe look on form in terms of everyone's hitting shots right now. Like,
yeah, right.
Brokey has 8 kills. I think he's got some of the hardest shots so far this map. This is the domination.
A monster kill.
Mega kill.
Okay. Keep that to yourself. Easy kill towards. Again, you're just walking through a smoke, man. Rops is ready for you. It's one thing to take that duel dry. It's another thing to take it while coming out of a smoke, right? Boost has got you nailed to the wall.
Yeah.
And with the amount of, again, B pokes that FaZe are throwing, you think no one's going to watch that?
The patch note literally needs to say patched Rops MP9 or catch drops boost or something.
Just crank the jumping accuracy. I feel like that's a just crank it.
Yeah.
Crank it. Pump it.
Twist it.
Bop it. Rops it. There we go, Brokey. One for the road, huh? This here half wrapping up nice and smooth for the FaZe Clan. There's not many players in this world that would want to try to fill the shoes of one Russell Van Dalken. We're 12 rounds into Frozen's debut, and I'd say he's doing it well.
Both these teams suffering, so their players can go play with each other.
Rain up close. Off the Rops flash. Gets his one. Bombs on the ground, and so's Heroic. It's a beating on their T side, and a flawless start to this series out of FaZe. A 10-2 half looking good.
Hello guys, this is the Priest tier list. I've never actually done a tier list in my life, so this is gonna be the first. So that's also kind of interesting. I'm a big fan of Nuke, so I'm actually gonna put that up there. Yeah. And Nuke for me is just like it's always been a good map for me, and it's been a map that I've always enjoyed playing with my teams. I actually also really like Anubis. I think the reason why I like Anubis is like it's super simple. I don't know, I'm just like a big fan when it comes to like ancient Egypt, so I don't know, the theme is just really cool. I don't know why, just how I think. I'm gonna go with Vertigo on A. I think Vertigo is pretty cool. I know a lot of people doesn't like it because it's kind of weird, especially in the new version, but I don't know, the same thing is kind of simple. I like simple maps. Overpass goes on the B one, can be very nice, can be very hectic to play on both sides. Mirage goes definitely on C. I really think Mirage is like a super annoying and really not one of my favorite ones. I think it's a puck map that I've never really enjoyed playing, so it goes on that one. And then of course I put ENCE on as D1 because I think it just absolutely sucks. And then I have Infernal. It goes D as well because it sucks in C2. Counter-Strike list. Obviously I will put Global Offensive as S tier because that is where like I had like the best time of my career, and you know, yeah, it's just been the best game for me. I'm gonna put Counter-Strike Source and 1.6 as A. That was what brought me into Counter-Strike. First it was 1.6, playing it with my brother at home, and then of course Source was the one that I picked up with my friends and put in a lot of hours, and slowly realized that you can compete in Counter-Strike. So it's given me a lot of good friends and a lot of good opportunities, and also made me transition into the person and the career that I have today. So I guess that deserves a second place. But of course, I mean, Counter-Strike 2 is like so similar, but right now I'll put it as a B because I don't know what's going to happen with Counter-Strike 2. I think it's a really great game. I'm really enjoying it. But of course the game still has some flaws. It has to be optimized a little bit. But at the same time, I still want it to succeed. So eventually I think it'll go very high. And then, I don't know, Condition Zero goes on D because I've barely played it. I've played the single player version of Condition Zero and playing like you could play really weird offline missions in Condition Zero, which I think was fun. But it was like a game that had no soul in my opinion. So. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I really hope you enjoyed my tier list. I hope you will agree with some of my decisions. If not, that's too bad.
Smooth sailing for the FaZe Clan as they leave the port without twists and Frozen in his place. Looks like a merry captain as well.
They're all just so happy right now.
All's good in their debut here in Abu Dhabi versus, well, a struggling Heroic. It's a rotating door, really, for this roster. And
even ENCE has said goodbye to Heroic.
See ya.
It's, yeah. So, I mean, you can't be too upset if you're Heroic. You can be, but you don't have to be. You don't have to be.
But T-side on overpass is hard, Launders.
It is supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be very hard.
CT side could be the solution for Heroic, which is why we all hold our breath to see whether this squad has anything to show us at the tail end of 2023, or whether that rotating door
this is one if I'm
gonna kick him on the way out.
Yeah.
Flash out of Rops. Well, he got the duel he wanted, but Dupree picks it up. Dupree kicked off the last pistol round.
So I'm picturing a lot of T positions where Frozen is now in the pack where he would have been on an extremity. Because Rops is going to probably keep his spots. Like, no reason why he shouldn't. I don't know exactly how much overlap there is there. But Rops just died, so maybe they should switch. You know, every stock loses value if you hold it for too long.
Salazar peeks as the smoke pops. Finds one. He can tuck into the corner as well. Kerrigan can't do much about that one. So many players inside of the site now, so looking like both pistols go the way of Heroic. Looking like. Stray bullet maybe makes things weird, but no, they're back. I mean, at this point, how do you even find a bomb plant? Feels like the whole map's shut.
They run the entire way around. Oh, okay.
Broke ain't running that far.
Yeah. I saw him in the gym yesterday, actually.
He was still there when I left.
Just
on the treadmill.
First
Getting it in.
First in, last out.
Well, last up in round 13. Answers with the Dupree frag. Ugh, and the Glock gets a little sloppy, so sure enough, that's Heroic to 3.
That's good. So I wonder if we get like the whole... Maybe Exist is like this amazing writer, you know? And even though he doesn't verbalize a lot of insights about the team publicly,
right?
We just get the greatest book ever. My Life on Heroic.
Life after Fiflaren.
Life after 50.
A decade in Counter-Strike.
Oh,
by Exist.
That'd be great. Though there would be a huge chunk of that where there's literally nothing.
That's life.
That's life. That's life. Movies are just life without the boring parts.
Mm-hmm. FaZe having a little powwow in connector. Great map for Zyphon. Despite, I mean, how many, you know, you're down 10-3.
I think that... Who else do you want to curse, Connor? Just say a name.
You could see it coming.
Pick a name.
You could see it coming. You could see it coming. Door was open. He was antsy. He wanted that outer B contact. You could feel it coming.
Pick a name. Any name.
Okay, next is Shush. You think it'd be Dupree, but it's going to be Shush.
Okay.
They still haven't seen anything, but the T is, you know, they're not far off the timing of finding those players outside.
I feel something's wrong here.
Oh, saw it.
There
That's
it
the
is.
glimpse he needed.
You see that? All the chatting now? Wait. They're rotating slightly back towards the A side. It's still going to be a B hit, though, right?
Feels like it. I mean, bombs outside Monster at 30 seconds. MP9 gets away from Kerrigan.
And Kerrigan would have loved to fight and disengage there, but that just tells them that it's probably going to be B now.
So they just lean back. Looks like they're really forfeiting the plant.
Gotta be careful up, yeah.
Dupree up in heaven.
Well,
whittles away some HP, but
get the bomb
go
down.
for the bomb and you're good. Shush. He took one to the head.
Dupree's dead. 3v3.
Hold on now.
No nades.
But following him. Brokey is tearing them to pieces, but he's fallen down to 30 health. And Rops comes out with the P250 kill. There's no way.
Josh is low.
Rops takes him out of the legs, and FaZe forced back. That's unarmored Deagle P250 for the 5 frags on B.
After that one kill.
Look at that smirk.
Oh,
look at that smirk.
How'd that even work for Rops? Surely should have seen him. After this. It was a great shot into heaven. They had no nades at all to stop this plant. Certainly is an exciting way to win.
That one Deagle move, just like practice.
Just like what?
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I didn't hear it.
I heard like Texas.
Just like Texas, because everything's bigger.
Yeah. It's true. Biggest pistol.
God damn. Biggest pistol, biggest impact. Oh, man. Like, you're already beating up Heroic, man. You gonna bully him like that?
I would too.
You're gonna take his lunch money and his shoes? Now you're just going to slow cook here, Kerrigan, huh? You're going to let him stew in it like that? at.CEST doesn't quite hit as hard. So nice, comfortable 4 versus 2 to close out this, to secure map point, and also leave Heroic with no money in the follow-up. I mean, that is a map-winning moment out of Rops and Brokey in the previous round, because Rops runs into B, it's completely free, both Deagles confirmed. Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's disgusting, yeah. Ouch. Okay. The other thing that also works on an agnostic level with the Frozen Twist swap is that even though Frozen might be closer to Rops than he is to Twist in terms of bringing over a player,
yes,
all 3 of Twist, Rops, and Brokey barely take any entry attempts compared to Rain and Frozen, or Rain and Kerrigan, excuse me.
At Blast TV, remember that everything is in 4K, so you make sure you get over there and watch.
It's the only way to watch. It's the only way to watch. But, oh.
Knees weak, arms are heavy. My ass is getting shredded.
Yeah.
He got spaghetti in his ass, I think.
Yeah, get it out of there. El Dante. Oh, hey there.
I think it's like he's going to come back later, just kill him. Or let them stay boosted. And then go hit the A site. Which way do you want to win, FaZe? Which way do you want to win?
You want to go A? You want to go B? You want to do it with pistols again?
Ancient Anubis, where do you want to finish?
Yeah, right.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the first time we've ever seen this veto before.
I'm leaving you on your limb.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
No FPL maps.
This is CS2.
Yeah.
Ancient and Anubis are in the top 3 most played maps on FaceIt after Mirage. It's the new times.
The new game and the new times.
Sorry, shush, you're not going nowhere. And nowhere to run, nowhere to hide versus this FaZe. You know, the story will be, who else can FaZe do this against? Turns out that Heroic coming through with stand-in situations isn't enough to put the smallest of dents in the FaZe Clan debut. The new and improved, the maybe better than ever, featuring Frozen FaZe Clan. It all works, at least here on Overpass, the map choice of their opponents, but you couldn't tell, because this FaZe Clan, this is a FaZe that's swinging for vitality.
Swinging for vitality, strong words coming out of Connor, of course, and smiles all around for the FaZe Clan. Smiles on Frozen's face, of course, but the entire team completely outclassing Heroic in this opening game.
Talk about the perfect debut, right? It couldn't be any better whatsoever for Frozen, for FaZe. Obviously for Heroic, a bit of a rough game. You know, let's not beat around the bush. They never really got into it. There was a certain moment in the game that we'll return to that maybe could have spared some, you know, inspirational Counter-Strike coming out of Heroic, some pressure, but it never really transpired into it. Round 4 match it, that was done and dusted.
That was some ugly Counter-Strike, let's put it this way. This is where Frozen already marks the minds and the spirits of the viewers in that FaZe jersey, that FaZe Clan. 1 versus 3 Jacob, and at this point in time, you could basically AFK, leave the keyboard, leave the mouse, you would win if you're Heroic.
I don't understand it, right? They're so disjointed, every single player. They're both pushing up right here. Salazar being caught off guard, trying to fall back, trying to do the right thing, all while Dupree is going for the hunt because he's not believing Frozen want to go for it. So it's a classic example of miscommunication, bad play both by Salazar and his teammate, and then Dupree left to stink by his teammates. Maybe Dupree made a mistake by going for the hunt, but if he communicated that properly, it was the two other players, I guess, responsibility not to die as fast as they did after each other, to leave Dupree hanging right there. Because a lot of people out there would be pointing towards Dupree thinking, what are you doing, bro? It's not really his fault.
I'm right there with you. And before we praise FaZe, before we talk about all the positives, which we have to do, I just want to put this message out there. Shush says in an interview, listen, with Heroic, we're going to have to play a little bit risky. We're going to make mistakes. That's all right. In Copenhagen, we were a little bit too serious. So now we're just going to try. We're going to be risky. We're going to be gambly. and you go out and you pick Overpass, and you start on the T side of Overpass. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but that doesn't strike me as the map where you can just play ole, face it, have a good time. Maybe, just maybe, that wasn't the best decision here.
Maybe, but maybe it was the only decision they could have taken, right? As Dupree said, coming in, speaking to James, he said that we only have a couple of strats, 3 or 4 things we can do on each map. And if Overpass is one of those maps where they feel comfortable against a team like FaZe, then regardless of the circumstances you're describing right here, starting on a T side, you just have to go with it. Heroic are in a position where they can't really do much. So I guess we got what we expected.
Yeah, this was a little bit deflating as a map, we have to be honest. But we had our eyes set on Frozen. We wanted to see what he was doing in this first map. I would say the lights are relatively green. These are positive signs coming out of Frozen, and a very strong message being sent by FaZe. If you didn't catch that at home, Rain is now playing B anchor on Overpass, leaving space for Frozen to play on the A side and have that very forward rifle position here. And if this isn't a testament of trust from Kerrigan to Frozen, that to me, maybe I'm overblowing it, but I think it's a massive decision being made from FaZe to give that position to Frozen.
I love it because there's different layers to it. First and foremost, as you said, you're giving the young boy, the new guy to the team, you're giving him responsibility. A Overpass is arguably the most influential position you can play on that CT side. You see all the big players, all the big stars playing that role. However, I would also argue that for Rain, it's another testament to how great he is. We've seen him for 4 years, dominate the toilet areas. Always great for multi-kills. He's been so great on that A-bomb side. He's willing to sacrifice. He's willing to try something new. And I have no doubt, when I'm looking at Rain thinking, a B anchor on Overpass, sure he can do that, right? He can do everything.
You never really have a doubt.
No, exactly. So it's a testament to Frozen, and it's a testament to Rain and his quality and his class, I guess.
And it tests something as well as the unpredictability of the setups they're going to put forward. Because if for some reason in a game carrying its size, actually, right, Rain, you got the spot, you got the spawn, go for it. Like, play your position, play your spawn, swing out low, we're going to give you a couple flashes. If you know you can have that flexibility in the setup, it becomes that much harder to witness. So on the side of FaZe, I don't want to make too much out of this first map.
Sure.
It would be way too quick to kind of pull the trigger on that one. This was an easy game. Was it easier than you'd expect? I think I expected it to be slightly harder than what it was. They made Heroic look like a mix, which they are technically.
Yeah, I think had they not lost that 1v3, had they gotten off to a 3-1 start T-side Overpass, we knew FaZe were going to save the following round, then maybe Heroic would have been up 4-1. And I think at that point, they could apply a bit of pressure. At that point, we'd feel like, okay, in the beginning of the game, you're looking a bit shaky, you couldn't get it done. But after losing that 1v3, it was never fun. You see the round distribution right here. It never got any close. Even the second round on that T-side for FaZe, winning with 1 deagle and a couple of Glocks and whatever that was, it was just dirty. It was just disgusting. It was just ugly for Heroic coming out here. So I would argue that, yes, it was slightly easier for FaZe than it should have been, but kind of what we expected anyway.
This has to be one of the saddest round distribution we can see. And we have to be honest, we have to be respectful as well.
13-3.
Exactly. Like, the expectations are very much set when it comes to Heroic. We're not walking into this best of 3 saying, you know what, there's a chance, like, watch out, the upset, this team has been ready for a long time. It's not what's happening. It's a team that's in flux. Roles are changing here and there. You could definitely see TeS's performance probably impacted by now this newly found responsibility, having to keep an eye on. Bro, you're in the T side against FaZe and you're getting battered, and you used to be a player and now you have the responsibility to figure out a solution. I think he drowned a little bit in that scenario, and to an extent, I can imagine, I can understand it.
It's just an ungrateful position to be in if you're Heroic, if you're TeS's, if you're SchuSS, if you're Dupree for that matter as well. You say they're a team, I would argue they're not. It's a mixed team coming into the tournament, right? So there we are. So it's just rough for Heroic. Hopefully they can do better on second map, but I don't really have high hopes.
Well, listen, we're going to look around the arena if we can find some optimism here and some hope for map number 2. I will do our very best to come up with some silver lining, but if we don't, catch us after 3 minutes. clear blue skies in the weather forecast for FaZe Clan. They've just have robbed Overpass from the hands of Heroic. A very clear victory for them. And we are moving on to Ancient, a map where the FaZe Clan boys have 9 maps in a row as a win streak. Very strong map for them, up there in the 100% category when it comes to the stats. Last 9 maps as well, whereas Heroic 3 losses in a row. So, you know, things didn't look too great on Overpass, but it's not about to get better.
No, there's no argument, you know, as to why FaZe should lose Ancient. Literally no argument at all. However, there's a case to be made that we can see a more competitive game. There's a case to be made that we can see Frozen being put in a new role, maybe being put under a bit of pressure. Something that gives us a learning experience by watching this game, because that's the only thing I want now. That's my desire, Matthew. I don't want Heroic to win because they're not. I just want to learn something from watching this game so it doesn't feel wasted. I don't want to walk away from this one saying that, yeah, Frozen, you played well, but we don't really care because we can't really count on the result because it was that weak from Heroic. So hopefully they're going to give us something. There were a couple of positive lights or players coming out from Heroic on Overpass. If we have to dig deep for it, hopefully they can show up again.
And here I thought I was the romantic in this pair. But no, you're out there. You're trying to find silver linings. You're trying to look at the glass half full or a 10th full or whichever way full it is right now. And I agree with you. I just think we need to be patient. I'm right there with you. I would hope that we can make big statements about Frozen and the limitations of FaZe Clan and say, oh my God, this is it. World beaters, title holds. We have to be a little bit patient. This is the beginning of a week of competition here in Abu Dhabi, and it wasn't really a contest on map 1. Now, we'll say there were a couple of players in the Heroic camp that did put up a fight, that did have a few moments here and there. It's not exactly reflected in the scoreline, because that didn't change much, but Zyphon, the one we have on camera right there, had a few moments where you would think he's got some fight in it. He's not ready to give up.
No, he's not, and we saw it a couple of weeks ago in Copenhagen as well when Heroic also showed up. He was playing exceptionally well, so if anything, he's potentially playing for a new contract. We don't know what's happening within Heroic. We don't know what's happening in Counter-Strike in the Danish scene right now, but fact of the matter is he showed up at the fall finals in Copenhagen. He did way better than anyone could have anticipated. You lose big time against FaZe right here. We have no stakes in the game at all. You're not even close, yet he still shined, yet he still performed, yet he was the only positive coming out of it. So if you're Zyphon right now, at least there's a silver lining for him.
Yeah, listen, I wish I could share your hope when it comes to Zyphon. I just, knowing the reports that we're hearing out there, and we're not going to give them too much credit, although I have to say HLTV usually isn't too far off the money. So when you hear about, you know, this acquisition that is attempted to be made right now, it really truly is the IGL role that they were trying to figure out yet. So do you think Tez is maybe just trying to finagle his way, saying, listen, I can be an IGL. I try to step into that project. I think it's real complicated for them to look beyond the next day, look beyond the next week. That's literally impossible to do it.
If Tessus want to be an in-game leader, let him be an in-game leader, but only if you're doing it 100%. I am sick and tired of players being like, yeah, I can be the in-game leader. Now I get a spot in the team. Then 6 months after, I don't want to be the in-game leader anymore because I never really cared about it or I never really had the desire to do it. We've seen players like Apex, great example, who transitioned from being an entry fragger, transitioned from being a player into an in-game leader, but he took the role upon him. He was dedicated to that craft. He took it seriously from day one and went in for it. If Tessus want to do that, go ahead, give it a go. I'm not going to argue against that, but don't come back 6 months after and be like, nah, I never really cared. I never should have been an in-game leader, because then you shouldn't have done it in the first place. I am so goddamn tired of players doing that.
It's okay, Jacob. I didn't want to set you off. I didn't want to make you upset. Maybe you can go and ask EXIST if you can have a Canel gift look. I think that's what he was giving away to his players.
Good, you know.
Quick news out there as well. He announced his departure of the Heroic camp. That is now an official news. After a couple of years behind the boys, he's not going to be a part of whatever next project and it's going to go behind. So if we, as much of a coach perspective, I think he's got his hands pretty much locked in. Like there's not much he can do right there, better than give Kofi a tap on the back and just say, listen, guys, like, it's for our very best, you know? He's not really working with luck.
Listen, he's a professional, right? He got a contract.
Definitely.
He's getting paid his money. He showed up, and that's all he can basically do. As you said, what are you supposed to do?
It's complicated.
I would also argue that Heroic probably haven't practiced as much as they would like to with these 5 players. Probably a couple of practices, probably a couple of days leading into the tournament, but not to the extent that FaZe are coming in trying to integrate Frozen, trying to get ready for the major. So, you know, the contrast between the two teams right now, you're watching on the server, it couldn't be any wider, any bigger.
I agree with you. Now, let's flip the conversation as well. We're on our way, on our quest to find information about how Frozen is going to be utilized in FaZe. We've already had a couple of elements, a couple of clues on Overpass. We're moving on to Ancient here. Do you imagine a position-for-position switch with Frozen being pretty much thrown into the middle part of the map where we know Twist was very involved, very engaged in how he was fighting, very much out there, not a map where he was surviving a whole lot in these early trades? Or do you imagine different kinds of adjustments being made in order to find Frozen in a different place?
I don't know, but I'm excited to see, right? I'm thinking Rain in that cave area, he's been great at it, but they have struggled a little bit, Rain and Kerrigan, to lock down that bomb site. Maybe Kerrigan and Frozen could pick it up and put Rain in that middle spot. Like he's playing Nuke, you know, in the center of everything, fighting left, right, and center. I kind of want to see it just for the sake of it and see, you know, if it could be fun to put Rain in a more, you know, fight or die position.
Well, there we go. You heard it here first. Jacob is attempting his hand at being a GM. Connor, thoughts, opinion?
I think, honestly, Jacob can do anything he sets his mind to.
I agree.
If we've learned anything about Pimp, it's that he can do it if he tries hard enough.
And if it stresses him out, he'll just go for a run.
Yeah, he'll be all right. He'll make it. So long as players don't try to keep picking up in-game leadership for only 3 months. I feel like that's the soft spot at the moment.
Yeah.
But they're in a pickle, Jacob. And sometimes when you're in a pickle, you just need somebody to step up for the time being.
Oh, luckily in Denmark, they don't pickle properly.
That's true.
You only get halfway there.
Those goddamn half-pickled cucumbers. If you've been to Denmark, you get it. If not, don't go. Here we
the
go.
Candies are saltier than the pickles.
Nothing more salty than the analysts.
Visit Copenhagen.
Well, if you shoot enough bullets, maybe one will hit. But all that does is really kind of gets the A flank going. I like that there's no hesitation. But they see it coming. He's like, I'll trade you in a second, bud.
Oh.
Yeah, they still kept eyes on it. Not falling.
Now they
for
know
that
A is totally
tomfoolery.
open. Shush has no choice. I mean, he could just take a risk because, like, you know, they know he's going to fall back, but... Oh, my God. That was like a... Yeah. They could do no wrong. They didn't even need to go be there.
This is so nice, though. This rock back. I mean, assuming they get past Shush, which they have because they're all through Donut.
They can't know Rops is here, right?
Surely not. Oh, they do clear it. Well done. Nice attempt from Tesses. And Rops just doesn't miss. 2 clean executions. And this is looking like FaZe's first pistol round of the series, unless Shush goes above and beyond. Shush has been fighting them since like 20 seconds into the round. He's been a troll outside of this A site, but
maybe we should have X-ray off for pistol rounds. It makes when I watch demos with X-ray off, you actually see how good pros are. You know what I mean?
No.
Not as long as Connor has to cast.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to know when it's coming.
That was disgusting.
When the deed is about to be done. These ones were sick. The second shot.
Yeah, like look at this one.
Yeah. Just bends it around the corner.
Oh, what? Okay, bro. It was on my screen.
Okay, bro.
They're hitting shots.
Yeah, spirits are high. Hit the ground running. Early economy advantage. And more money to be made. Yeah, they expected that run through the smoke. Frozen puts down the 2 top mid players. And the rest of the pack, ooh, looking for his first FaZe ace. But Kerrigan says, not on my watch, kid. Bucko. You schmuck.
They called Frozen a schmuck.
4 kills, not bad.
Yeah.
Get out of the way. Let's move it forward.
Salazar. It's a fun name to say.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could be a great name for an opera. I keep thinking salad bar.
I keep thinking salamander.
Ah, yeah.
Another fast one, huh? Not looking to waste a moment, but you are met by Dupree
and Salazar
in the donut. So Kerrigan scratched that strat. Oh, hit him with the smoke.
Is he still going? Nah.
Yeah, right.
But he could have.
He could have.
actually.
They didn't really keep eyes on it.
Maybe they talked over it. Didn't hear it go. Frozen? No, he's gonna do something. Is he really gonna do something right now in this 3-on-5? I think Rain takes a peek mid in case they do go for the reclear. Oh, okay, maybe not actually. The B attack is starting to commence.
CT's looking active enough.
Bomb goes cave side. Brokey watching it. Oh, a gun switch, Salazar.
He just turned.
You're on the clock.
Man.
You're on the clock.
And that could very well enable the climb up from Shush, but he's a little hesitant because there was eyes back behind him. So there's this question as to when does Shush activate, if he does.
Perfect molly.
But since he hasn't, the T's are able to press out from cave. One gets behind pillar for the plant. Frozen can keep eyes on ramp or decide to come back in here. And he will hit another headshot.
So nice with it, man.
And Shush, it's been quite delayed at this point, so he's got cave control. He's managed to slip the net of the lane watch from Frozen. But of course, that's still in his mind, very much so. Brokey, here's it coming. Extends around the side of pillar. TESS stuck on the side, and it's a double out of Frozen. It's a double out of Brokey. And FaZe just keep on winning.
My God. The angles being played right there were so nice. They maximized that 2v2.
That felt like they had been teammates for years.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They were so on point with who had what.
Yes. Frozen was definitely raised right.
Cracking eggs.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, because Kerrigan had his hands on him early on.
Yeah. 21. Frozen is 21 with more experience than your favorite pro.
And then Shuhei just put a little polish on him right before sending him back.
True. Yeah, Frozen's been blessed with some great IGLs so far.
Nade? Man. Immense. He doesn't do any follow-up either. You see that boost. They were still looking for the kill, right? Wanting to catch him back, but just feigning a little presence as mid crumbles beneath the non-existent defense with their non-existent guns. Sorry, Shush. Burned into the gunfight. No choice on his behalf. Dupree could shave one off the play. Molly doesn't find his position, so sure enough, had a chance at a second, but Rops ends him pretty quickly. More Deagles where the first one came from, though. TESS through the CT lane, softening up 2 players. He hit his targets, just not between the eyes. But Siphon's had the deadliest Deagle of all of Heroic.
Oh, yeah.
More, just a little more. Almost there, but a little's not enough, and that's 4 alive for FaZe.
Ideas were pretty good there, trying to battle their way in, but I've just been taken aback by how good FaZe have been on a shooting front with everybody. And Frozen looks obviously completely comfortable. I mean, they didn't just play, like, Kerrigan and Frozen didn't just play together. They won tournaments together alongside Rops as well. And this is the 3rd player from MOUZ that goes to FaZe. There's a direct line of communication for those 3.
Yeah, they've already got the transit numbers figured out, you know?
Who's next?
Shuhei, when Kerrigan's done. And I mean that with all due respect.
It didn't sound disrespectful.
When Kerrigan decides it's time to coach, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. We're definitely not there, though. It's looking just fine. Thought it was going to be sooner rather than later. At one point towards the end of CSGO, now it doesn't even feel like it's close.
Oh, man. New game.
Great, yeah.
Reinvigorated. Ready to win. But also got some new challengers. Salazar in this one. Oh, Frozen, dude. Dude, his bullets just, I mean,
they're bigger.
They just shred heads over the top of those steps. Not his first clean headshot in middle, and it just cracks mid right back open, leaves the defense just streamlining into this B site round after round. That mid kill opens the door to FaZe, and they know it. Looking for their 5th consecutive. Kerrigan, nope, not gonna get away with that one. But TESS has to reload, and that should enable the plants.
Good.
Unless, yes. Oh, TESS
again.
One more. Come on now. Damn, at.CEST saves the day. 3 kills. We don't see that third one. I think it was the cave player.
I don't know how. He was still behind the smoke completely. So, either he swung towards
2 wall bangs on the bomb plant, and he killed the cave challenge. That's my bet.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's crazy. He's like checking the smoke every once in a while. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Popping holes in the smoke, gets his vision.
I guess it was so far to the left of it that you can... He wasn't shooting through the center of the smoke, so you could actually see.
CS2, baby.
CS2, baby.
So good.
Yeah, love that.
Best thing about it. Smokes. Brokey. Okay. Opens up, but there's this mid-aggression. Oh, over the box. Disgusting op shots coming out of Brokey here in round 6. Salazar's going to try to give him a taste of his own medicine. But that's a C. Yeah, okay. He smokes himself off. With bomb planted in front of him, looking for the AK inside the smoke. He's going to have to go back to the AWP, and he gets burned back.
The Molly.
It's not a stick.
Molly pushed him off. They got to get on it now.
Trying to buy time for Rops. Rops kills Zyphon. Salazar's now committed, but inside of the smoke, he can't be found just yet. He sticks it all the way. They just start to hit him.
That was a little bit more fortunate that happened. I guess the bomb was in a unique spot right there. It was in the middle of the site.
Unique is what we'll call it.
It wasn't behind default, so.
Unorthodox plant position causes pandemonium in the B site.
So that'll be 2 rounds in a row, but off a clutch. And 5 deaths.
Yeah, exactly, right? Everything on the line right here for Heroic. It's 2 back, but at what cost?
I love that how they just explode mid every round. They're just reflecting the fact that they're more of a team right now. They have basically way too much map control for this early on. Face pressed against the window. Rob's holding the A push. CT's looking into it, but not committing. It's the B side players that are going to be the most nervous. But I mean, literally what they want to do. They have to do something. They know where Rops is.
And they come for him.
They got him.
Nicely done, Dupree. This is like one of the more passive moments out of FaZe on the extremities of the map. There was no rain peak up ramp.
Yeah, again, they got so much map control so fast. It's like, okay, what's your move?
Salazar on the brink of making his. Frozen.
Wow, beast, man.
6 shots between him and Rain.
Now.
I mean, the Frozen/Rain entry combo, I think, not to take anything away from Twists, but...
It's not even... It was Kerrigan and Rain, Frozen's being really aggressive.
And I think I love it.
Yeah, it's looking good. Looking very good.
Just cracks open this round, puts FaZe right back into winning ways. And a very critical 2-man save here for Heroic, or else it's desperate in the next. But Frozen's rifle accuracy right now is through the roof, dude. These headshots, that spray control.
Yeah, that's long-range spray, and he hit like the first 3 bullets. Yeah, Twist seems like he would be a natural entry player, but on the team, he's used definitely as just basically the best refragger that you could ask for. So not quite as aggressive, mostly explosive, but Frozen's definitely turning it up.
Terrorists win.
How do they know I was there this time? He's like, they should nerf the MP9.
Yeah, right.
Oh, hey.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You get fined for hitting yourself, too.
Yep. Arguably the most valuable part of the whole entire setup. The players
yeah,
themselves.
Very true. That brain right there.
Right? Don't do that.
Don't do that. Okay.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Didn't anticipate this one, but there was 0 hold on mid for the T's. Frozen completely smoked out of elbow with bomb. They'll just go for the walkout, right? Quick response and empty shots. Oh, Brokey, come on. Leave him be. A deep pick off the CT spawn. So this one kind of sucks the life out of Heroic in round 8.
Sucks.
Salazar pushes. The fact he gets one. Frozen, that's karma. Because Shush climbed up boxes without getting stopped at all. Rain dies. Frozen comes into the A site. Guy swings smoke. You know, what goes around comes around. Cosmic karma. And at.CEST, nicely done. Sliding out into Kerrigan. And that's a free duel, right? No damage off of it. Brokey's got deep vision, though. You repeat that off, you're done for. 2 up for FaZe as they're back to winning ways.
Brokey's been so good. I'd actually love to get Brokey's thoughts about the op in CS2 because he's been one of the best oppers for sure. And then also still some of his shots aren't hitting, but today he's been on.
I can be him. You asked me the question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, Brokey, just love to know, like, what are your thoughts on the op right now in CS2?
Broken.
So you think it's broken? Do you think there's anything that they could do to, like, improve it?
I don't know. It's good.
Right. Yeah, it's good. Well, like, your forms overall have been pretty good, don't you think?
Yeah. OP.
Yeah, dude, you've been totally OP. Now, I think that, like, do you think FaZe are going to, like, continue to do well?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, no. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, though. I really appreciate it. All right, guys, back to you on the desk.
Brokey. In a nutshell.
That's pretty good.
You know, focus on what matters, which is just hitting shots and winning rounds, and that's exactly what him and his team are up to. Except that one. And that one. Hello? at.CEST, you got an M4.
They did a lot of damage to everybody coming up the ramp there.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Nades go both ways, though, and at.CEST tag to half. Rain sees it coming, but Zyphon escapes. Ooh, confident Zyphon. You don't want to give it all away for free, so what's the move? Careful, dude. Rain's a real nuisance.
Oh,
he's not going to trust
You
that.
read it.
Hey there.
Oh, my.
That's gross. And now Salazar's feeling stuck with a flash pop. I'm surprised Rain didn't swing for it, but maybe too obvious.
So the way people are smoking outside cave now in CST, everyone's pushing through. This is that donk flit interaction that we kept seeing. But Rain's obviously the king of cave.
That's him.
That is him in full view, HD, as the round is still live.
Well, they're moving.
It's moving.
Yep. Look at those fingers on Brokey, dude. Look at that. Ooh, ah.
Felt like a nice trade right there. Got some comms. Oh, it's going down. He's talking, he's singing, he's dancing. It might be a Brokey. No.
And FaZe.
I think he said nice try.
Yeah, body language says they lose it.
So. Oh.
I hear some stuff. That must be replays.
That's good. Heroic did grab it.
Okay. That's one more for the Danes. That would be their third.
6-3. By a hair.
Okay, let's play the game. Oh, no, of course. Well, we'll pause here. I wanted you to decipher the buy using audio.
Okay. Oh, that would have been good. Can you hear the the gun switch to sound?
Yeah.
For every different.
Yeah, they make different sounds. Whatever gun is being cocked.
Yeah. Like these are all AKs, right?
Those were AKs.
I feel like someone's like.
That's a butterfly.
Styrofoam in my head.
That's still a butterfly.
They're like waving a plastic bag.
We're all just plastic bags dancing in the wind.
They all just sound the same now to me, besides the knife.
You have to close your eyes.
AK, M4, AK.
Knife.
Yeah. Karambit, AK.
Karambit. If we put Counter-Strike players in a zoo, this is what it would look like.
FaZe?
Yeah, this would be the main attraction.
Sort of just an analogy for life, isn't it?
Yep. This game's much less exciting when you can only watch it from this perspective, you know?
How hard would anyone try if no one was watching?
I try hard no matter what. All the time.
All the time. But if no one else existed?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I hold myself to standards.
If no one else existed.
It's like this idea that I don't need someone to tell me what is factual morality. I don't need a set of rules.
Yeah.
I got my own rules.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hold myself to those rules.
Okay.
You know?
Interesting. You believe we exist out of the context of each other.
I believe that the social contract we create amongst one another.
Yeah, it's created by others.
Yep. And redefined by all.
So you'd like dress well.
Yeah.
Work hard. Just animals everywhere. Just you and an
Just
animal.
me and a bunch of animals. I'd be putting on my suits and ties. I mean, when you're in a hotel, here's the ultimate test. We're staying at hotel rooms all the time, right? There's two types of people. There's people who make their beds.
Yeah.
And there's people that don't make their beds in hotel rooms specifically.
I don't make my bed.
I make my bed every day. First thing I do when I get out of bed is make it.
That doesn't make you better than me.
Depends on who you ask. Because making your bed for yourself at the start of the day is investing in the future you. Because then when you go to get into that bed at the end of the day and it's not just a pile of rumpled blankets and pillows.
Rumpled is a new word.
Okay.
But it sounds right. It's crumpled without the C.
Crumpled and ruffled. Rumpled. You get back in that bed, it's already made. You think to yourself, damn, that's right. The day is over.
The 2 seconds between looking at it and getting in, it was perfect.
Yeah, but getting in when it's made is just different, man. It hits different. Pulling that bad boy back when you just
like
hits
peeling the plastic off a monitor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really get this. I don't get the satisfaction at all. If I'm tired, I'm getting in.
You ever wonder how they tuck the bottom of blankets so tightly in hotel rooms?
They literally, there's like a vacuum under the bed that just sucks.
Dude, I have to stand on the bed and yank it out with my hand.
Yeah.
You know, usually the tactic is you slide into bed, and then me personally, I kick the blankets up and then wrap them under my feet really fast. You know, I like to sleep with it tucked underneath.
You have to leave your feet exposed because it regulates the temperature for the rest of your body.
You don't tell me what I have to do.
You have to. And you have to make your bed every morning.
Well, that part's right.
If you listen to that, you have to listen to everything else.
But yeah, man. I don't know how they teach hotel staff to tuck those blankets so tight, but it's an art form.
Yeah, they're basically stapled in.
I suppose it's like folding t-shirts at retail stores.
I've worked a lot of retail. I folded a lot of shirts. I used to work at Armani Exchange in the Eaton Center.
Wow.
And Marshall's, which is a subsidiary of Winners, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And some other random places. Urban something, or rather. What do you want to know about folding t-shirts? On Boxing Day, they gave us a big piece of cardboard. They drew out the store and gave us all a section to stand in. And we just stood there the entire Boxing Day and just folded shirts.
Hey, man.
It was hell.
All in an honest day's work. Frozen putting in work. And Zyphon? Well, it ain't map 1, bud.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Unlucky.
I would never let my teammate hit themselves in the head.
Yeah, we shouldn't, you know, listen, gamer rage is a real thing. I think we've all been frustrated, but it's better to just blame your teammates more than anybody else.
Yeah, be a little toxic or something.
Yeah. You know, hit them upside the head.
Exactly, hit other people.
And with that said, I'm going to throw this one away to the break. We've got a tech issue we're going to make sure is smoothed out before we return to the action. Remember, hit your friends, not yourself.
If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad.
Something about them creeps me out.
Je should try it when you come to Holland.
So one thing people don't know about me, it's I was semi-professional in handball. I have to choose CSGO or handball, and at this time I was better in CSGO, so I chose CSGO.
I did professional taekwondo until 14 years old, and I was Ukrainian champion.
One thing about myself that people wouldn't know, maybe I love joint juice.
I don't like any kind of dressing, only ketchup. But any other than that, I would never take on my sandwich or anything like that. Every time when we go to places, stuff like that, my teammates are also after me and how come and stuff like that.
I am definitely afraid of like bugs and spiders and all that. Something about them creeps me out.
Every time I come home from an event, I eat frikandel speciaal because I love it so much. It's like a sausage with mayonnaise, some curry and some onions on it, but it's so delicious. You should try it when you come to Holland.
Maybe that I'm pretty good at pool. That's maybe the only thing. I think I've challenged a couple of good players that I know at least that they're good and I've beaten them. So yeah, I think I'm definitely up there.
I'm a lot taller than I look, and also my voice is a bit deeper than people perceive as well. I think I have a baby face and people don't really expect my voice as well. 6 foot tall, 183 centimeters. I can solve a Rubik's Cube in...
I need to resell it.
At home. His name is Mochi. He's just chewing my cables all the time. I have to replace everything.
3 things I cannot live without is water, food, and internet.
Pick my phone first. I mean, my bed. I love sleeping in bed, but I mean, I can sleep anywhere usually, but a bed and clothes.
I'm gonna say my girlfriend, a pet, and the last thing is gonna be a bubble tea. Mango bubble tea.
My friends, my family, and the last one would be, I don't know, McDonald's. Food, money, and my family. You kind of need some of those things to live, you know, to make sure you keep on going.
3 things I can't live without. If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad. Food, water, and workout.
My favorite thing to do other than playing Counter-Strike is being a dog dad. My dog is a boxer and he is full of energy and he's a handful.
Playing chess. I play a lot of chess in my free time. My peak rating in chess is 1500 ELO. Working out in the gym. It definitely helps me outside of the game. I just feel like refreshed once I finish the workout. It just makes me feel much better about myself.
And my favorite thing to do is eat some good food and relax. I like burgers. Maybe play some other game. I love PUBG. And also I love Dota.
I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft and League of Legends when I was younger. But World of Warcraft takes too much time, so I don't do that anymore.
Hanging out with friends and going to football. I follow the Graafschap. It's a second league club in the Netherlands.
Other than playing Counter-Strike, my favorite thing would be to spend time with my girlfriend. Bonus points for sure.
I don't think I had any idols, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a baker, like pastries, also an actor, because I was really good at acting as a kid. I knew how to cry on command, I used that a lot.
When I was studying, I maybe wanted to be an astronomer one day. I really love space and that stuff, so.
No, I didn't have any idols at all. Like, my friends were like, oh, I want to be a fireworker or something like that, so a policeman, and I was like, okay.
I was watching a lot of tennis and my idol was Novak Djokovic, but now I'm even bigger fan what he's achieving so far, and I think not just inspiring me, but I think everyone around the world who is competing in something.
When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to be a basketball player. Yeah, I played basketball for like 8 months and then I gave up.
When I was a kid, what I wanted to be kind of when I grew up, I always loved working with animals. I always wanted to look into maybe becoming like a veterinarian or something like that, but that's a lot of work. You know, I gotta go to university and put a lot of time into that. I've shifted. Now I'm playing video games.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch differs a lot, honestly. But if I had to pick one, I would pick ZywOo at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything. Pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player and also a clutch shot.
Back in the days, yeah, I was looking for Device because he was close to my playstyle.
Dev actually, it's pretty biased. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. I'd have to say like someone like Robs. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res. It's someone definitely I look up to as Robs.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch would be Flusher. He's always extremely annoying.
I don't really know like who is my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch right now, but like before it was Fallen.
When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. He's like had longevity in his career. He's been doing a lot for Brazil, and I just think he is a really good role model.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, especially when I was growing up, I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role.
He's always been having like a mixed playstyle. He could always play with the AWP and the rifle.
I would answer simple because he's like unexpected guy. You like cannot predict him.
It's like you never lose hope in him in like a 1v3, 1v4 situation. You're like, oh, he can win this.
My biggest match that I played, like the most important one, it would for sure be the final in Royal Arena against FaZe. Being so close to lifting the trophy, like those last rounds of the game was a unique feeling. That's hard to describe.
The greatest match that I ever watched was definitely the FaZe versus Cloud9 at the Boston Major. When they were in the finals and they finally won and lifted that trophy, there was a flood of emotions for me.
I have two teammates who played that match. They don't like looking back at that match because they were in it and they lost it.
My greatest game that I played was my second major. We won semi-final against Heroic. It was 15-14 for us when we fell on the second map. It was 2v5 situation, and we won it. We all pumped up. It was like unbelievable. And then we won the third map as well.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit.
Back in action here at the Blast World Finals, and immediately into the action is Frozen in this series. He tore it up back on Overpass, was in the middle of the pack, everybody looking good, and now here on Ancient, my God, Tim and Brokey tearing Heroic apart.
Yeah, Heroic just got a couple of rounds. One sort of, we didn't see at the end, it might have been a clutch denial from Brokey, I think, but TeSeS had a good round there over in B. They're starting to look like a little bit alive here, and TeSeS has been swinging more on Banana, which is cool to watch. It still feels like drops in the bucket compared to how well FaZe are playing at the moment. Like, there's no question about their one new guy. Like, I don't think this is still very... If you're just watching right now, this is Heroic with stand-ins. FaZe very much their game to lose. And we're here to witness the Frozen debut. And it has been fun. It has been fun. Overpass is good. This has been great.
Mechanically, just looking as sharp as we've come to expect from him.
The most expected debut possible.
Yeah, FaZe Frozen's been cooking for a while, like a nice stew.
Pretty sure he's been wearing that jersey for a few months now.
I bet you Frozen at some point bought a FaZe jersey on his own dime and has just been wearing it in the mirror. And every once in a while, just one day.
It's sad because it's not even like you got massive upgrade. Like MOUZ are a very good team already.
Sure.
An excellent team. But they were better. FaZe were better than them in CS2.
They lose one player and they rotate out. They want out.
Yeah.
They want mid instead, but that's where Frozen thrives at the moment. Now, unfortunately for Frozen, he can't really bank on Rops to help with such little health.
Doesn't even need help though. Like they have to use nades to get him out, and then or they push down mid and risk dying to people who have K control.
So instead of taking that mid fight, we get a shuffling back over towards the B site. Kerrigan's Deagle looking for some impact. Retake smokes coming through from Heroic. They're going to take a chance on this one by the looks of things, and Kerrigan meets him with the Deag. Rain catching Salazar, Brokey with the next one. Every single challenge there from Heroic. nothing to show for it.
Yeah, just
from 4v5 to Dupree on an op, looking for the save as FaZe finds 7 on the T side.
On the T side. And Heroics rounds that have been won with just 1 or 2 players live. So it gets real pricey. At least Dupree will keep this op forward for Salazar. Salad Bar. The Czar. King Sal.
Big King Sal. Better call Salazar. That's revenge for the time that Shush pushed him with the... Oh, no, that was Dupree.
You kill me, my default. Dichotomy of man. This will also be Exist's last tournament, I think?
Yes.
We didn't get full details on that, but they did a goodbye to Exist video. And I mean, you know, sort of an impassive figure we don't get a lot of information out of, but we do know that like you can attribute the best time Heroic had to when he was on the team, at least with a coach. As coach, I should say.
Bad molly. Salazar going to try to peek behind it. And nails the shot. There we go. Seeing as mid has kind of been Frozen's domain, this is wonderful for Heroic. Double for Dupree. They thought they would chase that off and maybe get the kill back. Nuh-uh. Dupree sitting bottom mid, and Heroic sitting pretty for a 4th.
Flops any 1v5s in his career because Floppy has 2 in 2 days. Floppy looks up to Rops, but
does it go both ways?
It goes both ways. Floppy has the best 1v4 in CS history. It was versus Astralis at IEM Cologne. Katowice, I should say.
If he didn't get dinked, then maybe, but Dupree is everywhere in this round. Multi-kill for Dupree to shut him out. Get a little something going here. We need some kind of faith in the second half of Heroic. It's like the one time Frozen doesn't sink his teeth into middle. And oddly enough, it's the round where the Molotov from the CTs doesn't even pop where it's supposed to. Can't be mad about that. Humble guy, Frozen.
Must have been on purpose. Yeah. Full respect.
He said, okay. All right. Fool me once. Fool me, can't get fooled again. Nade finds 3 on the force buy rush in from FaZe. It's light on grenades, but it's heavy on sight control. Salazar keep Kerrigan out of this back line, and total cave control as well coming out of Heroic. Those top mid players just instantly climbing into it. Oh, through the smokes. He's able to track Rain, guns him down, takes man advantage for the retake that they must attempt. AI says 70% swung to 40 because Frozen just shuts down the cave peak. Left unsmoked, he retains vision. Shush will get him out of there, but Brokey's got his teammate, so Shush 9 HP. V2 is not going to happen. Just when Salazar's op shots made it look possible, FaZe slap him back again. Well, with 2 players above 100 ADR in the form of Brokey and Frozen, it feels like Heroic got their hands full. The debut that won't be stopped by the looks of things. But of course, there is still a second half on map 2 to get through. I am Scrawny, and I am joined by Launders.
Thank you so much for having me back.
It was a debate, but we decided to give you another chance. Protect your neck.
I feel like I've seen enough, and Frozen on FaZe is going to work.
Yeah, I've seen
That's
enough.
where I feel like I'm at right now.
Sorry, Heroic, I've seen enough.
I've seen enough. I think we can call the match. He's done good enough.
It was always going to be tough to stop Frozen. Years in the making, this addition to FaZe. Kerrigan just having an interview and saying that when he left as well, he told David, a.k.a. Frozen, that if there was ever a time, he would try his best to get him into FaZe. Well, that time has come years later. A major win later. A grand slam later. Better late than never. Rob's tucked behind box as it's a full-blown Heroic exec coming out of A. It's a one-tap to the back of the head. Another couple of shots out will drop Dupree. And Zypton's going to try his damnedest to get back into that form he showed us on Overpass. Meanwhile, at.CEST clips the wings of Brokey. That was a nice clean frag by the looks of things. Salazar not able to get Kerrigan, who just bends bullets around the lane. Now they know that Zyphon's got a chance to go deep CT. He's the last one up. They're both trying to fight, and Frozen loses just like Rain right after.
Man, they've been great on pistols. This team has something going on pistol rounds.
3 out of the 4.
Last time they won 2 pistols, 1 anti-eco, and got 3 rounds in total.
Oof.
On Overpass, but that's nice at least.
Good push from Zyphon. Getting into the lane alongside Salazar. Criticize Frozen for that. Find something negative to say.
He did miss a little bit, I guess.
Washed.
Old.
Here you go, Shush. Freebie. Ooh, Kerrigan dropping bomb. But Brokey's already been found out with his little USP.
Do they know about him? He's going to cut the bomb off right now.
He was on the site. They know that, so...
Oh my God.
He
cut the bomb off.
AK. Gets it with the bomb stick there.
He has to go, he can't stay here, though. He can't fight from Cave. It's too low health. He can go to the headshot angle on Banana, or he can go back around to like A if they're really scared of him. They don't go to the site.
Can't push ramp fast enough.
Oh, I think he is going to go back around. I guess you can fight from back in CT. No. Okay, I thought he was going to go to A. That would have been...
Too passive.
Huh?
Too passive. Go to A instead. I mean, he's being too passive. Waiting on B.
Oh, yeah.
So he will find a chance to save an AK-47. This Heroic take a 6th. Wow, that's Kerrigan. Double P250 kill flying out from Cave.
Finn has been getting some kills. Some nice kills. Some hard kills, honestly. There was very even frag distribution on Overpass. Is that music?
It's music from the T-Spawn. They added it, I don't know, a couple months ago.
Oh, you can just hear a little bit
from over here.
Oh, yeah.
Although it's not regionally appropriate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not the right type of flutes. It's not the right type of flutes. I'm going to call them out.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
You are an anthropology major.
Exactly. It's more of like an indigenous North American flute as opposed to something more South American.
Yeah.
It's not quite Aztec appropriate, you know. Yeah.
Unplayable Valve.
Sounds nice though.
I liked it, yeah, before you said that. Sort of changed my view.
I say we put in some like Aztec death whistles.
Death whistles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fast push from Rain. Cue it up. Oh, flashbang's good. Salazar still blind by the time Kerrigan kills him. But we've got deep control coming out from Heroic. Deep enough
This always seems to happen on this exact where the bomb actually gets cut off. They take the site and it's behind the door.
Sure, slides back, finding Kerrigan, who had somehow slipped the net.
Not too shabby.
Roki reveals himself. Dupree is stuck here now, but
baiting him though.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect little distraction for Rops to come in with that pesky little MP9, huh?
That's two spotted, right? They can just go and plant.
They should.
Guess they're worried about Rob still being up here. They're trying to support Twist or TSS from coming out. And, well, they've worked on 2 good flanks. I think this is a solid move.
Bomb has been planted.
The game goes one step more competitive. The 3 players who died, MP9s in their hands as they tried to run down B slope. And it's a great idea to try to do that in CS2 for the CTs. It's definitely favored. Early B control is a very dangerous thing to attempt for the T side. But if you're impatient, you don't have high expectations, why not throw it in there every once in a while?
Go for it. Sometimes it's a good thing to get a little crazy. Shush made sure to keep the rifle work clean and honestly good. Needs a little uptick. It's been a rough map for Shush. It's been a rough series. Finished that first map with a measly 0.28 rating.
Dupree keeps his mouse pad like a diamond, but he's actually
playing on it side to side. Well, the longest point of your mouse pad is bottom left to top right corner.
Yeah.
And you don't do much up and down in Counter-Strike compared to left and right. He's onto something.
It's true. It's true. Oh, okay, Salazar.
Salamander Man slams him down on the site. Moroki to the bench for round 16. Listen, FaZe looks ferocious on that T side, but if they don't get their wits about them soon enough, Heroic could very well find themselves in a lead. We praise Rain for his cave control, for his wall bangs, for his assertiveness in this position as well, right? Usually kind of suffocates the opponents on the other end, but this is a really good call, good rotation from Heroic. That A-site's banking on a deep AUG angle out of ROPS. The only thing that's got this A-site under wraps.
And surely, I mean, they have so much utility, it's going to get smoked. CT will be smoked. They're not going to cross without smoking it, and Donut.
Cross before it pops, but Dupree makes the most of that moment. Kerrigan sees this as a save opportunity, but there is still that late Siphon lurk out of B, so this might not be 3 players up for FaZe at the end, despite Heroic tying the game. Very tantalizing moment here for Siphon. If he can clear these players out.
He's here so early, I mean.
Big bang for his buck.
They're looking at it. Oh, okay. Guess there's nothing else to watch, so they're worried about it, but
nope.
That was nice. That was nice. Getting full comms. I know Kerrigan uploads a lot of comms videos from his game, so be able to watch him with Frozen will be fun. They just have fantastic comms because no one talks too much, and each of their words sort of has like a lot behind it. If they say one thing, you know, what we're doing this round, there's a implicit understanding of like all the things that means as opposed to re-explaining that idea. I mean, it's just because they played together for so long and I think they've worked on that.
Shout out Salazar. From his perspective, that was a disgusting shot.
Yeah, man. It's always something about oppers that know how to play against oppers, you know?
Yeah, but not every opper can do it with an AK. That was a clean one. And he transitions into the big green to get boosted up and try to peel another player off the B side. Less likely they'll go peeking after the lesson learned in the last round. And yet here comes Kerrigan, gonna try it off the flash, and TSS hits a critical headshot with another one spotted in the back lane. Frozen tries his hand at it, but it's Siphon on the entry with the headshot kill. Rain slips out from cave. Oh, he does catch TSS at the very least. And now we've got Salazar and Dupree both low HP. But CT still split up. The bomb is outside A.
Yeah, and it's... Dupree hasn't moved still. Okay, and now, like, surely it just still continues on towards the side of the map. Going into mid would probably be silly for Dupree.
Brokey afraid of all fronts, but in reality, it's 3 deep in B. And Zyphon gonna make sure he's not even on the close lane. So, Heroic,
honestly,
are leading.
Now I'm awake. I'm awake because after overpass, I was like, wow, this really ain't gonna be a long
sleeping
game.
on the job?
Not sleeping on the job. It's a metaphor.
Oh, sleeping on Heroic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Sorry, Zyphon. Not going to get away with that. Not with how quick Brokey's firing off right now. Better run, boys. Big bomb. They'll abandon it, leave it to B, and take that 9-8 lead. Interesting turn of events in this second half, have to say. There's not yet been a CT round win for FaZe Clan.
Do you want to call when that happens? Do you think it's this round?
I don't think I need to.
It's this round.
Oh.
I think the pieces are in place. I don't think there's... The rounds that Heroic have played have been all too scary for FaZe, but we do see, like, FaZe are keeping it simple versus them. They're ready to swing on Banana. They trusted a bunk flash there. It didn't go wide enough. There was actually no one playing anti. And then Kerrigan also jiggle spotted it, so if someone was there, they only got half flash, they would have come to again. So, not the cleanest stuff. Very simple, but still deliberate out of FaZe. They know what they're getting into. I think Heroic don't have any plans of changing totally who they were just a couple months ago, so they're still playing with that same level of aggression, which in my opinion means they're opening up themselves up to variance.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Frozen has cooled off in this second half, I have to say it. He's allowed Rops to catch up. That T-side impact in middle was just undeniable.
Okay.
What a good call. at.CEST.
What the hell?
Leads the charge into the A site completely undefended.
Oh
now, it gives them deep elbow for Rops, which opens up the fast flank, which he could join with Rain if he decides to go T-spawn.
Hey, crossing that bomb down while they have donut smoke. Like,
but you can't
oh my
you
God.
can't throw smokes like you used to. Kerrigan comes flying out and denies Zyphon. Dupree is worried about T-spawn.
The way Rops is just not moving here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, right there for a second. Dupree catches the flank, so it's going to have to be a difficult donut push. But remember, bomb's not planted yet. Because they denied it, that's still a difficult job to get done.
It's extremely difficult because they use most of their smokes. In fact, they use all of them. And they should have done it sooner.
We got ourselves a little Mexican standoff. Wow, wow, wow. Finally, Shush decides to make a move, and it's the right move, peeking into an unexpected Rain.
Frozen jumped in donut.
Why'd he do that?
Just wanted to get silly a little bit.
Well, keeps the op trained on him. He's lucky the op missed. Dupree will, however, not grace him with the same luck. Now the bomb will definitely go down, and Heroic, despite just for a second there being stranded on the bomb site, they just get 3 good duels. They pull FaZe apart, and they're going to take a 10-8 on this. Or is Brokey going to do one of those classics? He is coming out from his temple.
I mean, a 1-on-4, you'd think no way.
He is the high priest of the ancient A site, but hopes he can exit with the op instead, which, honestly, that's not even a guarantee. What is a Heroic 10th, a flawless T-side coming out of Heroic on FaZe's map pick. The defense, to this date, still non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
They're running out of runway.
They are. There was sort of a bad mistake made that FaZe found a way to punish with this bomb plant, taking a little bit too long and coming at an awkward time, and there was that. So after that happened, FaZe had the opportunity to win like 3 different gunfights and come out ahead, while Heroic had to get kills to be able to open up places to plant the bomb for. But they failed on all those fronts. And now, FaZe down 2 rounds. They're not laughing as much. Not a single rifle here in round 19 for FaZe.
Ooh. Good trade from Kerrigan, but Zyphon, the headshots are starting to...
That's a pretty good upgrade with B control. And now we see T's pushing towards the A site.
Again? It's open.
They have it open.
Comparable to the last round. That's a dangerous dink that comes out from the pistol deep CT. But the pace of the response that Heroic have been throwing at this A site back-to-back rounds is good. It's just everybody's here for FaZe. This has the makings of one of these...
They also don't have Donut. They only have A main, and you can't plant for that, so they have to smoke this off.
Molly behind it. Rob's burning ever so slightly. No peek out of the CT side, not until the flash comes out. Robs will get his, but a fast trade means it's all CT push. Brokey, last man up. It's 1v2 with the Deagle in hand, and at.CEST stuck behind Big Box with a slow push coming from Shush all the way around the spawn. And if he reads that now, he could have had a chance, but instead he's put down 7 in a row from Heroic, 2 away from the win.
That was nice. Saved it by at.CEST, so the opening tactic to take B control works out pretty well for FaZe. For a second, 1 kill for an AK upgrade, but that's just about it. Heroic take their time getting to the B site. They successfully punished all the pushes. This could have easily gone wrong.
Tempo into A, 2 rounds back-to-back. It's left a mark on FaZe Clan. Great grenade. Salazar just chomped on that one. Now we've got the op posted from Brokey. That nade got Salazar off his angle.
Oh,
sit down. at.CEST just got his pumpkin smashed. And that nade could have been way worse if thrown a second sooner. I love that Brokey's instantly out of the bomb site, right back into middle. He is loving this op. 19 and 10. This is the best position we've seen FaZe in throughout the defensive half, and it's all by way of Brokey's AWP. Guess what? He wants a third. 2 is not enough. And with another cave player right there, he could nab a 4th. Missed shot, finally. Brokey makes a slight mistake, and Zyphon looks to capitalize, but a 3rd, not expected. Kerrigan from the corner has got Salazar low enough for Frozen to clean up, and that's FaZe's first after a dry spell all half long.
Yeah, bit of a nice pre-fire right there. So all it took was an op and 2 AUGs, and to be fair, they didn't even get to the AUGs. It was all about Brokey this round, and a flick down on that jumping peak as he was looking for someone to get boosted up on the side. He was definitely hoping it was going to be Salazar. That was a nice shot from Brokey, a nice round from Brokey. And they bring the round 1 game closer, but actually it's been so good for Heroic. They've got some money left over. So we're going to get another buy coming in as they use their 3rd timeout. And some of the calls have been great. And actually, who is calling? Because they asked... Oh, okay. They asked Dupree,
he
but
didn't want to do it.
Still doing it, yeah.
I believe at.CEST is doing it now. That's what Pimp was rambling about before the game went live.
Right.
Yada,
Sometimes it all
yada,
sounds like one word with him.
at.CEST, yabba hooba.
All consonants, no vowels.
Just kidding, Jacob.
Just kidding, Jacob.
You know what? I actually got to hang out with Pimp by the pool earlier today.
Well, you almost did.
He wouldn't let me sit too close.
Right.
I saw him walking up. I said, "Yo, what's up, Jake?" I said, "My chair's right there, man. You see my Steam Deck? It's right there."
Mm-hmm.
And he went, "Cool, Connor." And then he went 6 chairs down and set up there.
I have a photo of it.
Okay. Cool. But he did agree to play squash with me tomorrow morning. So we'll see how that goes. Kerrigan playing a dangerous game with that ramp peak. But I think they know they have to play inside A, right? 2 of these most recent rounds, just that fast transition from Heroic into the A slam. So Rob's dedicated backside. How long does he stick around back there? bit more pressure on Frozen as he loses top red. He smokes himself off Donut, so they'll have no eyes red room. That'll keep Brokey committed to a close smoke. Now with the form he's in,
he's so aware right now.
He could hit this close shot, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's a singular smoke over the top into the A site. See how many players that keeps committed. But with the threat of red room as well, I feel like Brokey can't go help on B. It's going to have to be Kerrigan and Rain. Oh, and that's perfect timing for at.CEST to get the wall bang.
That's nice. It actually pulls Brokey a bit.
Which now opens red further.
Hold on a second.
Frozen tries to get active. He's the only player of all the CTs to make a move here to get up close and personal, where Dupree then maximizes the push off red. Frozen's trying to reclaim it all, just long enough for that top mid push out of the dedicated B. Kerrigan's on the back. Rops is in the sight. Frozen slowing down the whole entire system just long enough.
He was in that perfect critical spot inside of Donut as it was coming to A with a player lurking through mid and more players coming through mid. So they absolutely had to deal with him, and he was so annoying. This was a great setup out of at.CEST, and you know, a bit fortunate to get all the damage down on the spray, but it did throw things into disarray as Brokey started to rotate off. That allowed Dupree to get closer.
I thought, honestly, that would be the trigger to the B commit, because you've got Kerrigan in sight, and then you'd think you've got that close Brokey commitment.
Oh, no,
CT
because
spawn.
they smoked Banana at that same time.
Yeah.
So they canceled. You thought they would come through the smoke? They could have. They have been coming through smokes.
You know, it was there. That's true. Rain with the auto shotty, getting close off the Molotov, and only gets the one. It's Brokey with the bigger shotgun. Looks to tie this game at 11, so better late than never as far as FaZe are concerned. Things starting to fall into place now as, of course, Heroic have to rack up a little bit of more money.
They need it for next round.
Getting past Kerrigan. He's playing well today.
Dude, Kerrigan is playing well today. He is.
Don't sound so surprised.
His mechanics are looking good.
You're dead.
I will look surprised. I will sound surprised. And happy about it. Absolutely. But dude, CS2 is an IGL's game.
There's an uptick, man.
It's an IGL's game.
Kerrigan looks good. Apex looks good. JT looks better than ever.
JT looks better. What about Dexter? He's going back to Greyhound. Would he be one of the, I feel like he would be one of those guys that would also get the CS2 buff.
Yeah, I'm going to forget about Fnatic Dexter as fast as possible.
Yeah, let's forget about it.
That's not fair. I don't think that's not his fault. As far as I'm concerned,
Fnatic are Swedish, and that never happened.
He went straight down back to the Aussies, where he'll do great things. Just you wait and see. Smoke top ramp. Whole pack of players. You want to push that smoke? Kerrigan's going to hold you. Or he was supposed to. It's at.CEST to just slam him back. Rain can't get an angle because of the Molotov, but he's got wall bangs. If Rain's got anything in this world, it is wall bangs on B site. A deep press. How many more smokes can you push in one round? For 12, they go through three smokes.
Smokes don't exist. They're still not walls. They're still not walls. Wow. They actually did just run through every smoke.
Not one or two, literally every smoke in front of them, a Heroic player runs through. And Robs falls to the hands of Shush. It's 12 secured for at.CEST and Co.
Overtime secured.
And they look at at.CEST like, did you just say run through every smoke?
Oh,
Yaga. What an entry.
Oh my God.
Here's another one. This whole highlight package is going to be people coming out of smokes.
Yeah.
You hear that call? Ran through the smoke?
Yeah.
What a goofy guy.
Yeah, analyze that one, FaZe. We'll take another timeout.
Yeah, right.
So how can we do better? How can we be better? The one kill that makes sense, though, is when they're running through the first smoke.
Yes. Yeah.
People lurking in front of it is a thing.
It's just that felt like the one they had to because it was an all-in commit.
You can also freak people out because now you can see like the reflection of the muzzle flash on top of the smoke as you're coming through. Sometimes it makes people shoot too early.
Well, with how absolutely smooth overpass was and the lopsided nature of the first half, Heroic, good chance to close it until they make Rops. 3K spray down deep A. He wants OT. Dupree has other ideas. But Brokey's op is not present. His impact has been a slow 2v2 for Heroic to try and close this and extend us to map 3.
Kerrigan's reading this correctly. He's taking a risk towards mid. He's hoping they do the big flank around. Let's see if he's patient. He's getting a little uncomfortable, it looks like.
Yeah, he's already taken a glance.
Yeah, he did have
sides.
Yeah, this pocket is more of a split the difference type of angle. But, oh, let's see it.
He chooses right. He got out of the corner. Dupree wanted to clear. Wow. All right, Salazar, listen, kid. Time to shine.
Oh my God, dude, Kerrigan's fragging.
He's not missing, and he's going to push FaZe into OT.
He's playing all these types of angles where they're just like sliver shots. He's hitting them.
Yeah.
It's like all headshots. He's really, he's looking good. He's looking good.
Welcome. So,
shark fin, you know what I mean?
This.
Mechanics. Sharp. Oh
Just
my
a
God.
pack of players to mow down. Almost got a fourth off that.
Oh.
And Kerrigan, had he not changed spots, Dupree very well could have cleared that corner hard enough.
Yeah.
But cerebral from Finn Anderson. And just like that, FaZe extend. FaZe and overtime on Ancient. It has been the tale of 2023, and we're going to get at least one more here in Abu Dhabi. Opening match.
Oh my God, they're getting melted down. He's dying in the molly. Wait, what?
And Rain's right there too. So Molotov sets up Rain. Smoke spam looks great for Kerrigan. Pistol won't finish the job. TSS not going to die without a fight. 2 kills to his name. Man advantage FaZe. But Brokey's going hunting. Big game hunting. Peek into cave. He gets tagged low. Oh, but he thought he went further back. Dupree thought he was in the next room, and Brokey hits him with the no scope to push TSS and his 23 health into the clutch. Ah, Brokey, you're a dirtball, and I love it. Nade sends it home. Dang. Okay, Brokey.
Okay, Brokey. 23 and 13. He's going to have 1,000 ADR after this game's over.
The cubby tuck into no scope.
Dupree actually thought about it for a second. Oh, maybe he's not there. Oh, it just took too long.
Yep.
I feel like it should be faster, though. You know, when you throw it on. It does feel like it's just so delayed right now.
Wow, dude. It's into the hip. I feel like sometimes Zyphon's casting spells under his breath.
She just like play it backwards and 666.
I'd be peeved too, though. Yeah, there's like a half-second delay.
It's delayed.
That didn't used to exist.
Or maybe it's just so photo accurate now that it's, you know, until you actually see the smoke covering it, not when right when it hits it, but it has to expand.
I feel like the canister has to sit in the fire for half a second.
It does feel like that.
Before, it's like the moment the canister touched flame.
Which is good, yeah. And, I mean, it did have, sometimes it would screw up in CSGO, but now it's like almost by design. They should definitely. They also lose a few frames.
Next set.
Uh-oh.
Fast one, fast
We're coming.
TSS wants blood. It's worked before. Could very well work again. Zyphon looking to go real deep. Rain's wallbang not quite on the money this time. But the bomb is actually pushed deep. Shush has bomb back lane. He'll double back. It's all good. Nobody panic. That could be sealing the deal right there. Zyphon catching Rops. Rain's gonna just try to press out. Okay. There was a chance at a frag, maybe. Could have softened things up for the retake. It's overtime. They take a chance if they had to. But this one now feels just nigh impossible. Brokey will collect a kill. See what else he can get. Twice. 2 rounds in a row.
Wait, he can't just defuse.
No, it's planted for ramp.
But he could.
It's planted for ramp. They'll come right back. He'll draw him in, take one with him, but it is indeed Heroic to tie again.
Okay. This game is crazy.
Did you just karate chop the air? See that on the peripheral?
Crazy game.
Crazy. I mean, the rushes worked.
It
In
does.
2 critical rounds, the rushes worked.
Thing is, yeah, Kerrigan's like, I get a moment to chill, right? We're going to do deep B mollies, deep B smokes, and grenades, and they're going to try maybe an A walkout this round. We're just going to get control of B site, then they're going to walk out, then we're going to win the round slowly. And Tess is like, rush B.
Yeah. Ooh, nice timing, Rain. I'm surprised no one's watching that.
They had the elbow player pushing out, and they were planning to disrespect it. Looks like
Not
Shush came
fast
out
enough.
late, yeah.
Now Frozen gets the ability to lean back, but Shush has crossed. Oh, Frozen.
Oh, he saw another toe.
Yeah. And he's got a volley to deal with that. Oop. Dupree will get there in the end. Took a tidbit of chip damage. Flash to just kind of threaten the potential A follow through, but we still have Heroic very much spread. Here's the problem. Dupree's been spotted crossing with bomb.
Yeah, it's
That's
a weird
bomb
map.
dedicated donut confirmed by FaZe.
If they wait long enough, they'll have to respect mid. I mean, they have Kerrigan watching it. It's not the weakest angle.
Broky's got him.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Broky's got him pinned against the wall. Nowhere for Dupree to run, nowhere for him to hide. And his teammates so far removed that he just tried to cross back alone.
Too.
And that's an exit strategy that won't work. Rain applying pressure for a second time in this round. And Brokey seals the deal. That was his bomb control at its FaZe's 14-13 lead.
Well, it certainly did get close. There were the 3 rounds in a row in the first half for Heroic into just owning in the second half, actually, after benefiting from all the pistols they're able to win over FaZe. That was definitely something special. But now, though, FaZe have survived to overtime. It's getting a bit scarier. We've already well out of the playbook here for Heroic. What you looking up there?
I was reading about the Mexican death whistles.
What is that?
So it's a whistle that was confirmed to only be used by the Mexicana
before you kill a man,
and it's a horrifying shrieking sound.
Oh wow!
They're expected to have used it going into battle. Hundreds of men would blow into the death whistle.
That's a good strat. That would really tilt me.
If you look it up on YouTube after this game is done, it's a horrifying sound.
Okay.
Horrifying. Yeah. I would definitely run the other way.
Yeah. Okay.
So it would make sense to put that in T-spawn. Play it in the background.
So you rush every round.
FaZe being much more quiet about their approach. They've peeled bomb
I think
back.
the thing is, it's the same thing where past a minute mark, they get mid control with Frozen. They bust out because the CTs aren't comfortable touching elbow control. And then you don't really need to go faster than that. They could. I think they just need to find out what Heroic are like right now before they start, speeding up very, very quickly, I guess. But, yeah, Frozen successfully again. Readying the walkout. They have both options open either side. Heroic are not pushing for map control. They're just playing very, very passive. They've even given up Donut at this point. They don't have anyone inside of middle, so they could win, but it's going to be off frag and power.
Double
the setup
well. So holding him back. Missed shot from Dupree. Oh, he will catch Frozen. Misses his chance at the second. And with, of course, Temple smoked off, it's a comfortable bomb plant coming through. Rain vision over box. CT's pop the smoke to try and get some kind of a fight. Brokey's keeping his head down for the time being. And down goes the second dop as well. Drops peeling players out of this one. Just a nice, slow burn, full exec straight from Donut into the site. Rain hears the rumblings of the retake. And it is
1v2.
Managed to put this onto Kerrigan. Nade goes deep. They find it.
Oh my God. They
No
pulled
way.
off a retake 10 seconds on the stick.
With no entry path except for the CT lane. They had no temple, no donut, no nothing. Just 3 frags coming out of the CT push.
Yeah.
When it felt like that was already lost.
FaZe definitely kept it loose and kept swinging on them instead of delaying for time versus a 10-second stick. And gave that round up after putting an effort in the default, slowing it down, getting map control, working towards this split. This was about to be sort of an explanation of why the better team wins in games like this, because they find your insecurity. You're not willing to take CT control on mid. Then they use the map control against you eventually. You don't make any CT pushes because you're scared of what they're holding control of, and then you eventually lose. Get suffocated out of the round, but instead, or just frag their way through a retake with very low utility, not even any real smokes in that, actually.
FaZe gave them the fights. Oh, Frozen again. Oh, huge damage from Frozen.
Doesn't even really need to see him.
Smoke grenades, yeah. Doesn't hold him back at all.
Smoke's been getting people killed all game.
I mean, the kills that Frozen's been able to get in Red Room, it's like his bullets are made of gold. So few on the spams, and yet constantly on the money. So 5v4 plus all that damage.
How'd that only do 12 damage? Excuse me.
Don't worry about it. The cement steps eat up so much nowadays. But it's at least confirmation he's here. Damage would have been heard by the Red Room player, so that's why they're keeping the pressure up. Hoping he doesn't get away, but he has, just by switching sides and pushing off the reload. Okay. A little crazy that he kind of did that 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
He noticed he got spotted.
But at the same time, Kerrigan picks up an entry frag, so that's A site,
and
suddenly
B site.
prime target. Rain's going to push through on B with Shadow Advantage finding Zyphon, and now we've got what's left of Heroic just pulled so thin. Easy trade back from Brokey as Kerrigan stays committed to the site, and Dupree just overwhelmed, outnumbered, and stuck in his spawn like a rat.
Brokey already on 28 in this game. Of course, we entered CSGO territory. Any extra for Dupree?
No. Rain's not going to shy away. Puts an end to that one. So both maps under wraps. Good evasion from Frozen in middle. 3 bullets through a smoke and hits the headshot. This how Kerrigan opens A.
Yeah, he said, you want to go through smokes? I can do that too.
Taste their own medicine.
How do you think the desk is going to feel? That it's an indictment on their debut, that they, went into overtime, that they potentially lose a map, or that they could have, or...
Yeah, I think that realistically, they'll say the better team came out on top. It's not the first close game FaZe have played in 2023.
Yeah, true.
It's all fair.
Yeah. Not even mocking, just...
also debut series, thought you had a solid CT side. Obviously, they've well integrated Frozen on the T half. Yet again, another example of him just railing headshots top middle. But I think it was also an uncharacteristically poor performance from Rain in Cave on CT side. We always talk about the caveman. Well,
wasn't so scary this time.
No. A little too much Neanderthal on that one. Sal's there waiting for the commitment, but he's going to get a challenge from Brokey here. Opduel set up, and he'll win it. More where that one came from. Shadow's still very obvious, missing the flick shot, baited out. The fact he even bit down on that opens the door for the push around. Dupree burned from his position. They managed to get bombed down in an even 3v3, and it will yet again call for a retake from Heroic.
Let's see why this round will be different.
And Rain to lock in positions with flank cleared already. Rain can just fixate on mid. And how do Heroic approach it? Again, they're just all going to come in from the CT lane. They've managed to get super close to the bomb site, so close that Robs is caught off guard. They don't know about the last two, but Rain reveals himself first. That's going to activate Frozen, who dies with nothing. And now Rain has to come all the way out with Zyphon trying to hold him in. A second, and he gets it. Oh, Rain puts an end to the attempt from Heroic, and it is indeed a successful debut. Yeah, okay, it's not that pretty, but when we take a step back, it's a couple of B rushes coming out of Heroic. It's an uncharacteristically poor performance from Cave, and at the end of the day, it's a 2-0 start in a new roster's debut. FaZe Clan picking up the win.
A 2-0 start, but we needed to see some of that individual brilliance that so characterizes FaZe, and that 1v2 from Rain tells the whole story. They did have to dig deep in order to close that game.
We got exactly what we wanted, right? We wanted Heroic to apply some pressure towards FaZe Clan, and they did that. Sure, some of the rounds were atypical. We saw a lot of rushes through smokes. We saw simple Counter-Strike being played out by Heroic, but they played to their own strength. They knew coming into this game, we can't match FaZe on team quality, on composition, on synergy in between the members, but we can definitely try to make the game messy and make it simplified, and that's exactly what Heroic did, and it almost worked out.
I mean, it came off as a much more interesting game to watch, much more entertaining game to watch than Map 1. We loved the fiery attitude we saw out of Heroic. We loved that they try and play simple Counter-Strike a little bit in your face. And if you FaZe Clan as well, this might not be the traditional Counter-Strike, but it's good to be tested as a lineup to see how you react in these conditions. How do you react when smokes are being crossed, when the game rulebook is kind of thrown out the window? I think for them, it probably taught them a lot about themselves right now.
That would be my main takeaway as well. You know, as I said, they were applied pressure and they dealt with it. Another overtime game, of course, going the way of FaZe Clan, but it's a good test for Frozen. It's a good test for the team chemistry. Obviously, further down the line in this tournament, FaZe will face teams who are playing a different style of Counter-Strike.
Yes.
They'll face the, potentially, Vitalities of the world, some of the best teams out there, and that's going to be a different game and a different approach to it. But now Frozen have already been in this environment where they go into overtime, and he's getting to feel, you know, yeah, we're in overtime, but of course we're going to find a way to win it like they always do. So as you said, they're setting up Frozen for success further down the line.
Well, Frozen had his debut now with FaZe Clan. That's a first W at the first series, and he caught up with Banks with some of these feelings after that game.
Frozen's come in and they started off with a win, but you got a true FaZe experience. Welcome to Overtime, Clan, Finn was saying. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they say when it's 15-15, they're, you know, getting fired up. So, yeah, I got the FaZe experience in the first match.
Now, you were just showing me your hands, right? You actually felt some nerves there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it was like the healthy excitement, you know. Okay. First game with the boys, you know, New Jersey and everything. So I think this is going to shake off in the future.
And what does it feel like for you just coming back and being under the leadership of Finn?
Feels amazing. It feels amazing to be back, you know, having a look left, look right. It's the two old homies, you know, next to me. So, yeah, it feels amazing to be back with them.
And this win, okay, it's against a Heroic that's slightly weakened in there. But were you surprised of how much they were able to push you on Ancient?
For sure. I think I could have adapted better in the mid earlier. But, yeah, I mean, they pushed us to the limits. They as well got the FaZe treatment, we might call it. Yeah, I think they played well. Yeah, there were some rounds that could have went our way as well. Didn't, but yeah, thankfully we closed it out.
That's what it's...
Welcome to Overtime, Clan. That's the introduction from Kerrigan to Frozen. I will say personally, it's a great first series from him. There were moments in there, let's not pretend like it was really complicated for FaZe to win the whole series, but there were moments where the game could have gone either way and Frozen stepped up massively, a few mid-round multi-kills. He's already has a reference in the back pocket.
Yeah, I would argue that he wasn't too comfortable when he was in middle, but once he fell back into the donut position, that's when we saw him come into play. A couple of rounds, you know, at a very important moment in the game, Frozen stepped up, got a couple of multi-kills and kept FaZe in the game heading into overtime. So I'd agree with you. By no means the perfect performance by Frozen or FaZe for that matter, but he's still topping the scoreboard in terms of ADR, and he found impact when needed the most. So again, as you said, it's not the perfect debut for Frozen, but I think it's perfect for setting him up, you know, for further challenges down the line in this tournament. It would be better for him to be pressured right now than going through this game winning, you know, 13-2, 13-1. That wouldn't do anything for Frozen or us.
I agree with you, and I think he's got a whole lot to figure out in his new positions, his new roles, and the journey is definitely long coming ahead here in Abu Dhabi. This was only game 1 for FaZe Clan. We can have a look at the bracket of this Group B. They are sitting pretty in that winner's match up there, but they still need to find an opponent, and that of MOUZ versus G2 Esports are currently getting set up right behind me. We're going to have a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we're going to dissect this series. MOUZ versus G2 Esports coming after the break.
After a hard-fought second-place finish at IEM Dallas, MOUZ made a bold move, reclaiming Shui from Gamer Legion after an impressive major showing. MOUZ then seized the opportunity at ESL Pro League 18, securing victory and earning their coveted spot in the Blast World Final. Coming into the World Final following a roster shakeup, the departure of Frozen is the headline story. Joining at the age of 16, his absence marks a significant chapter in the team's history. As they gear up for the ultimate showdown, MOUZ stands ready to prove they won't fade away. It was here at the 2022 Blast World Final where G2 ended their 3-year curse without laying a finger on a trophy. The infinitely momentous force that is G2 didn't stop there, however, with a further 2 trophies secured at both IEM Katowice and IEM Cologne. It looked as if nothing could stop the G2 train. Now, 1 year on, does this indomitable powerhouse have what it takes to secure the back-to-back and claim the title of Blast World Final champions 2 years in a row?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Blast World Finals in Abu Dhabi. We are still in Group B. We have just witnessed FaZe 2-0 versus Heroic, and now they're looking for an opponent, that of which will be MOUZ or G2. 2 household names, of course, when it comes to Counter-Strike. If you are familiar with the game and the top-level scene, you've heard these names time and time again. Roster changes, stand-ins, complicated situations. I don't think the picture is clear for any of this team. MOUZ, of course, losing Frozen to the likes of FaZe. We just had the pleasure of covering his first game in his new team. Have the very hard task of replacing a player that was exceptional in their ranks. They bring in Broland. We'll see what we have to do with this. Whereas from G2, the roster change has been done. It has been made. First impressions?
Well, I'm looking at the team behind me and I'm thinking, it doesn't quite make sense, you know. It doesn't quite make sense on paper. However, I'm sure there's a meaning behind the madness. I'm sure that internally these guys would obviously have, you know, had the conversation with the management and thought to themselves, okay, there's something we can work with right here. Maybe getting in Nexa is a play in that direction. Maybe it, you know, maybe it means that another player will go out at some point. Maybe it just means that they needed something new and they needed a second voice on the server in Nexa, which we know he can be. It's very hard to tell. My issue with it is that it's very close. We don't know, we haven't heard from too many of the players or too many of the guys involved what the actual meaning behind getting rid of JKS in his role and bringing in Nexa is. So we're left speculating, and on paper, it doesn't make sense.
A whole lot of speculations. I will tell you, Jacob.
Okay.
Over the years, G2 has been the team that I have predicted wrongly the most in my entire career. So many events I've rocked up thinking either they're going to be amazing, they'll blow everyone out the water just to see them fail, or have I thought, that's it, they have no chance, this doesn't make sense, and suddenly they destroy everybody. So I've learned to be humble when it comes to G2. I've learned to be a little bit humble, but your questions are legitimate, and I think we should ask the one man in question, the person of interest. It's Nexa with Banks.
Next, so the first thing I want to start off with is the online results certainly were not what you guys would want for this team coming together, but how did it make you guys feel?
I mean, obviously when you lose, it's never gonna feel good. I think we took the online tournament we played as practice for most of it, and I think it was for myself to get used to the new positions. Like, of course, I played these positions like 3-4 years ago, but it's like not the same, right? So it gets some time to get back into it, get back into the mindset where I don't have to call, I don't have to like think about certain things. You know, I just switch off my brain in a certain way and then just get used to playing as a player.
Now, you just said don't have to call, right? You're focusing on what you're supposed to be doing on the server, but are you more of a secondary voice at all here?
Yeah, I mean, seeing as I play the opposite extremity of Huxi, I'm usually like the voice that is giving him a lot of input into like what we can do, how we can adapt and things like that.
And for the positions and roles that you're now entering into, is this something where you guys are set on it, like this is 100% you want to play, or can it still change?
No, I think this is how we want to play, definitely.
And for now, you're going up against the MOUZ that come in with a stand-in in Broland. They've not really had much time together. How do you even prepare for this? How do you got yourself together? How confident do you feel? Because I guess a lot of us are worried with what we saw in the online results of what you might happen to here, despite the good players you have.
Yeah, I mean, online is a different beast altogether. I think online we all feel pretty confident. We have a lot of experience, like all of us, and I think that the guys, even without me, have proven that they're capable of winning, of beating anyone. You know, not as to say that an upgrade, you know, but I know I can hold my own and I can give them what they need.
And you just said there about yourself, oh, not maybe an upgrade or whatever, but how do you look at it? Because obviously there's a lot of criticism on this whole thing of JKS should have stayed, why did they remove him? Do you feel there's more pressure on you to perform?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of pressure and a lot of eyes are on me, but I'm here to do a job and I know what the guys expect of me and I'm confident that I'll be able to deliver on it.
Yeah, a lot of expectations and pressure on the shoulders of NEXA, of course. Now, Jacob, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I do believe you are in agreement with myself that this might not be the finish lineup of G2. This might not be the last stop, if you will. But let's just entertain the exercise. Let's entertain the idea that this is what we have to work with here in Abu Dhabi. What needs to work for this roster to go deep into the tournament?
Oh, I think the individuals need to work out, you know. Given the circumstances they're in right now, Nexa obviously being a little bit shaky in his roles and need to get up to date with that. I think you're looking towards your Monacies and your Nikos to perform. Nico have looked like a shadow of himself so far in CS2. He used to be the best rifler, hands down, in CSGO. We couldn't even debate that. We couldn't even question that. He hasn't been that same force in CS2 so far. Now, he's coming into his first Tier 1 lane ever since Sydney, so hopefully that's going to change. But without this man playing well, there's no G2 doing well here.
Right, listen, if I get offended when we put Zaiwa out there after 5 maps, I'll extend the same courtesy to Nico. Yes. I do believe the sample size is way too small. We know the greatness of the player. I'm sure he's going to deliver better Counter-Strike. He has in front of him a MOUZ lineup who, in our eyes, have suffered the loss of Frozen. And we cannot feel the same hype and the same satisfaction with seeing Brolan as a standing in that jersey the way we feel about Frozen replacing Twist. It's a completely different scenario. And I personally wonder how this team is going to deal with losing the superstar. Am I over-exaggerating the impact of Frozen? Or do you think the other players can step up and compensate?
I honestly don't know. And that's what I'm very excited to see when it comes to MOUZ. Because yes, losing Frozen is a massive game changer in terms of, you know, output on the server. He would always show up. He would always be consistently delivering the good numbers on the server. However, we also praised Torsi for playing well. We also praised Sershin at certain points for stepping up to the occasion, being a great entry fragger. We know the strength of Shuhei, so there's still a lot of talent within MOUZ. Question remains, as you said, are they good enough to establish themselves as a top 5 team without Frozen? And is Brolan even gonna stay? He's a stand-in officially for now. Is that the final product? Is that the final lineup? Or are they looking elsewhere to find a new player?
Yeah, I mean, I think Brolan is in a golden opportunity in the sense of if it wasn't for this stand-in, I would not have considered him to go to MOUZ. I would not have considered him to be a suitable or a go-to pick for them. And now he's being called. He's getting the call. He has to play here. He has to be the stand-in. And just maybe he can convince us. He can convince the team that there is a possibility of a future within this lineup. I personally didn't really like his days in NIP. The rest of it, the last of it, was very complicated to watch. So he can right the wrong. He can change his own path. Sort of changes maybe his destiny to an extent here in Abu Dhabi, because MOUZ obviously looking for solutions now. We have a whole lot of questions when it comes to MOUZ. I just put out there that one of the answers have to be young Jimmy. So Connor, Mohan, do you think young Jimmy's going to step up?
Bro, I think Big Jimmy's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, Jim Balls.
I think obviously Frozen is going to leave big shoes to fill for this MOUZ roster, but I don't think Frozen is the reason that MOUZ have risen through the ranks over the last 6 months, and I don't think it's why they're ranked in the top 5. They've banked on him versus big opponents at times. But it also coincided with an uptick in performance from Sershin, Jimpat, Shuhei, and Torsi. And Torsi's op, I think, is going to be instrumental to this one. I think that MOUZ still have the tools to win versus what is a wounded G2 and one that doesn't quite make too much sense to everybody watching. I'm not willing to take away everything MOUZ have accomplished in the last 6 months just because of Frozen's departure. That is where I stand on this team. I think they win this matchup.
Okay. Oh, I mean, I think they win this matchup too, but I don't... They lost their best player.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. They lost their best player. Let's just get that out of the way. Frozen was definitely their best player. He's had his best year on record as well. But one thing that I think is nice about Brolan coming in is that this is the best IGL he's probably played under, definitely. He had the standard Swedish pipeline, but a country notorious for not really having IGLs, and then Hampus being the best of those with the least experience. So Shuhei, I think, if there's anyone who could bring something out of him, it could be Shuhei.
Oof, nice shots out of Hooksy. There was 5 T's in the CT spawn, and they go from the red room CT A wrap into the post plant with it. Odyssey gets the better of Brolan. Shuhei missed a couple shots, and down he goes. Clean pistol from the G2 camp to kick it off.
What do you think about that?
I think
playing under Shuhei, do you think we can get Brolan?
I do. Yeah. I think, listen, I'm not going to say Brolan's going to be as high rated as Frozen at this event, but I think Brolin will leave us impressed and remind us of his abilities. Because even when Ninjas had like a flash in the pan of success in their struggles as of late, it feels like you could always pick on either Rez or Brolin to maybe have a one-off map here or there.
Yeah.
I would like to think that, again, this isn't like the Astralis situation where you're bringing in 2 new players. It's just Brolin for Frozen. It's just Twists for Frozen. It's something that the MOUZ system, I think, can stomach. And I think that'll set Brolin up nicely this week in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
A 1.08 at the end of the event.
Okay. That's pretty good. That'd be a JKS rating, actually. So the first test we'll see what kind of G2 we get too, you know, like, because I think what Maniac said is just fact. Like, you cannot know what kind of form they're going to have sometimes. Even if only 4 of their 5 players play so well, they were like looked at as the most skilled team in Europe. On an individual level. Torzy. It's like, why is no one killing me? So we'll see. You know, I do feel bad for Nexa because there's so much hate going towards him because he's replacing JKS. Mostly people confused about JKS leaving. Not necessarily if Nexa was a good player when he wasn't a caller, because I think we all seen him play well, obviously. Probably happier to see him not calling. It's just a question of what was the actual upgrade or what was the point.
You can be the biggest JKS fan. I don't think any of that should fall on Nexa.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
any
That's the tough
player
part
in
of it.
Nexa's shoes would have said yes to the invitation.
Yeah, yeah. It's
you can criticize G2 in the way they handled it.
Yeah, like what was it? What was the
ghosting JKS for weeks?
Well, yeah, I mean, no. What was the reason for getting? Yeah, we just. Well, there was the Nico interview. Note did that was really thorough. Tried to answer a lot of questions. I think. It's a very complicated situation. It seems
Pace
like.
in these last 3 rounds. G2 have come in with some conviction, and if it wasn't for that Molotov, Bomb would already be down again. They've slid forward into Donut, taking the position away from Xerxin. Desperate to get out from lane, Hooksy jumping Mac 10 because he can. And Jimpat comes through by peeling a player off of the site. They're attacking this from all angles, and Jimpat's M4 is just ripping heads off. Nico's nowhere to be found at the moment. They're thinking he's long A, but it's a delayed push up from Donut. It's a desperate spray towards the bomb plant.
Oh my god, that molly could
5
actually be
seconds.
perfect.
It's going to be really close, but it doesn't burn him. It doesn't spread.
Oh,
The smoke is there, and MOUZ will get it over the line.
Yeah, nice. Just decided to jump in. Now, yeah, I think that Brolin just somehow, like when I see Frozen in the FaZe jersey, I'm like, that makes sense. When I see Brolin playing for MOUZ, I'm like, I kind of like get that. I don't know why. It feels okay. The only thing is that he's not the same stylistic player as Frozen, skill aside. He's a much more aggressive rifler, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Like the MOUZ were still missing something, even though Frozen was their best player and they got gutted for him. I mean, Shuhei said, you know, we can't replace him. I mean, there's nothing that he can't deny that, obviously.
Quicker
but they can
trigger.
That was nice, yeah. But they can prove they can be better than we expect.
Man, the pace of this game is just electric. We've already got 2 kills out again. Trying to fight down the ramp. Brolin's going to go out. 0-4, not the best start. But the wall bang will recover 1 thanks to Shuhei.
It's a nice find.
I just have the utmost faith in Shuhei and his ability to implement the amount of inexperienced players that he has just suddenly plug and played into his teams throughout time, that he has built up. Why couldn't he do it with Brolin, a younger player who has years at the top with Ninjas in Pajamas?
Yeah.
You know, it is kind of like watching Frozen go to FaZe, but just to a lesser degree.
Yeah. I think, yeah, it's always the comparison with Shuhei and his idol, Kerrigan. And, you know, if it's really going to be like Kerrigan, that'll mean integrating players fast, having lots of challenges thrown at you like this in your career.
But that integration also banks on Brolin playing well, right? Shuhei could set him up as much as he wants to. Brolin's got to be hitting kills.
I mean, yes and no, right? Like you have like Croman play his best CS with FaZe, or JKS winning Kato under FaZe, or, you know.
All right, fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's 2 very good arguments. All right, bro.
Yeah. It's
what happened to Croman?
Bringing the best out. I don't know. Just too many Norwegians, I guess he felt like in the scene. So said FaZe, he said, Rain, you're doing us proud. You can
There
can be the one.
There can only be two.
You go over there.
3 Norwegians, that's just too many. They're mysterious people, and you don't run into them too often.
Yeah. It's because they're on mountains usually.
Right.
Looks like MOUZ get caught rotating this round. Clustered up inside a spawn. And didn't make their decision fast enough. And it's G2 who lost to Guild
Eagles.
Guild Eagles, yeah, which is obviously Bad News Eagles. Previously, formerly known as.
Yeah, good news.
But it's not the first time that G2 have lost to them.
Right.
You know, so.
I believe they also lost to Aurora in an online event.
Oh, okay.
So that one kind of, yeah, that was the 2 games back to back. They beat Fluxo and Sprout, but lost maps to both of them. So just losing a map to Fluxo and Sprout was kind of like, huh? Followed by a 0-2 against Aurora.
They lost 6 maps in this tournament.
But I mean,
it is
G2 online is like notorious. Like every time
two
G2
different
got
games.
sent to a
CS2
showdown
right now is 2 different games. It is 2 different games, online and LAN. So if you're spending all of you're playing all your officials on LAN, and then all of a sudden you play an online tournament, I'm not surprised.
I've seen G2 lose maps to Lin Vision online.
But that's quite a run. They lost 6 maps online right there. To some of the teams of all time here.
Team's all right.
Nice! Come on! I really want to know what Hooksy thinks of all this.
Of all the...
Everything.
The whole situation.
Yeah.
Well, we can ask him later. Torzy, I'm sorry, friend. They're all coming for you. The pace from G2 in this game. Blind as a bat, dead in an instant. Bomb's going to get planted. It's done. It's cooked.
It just ate 3 flashes in a row and died. Didn't even... They just... Like, they dry ran a full exec. Flashed his position over and over again. Because I'm not calling this. I know this is a bluff.
Oh, damn.
In CS2, you got to know when to swing. And usually Torzy, that's like one thing he's like the best at, actually. He's not like a too passive opper, right? You're going to say something.
Hooksy's 9-1.
Oh my god.
Like this is, you know, this crazy pace out of G2, like it's disrespectful, but it's also banking on Hooksy just wrecking heads. They'll lose 3 at the end there, trying to force the guns out.
Okay. Rack him up, Hooksy. 140 ADR, damn near.
He read that Nexa was coming for his spot. He just sat up straight.
He said, better start fragging then.
I am the in-game leader. Wowza. Electric pace from G2 into a slower round here in the 6th. They'll be creepy crawling out towards middle, but this one all banks on Shui and Jimpat. 2 M4s. One's smoked off in cave, and the other one's a little timid towards the A site. They'll leave the pistol in the pocket, pushing Zershin ahead of Jimmy. You hear the rumblings of mid control, so eyes back on Donut. Nexa eventually taking over A main could definitely cause an issue for the CTs who hope to play the boxes in sight. You peek this way, Monasty's got you covered. You peek the other, Nexa's coming. That's the M4 down with nothing. Hooksy double entry versus M4 and pistol. And just like that, 5-1.
Just keeps going, man. And this would be a map that you want to have, you know, have a plug and play start for MOUZ because they love Ancient. What was that about, Frozen? Just wasn't just a system player, wasn't that?
It was
didn't really stand out from the pack. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Take it back.
Take it back. Why I oughta. you know, I
do know what you mean, though.
I tried to set up a convincing argument, you know?
At least
You know?
it can be said it wasn't a one-man team. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But this tempo and pace, I mean, and the sheer amount of impact from Hooksy right now is crazy.
Remember, when we hit July, Frozen was the #1 rifler in the entire world in stats. So he really, but I know what you mean. He didn't have this sort of.
I think when you look at like the results, like say we go back to Pro League, I mean that's the reason MOUZ is here, right? As the Blast
Pro League run.
Yeah, they win the that amazing Pro League run where Frozen was a top 5 rifler in the world at the very least. At the very least, inarguable.
Yeah.
Jimpat was the MPV. I'll try that again. MVP. You know, it wasn't Frozen alone. Thought in his absence maybe someone steps up. Brolin will this round to kill Nico and Hooksy. Finally, this guy goes down. The Giga Chad is dead, at least for the moment. Xertion applying pressure off the long peak. Will nab himself a second, but as his gun is empty, it's pushed Modesty to the clutch. And they don't know where he's at. One of two sides. Molly limits him, so now maybe going for the pillar cover. Peeks deep. One more. Missed shot. Hoping for the quick one, but it's Jimmy on the approach, and it's MOUZ in with a second.
Would have been styling, yeah. Oh, it's true. Jimmy's been great, and he's just evolved so quickly coming into MOUZ Sports. Another NXT player who I think sort of like Donk, actually, when we watched him in Academy League, like, you saw moments in clutches where you're like, oh, this kid's smart. But then you didn't see any stats to back that up. Like, his overall stats in the season were very average. So you could see he was ready to blossom, I think, for sure. I'm not surprised, actually, that Jimpat became a great player. It's just the speed at which he did it.
And that's where I, again, kind of praise Shuey, right? Integration. It's quick.
For sure. Yeah, Shuhei had to watch all his entire team get promotions, quote unquote. Of course, we always knew this was going to happen in the end. They got promoted while he stuck around because he was too good at washing the dishes. Then he had to get more players, make them into good players, and have them shipped up. And that is the thought with having those academy teams, that you develop talent, send them to your main roster. But all the best stories, the ones that flip their main roster, man. Gambit youngsters into Cloud9 and MOUZ NXT. The team is working. Keep them together.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Dunked on.
A full
Nico
HP.
Doing backflips. Didn't take him for a gymnast. Just a gym rat. Easy does it. Xertion deep elbow peek. Molly for Jimmy to deal with. He's going to come out of this off of the flash from Donut. Perfect setup from Torzy. Jimpat thrives in the exec. And Hooksy no longer on the entry, but still doing work.
Calm down.
And Brolin caught without a gun, so Hooksy, that nade really just took everything away from him. It's a follow-up. They've found a solution. Don't peek this beast.
Use every piece of utility and make it a 3-on-1.
2 frag grenade kills that round out of MOUZ. So util on points. Jimpat, big multi-frag, locking down the A site.
We're professional bowlers this round.
This is actually
oh my God,
Jimmy's
he's got the
crosshair, by
style
the way.
too. Some people believe in the style 2 with the dot. It's too erratic to me. I can't be comfortable with it.
Just wait till they start using follow recoil.
Yeah. There's a couple out there.
Find them. Shun them.
Oh my God, let's go.
The util pressure's a thing of beauty. This entire ramp's been blanketed in flames. Doesn't stop the MOUZ camp from getting aggressive. Stranded with no cause and no chance at an entry. Damn right, G2 feels hunted.
going to wait and rock up at 30 seconds, or are they going to give this up? But the CTs are... They're ready. They're literally not even scared of mid.
You ain't getting through that doorway.
You ain't walking through that door.
JKS ain't walking through that door. G2 not walking through that door. They're going to tuck tail. Let this one slip. And it's like MOUZ have kind of found their groove a little. I feel like MOUZ was just kind of maybe caught off by the sheer aggression at the start of this game.
Counter-terrorists win.
With a tip of the hat to Hooksy's entry fragging as well.
Dude.
You know, man comes out swinging with no shirt on.
Yeah, those are world-class entries.
Right? Like,
there was no stopping that.
I'd take a step back too, be like, yo, Hooksy, chill. And it feels like we're slotting into the groove now of map 1. Three straight from the defense. A couple lesser weapons here for G2 to play with, but it looks like the pace is going to be one of aggression again. Shuhei ready for the hit with Brolin. He finds the third in the pack. Brolin pulls him apart.
Oh, yeah.
Cross shut down.
That's
ready for that one.
That's the kind of hold that you expect to see out of Brolin. Those are some very clean kills. He's good at locking off angles. Like he does that same thing on overpass when he plays a signpost. It's like angles that should have less and less to work with. Brolin is very good at just like finding a little bit extra. He's good at the pre-fires. That's probably his sort of standout quality. The one guy who can hold an angle in CS2.
Yeah. He's found a way. He should write a book. It'll chip away at Hooksy. G2 sit on pistols. Their lead has evaporated. Their tempo has been shut down. It's a little labored. It's going to leave them pretty damn low. Jimpat jumping up from middle instead gets his. Deagle, perhaps? No, sir. Not on Jimmy's watch. And yet again, we've got 3 players for G2 stranded outside of the B site with a minute on the clock. And no chance at taking this one back.
Hey! I remember a NEXE Deagle.
I think that with the struggles of OG in a roster...
Oh!
Hold on.
Keep peeking.
No? Everybody cool? Everybody cool? Everybody chill? You know, the OG roster maybe didn't make sense, and a lot of people were disappointed. Hype wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
NEXE definitely put forth, in terms of fragging, a stellar performance. It's like he just kind of had to do it all. He had to do everything for OG, and in some of the results that they picked up online even, you know, NEXE was pretty regularly at the top of scoreboards.
I think it's true that NEXE is, as much as time as he spent as an IGL, I think he is definitely a better like fragger than he is an IGL. He's like a pretty good IGL, but there were like walls in his career that he never got over. Even with the G2 before, you know, not winning in finals or any maps in finals. So I think on OG, for a while there, he wasn't willing to call any defaults, like literally. And that was just, it's just not going to work versus the teams like G2 out there or other sort of tier 1 teams. But yeah, there's definitely been points in his career he's been very impressive as just a fragger. So that's good. That's good for sure. He never even really wanted to call. You know, he just came over to NA early in his career, went to the Renegades. They were like, you're like from Europe, right? You're probably a good caller. It's like rookie player, never called before. It's like, okay. So he kind of got thrown into it.
Kassad behind him. Yeah, bro, we're European. We got this.
Good experience.
Surely. Grows him as a player. Jimpat, deep A presence. Left on his own, though. It's NEXE and Hooksy coming in. They line up. Oh, he hits both. Molotov at the feet of Hunter. That's bomb confirmed. And the 2A defenders ready to hold if needed. But time for G2 to play the clock. Let m0NESY get another one. He opened up this round by killing Brolin deep B. Jimpat sitting pretty at 14-6. Xertion wiggling around here, feeling the potential squeeze of a red room push. It feels like Torzy knows the timing's kind of odd, and sure enough, within that awkwardness, Xertion and Torzy, both of them kind of unsure as to where or when G2 were coming from, and they both end up giving a little too much.
Torzy could have delayed so much if he had hit a single shot right there.
He showed a little skin. And it costs them round 12. So G2 to tie this one up, barring Shuhei catching him off guard, which he did, but won't catch any of the kills. It's a 6-round half out of G2. It came out explosive. HooXi cooled off, and the MOUZ camp fought back.
Special to be a part of that team.
I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know? I think I answered this question a million times, and I think I always give a different lineup. I would just put both Simple and ZywOo. I don't care, they're both uppers, they're just both insane. Then I would put Robs as an anchor, let's say as an IGL, let's say Glaive. I could put myself in there, like being in the somewhere there. My role would be probably like to be entry together with the IGL, then have Robs as an anchor, and then Simple and ZywOo doing whatever they want to do.
Say myself, Fallen, Fur, Twist, and Stewie. Those are players that I enjoyed playing around. And I think a lot of them are super talented. Fallen, you know, he was a wise professor, in-game leader. And like I said, Fur, a player that I looked up to in terms of his play style and his personality and somewhat. And, you know, Twist, my fellow Canadian, my good friend. And, you know, Stewie, him and I had a lot of good memories, and I believe he was like one of the more smarter and intelligent players I ever played with, and he taught me a lot about the game. So yeah, he was those would be my 5 or my 4. You know, I included myself in there. So
Who do I pick if I have unlimited money and I'm an owner? Myself, because I'm gonna still playing, of course. Then I will take Simple with me. And then I will take ZywOo as third guy, as a rifle, because I know that he likes to play with a rifle as well, and then we saw the clips with him. Then I will need an IGL. I will take Alexi, my teammate. And then I need one more guy. I will go with get right to the beginning of the concept whenever he was owning, like with the good lurker.
Number 1 and number 2, it's usually Simple and ZywOo. Not sure which one of them would be the main op, but one of them would be main op and one of them would be like a hybrid. I would put Carrigan as the IGL. I think number 4 as a kind of a support would be Perfecto, a player similar to my roles in Lurk. I'll put Cole there.
So if I had to make a roster and I had unlimited money, I would definitely go for ZywOo and Simple first of all on the team. Even though they're both Orbas, I think that both of them still are really great rifles and probably the all-time best in CSGO. So I would have to pick those two for sure. I think I would go for Robs as well. I think he's a really good anchor and is just very calm.
When this map started, Maniac sent it over to us and asked whether we thought Jimmy could go big enough. And, well, he absolutely has. 14 frags, topping the scoreboard for both squads. His counterpart in G2 is HooXi, who looked like an absolute speed demon at the start of this map. I mean, that's when G2 picked up the majority of their round wins.
Literally, he stopped fragging and they stopped playing.
Yeah, he won, 5 of the first 6, and then the last round of the half just kind of sprinkled in. It was a great MOUZ recovery. You could see them adapt to some of the tempo and the aggression being thrown out. Able to stuff a B rush or 2. But it is now G2 to play in response to whatever Shuhei's got cooking. Last World Finals in Abu Dhabi. The best of the best have secured their spots by the finals leaderboard or winning big events throughout the year. That's how MOUZ got here. Their 1 trophy lift.
Pro League, right to here. All right.
Jimpat MVP. Oh! trying to queue it up again. Xerxin, 1 bullet tap. It's been a quiet half from him. Same for Nico, who hits the deck first in this CT pistol. HooXi dives back. The smoke on short side. That's an easy plant. Nobody can disrupt Shuhei. He'll punch in the digits. Man advantage. Flash thrown out for the retake just to take back long side. And this is where they'll try to snowball forward. But they're met by resistance in Brolin. He's softening them up wonderfully. And as he dives to ramp, Shuhei's going to swing. We do get 2 out of Hunter and HooXi. Then the cave setup. Tries to get unraveled, but it's all good out of MOUZ. A multi-kill from Xerxin. Slow start, but welcome to the server.
Yeah, it was all good. I mean, Nico was only 4 and 5. Now he's like, what, 4 and 6 or something like that? That first half just didn't see too much. But right here, it comes down to those two. That's literally the difference between the site being held and a bomb plant right here. Instant, one-shot, perfect crosshair placement from Xerxin into bomb down, into favorable post plant. They all play their spots really well. And Brolin also served as a very interesting piece right there. His jiggle peaks were perfect. And he didn't die in his position. He did so much damage, slowed them down. Again, that's the kind of thing he's good at, so.
Smoke on Hunter towards A to delay any further. But they've already lost Red Room. It's a measly USP stack. And we talk about in-game leaders being able to frag more and more. We were just talking about that with Kerrigan last match. We come in, HooXi does what he does, and Shuhei has also gotten a few frags throughout this one as well. So I think, you know, more arguments
evidence
for the fact CS2. It's an in-game leaders match.
If you're a caller, come over here, play CS2.
Come play CS2.
Come on down to CS2.
Where in-game leaders are buffed.
They're buffed. We got plenty of great oppers. Lots of riflers. Everyone's a rifler. IGLs are consistently the most important piece of the puzzle in all these top teams when it comes to winning tournaments at this level.
It's nipped out on the jump up. They have no presence outside B. This is a very quickly set up 5-man A split with m0NESY tasked to hold Donut. He slides into where the Molotov's burned out, and he finds 2 backs turned so well. Finagled by m0NESY, just slipping through, catching them off guard, and then making the other half of this attack look pretty desperate.
Nice one.
Able to get into the deep corner. Nexa will be burnt out, but
fine with that.
It feels like too much unless somebody peeks Torzi.
Oh, that was nearly 2.
He almost skewers both, but instead it's a rock-solid defense. By the looks of things, and yes, sir, it does go over the line. So, big pickups coming out of G2. That's all m0NESY. Sliding in where the molly just finished burning. Perfect.
Perfect timing, and even if he only got 1 kill, he had a teammate with him in Donut for the re-aggression to meet up on both sides. So one half of the split gets shut down. Shuhei tries to be very crafty about the approach, and 3 entering the site on A is just not that convincing, especially when Nexa goes 1 for 1 and makes it a 4v2. 7-8 score line, full buy, well, full investment for both teams. Xerxin's only on a deagle.
HooXi's got some responsibility here. They're going to keep 3 in the site. Utility being chucked out by G2 pretty liberally, but if they get ramp control or a 5v4, so be it. Fading smoke on cave. Shuhei flexes and HooXi falls back.
They go for the fast clear as well.
CT still jumbled, though. 3 players on cave entrance.
Very jumbled, yeah.
Stepping on each other's feet.
This will mean they need to squeeze back. You're right. They do have m0NESY on this like Shiro angle inside of Donut just waiting. Coming into mid as well to punish them if they go back towards him. But now he's solo and he falls back to A.
And that fallback's heard by Xerxin. 100% he hears that run.
CTs need to re-clear Banana or they're going to be out of space completely. So yeah, they're coming in for it now.
Yeah, MOUZ, no donuts clear for the taking, unless there was a second player there. Honestly, just leaning back. Missed shot, and Jimpat takes 18.
Jesus. That's a rare miss. And that was one moment where Monacy needed to sequence, basically. There was no rotations anywhere near him. As you pointed out, CT's got very jumbled, and it was quite clear they were insecure about the map that they had. And they got smoked out, and, well, MOUZ made that same late round rotation back to the A site. They do that a lot. In this round, they basically needed nothing. You know, one good entry, and there's an upgrade for Exertion if he wants to come get it later.
Yeah, we could say, you know, Nico didn't get fights in the first half. That's why he ended with like 4 kills.
Yeah, he's just dying to Exertion on pistols every round.
He has a free shot on Xertion who's not looking and gets 90-degree deagle snapped. That's a 5th gun for MOUZ, all of which to be saved. Thank you. 9-7. Monacy had a chance until Jimmy hit him in the head.
Big Jim.
Big Jim. With that crosshair.
Oh, what?
Dude.
He's got it turned into it. Snap reaction.
That crosshair just upsets me. It just upsets me. I don't like
it either.
Looking at it. I don't like it's like
I wish it wasn't green. I wish it wasn't
I'm happy that we get to see the players' crosshairs, but if they look like that,
I'm unhappy.
Let's turn Jimmy's off.
Let's turn everyone's off. You want to play these games?
Jimmy's ruining it.
You ruin it for everybody.
Magnum's back.
Love me a Magnum.
Nobody as ice cold as
Frozen. Oh.
Jimmy from Finland.
Jimmy from Helsinki.
Super good start to the event.
Hyvä huomenta.
Good going, bud. Swing for the fences. Get that second MVP. Oh. Made damage for certain. And he's still going to try this? All right, talk about a space creator. But he's just got Monacy on reload. Didn't get much for that effort. Look at all the damage being done here in elbow. These players just got stuffed on the mid approach. Not going to happen, boys. We've got Hooksy already trying to take a peek out from cave. So, I mean, this is a ton of information. This time it will not be Monacy on his own. We've got Nexa committed to the bomb site. But there's still no smoke, no Molotov for the remaining A players. So MOUZ will get duels here. Deep angle. They cross before the smoke. And Nexa, because he doesn't have to shoot, catches him off guard. Low health for Torzi. No bomb for MOUZ. But still, a chance to press their luck. Molly will deter them. With no bomb control, they're going to pull the plug on this one, and it's just G2 stuffing the elbow approach at the start of the round.
Well, I mean, okay.
Into the wind. Bomb's still A. Not getting that back.
They forgot that someone could be committed to the sites, try to fight into CT as the smokes come out.
How come sometimes when smoke's going down on the CT lane, I feel like it's like common practice for they to cross before it's smoke. It's like they're going to smoke it, but that fight happens all the time.
The reason is you're trying to catch them throwing counter utility. That's why they swing into the smoke while it's open, because you don't want to actually plant a bomb 5v5. You would like to plant at low numbers, because then you are killing a utility, or you're killing utility, and you can burn time off way faster. So sometimes it's basically just a risk to take an early fight. In that situation, it looks weird because we see Nexa still on the site. So they just basically bit off more than they could chew. And sometimes it's like a turn your mind off protocol. It's like, oh, we did this so many times. Oh, sometimes we get an easy round if we do this swing. But people don't fall for it as much anymore as well. When you're in CT spawn, you know that they're going to sometimes exact before the smoke comes up and you're looking for it. So it's a real gimmick. There's definitely some merit to it. But yeah, maybe people do it too often.
Round is a fast boost on Vox, and Hooksy likes his chances. Comes out of the cave smoke with a kill. Nico on high alert. will turn Shuhei right back around, and that's not going to happen, Zershin. You are dead meat. G2 answering back in the CT side with some aggression here in round 18.
It does get a little bit scrimmy from MOUZ sometimes. With how simple they keep it. But I'm not surprised that G2 can win around inside of mid-control on CT side. This is going to be something they're very good at stopping. Okay. Wouldn't have really made a difference to grab that frag. It's still 2v5. And honestly, doesn't think they've crossed yet. But surely Pimpat's is going to get this kill. Yeah. Whose sticker is that? HS?
HS. Yeah, I was just thinking, I haven't seen HS stickers in a long time.
Right. Is that his AK?
I don't know. I'm not in the server, actually.
Yeah.
But he's holding it.
HS is Estonian or Lithuanian or Latvian. It's definitely an A-in.
He's human.
I'm going to lock in Estonia.
And the answer is Estonia.
Yes.
Bet you he uses it because HS stands for headshot.
Headshot.
And Jimmy hits headshots.
Slippin' Jimmy.
Slim Jim. He is him.
Yep. Yeah, at Pro League, he was nuts.
Remember that the only place to watch Blast in 4K resolution is on Blast TV.
The only way to watch.
That's why you get in there, because you like... I mean, CS2 is a beautiful game. Wouldn't you want to see it in all its glory?
Yes, I would. You could do so for free.
Twitch in 2023, dude.
Keck.
Get with the times. All tied up, folks. 9 rounds apiece. Early success on both teams' T sides. We turned back as the half goes on. Torzi, oh my, eats a nade.
What a battering. That's a nade that lands on top of him in the molly while he's running.
It's funny, just takes the last tick of his health away. Shoes burnt to a crisp, and it has not been free for MOUZ trying to take this lane control in these last couple rounds. Hooksy's been powering up inside of Cave, poking, prodding, and stopping MOUZ in their tracks. And I think it sets up Nico to maybe get in with some impact as well, whether he wants to take ramp, just hold the top of it. We saw last round Shuhei try to get desperate, pushing upwards. Just giving Nico a second to collect himself. That's when he's in the danger zone. And you don't want to deal with Nico when he's in the danger zone. I've seen Nico shoot 3 bullets down this ramp and get 3 frags. And with Nico, it's like
this is like a B player scoreline, you know what I mean? He's 7 and 8, just hasn't seen anything.
Let me at him. Why I oughta. And they're coming for him, but Nico will just put down the smoke, get ready for the push. This round's his. It's his chance to shine. Nico getting 1. And his teammates clean up shop, but he did his job. He stuffed them. And, I mean, he said it gets scrimmy. That was desperate.
Yeah, that was desperate. That last round was a little scrimmy.
Now, unfortunately, you know, the tail of this map is just going to wind up being like, damn, Jimmy's the real deal. But Brolin's performance has not been anything to talk about. Same for Torzi and Zershin.
But Brolin had like 2 good rounds, I think.
Sure. Too bad you need 13.
Still time, Connor. Still time. And Hooksy's only got 3 kills this half, okay?
Yeah, but he's calling well. And
that's true.
That cave presence has turned out MOUZ a couple times. Oof.
It's actually nice to see more punishments coming out from the CTs. Outside B early. Just with some well-placed utility. I mean, is that nice? I don't know. I don't want to slow down the T defaults, actually. I take it back.
I just think anytime utility is used properly, it's nice.
That's fair enough.
You know, if you have a grenade, make sure it has a purpose.
Right.
That's the James philosophy.
So the one off of the round, Torji.
Take pride in your utility. Don't just throw crap. Like gorillas at the zoo.
What do we do with this very expensive T-side op?
You save for a minute, 10 seconds.
He's good at this, though. He's good at these T pre-aims. Oh, his teammate jumps out. There it is. Oh, Zershin actually gets it through the wall, in the head, through the smoke.
Okay. Something somewhere. Nexa, top red. Ooh, you just gave Jimmy an AK, which could have gotten very dangerous. Oh, Lord. Zershin, a second. And Torzy still has all his health with that op. Shuei's got the bomb. The three of these players could just join forces and try to overwhelm Monacy, who doubles back to CT.
Oh, he doubles back to CT.
Nobody here, though.
He's trying to go for this deeper angle. This might be a great rotation, actually, out of Monacy.
Very nice
wow,
first
I thought he was going
shot.
to be too slow for that. That was...
Nade for the follow-up. Finds Shuhei for 36 health. That's wonderful. Shuhei, oh, he peeks in and drops the opper, but then also presents himself to Hooksy. So now Torzy's got to pick up a lot of slack into tempo. As Hooksy is instantaneous on both.
Damn, that clothesline. Hooksy, Kerrigan, going off today.
CS2, it's all about those IGLs. Dude, that kill on Shuhei was fast.
Yeah, that was.
Let me see that bad boy. And these Deegs, okay. Cue him up. Yeah, I thought Shuhei would have planted for... Oh.
That was clean, Hooksy.
All right, guns up. No time to catch your breath. It is G2 CT side, looking like too much for MOUZ to handle. Too much for the one-man army. Oh no, again?
Yeah, they
Man,
it's getting scrimmy. I don't know. Like, obviously the cave smoke comes out. They don't get through it to punish in the middle. But they just wanted to get through that smoke. I mean, CTs have been very good at holding it, so...
What do you gain from that instead of just waiting out the smoke? When it's 3 seconds later, you could just peek for free and actually have a chance at a duel.
Again, if you're trying to catch them while they're
Nice
flick. Nice shit. Nice shot. They're trying to catch them while they're refreshing utility.
Well, you're not catching them because they're watching all these smokes and they're punishing for them every time. It's come at a cost for MOUZ. And this is looking like G2's 12th. Shui and Brolin. Into the red room they'll go. Can't get past Hooksy, man. 20 kills, 21 rounds deep. It's not an instant kill this time, but he's got Nico at a distance. Molly's going to burn him out, but Nico making the most of that long-range duel.
Yeah, that delayed a lot of time.
Shui's got to get the bomb back.
He's just surrounded. They could flank him from middle if they wanted to.
Doesn't have time for
10 seconds.
Yeah, better make sure he doesn't die after time.
I mean, they're definitely going to close in on him, right?
I don't think they'll let this one go for free. Nico's for sure going to come back, and then Monacy's not far away either. This could be a big chase. Oh, Shui, hold on. He'll survive the first, but Monacy doesn't want to lose the op. Nexa can't get there fast, so 1 AK saved, but that's 12 and 3 map points for G2.
Yeah, that's big. The most worrying part is the start of T side out of MOUZ. I mean, the calls right now from Shuhei have been this, and a few different. They've been dressed up a little bit differently each round, but they've, for the most part, been.
It's been that, but in different directions.
Yeah.
Top ramp, in elbow.
Yeah.
A donut.
And I think G2 are very happy to see that. So.
Yeah. If that's all you've got in the tank, then this is a stellar defense, but Zershin's still swinging here. And it's going to be Hooksy to try to pressure out Cave. That smoke goes up. They're on high alert for it. And so 5v3 to MOUZ. Nico looking to slide through. Jimmy's on, again, watch for this. But still, very, very clean kill. And with a weakened B site, Torzy's just going to wait out the top ramp smoke. They're going to push in, and they'll see that it's free for the taking, sure enough.
waiting for some kind of A contact and Shui on the scout.
But if Shui clears A, there's a, small chance they might rock back?
Yeah, it gets weird. They have to wait for mid-confirmation and the bomb hasn't crossed yet. And the bomb stays outside of B because of this. So it can go back if it needs to. It's just, you get to the point of the round where you're like, you don't even really want to go all the way back. The CTs could have pushed through elbow to flank B in this situation.
That's
so
fine.
it's quite
Let Shuhei
flawed,
come
but-
to you.
Yeah, exactly. And the CT's hope it is that massive walk back, but it is the correct play out of MOUZ at 30 seconds as they take their time to make this choice. And I guess Shuhei is just looking to flank somebody because he's done a marathon.
I like that mid-round call. Shuhei taking the responsibility of clearing half of the map, but it's also maybe a bit of a forced issue from Hooksy and Nico, both really trying to get out cave and take mid control. They wanted to deal with Jimpat.
It takes two.
That it did. And unfortunately for Nico, not given a chance to fall back through cave. Couldn't escape. Got his. But here we see the corpses of Nico and Hooksy. As MOUZ secured at 10. So close. And again off the back of Xerxin, right? We needed somebody to join Jimmy. Looking like it's Xerxin here in the tail end of Ancient.
So does like everyone have one stand-in, or?
I think so.
Yeah. Mezzi's now the most experienced fifth.
I think the reason we're seeing guys like Neo and Taz become coaches is so that if the coach ever has to stand in, you've got a better chance of winning. You know? Think about it. Here we go, round 23. MOUZ needed 3 in a row to keep this game going. First one secured. Put some responsibility on Monacy in mid. Ooh, damn, they disrespect another smoke, but they do it quietly and they get away with it. Shuei's going to try to play that timing as he looks to keep going through cave. No challenge. Hooksy's coming back thinking he's a few seconds slower. But Hooksy's cautious enough to stay alive. Smoke's down. They've lost control of it.
He was hoping to not get peeked there so he could peek behind the molly as they go to extinguish it or play back and spawn, but a good quick check. And they stay up. But they're still lacking map control to make this perfect. Like, they have info, but right now they're playing retake on B. MOUZ don't know it exactly. Time's being delayed, and they're doing their late round back to A, as they like to do.
Jimmy takes a shot to the leg, missed one from Monacy. Now he's diving back into Donut Nexa from Red Room. Double kill as he catches the chase off guard.
Oh, okay.
Nexa puts an end to the mid push. Shui's been clipped. And all this just for Xerxin to try and clutch. Not gonna happen. G2 13-10, able to push it over the line as they catch MOUZ mid-rotation. Nexa stands up, puts some frags forth, and knocks MOUZ down a peg. Ancient in their back pocket. MOUZ taking this series to Vertigo. We'll see you in a second for map 2.
G2 gets pressured, but do not crack. They get that Ancient W. That map pick gets confirmed from them. And if we talked about individuals that needed to step up, I just want to put it out there. I don't think the heroes of that map were the ones that we maybe supposed, the one that we put out there. It's Hooksy, it's Nexa. It's names that aren't necessarily under the light. Mega performance here.
Yeah, massive performance coming in from especially Hooksy in that first half. We saw him being the charge. We saw him being the guy who went in first, who opened up MOUZ in the first 5-6 rounds where they came out with a blistering pace. Very, very fast what came out from G2 right there. It was great to see. However, they slowed down. Hooksy couldn't really get the calls in the second part of the second half, and that was a little bit disappointing. But overall, I'd argue G2, they should be happy with this win. And as you said, it's Nexa playing well, it's Hooksy playing well. Nico was nowhere on the server. Hunter didn't really do much yet. You still win your own map pick, so we can desire a bit more.
Yeah, I almost feel like Nico just didn't get the opportunity. It's not like the game wasn't coming to him. There were a couple of times he got entryed by Zershan with the P250, then he's just not basically required in some of these CT rounds. You mentioned Hooksy. I think it's fair that we put his name out there and we talk a little bit about his performance, not only individually, but also a few calls on the T side. And I know it might look easy to call like that, but I argue in the current iteration with what G2 has to work with, these few rounds that they won on very easy calls, simplistic, fast-paced calls, I think it made the difference. It allowed them that breathing room on the first half, and he was the one just rushing in.
It's nice to win like that. If you were to compare it to football, handball, or any other sport, it's like a counter-attack, you know. It's a low effort. You sprint into the side, you put out an effort for 10, 15 seconds, and you get a result out of it. That's good, that's nice, it feels good, it's easy rounds. However, they did slow down in the second half, in the second part of the first half. And to me, that was the worrying sign. And MOUZ did the same thing for that matter as well, that they couldn't come up with solutions once they were figured out. So it wasn't like a clinical T-side performance. It wasn't like one of those games where I felt like Hooksy were playing around with his opponents. He played well individually. He deserves a lot of credit for the first 5-6 rounds, but he did come to a stop. He did come to an end where he couldn't find solutions.
And I agree with you. And I think this graphic tells a true story about neither of these teams being ready right now. We're talking about G2, fresh off of an Nexa roster change coming in, and obviously Brolan having to stand in for MOUZ. So what it means is that once these offenses, the T-sides, were faced with full-on CTs, ready, resources, molly, snipers, it got complicated. It's a fact, it just got complicated. They struggled to find a couple of rounds, and this is why I believe this 5-to-1 run at the very beginning for G2 makes a massive difference. And Hooksy was the one out there making the difference, and on the CT side as well. I do think we should take a little bit of time to talk about MOUZ, and I'm just going to say, I think Yimpa might already be one of the 20 best players we have in Counter-Strike. I think the pedigree might be a little bit short in terms of making his way onto that famous list. It might be a little bit early for that, but by the eye test, I think he's one of the 5 best anchors we have in the game right now, and he's a diamond. Like, this signing from MOUZ, I don't know who found him out there, but this some real shit.
That's my issue with Jim Fat. I almost feel like...
What's your issue with him?
My issue is I feel like he's too good to be an anchor. I feel like he should be more than just that. Because I agree with you, when you watch him play B-side overpass, when you watch him play Ancient as well for that matter, when you watch him play these anchor positions, he always has a move up his sleeve. If he's being pressured by a Molotov or by a smoke, he will always come in with a reaction that serves him well, and for the team as well. He's a fantastic player, I agree with you. He's a young player. He could still be molded into something more. He could arguably be the best anchor player in the game in a year or two from now, but I think there's more in store for this guys. And maybe with the lack of Frozen being on the team, he can get a bit more responsibility, maybe try out some new roles, because I think this man right here on your screen can do more than just be an anchor.
Well, he's already doing wonders. It wasn't enough, unfortunately, for MOUZ as they get the L on that first map. But we're going to move to the grounds of Vertigo, which arguably should be different. We take a 3-minute breather, we get some water up in there, we hydrate, and then we come back and talk about the next map. Map number 2 is right around the corner as we get these beautiful drone shots of Abu Dhabi. If only I was not inside, but actually enjoying that weather. Just kidding, I'm exactly where I want to be. Counter-Strike is all I live and breathe. And now G2 is 1-0 in the lead versus MOUZ, but they have a big-ass Vertigo coming their way. A map that they've only played once in CS2, over which we have very limited information, whereas MOUZ have it in the wheel. They've used it in CAC as well. Do you think this is where MOUZ can come back in spite of the standing situation?
I think so, yeah. I think MOUZ have shown enough consistency on a map like Vertigo to come in here, pick it, and be confident about it. However, G2 have a lot of history with Vertigo. We remember back at the Paris Major, that was the map they faulted at against Fnatic. That was the map that sent them out of the tournament. Back when NEXE were playing with them the first time around, it used to be one of the household names. It used to be one of the maps that G2 liked to pick against opponents themselves. So NEXE coming into G2, he's probably bringing new ideas into the way they approach the map. So I'd expect G2 to come in well prepared, MOUZ to be the favorite, but a competitive game at the very least is what I want here.
I hear what you're saying about NEXE having a voice. I think it's one of the topics that's coming out the most in this transition, in this move, that he's supposed to help out and come up with ideas. But I would just want to kind of dial down the conversation on skill and individual performances. Okay. I would argue he did the job on map 1 because he's under a whole lot of scrutiny. A lot of people are saying that's crap. JKS versus NEXE, that doesn't make sense. JKS is a better player individually. So one of the challenges that he's got to put forth is standing his ground individually and have strong maps. I think that Vertigo is a map where if you're going to park him on the B side, this could be one of the toughest challenge possibly. If he's going to do a position for position, do you think he can stand the ground here, or do you think he might be a liability exploited by MOUZ?
I think it could be a liability. I think Jimfat will go over there and he'll test him to the ground. We know he likes to play towards that area of the map. He likes to go for those early duels. So yes, NEXE versus Jimfat, you look at that duel, you think to yourself, that's going one way and that's towards Jimfat. All right, so that could be a liability. However, for my money, he's going to need a bit more backup. He's going to need a little bit more setup towards that B bomb side. And also one of the things that I think goes unspoken about when it comes to NEXE is, yes, he's not going to be one-to-one JKS. I think JKS is a more mechanical skill player. He's a better player, but NEXE needs to make sure that the teammates around him becomes better of him being on the team. Whether that's by being the second voice, whether that's by being the supportive element that can flash constantly for m0NESY or NiKo for that matter. That's what I want to see. That's the progress I want to see. I want to see m0NESY, NiKo, Honda for that matter, play better, down to the fact that NEXE is now back in the lineup. And we didn't quite see that on map number 1. Maybe Vertigo will give us an answer in regards to
Obviously, very small sample size. We're going to have to see what kind of systematic influence NEXE has on the lineup. I also think it speaks volume to the changes in expectation for anchors nowadays in Counter-Strike. Because it used to be, and I'm not going to go back to our time, I'm going to go back just a little earlier than that, where anchors were just supposed to be good enough. You were supposed to be strong enough. If you were able to do a 2-for-1 on your position, nobody's come for your job. Everybody's going to fight with you. I feel in nowadays Counter-Strike, in the level of expectations, you need to have people who have a voice, people who have initiatives, people who are going to decide when they have to push, be way more active. In that regard, do you think that the trade makes a little bit more sense if we extend sort of the conditions and the requirements of anchor players now in Counter-Strike?
Yes, I would agree, because I think the anchor role is not as static as it used to be. You know, look at Jimfat as an example. You said top 5 anchor player right now in the world. I definitely agree with that, maybe even better. Look at how much he's moving in his, isolated position. Look how much he's constantly doing proactively in terms of being an anchor. So yes, I agree. Being a static player is not necessarily being an anchor, but being an anchor can mean that you're proactive in your role. Take Magix as an example as well. They're also like typical anchor role, but he's moving a lot. He's doing a lot of initiatives. He's a voice on the server. So I fully buy into what you're saying right here, that being an anchor today is something completely different than being it, 2, 3, 5 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where the challenge becomes having one eye focused on the metagame, focused on, okay, these are the informations I have on my position. This is what I think we should do. Hey, Hooksy, I have a timing here. The smokes are going to fade. We can try that. And at the same time, just focusing on your damn crosshair, because at the end of the day, you still have to win the duels coming out your way. So we're going to have to see. Now, if you're MOUZ, we already addressed the next possibility as a liability, possibly, right? If you're MOUZ, what is it that you have in your pocket moving into Vertigo? What is your argument? How are you going to sell that to me, to the world? How is the map 3 coming up?
Well, I would hope it would be the synergy between the players, and it'd be the calling coming out of Shuhei. The fact that Vertigo has been a household map for MOUZ for quite some time. However, we can't neglect the fact that Brolin is in there as a stand-in, and sometimes it's just a little disturbance that it takes in order to throw a team out of their way. So Brolin on Ancient, I didn't think he played a great game of Counter-Strike, nor were he a liability for MOUZ, and I think the same here could be said for Vertigo. If he can avoid being a liability, then MOUZ should be just fine. fine. But if he's going to be one of those players that G2 can target as well, just like NEXE is probably going to be targeted by GymFed, then that could be an issue in itself. It is a steamrolling map to some degree. There's a snowball effect on Vertigo happening often, so you'd hope that there's no liabilities on either team.
And we'll have to see a MOUZ capable of finding solutions mid-round on their T side. I think this was the issue mainly on map number 1.
Yeah.
We saw them with a couple of nice executes. The pistol round on the T side of Ancient was a good example. MOUZ just going through the motions and having a beautiful sort of philharmony in how they were acting. But then once you got to the mid-round, it got a little bit more complicated. So now the stage is set. We have Vertigo. We have mild expectations onto how G2 is going to fare on that map. And Connor, I'm going to throw it to you. Do you think this is map number 3, or do we all have a short day?
I mean, yeah, you know me, man. I'm a MOUZ believer till the very end.
Yeah.
I think that banking on the synergy between players, like Pimp is highlighting, right? That's still got to be the forte for MOUZ. I can only hope that Brolin slots in, but I'm gonna say it, man. The calling for me on that T side of Ancient was very uninspiring as a Shuhei believer.
Yeah, I always big him up, and to see a half like that, it was kind of like, ah.
And it's one thing to do it like once or twice within a half, but we're playing MR12, man. You can't do that 4 times in a T side and expect to get away with it.
Very good point. And yeah, you have much fewer chances on rifle rounds, and they used up their big ones. They definitely had a chance to win that. And at least for them, they go onto their map pick. But G2 might be gaining a little bit of steam.
Put your silencer on, kid. What the hell is this?
Well, if Simple's not playing, they gotta have at least someone.
That means he has purposely bound this key. It ain't a P2000, bucko. Looks cool, though. I'll give him that. But opening kill MOUZ from the bottom of the ramp. Nico chipping away here. Next, just go ahead. Tuck behind boxes.
They didn't even need Nico last game.
We'll see what Nico and Monacy can serve up in terms of distractions.
They're going to forget about this, right? Oh. Well, they're going to forget about Sandbag still, I think.
Should be. Should be forgotten about. But then you've got to hit headshots in the back of T. Brolin looked at it for a second.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, he'll clear it. But, okay, little weird. Zersh and Jimpack kill a piece. Bomb drop by Sandbags and Hooksies on the other side of the map. It is looking like a MOUZ pistol win.
We need a crazy Hooksy entry, retake, 1v3. Cue it up.
It did feel
Whoa,
like they
look at that. Look at that.
This here P2000?
Yeah, do you know about that?
I've seen it before.
In living color, it looks like a in living color P2K.
Pretty cool. Done. MOUZ will pick it up. I really thought they'd forget about Sandbags, but then I saw Brolin thinking about it.
Right.
There was a chance there for Nexa to peek out maybe a little sooner.
Yeah, sometimes
he really
you don't wait for the whole thing to come
in.
Yeah, but I actually thought, okay, on the pistol round, maybe they forget about it. Since they were hanging on a ramp for so long.
Who farted? Who farted? It was the cameraman. It was the cameraman for sure. Tell him. No cap, guys.
Yeah. Smells like a victory. Let's go, boys.
Wait, who said that?
Smells like victory.
Who said that? I couldn't make out his voice, actually.
Nasty freaks.
Smells like a victory.
Part of me just wishes that was Jimmy. We don't know what kind of humor he likes. We don't know what kind of jokes he cracks in the camp. But MOUZ are always talking about how the mood tie. You know, they're always talking about how there's camaraderie in the camp. For the core, they've been together for so long, it makes sense. This round goes down smooth. 5 alive for MOUZ.
I wonder if someone really farted or...
It was the cameraman. It was Cyclone, dude. He just crop dusted.
He can do all 5.
Easy conversions. If you give me a slight uptick in some of the strategy here on this T side, I'll answer Maniac's question with I think 3 maps. But that to me was, that biggest pain point. That's got to get fixed. And maybe, maybe you just didn't have it with Brolin, but I don't think it was only a Brolin shortcoming on map 1. artillery barrage hitting the B site. This is guns in the hands of G2 and a rock-solid defense for now. Peek out from Torsi. That's 70 of his health gone. And as he crosses over to quad, that nade could hit green hard. Ooh, could have been way worse there. Nexa takes the brunt of the damage. Nico holds mid, and this one just fizzled out.
See if he can get a kill.
The slimmest of silver linings. Trying to cross over. Nice wide swing from Hooksy back quad. 4 up from G2. It's the perfect response to the 2-0 start.
I don't know. The way that, again, the calls are with MOUZ, it just feels like they get too excited when there's actually no big advantage. Again, they try to do that thing where they fight with the smoke before it plumes and they explode. But G2 are just there with their guns out, ready to...
Yeah, and Shui's jumping. Just jumping on the back rafters.
Yeah, maybe expecting an off to be on the angle. So, like, the reads are really off, and they're not really scaring G2 at all. So the instant buyback.
And I would say even then, the second T was kind of delayed. If you do that jump with an immediate peek in front of it, well, then you're really going to capitalize on an opera. But there was like a solid, you know, second or so.
Now, this would be an interesting round because, this is one of the spots that, you know, JK is going to be anchoring on this side of the map, and Nexa is forced to take his spot, basically.
Right.
So this would not be a natural one-to-one. This is Nexa learning a new position that he said he played a long time ago, like years ago. But yeah, he'll have to get good at it again, essentially.
I feel like maybe he played it on crazy.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, that was some time ago.
Where the hell is Esperanto?
Who knows? Playing games, no doubt. Kid was a gamer, we'll give him that. You never know when players are going to come and go. Hang on to what you got. Hooksy hanging on for, again, another B kill.
He's been very good at working with Nexa.
Double kill out of him.
Yeah.
This could end up being a hell of a series for Hooksy. Get him back on land, and he's hitting shots, but
to be honest,
that support behind green from Monacy. This is going to make Hunter a little more comfortable, but losing that kill to Zershin in mid, this is going to bank on Nico to help. And as he softens him up, Zershin just peels Hunter off of green box.
That's one of those, yeah.
Beautiful kill from Zershin, not letting his guard down despite the pressure of getting shot in the back. And it's another headshot from Zershin. That is a round and a half.
Dude, that was with the shots as well. And I think Hunter, he basically just needs to jiggle a little bit or, you know, take the swing.
Yes.
While he was tagged up there.
You said it perfectly on map 1. In CS2, you need to know when to swing.
Yeah.
And Hunter just stagnant, man.
Yeah. And he's not the kind of guy that you kind of see, you'd expect that from. Hooksy's definitely learned how to swing, though.
Huge shadow advantage.
Oh, that's
there.
a massive shadow advantage.
I think the lighting on Vertigo is still problematic.
Yeah. They haven't really changed any of it, have they?
They haven't changed. They have Valve, of all the changes that they've made,
yeah, they just haven't touched.
They have
lighting.
not touched the light sources at all. A little bit on Nuke, I think, but not those big floodlights that I think are kind of obnoxious.
Get some ambient lighting instead of harsh direct sources.
Yeah.
Nice shot, I think.
Sweet. Taking back the pistols one by one. Ooh, Jim Pat with the hit hat. Just as he does. Clearing out this A site. MOUZ off to a ferocious start here on their map choice.
Bomb has been planted.
And Nexa just gonna have to tuck into middle. 4-1. Who's your favorite player in the server right now?
Monacy.
Monacy, huh?
Is my favorite player in the world right now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What the hell? We just cast Donk last week.
You love Donk. What about you?
Level 1 HP.
Hooksy.
Hooksy.
Because he's never given up.
Hooksy never back down.
Because the naysayers can't bring him down. Because they won Katowice and Cologne in the same year.
He's one of the best IGLs this year, no doubt. He's just... If he could frag, oh man. I mean, no kidding. Like, So it just feels like the easy part at this point. He's called some insane tournaments.
If this guy could hit a shot, I'm telling you,
It's
he's
a
the
wrap.
next big thing.
There's no sense trying if that was the case. But Monacy, very little CS2 sort of experience so far, but everything we've seen so far has been fantastic. I've been watching his Face It demos nonstop to see what's next in terms of innovations, and yeah, he's just primed to really just blow in 2024.
Making the most of a new version of the game. He's in the lab at all times.
He is, yeah. He is the lab. Actually, people visit him.
Okay. I thought it was Zaiwu who was made in the test tube.
Yeah. Yeah, true. It's made in the lab, in Monacy's lab. Zaiwu is made in Monacy's lab. There we go.
Big old collection on ramp. We're going to get Nico pressing out ever so slightly. Ooh, fun smoke. He's cheesed, and MOUZ are going to try to flood forward off that, but luckily for G2, there's a third defender in position. Still hanging on to short. Nice headshot to Jim Pat. Beautiful 3K from Hunter as he presses and extends around short and reclaims everything without cracking a smile. All too easy for Hunter.
Yeah, he just comes forward with it. And that is just the reality of things. I think everyone who's having a bad time is trying to play things that worked well in CSGO. And there always has to be a balance between like accepting that the game has changed and also maybe you can get mad about the way that things were in the past and hope they get changed back. But if they are to change or not, it doesn't matter. You play the advantage you have.
Yeah. All that matters is they did change. Do something about it. Trying to chase, but that draws him in. Oh, Horzy and Shuey.
They were everywhere.
Melt him. That's guns. That's an expensive push at the bottom of B. It just felt like that second player wasn't ready for the connector peek like that.
Mm-hmm.
No bullets come back his way.
I do like how they're Hooksy being ultra aggro with Nexa all the time. I do like that.
Smoking off his rotator. Nico very much left alone here. They'll give him a flash to work with. That flash found its mark, but Torzy eyes up from short and deep control from the T's. Nice lurk out of Brolin from middle. He's going to switch out to the Glock, chase down Monacy, and end it all. It's the 5-2 and a sweep of the CTs.
Wow, couldn't be going better here for MOUZ Sports. They are, well, MOUZ, excuse me. From their pistol round going out so well to these very clean attacks. They had one weird one on the first rifle, round 3. After that, it's been all good in the defaults.
Nice kill here from Torzy.
Mamma mia. Maron.
Well, I already like what we're getting out of MOUZ's T side here. Better calls. Better calls, Shuey. Right back into the 5v3 with pistols. So round like this, G2 getting flexed on. Doesn't feel like anyone can save them.
But if Fnatic want to go full Swedish again, they got to get Brolin back, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they are going to go full Swedish again.
I think they should.
I think they should too, but that was a misreporting.
Yeah. No. Report aside, like, just think they should. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I also think Heroic.
They try to compete internationally for like a couple of years now.
Hit me with the country-based teams, dude. Hit me with the Torzy no-scope short close. You know, as a Canadian, I've always cheered for an all-Canadian team.
Oh,
we can't make that.
We can't. Yeah, we don't
have that opportunity.
The few that get pro are amazing.
If you're from a country that can field a national team, then do it.
Yeah, that's something we've always been jealous of in Canada. We've always had a couple good players out there. Not just good players, amazing players. You know, I mean, more players in top 20 than Sweden, than America, I think. You know, but not a full team.
Ever.
That one time WESG in 2016.
Yeah, when Ocean played with Twists. Yes. And Uber.
Oh!
Torzy. It's all too easy, and no support from the second player on site until the flashes came out. Thought maybe that was his chance to strike. Instead, it's 2 men down, and Hunter looking to pick up that slack left by the dead ones. Sure, dude, Torzy's not missing now, huh?
And they figured out B site. They've cracked the code on B site. Oh my god.
They've cracked the code, hard stop.
Yeah, okay.
Full stop.
So this is what they were trying to do with Ancient. You know what I was thinking? You know, like specifically the thing that they've lost on Ancient T sides is taking mid control. Like that's what Frozen was doing all match versus Heroic, which is exploding elbow.
You're right. Yeah,
so that's like the one specific drawback. And like, let's try that again. They do have Brolin, so would make sense. Brolin.
Back on Ancient, though, I mean, it was the lane play that I think got shut down first, right? How many times do we see, like, Torzy just get pelted with frag grenades, fire at his feet, and that utility pressure, then they just try getting, what, desperately running through elbow smokes? So... And that is why he has a rubber chicken.
So they speak the same language?
Because in-game leaders, man, that's how they communicate with one another.
True.
You put 4 in-game leaders in the same room, that's what it sounds like.
Nothing makes sense. You reach an inflection point where before that it's like genius. And then all of a sudden it's just noises.
3 in a room, you're good. You put a 4th in there. Ooh, good flash. But they don't get him while he's blind. And if he's not blind, then he's brolling. He's rolling. Slamming him all across the map. This, I believe you said it best. I've seen enough.
Yeah, I've seen enough. This is the future here. No, we'd have to actually see a little bit more.
Okay. Then wait we shall. But with pistols, nothing happening here in the 10th. It is a spectacular T-side from the MOUZ. Squad, missed shot. Monacy, yes. Yes, indeed. Undeniably.
And this round is now possible. Do they know about the rifle there? Brolin's coming in for the flank, so okay, they know.
Yeah. Bomb will make its merry way over to the B site.
It's an unlosable sitch that we've got here. They'll hear the T running all the way back too, so they'll know that somebody's pushed. Brolin just has to not die.
He couldn't if he tried.
Oh, they flanked ramp actually. This is the right move. I didn't think they had time to do that.
Both of them. Bomb planted not for them, but rather for Brolin. Hunter hot on the heels. Beautiful setup from Brolin's flashbang. And Monacy a few paces back, but guess what? Shuhei on high alert awaits his arrival. Monacy could hit this. I have no doubt. But Shuhei's going to put an end to it. Nice little 2v2. Beautiful attempt with the P250 there from Monacy. Got to give credit where credit is due. He made a round look possible out of nowhere. But alas, MOUZ keep winning.
Yeah, this is Jazz. Like you said, much better T side. Wondering why Ancient didn't work makes a bit more sense in the context of their new player. Like, that might be one.
Yeah, they lost their mid-entry.
Lost their mid-entry, so... Okay, G2 on a second timeout. So they're just looking for a current to catch.
Watch this second kill, folks. Ooh.
Clapped.
P250 is still my favorite pistol.
Okay.
It's a gentleman's pistol. It's not as broken as the 5.7. It's not as meaty as the Deeg.
Your favorite player's favorite pistol?
Yeah. It's classy.
I don't want to say mine, guys. I'm ashamed. Oh, okay. I thought that actually Nico died.
Nope.
Honestly, covered that sandbags perfectly. Nico's out here. And finally some ramp control. Maybe.
No, they're going to hang on to this.
People have been quite passive on ramp control in CS2, eh? Maybe just because the smokes are just not as powerful.
That was a sitter.
Yeah.
But missed shot. Monacy looking for his from the top shelf. Has to dive out as the players push up on flashbangs. MOUZ do not want them to get this for free. Nico having fallen back to the yellow wall.
There's a fight coming.
Right here. With Util maybe, or no? They just want Hunter to swing with him. Shui kind of two minds there, just shuffles back into the smoke.
I kind of want to set up something cool, but I think he just showed his legs first. He swung again.
And Nico pushing down around the tarp. This is going to be the end all if the teammates hadn't picked up the kills already. Torzi gets sidelined by Nico. That's flawless. 5 players up from G2. They absolutely stuff the ramp approach.
It's kind of like that's what it is, hot or cold, whether it's maps or rounds, because the last time one of their 3 rounds they got, it was a B-side exec. It's basically 5 alive as well. They just got every single kill. No way in. Now there is something to that with the very aggressive way that MOUZ have been playing. But they've got lots of rounds now, so they can afford to do something like that. And they're only on their first timeout.
I like using one here just at the tail end of the half as well, right? Play for the last round. Slip through the net, nail a 9th. You can happily say that G2 couldn't win 2 rounds consecutive on this CT half. Take notes, kids. Nico and Monacy again, just peering down the ramp. This time, the fact that it's so empty. Gonna put Hooksy on high alert. Hunter, clean one. Dealing with the flashbang pressure there too is wonderful. Meanwhile, Nexa, high likelihood he gets split, but with construction engulfed in the flames, they can't get through, they can't get over, and so instead MOUZ just fall back off mid. All that presence, pressure for nothing. Missed shot out of Torzi is going to cost him, and it's 2 rounds back-to-back that fall flat.
Dude, now that you've pointed that out, it's actually true. They do that way too much, where they're trying to explode with their smokes not landing yet, and it's an idea that works if people don't expect it every round. But almost every single time, there's a rifler that's not blind, not smoked, and ready to get a clean pick-off before just falling back. So
didn't work this round either, and it will give G2 a very real chance to close with a 4th. Hooksy and Nexa. 2 rounds for G2 at the tail end of the half with 5 standing. Maybe gives us hope that they can swing back Vertigo in this best of 3.
This message is brought to you by Blast.
London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights, the sounds,
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
and the pageantry.
Nah.
Okay. Cut the wood. One more. Nice, cut. I need to reload. I'm walking mid, guys. See me, I have flash. I'm only deep wood. I flash right side. Flash. Boom.
Default. Go together.
I am left.
Nice rave. And window and Elec. Elec
still. Should be like. Elec. I'm flashing Kim Dory. Boom. Elec, let's I smoke CT deep. He's fast. I have heaven.
Nice! Okay, a little fired up MOUZ got themselves an 8-4 T-side here on their map pick after losing Ancient with a pretty uninspired T-side. I like the improvements. Now we got to see what they have to offer on the defense, but they did leave a little wiggle room, just the slightest bit, as G2 doubled their round counts in the 11th and 12th.
Yeah. Roland cracks a smile. MOUZ moving to CT.
No
promises here. G2 are really good on pistols, and that's been a very important thing in CS2. Hunter actually calls them.
Or is he softened up? Do they follow through?
They have all their utility ready to go.
Yeah, why not? You've got one softened up. You've got your nades, your protocols all in place. So what if MOUZ know what's coming? Oh, Odyssey with the double Glock headshots. Taking pot shots through smoke, but no follow-up damage. He's going to go through off the flash. He's taking it to them, and that's going to offer up Jimpat a response. A double as he catches Nexa, takes back man advantage. They didn't have to press that button.
They stopped the entire push, but there was a flash to help him go through it. It's just Jimpat was ready, peeled his eyes open, and okay.
Man, tough map for Nico.
Match for Nico.
4 and 10, and Shuhei from the top rope gives cover for the defuse. Match. Tough match for Nico.
He's looking uncomfortable.
4 and 10 at the moment. Ended Ancient 11 and 11 at the end of the days.
Yeah.
But Vertigo, different beast. But he doesn't like Vertigo. He hates Vertigo, in fact.
Yeah, he hates Vertigo.
He hates it here.
And to be fair, they haven't really changed it.
Except the lights.
It made it worse.
Yeah. They have made it worse.
They've only made it worse. The only thing that's better is the skins look insane.
Yeah, okay, sure. Not worth.
No.
Yeah, if I'll forever be a critic of the light that blocks off the CT shelf on A.
I thought that was going to get patched instantly, but all right.
Here we are. Jimpat holding on to a little bit of B control. Mid is very compromised, though. Over construction goes m0NESY. Looking for the CT peak. It is headshots aplenty for G2.
Who's up?
MOUZ were just popping off after the pistol, but that shut him up quick.
It did. They could take that. Yeah, it is interesting to see, like, I don't know. When do you see Nico ever get caught off on a round like in a position like that? He knows just when to peek. And in that regard, not much has actually changed from CSGO to CS2. You would still go for that peak.
Run, Brolin, but you can't hide. Oh, that's certified F-tier ladder movement.
Oh!
Although, the distraction that it served up works out. No doubling down from Xertion, though. AK hits the dirt. Jimpat. No peek comes for free here.
m0NESY's definitely raring to go. So is Hooksy your actual favorite player on the server?
No, I would say Nico.
Nico, okay.
Yeah. Jokes aside, Nico. Just his ability to stay at the top of all of CSGO history using only a rifle, you know? It's kind of like one of a kind.
Oh, for sure.
So
yeah.
I just find that I'm not.
Oh, so he's like your favorite player of all time as well? No, Shox
just
was.
in the server. Shox is my favorite.
Yeah, so Shox used to be as well for me.
Yep.
And then, and Flusha.
And Floppy.
We love Floppy.
I do love Floppy.
But I think it'll be Monacy until he's done. Whenever he's done.
Destined for great things, it feels like.
I think so.
So. We'll see. He's never had a team explode around him, so... Not that G2 are exploding, but obviously still some curious decisions and questions as to...
His team's been exploding since they joined. I mean, they've gone through 3 IGLs, and now they just picked up a 4th. And that's not even including Nico.
I heard Cloud9 need an opera.
Yeah.
Ooh, he heard that. He knows that their CT's up close, even with just pistols. They're not too far off. And Nico playing with the ump. Kind of off meta.
Respect.
And they see that pack of players. They know what to do. Get the hell out of there.
Get the hell out of there.
Don't let Nico's death be in vain. Go plant that B-bomb site and take your 7th.
Head for the hills. So what are the real odds that this goes wrong for MOUZ? We just have really no idea.
I think it's possible.
Why was it that G2 didn't play much in CS2s? No Sydney. Because they played Sydney, and that was where sort of like it ended for them because they weren't at fall finals.
Well, that was because they flunked the showdown.
Yeah, they flunked the showdown.
See what they do.
And then what else would we have missed?
They played Pro League. Nothing substantial there. Showdown, they came up short. Didn't
fall
enter
finals.
Fall finals.
One,
Sydney, 3rd, 4th. Yeah.
Yeah. One land before this, which was Sydney. So we haven't seen enough CS2 from a lot of teams so far, even though some have played a ton.
I think there was also there's quite a few online cups and some of this downtime that we had that G2 just weren't really a part of in comparison to guys like like MOUZ Thunderpick, for example, right? So like we get FaZe
and SPU. They weren't at SPU, and then
no,
yeah.
So yeah, just a little bit less. It's not substantially less, but it's a little bit less. And then the online events they have played that others didn't with this new Nexa lineup, maybe they shouldn't have. Because if we never saw any of that online shenanigans and they sat down today versus this MOUZ, we'd be saying like, oh, this formula maybe does work.
No.
No?
I mean, I wouldn't have. I would, no, nothing changed. I didn't even watch that online cup. Did you?
Well, you heard about the results.
Oh.
Surely that sullied your thoughts of Nexa and let these headshots remind you who's boss. Clean entry, man. Just skates through middle.
Yeah, but again, it's like what you said before. It's not even about Nexa.
I'm surprised Shuhei left that much space in middle for the construction player to slide over, but they're getting rope-a-doped, pulled in 2 directions, and G2 make the most of it.
Well, that's something that Nexa could definitely do more willingly on T side. If there was one, oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, he's 6 and 13. Bro, I fucking hate this map.
Yeah.
I understand why, man. Oh, God, he's just fallen to his...
That's his fault. I mean, you know, what do you mean?
I don't know. It's a railing slippery.
Railing slippery. Okay. That's not massive cope.
Oh. Ah.
The no reactions. Oh, put that there.
Oh, poor Nico. Poor Nico. I blame gravity.
Comes for us all eventually.
But alas, luckily for Nico, Nexa's making it up because that's slick 2K over top of construction.
Yeah.
That's a round-winning push.
And that is a round-winning push. And that is something where there's no real criticisms for JKS CT side. He's been
Oh my fucking god.
It's like everyone was too scared to laugh more. Right. Too many roster changes happening.
Okay. No second kill from Brolin. Snap wasn't too far off. Oh, they got him flushed out. Nexa burns them out, and they both decide to go peeking on the side, which exposes them to Nexa, who has gone back-to-back double entries into the B site to tie this game at 9. This is very much slipping through MOUZ's fingers. He goes one further with the Kobe from downtown, and now we're talking a fat stack of money on all these G2 players tied up at 9 apiece, and a streak of rounds on this T side that has MOUZ sweating.
Yeah, no kidding. They just let this go in the second half. Manex has taken it from them. And yeah, so JKS, you can't really criticize him on CT side. He's been one of the best anchors of the year, absolutely. Very, very like good score lines throughout, at big events especially. And solid in big games. But next at T side, he's willing to entry. He always has been. And as we said before, when he hasn't called, it's probably when he's at his best. But CT side, he's going to have to... He has some new spots to learn, which are now hard anchor roles. One of them being on Vertigo, as we saw in the first half. But that might be a cool, different angle here for G2. That
it's a different.
They've got one more guy in front on T side.
Yeah, it's a different tool for Hooksy to work with.
Then, yeah.
I mean, it's one here on this map that is looking wonderful. This is 5 rounds in a row on T side. MOUZ wins CT pistol and nothing since.
Nexus said that he can sort of learn to turn his brain off in certain ways, which anybody who calls can relate to. Just not having to think about the minimap and the rest of your teammates and playing the macro. You can literally just focus on things like entrying. But even that takes getting used to, you know?
Of course. Oh, of course.
He has to get used to freedom.
Not one weak link on the MOUZ side, but just a dry spell of CT rounds for now. They keep trying to vie for control of ramp. They keep poking. That's half of Bonacy gone as Hunter operates his own show towards B. Cool nade. Oh, don't kill him like this, dude. Don't kill. He can't handle it right now. Nico's walking a fine line. 3-player walkout middle. A good amount of defense ready for this.
Oh, he just swings into it. They can't do that when Jimpad's retake.
No, sir. Can't. Huge opportunity for G2 to take the lead of this game.
I think they pause. Yeah, they don't even go for it because they just got an 8 push.
Boy. Wow. That's just a mistake.
That's a mistake, and they got 3 players in rotation now. Weren't ready for the mid timing. Hooksy still managing to call a nice push and pull. Going A is interesting. It's going to take too long, I feel like. They're actually going to go B, surely. Okay. Just shadow boxing right there.
Don't laugh, dude. Don't laugh. He'll hear you.
15 seconds. They got to get into the site, but Jimpad has not pulled out just yet.
Oh, man. He could stop it. He could stop it all. Jimpad comes in with the double kill. Barely any time left over here.
He went to delay.
Monacy has to try to cover it off. There's going to be a push to the bomb plant. Does he get it down? Oh, just in time. The spray's there for Shuhei. And MOUZ have just taken back a round that looked dead in the water.
Oh, man. Monacy ran through with his knife out because he thought that he'd have a better chance maybe of getting that kill faster had the op in the other hand. That's all about Jimpad, baby. I mean, he doesn't move, first of all, from second gen, or from generator. And as he sees on the clock, he knows there's no support here for the last player. He needs to push and drop that bomb. That was just a perfect play.
Nice! Nice coming!
Shuhei to come in, sorry, behind him.
All right. Big one from Jimmy. Nico wins that duel on A. It's a different story.
Kind of, yeah. That one's all. Yeah. Also, why did they take so long to go B? Pulling back out of middle made perfect sense, but that's
you're stuck now, buddy.
Double molly here.
Jimmy versus Monacy. He waits for the flash. He's burned down to 50, but hangs on, and it gives Zershin a little angle to work with.
No HEs.
Oh, he hit that.
It's a big tag.
Nico getting bullied right now.
No kidding.
But it's at least 5 up from G2. You can keep Nico and Monacy in the back line.
Zershin and Jimpat just swap places.
Those 2 Nexa double kill entries were massive. It's what got G2 that streak of rounds, but they do have off posted. Jimmy could peek from quad, and the fact Hunter doesn't win his fight, this is perfect. Zershin's going to take a ton of attention, and they could forget about the quad player.
Nico's watching it, but he's got low HP, and he has been having a tough time. Oh, there it is.
Headshot. Low HP doesn't matter. Shuhei takes 1 down with him. A resurgence out of G2 as they flood into the B site with an additional smoke deep green, but Hooksy loses his head. Nicely done from Nexa to take it back. Torzy slides down from Khan. We've got Monacy's op on the angle, holding, but Torzy peeks in, and he loses track of the bomb for a second, thinks maybe he's in the smoke. A well-timed peek from Nexa around the side. G2 back to winning ways.
Oh, man, Hooksy almost, sorry, Torzy almost caught him by holding the right side of Generator, and Nexa decided to not go through the smoke, but just push up to him. Basically needed that clutch. That just got so ridiculous with the way that MOUZ Sports were constantly trying to bet it all on green, running one player in to see if they could stop this whole thing from happening, and G2 nearly actually losing to that one player at a time. But a third timeout comes in for MOUZ Sports here on map 2, and I think they should still have hope of being able to close this out now, but G2, well, they stole Ancient away from them at the end of the game, and they certainly look capable of doing that again here on Vertigo. It was another mistake here from Exertion. This is kind of a second one so far, I'd say, in this game that has exposed the round a little bit. You could see how much of him was showing when he shot through that smoke.
What a shot from Torzy, dude. Peeking into Monacy.
That was great, yeah.
Nexa honestly solving problems on this T side.
He's been doing great. He's been doing great.
And look where it leaves MOUZ. Worse for wear. This is a half buy that features MP9s and pistols. A fine opportunity here for G2. Ooh, Zershin, big moment. He has slipped past, and that lower B player just peeked. Hunter came back and looked, but didn't see it. And Zershin, this is this angle, perfect for catching off rotates in either way.
I think, oh my God, he might have.
Nexa didn't see him.
Holding a push, though.
Hunter's not reacting fast, so.
Oh my
and he's
God,
going to think that Molotov's
now, but now
burning.
Exertion's turned just into a B push, right?
Yeah, but with
they
the
might
volley,
go watch this just because. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, at least clean shot, but yes, it does open the trade right back.
Oh, what a
shot! Tries to go around the side. Monacy, 2 beautiful kills.
Oh, there is some kind of investment here, but it's only half here for MOUZ. So they would obviously love to win a round like this, and the T's are trying to draw them back as they will eventually regress towards A.
It worked perfectly.
They're following the footsteps. Yeah, this is a nice move from Hooksy. It's keeping it very simple. It's always easier to get players on half buys to rotate, right? They need to stick together to be able to overcome better guns. But as we see, that commitment will not pay off. And Shuhei gets the sign, but as the ramp walkout comes.
29 health for Shuhei to get the scramble
The
back
push
in.
and pull this game has been great from Hooksy.
Yep.
All of his T-side calls.
A little more damage out of Shui.
15 seconds, though, and again, yeah.
Smokes down, the climb up.
Oh, they're going above. He might actually get the bomb down.
Almost got to cover that. Monacy will. Okay.
God,
and all is good, but another sketchy late round moment.
Monacy's been hella clutch. Hella clutch with these shots.
That second one on Brolin, dude.
Yeah.
Watch this.
He could punish what was basically a shoulder, you know, like had to be directly on him. That shot also not easy.
HooXi mowing down the remnants of MOUZ, but that was a half buy.
I think Nico really wants to take this to tomorrow, you know, before he has to, you know, really get exposed, because today he's getting bullied. He's got to figure out why he's in a rut. There's a first couple of kills. Oh my goodness.
These were the rifles that MOUZ were waiting for, and G2 just toppled 2 of them in an instant. That's 1 deep on A and 1 deep on mid. Giving the Kovac a duel apiece. MOUZ, I mean, this first half made us believe like it was a walk in the park, and then all of a sudden those 2 rounds they lost at the tail end.
Threw away so many rounds in that first half too. Threw away what felt like chances.
MOUZ could have closed the first half with 2 more rounds. MOUZ could have converted this second pistol into a streak of 3 at the start. Forced by victory. And G2 haven't looked back. Now Jimpat's gonna get burned out wide, taking HooXi with him. Second player here is able to cull another, and with the smokes, things stall out. But it's still man advantage. Nico, now's the round to do it. Now is the round, but he loses the duel, and Shuhei brings another player out of the m0NESY peaks. Oh, wait, what a flick! Shuhei just exposed to the smoke. The slack that Nico's left for the taking, m0NESY's grabbed with both hands, and he'll give himself a smoke. Beautiful shots from the m0NESY off.
All day with m0NESY right now. Every round, he's got a flash of brilliance.
And we have slowly watched Oppers in CS2 come to terms with the new flick mechanics. Each of them getting better.
This was...
Look at this.
And then...
This one's even nicer.
To the dome.
Let's go!
He's had a hell of a half. That was just a cherry on top.
He's got a team of hype men now. 12 secured G2. Look at that T-side scoreline. MOUZ, this is a collapse. And it's one that's left them worse for wear in the 23rd round. They'll have light utility and an inkling to go for the B push. Oh, Hunter jumping. Not ideal. A double out of MOUZ as Brolin pops open smoke, and a 5v3 off the back of it. G2 fighting every step of the way.
Well, now that the 2 worst players are dead, it's time to get started. Sorry, just don't get to say that often.
It's fair. As long as m0NESY's alive, it feels like there's a chance right now. TorzY tucked in, comfortable amount of control. This layered defense here with Brolin on top. Missed shot. Nexa, good clean one on the back line. More where that comes from. m0NESY over the shoulder. He's gonna have to combine with HooXi, who's got an MP9 pressed up close to him. A player pushing through the smoke in Jimpat. And so bomb goes down. HooXi 20 seconds to close out this 1v3. It was a fast frag to TorzY, but a tucked player behind Sandbag's going to catch him off guard. MOUZ pushed this the distance.
Okay, MOUZ pushed it, and they could have already locked in overtime. So 1 to go for MOUZ. They got to hold it together, even if the CT side hasn't been that good. And actually, HooXi's been calling a great T side here for G2, and they've been putting together some great rounds. I think the biggest threat right now is just m0NESY. Straight up, he's making up for a lot of problems. And, you know, it's been a great half called by HooXi, but there have also been a couple of situations that have gone down way past the normal clock, like into Jame territory, 15 seconds before executing on a site. And I'm sorry, but you're not Jame. You don't do that every day, so not sure why that's taking place.
Nexa back. Remember his entries?
Oh, he's still alive. You gotta get him.
Yep, lucky to be alive. Surviving the off shot. Fast aggression up the ramp. Trade frag from Hunter, double down. And Zershin hits the dirt with nothing to show. It's a triple from at least half of the Kovac. And with it, the site has crumbled. And at the final hurdle, MOUZ may fumble in a map that they were lapping their way throughout the first 12. Their T side looked unstoppable, but now they have to meet G2, and they can't win consecutive rounds throughout this half. Hunter looking for more, nearly on the brink of the fourth, but it's an open door for MOUZ to at least throw the Hail Mary retake forward. No more utility, little health for Shuhei, and we've got T's locked into positions, looking to finish this. Shuhei's down and out, and G2 close this best of three. A comeback in the second half with hard Nexa entries. A big question as to how and why this G2 team has come together, but if he's got one new tool in his back pocket, it is the Nexa entry frag that HooXi utilizes for the 2-0 win.
In spite of a complicated start, G2 bounces back on that map of Vertigo and closes this series 2-0. What a turnaround. What a turn of event. If you consider the first 10 rounds, you would have had no idea this is how things would finish.
That was a great comeback from G2. There was a great series overall. Sure, it was a 2-0, but I think there was a nerve in the game and there was a closeness to the two teams that made it a very enjoyable game to watch. Connor said it, Nexa's entries, Hunter's entries at the very late stage of the game as well. That T-side coming out from G2, that was something new we haven't seen in quite some time. Well structured, you know, a lot of efficiency out there, and then individuals stepping up. That m0NESY clutch, those two flicks, you know, at that moment in the game where it's so tense, so close, it's beautiful to see. And G2, as they said, you know, they're just a better team online than they are online.
I mean, listen, m0NESY keeps delivering, and right now, if you're looking at the numbers just on CS2, there is a world of difference between m0NESY and the rest of the squad. It's night and day. We're talking about a 1.2 plus rating across 20 maps now for m0NESY, and he delivers another brilliant performances with the very m0NESY-esque flicks and the clutches. It really feels like he's just completely started pedal to the metal in CS2, and he keeps on delivering the man that we have on our screen right there. You cannot fake it, you cannot fade it. This was his game. He's the MVP of Vertigo. It's not a question.
No, it's good to see. You know, it's a player that's put in a lot of work into CS2 as well. You've been watching him streaming. You've seen his playing hours as well. He's putting in the work. He's putting in the ethic right now, and he's reaping the rewards. By playing good Counter-Strike. And DMI was he needed in this game. Without
he was.
Performance from m0NESY, G2 would not have won Vertigo. So it's not, you know, him coming in having good stats and looking good at the scoreboard. Nah, it's him having real impact. The clutch at the very end here. I'm sure we get to see those flicks as well. This round 10-10. That was also all about m0NESY, right? That's him winning the round. Then follow up by the following round. It's m0NESY with the AWP again, hitting two absolutely nasty flicks.
Yeah, he definitely helped out G2 on that one. There's nothing to say against it. There's also an argument to be made about, you know, the resilience coming out of G2, because once again, if you consider the beginning of this map, some of the conditions, some of the liabilities that we had set out turned out pretty much to exist, turn out to be a problem. We were talking about a B side with Nexa and HooXi that start to be abused a little bit. MOUZ is very much putting a whole lot of pressure on there. They're also getting free rounds, just bases of entry. And we have right there the round history production. That one's for you. It's an 8-2 scoreline where MOUZ is completely dominating, and then there is a comeback, and then there is a revival, a renaissance from G2.
It is impressive, especially considering they didn't win a pistol, nor that they were converted. You know, of course, winning the second round and the second half, that started that whole comeback coming in from G2. I can't help to feel a bit of a flashback as well. We stood here last year, Matthew, in the same arena, the same spot. We were looking at G2, we're thinking to ourselves, if they don't perform well here, that could be the end of HooXi in G2, that could be the end of this lineup. We're looking at roster changes. They go into this tournament, no one expects much from them. They ended up winning the tournament, they ended up winning Katowice following after, and all of a sudden, it's all doom and gloom. So I don't know what it is with G2, but as you said, coming into this segment, whenever we expect nothing from them, whenever it doesn't make sense, it's almost like that's when they perform the best. And to me, that's a G2 speciality.
Well, the first challenge is a success for G2. They do put MOUZ and eliminate them, well, not eliminate them, but they push them away and they make it to the winner's game. Now, Nico individually might not have had a very good game, but the W as a team is all that matters, and he's talking to Banks right now about this post-match.
G2 moving on forward across the first game, and a 2-0, but certainly a tough fight in there. I just want to start by asking, your love for Vertigo is not growing at all, is it?
It's fine. I mean, I think it's actually a bit easier to play in CS2 because I feel like there's a bit less surprises. There's no one way, so I think it's a bit easier. Like the map is still pretty shitty in my opinion, but I feel like it's a bit easier to play. At least it's not as random as it was.
And in terms of you right now coming into CS2, obviously we have high hopes for players coming through like yourself, one of the best riflers in the world we've seen, but we're still seeing the struggles, not seeing the Nico of old just yet. What's going on with you?
I don't really know. I'm just grinding, and that's the only thing I can do. Obviously, it's been a tough transition. I'm putting in hours, and yeah, I think it's just about the time and everything clicks. But most importantly, that we started on a good win here this event, and that's the only thing that matters.
And how is it to be back with NEXT and now back on LAN as well and have this team together? Because this was a great showing.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game for us. We had a really good atmosphere. We never gave up. So yeah, first game was pretty good by us, I would say. And yeah, it's just one game and it's only 2 maps, so I don't want to get too much into it. I just want to keep building with this lineup right now. And yeah, we'll see how it goes for the next game.
And given the results you had online, now coming into this, where were your expectations at for the World Final?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't really have the best result at CCT, but I told the guys, like, this is a different playground, it's different, like everything is different, so this is where we are better at, this is our place, so yeah, we don't really care what happened in the past. I think like the goal, obviously, like we want to win the tournament, we want to really do good result at this event, but as I said, it's important that we get as many games as possible under our belt at this event, and yeah.
Let's see how it goes then. Thank you very much.
A whole lot of interesting quotes coming out of Nico in that interview. I think James is pretty legitimate in asking, hey, what's up with you? Like, we haven't really seen the Nico that we know and love. But then his answer is very genuine and interesting in the sense of, I just have to keep going right now. Like, it won't bring me anything to get into my own head.
Sure.
I just have to trust in what is it that I'm doing, put in the hours, and then eventually it will click in. Is that something that inspires you, confidence and trust? I think it's a genuine and healthy way to look at it, but he does not have the normal amount of pressure. Like, people out there, the ZywOos of the world, the Nikos of the world, whenever they have 5, 10, 15 maps a little bit below the average, we are very quick to just throw them out the ship and say, You're washed, it's over. They don't live with the normal amount of expectation. So what's your take on that current situation?
I mean, obviously he hasn't been playing well in CS2 so far. That's a given.
By his standards.
By his standard, but not even, you know, apart from his standard. I think in the role he's in, he could do much more. However, I think Nico, as we discussed many times, the greatest rifler of all time in Counter-Strike. I can't see a world where he's not going to make it click at some point in CS2. If he's indeed putting in the hours, if he's, you know, motivated to make it happen, then he will make it happen at some point. So him being off to a rough start the first couple of months, who cares when down the line he's going to play this game for probably 10 years.
Oh, why? We're being lenient here. I'm discovering a new side of Jacob. I'm going to try to investigate that. That's it for our day one. We can have a look at the group overviews and see how things turned out. I would say logic has been somewhat followed today, Jacob, at least when it comes to Group A.
Yeah, I would argue so. Cloud9 winning against a weakened ENCE, you know, an ENCE lineup right now where there's a lot of rumors circulating around, you know, what the future look like. That makes sense. Of course, Vitality right now, you know, trying to cement them being the best team of the year and winning another trophy in a row right here, getting a rather easy win against NAVI as well. So normality in Group A definitely restored right here, and it makes sense for once.
Absolutely. And now we just finished the first few matches of Group B. We saw FaZe having to battle it out a little bit with Heroic on map number 2. It was an overtime game that was necessary for Frozen to get his first W in that jersey. And we have just witnessed G2, of course, pushing MOUZ to the lower bracket. But who says nice game says plays of the day as well. And it's my great honor to ask you to take us through the first one, which I'm not exactly sure who that is. So I'm going to let you use your divine powers on that one.
Now I'm ready to be surprised as well. We have the player of the day coming in, and we're starting off with Wonderful with the AWP on Overpass. He was playing a good game of Counter-Strike as he's been doing in NAVI so far. This situation right here was beautifully well done by Wonderful.
Well, I see our standards are pretty low. Now we can move on to TeSS as well. He did not necessarily have an extremely good series, but here on that map of Ancient with the silencer, tapping down 3 different opponents, trying to plant the bomb, and then the second kill from that sequence here is going to be pretty interesting as well. Edge of the smoke, 3rd kill from TeSS.
Hasn't been a game of highlights apart from what's coming out right now.
m0NESY!
I'm gonna give m0NESY my vote. I don't even care what's being brought up right here, but the flicks coming in with the 8-repeat. The first one right there, I barely even saw it. I know I'm wearing glasses and I'm half blind, but still, to hit that one the first time around, that was insane. The second one is just a m0NESY classic. So out there, people, I know you guys can vote, and I guess I can't be biased in that regard, but if you're not voting m0NESY, there's something something wrong with you.
I just love the fact that we have the technology to slow down replays, and somehow we're still not capturing the flick.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like there's still a moment that is sort of missing in the fabric of materials. Like, wait a minute. Like, where did that flick happen? We're gonna probably ask the technology to give us a better replay. But now, I think m0NESY might be a name that Banks has to tell us, because he's gonna catch up with us on the Mask MVP temperature check.
That's right, Maniac. I'm sure he should be up there, but let's wait and see what's going to happen here for the Mask MVP check-in. As always, every single day, I'll be diving deeper into the players that have got themselves up high on the scoreboard who could potentially be the World Final MVP. And look, we got Brokey in there, m0NESY right at the end, actually. Mezzy shining up, British stand up. But look, Mr. Papatronic himself, he was dominating. He was having a field day. Now, you can say, okay, it was only against ENCE, and this is an ENCE that's not showing their full force, their full form just yet. But Electronic, just in the moves he's making, the way he's playing, the confidence he has, this guy is back. He's happy to be off that IGL role. He's got Perfecto. He's got Boomage alongside him. He's rolling back the years on the server. Let's see if he can claim it. A lot more way to go.
Remix.
Hey, man.
I see you over there, big guy. Electronic, Papatronic, he did have a huge performance in that series, and he was needed, because let's not pretend like Cloud9 had an easy time against us. They had to battle it on second map.
Sure, and let's just zoom out a little bit. You know, Electronic in CS2 and Electronic back in the role within Cloud9, where he's the entry fragger, where he's the rifler out there. I think right now there's a case to be made that he's the most informed rifler in CS2, up there with the likes of Robs. You know, he's playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw that in Copenhagen. We've seen it here so far. I know, small sample size, but if he's keeping up that level, as he did in Copenhagen, as he did a bit at the Bet Boom event, and now also coming into this one, Electronic right now looks like Electronic from 2019, and I absolutely love that.
Listen, I'm a little bit tired, so it's okay for you to have this grand statement, because I'm not ready to call you out on that one. I need to think about it. So that's a good moment to do it. Electronic, rather, one of the most informed rifles for sure. Let's have a look at what's coming tomorrow as well, as James is coming in and photobombing my camera. Just get out my set. Now we have ENCE versus NAVI. Of course, this is going to be the first day. This is for survival in the competition, of course. Cloud9 versus Vitality, a game that has delivered massively in Copenhagen. If you remember, Jacob, that one really got my heart pumping. And then Heroic versus MOUZ as well, trying to survive in the series. And we are going to close with FaZe versus G2. Might be a little bit harder to tell than meets the eye, but this is it for the day one here at the Blast World Finals in Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much for being with us, and we're going to see you tomorrow after a good night's sleep.